In the capital, perhaps the warmth of February ushered in a pleasant temperature, or perhaps there was a stirring excitement that heralded the arrival of spring. As dusk fell, the vibrant red jug pleasure boats anchored along the Jing River teemed with life. Scholars and poets flocked to the boat loft, indulging in music and crafting verses, reveling in unrestrained joy. Alas, it is too far, I can't hear clearly. Not far from the flower boat loft, a painted pleasure boat rested at the shore, where a youth dressed in white sat at the bow, shaking the wine jug in his hand. He poured some into a cup, took a sip, and gazed longingly at the lively boat loft, feelings of wistfulness washing over him. A young maid climbed aboard the pleasure boat, carrying a collection of paintings and calligraphy, catching sight of the wine-drinking youth. "Young master, you should drink lest we have run out of silver," the little maid chattered incessantly. With the refinement of a scholar, the boy turned to her, helplessly replying, "Didn't I tell you to sell the paintings?" Pouting, the maid approached him, tossing the artworks at his feet, and complained, "No one wants your calligraphy and paintings. That shouldn't be the case. How much silver did you make?" The boy set aside the paintings and poured more wine from the jug. "5 coins. "Oh dear, you're drinking again." The maid snatched the wine jug from him. "We have no money left, save some for tomorrow. The spring examination is just a month away. We need to preserve what little silver we have." The boy let out a sigh and finished the wine in his cup. "Do you know how much it costs to buy the paper for our calligraphy?" The maid nodded. "I know. Each sheet costs 6 coins. The boy, appearing distressed, remarked, "It costs 6 coins per sheet, yet I create my artwork and you sell it for only 5? It's supposed to sell for 10 coins, but no one wants it. Later, I offered it for 8, then 6, and still no one bought them, so I ended up selling a loss." The maid exhibited a face of utter despair. "How many did you sell for 5 coins?" the boy asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. 2. "At least the losses weren't too great," the boy breathed a sigh of relief. "Tomorrow, you shall sell them for 50 coins each." The maid stared at him incredulously, feeling his forehead for fever. "You're not sick, are you? Why would you say such nonsense? It's something you wouldn't understand." The boy flicked her hand away. "I'm going ashore for a stroll. Write your notes while I'm gone." The maid protested, her face a picture of reluctance. "Others write their own notes. How come I have to do it for you?" "They'll sell you if you keep complaining," the boy retorted. "You wouldn't dare. You can't even tie your own hair," she teased, her expression mischievous. How genuine! The boy sighed in resignation and stepped off the boat. Once he disembarked, the maid rummaged through their cabin, pulling out a journal, and began to write her entries. The 21st of January, year 26 of Yuanqing. Today, we entered the capital with the young master. He gave most of his money to the refugees, leaving us penniless, wandering the streets together. Thankfully, we encountered a kind widow. Seeing our plight, she offered us some food and even gave us some silver, but I cannot fathom why she was so generous. The 6th of February, year 26 of Yuanqing. It's been 10 days since coming to the capital. The young master used the silver from the widow to purchase a painted pleasure boat, claiming it was an investment. When we leave the capital, he can sell it to regain his silver and spare us the cost of an inn. He thinks, I don't know, he simply wants to stay near the boat loft to enjoy the music without spending a dime. The 7th of February, year 26 of Yuanqing. Today, the young master sent me to buy paper, saying he wished to create calligraphy and paintings to earn money. I learned that a painted pleasure boat costs 6 taels, but the one the young master bought yesterday cost 10 taels. There's no way he can sell it for 10 taels when we leave the capital, and we are already financially strained. Today, the young master believed he couldn't hear well on the pleasure boat, so he went to a pavilion by the boat loft to enjoy some music. The 8th of February, year 26 of Yuanqing. Today, the young master created some artwork for me to sell. His calligraphy is exquisite, but I cannot fathom why no one buys it. Perhaps it's all about placement. Perhaps I shouldn't set up shop near the gambling den next time. Today, the young master returned to the pavilion to listen to music once more. The 9th of February, year 26 of Yuanqing. Today, I overheard that all maidens have their selling contracts with their masters. But the young master possesses no such contract for me, so I need to write one for him. Then I would be his legitimate maid. Once again, the young master went to the pavilion to listen to music. Mo stumbled into the pavilion below the boat loft, clutching a jug of wine. From there, one could hear the serenade of the courtesans playing instruments behind the lavish fod of the boat loft, witness the girls dance in synchrony to the melodies, and observe the scholars and poets below participating in lively exchanges of poetry and drink. If only I had the means, I could also indulge in merriment atop the boat loft. Mo leaned back in the pavilion, enviously watching the scene of revelry above, where song and dance mingled with intoxication. Alas, poverty dims ambition. Suemo took a swig from the jug. Corrupted by vice, he touched the small amount of silver in his pocket, unable to suppress his indignation. Above the boat loft, the sound of a zither filled the air. A gentle spring breeze stirred, carrying memories of the past with it. Suemo was not originally from this world. In truth, the soul inhabiting this body belonged to another realm, a civilization with a history spanning 5,000 years, marked by profound culture and antiquity. That day, upon awakening, the sights before him were no longer what he once knew. That day, during an autumn examination, he grasped his brush and ink. That day, he achieved success in the autumn examination. That day, Suemo stepped into this world, lost and adrift. In this realm, celestial and demonic beings coexist, and myriad races flourish. In this world, any path can lead to ascension. In this land, crises lurk at every turn, yet immortal cultivators are abundant. In this world, life is as fragile as a blade of grass. What a wretched world. The body he inhabited prior to this existence was also named Su Mohat, a coincidence through the memories of this body. He learned of both its former life and this world. Suemo, styled as Jingyan. He should have received his ceremonial name upon turning 20, yet due to the untimely deaths of his adoptive parents, he took on his name prematurely. The scholar participated in the autumn examination, ultimately emerging as a successful candidate. Suemo could only speculate why he felt compelled to help the former self complete the autumn examination and attend the spring imperial examination. Perhaps it was merely the former self's obsession to be listed on the honor roll. Suemo sighed heavily. Regarding his future, he had no plans whatsoever. For now, he would simply walk each day as it came, first fulfilling the former self's desires. As for what to do next, he had yet to decide. Perhaps he'll find a way into officialdom? Achieving fame on the honor roll was the long-held desire of the former self, while pursuing an official career was Suemo's own intention. Though still shrouded in uncertainty, after months of contemplation and adaptation, Suemo no longer felt the anxious helplessness he had upon arrival. As it is, so shall it be. In this world, scholars study for what purpose to achieve fame and ascend to lofty heights. Yet, Suemo held a certain yearning for the path of immortal cultivation, though the distance to achieve it felt insurmountable. For now, let me set a modest goal to excel in the examinations. After considerable thought, he reaffirmed his stance, one step at a time. Months had passed without any significant accomplishments. The only impression he left was having gained a little made for the price of a meal. How embarrassing for fellow transmigrators. Suemo recalled some tales of transmigrators from his past life. Those who rapidly rose to power after mere months. He couldn't help but feel envious. Look at how others transmigrate. Either they come with systems or with some innate abilities. And here I am, with neither a system nor any special powers. As Suemo gazed up at the night sky, a graceful figure flitted by, drifting into the nearby boat loft. What a world full of absurdities. Chapter 2. Luo-in and Guyu. Yet another enchanting scene of cultivation unfolded before Suemo, who gazed at the fleeting figures above her with a mix of disdain and envy. The cultivators, exalted beings, each possessed their unique powers. Some could transmute stone into gold, others soared through the skies on swords, and still others could refine the essence of creation. The most formidable among them could even stir the seas and possess eternal lifespans. As an ordinary individual, Suemo's understanding of these celestial beings was solely derived from the whispers of mortals, the melodies of the Qin, the brilliance of the moon, the ethereal presence of fairies. In such moments, one could only bow in reverence. Regaining her composure, Suemo chuckled softly, acknowledging her loss of equanimity. What a fitting punishment! Since her arrival in the bustling capital, she had encountered several individuals capable of flight. From her recollections, she had learned that an ordinary person could ascend to the foundational level of cultivation and attain the ability to traverse the skies. However, within the capital, the presence of suppressive formations meant that only those at the Golden Core stage could soar freely. Just now, another Golden Core practitioner had flown overhead. Suemo took a hearty swig from her jug, shaking her head with a smile. She understood that witnessing Golden Core cultivators with such frequency was not due to their abundance, but rather because this was the capital, a nexus of national fortune, where the gathering of formidable beings was hardly surprising. Suddenly, a thud resonated from outside the pavilion, the sound of an object striking the ground. Setting down her wine jug, Suemo turned to see a flute lying outside the pavilion. Glancing around, she found herself alone. After a moment's thought, she instinctively looked skyward. recalling the figure that had just zipped past her. In her past life, such an act of dropping objects from a height would have been subject to legal repercussions. How uncouth the people of this world seemed. Rising, Su Momo picked up the flute, and as she examined it, she quickly dismissed the notion that it was merely discarded refuse. This was a jade flute, its surface gleaming and flawless, a paragon of jade quality that she had never encountered in her 2 lifetimes, albeit her current existence had been brief thus far. Moreover, the instant she grasped the jade flute, she felt an unusual aura swirling around her, as if an incomprehensible energy was dancing in her vicinity. Perhaps it had been accidentally dropped. With a sigh, she gently caressed the immaculate jade flute, memories of her past life flooding back in that lifetime. During her university years, in a bid to stand out and appear unique while everyone else learned the guitar and drums, Su Momo had chosen to learn the flute. Initially, it was merely for show, but gradually, she found herself genuinely enamored with the instrument. She adored its melodious, continuous, and intricate sounds. She relished carrying the flute with her, twirling it between her fingers daily, and eventually, she won the grand prize at a multi-school music competition with a flute piece. However, in the early days of her practice, her parents had endured her aimless blowing at home, often left with headaches yet powerless to intervene. Holding the jade flute, Su Momo felt transported to her past life, whose jade flute emits a soft sound, scattering into the spring breeze throughout Luo City. On this night, as the melody of the flute evokes memories of willows, who among us does not feel a yearning for home? A verse from listening to the flute in spring night at Luo City sprang to life in Su Momo's heart. Longing for home, it appears, the crystalline drops fell, splashing a pavilion of nostalgia. How are my parents faring? This night draped itself like water, and the moonlight shimmered like frost. Emotions flowed like ink, and melodies danced like paper. Within the flower boat's lofty chamber, Luo Yin, clad in a flowing white gown, gracefully danced with her hands, plucking the strings of her chin. The music rising delicately from her fingertips. 2 maidens stood not far behind. Accustomed to the melodious strains of Luo Yin's piano, yet still unable to resist being entranced, the figure clad in red drifted into the pavilion, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. The 2 maidens bowed in greeting, only to be halted by a gesture from the newcomer. The visitor merely found a place to sit and quietly listen to the music. After a considerable time, the piece came to an end. Luo Yin let out a gentle sigh, the ethereal echoes dissipating, yet the essence of the melody lingered. The music flowed like a river, seemingly distant, yet imbued with a theatrical charm. The visitor jested. So, has our esteemed Luo begun to yearn for love? Turning to see the visitor, Luo Yin's face brightened. What brings you here today? Guyu, showing no regard for Luo's stature, retorted with mock severity. Don't change the subject. Tell me, are you indeed longing for love? Luo Yin rolled her eyes. This piece is titled Carefree. Its meaning arises from the listener's interpretation, 1,000 listeners yielding 1,000 interpretations. The sorrowful hear it with melancholy, the nostalgic with longing for home, and the impassioned with joy. Luo Yin countered. So, why did you perceive a longing for love in it? Guyu glared. You are evading the point. Although the piece is carefree, your performance infused it with your own sentiments. Don't think you can turn the tables on me. As a practitioner of the Jinghong sword, how could I harbor such emotions? Luo Yin shook her head, seemingly casually remarking, who knows? Perhaps some individuals are deeply enamored with their own peers? You're overthinking it. Guyu scoffed, dismissively. Think about it. Is there anyone normal in our academy besides me? Why do you consider yourself a normal person? Luo Yin regarded this oblivious individual with a hint of pity. What does that look mean? Guyu exclaimed, agitated. Luo Yin chuckled lightly, shaking her head. The gaze is unintentional. Meaning arises from the observer, 1,000 interpretations. Stop, 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 I concede. Guyu interrupted Luo Yin, at a loss for words. Luo Yin covered her face, stifling laughter. Theo say that her dear friend was sentimental would be something even Luo Yin herself would not believe. Guyu practiced the Jinghong sword, known for its decisive and lethal intent, making it exceedingly difficult for her to feel emotions. Among her peers, it was likely that anyone capable of stirring her feelings had been cut down before any signs could manifest. It was rather Luo Yin who, through her music, traversed the path of emotions. If she were to encounter someone truly harmonious with her, she might find it even easier to become emotionally invested. Despite being rooted in music, it was a path of sentiment. You are a divine being of music, yet you spend your days playing here among the dust and mire. Though your performances are simple, there are always certain inconveniences. You refuse to accompany me to the academy. I cannot fathom your intentions. You peered through the screen, observing the revelers beneath the pavilion, their merriment irking her. Luo-yin murmured softly, "This is my path, to validate my way through music. Though this place is lacking, there remains a glimmer of opportunity to find a kindred spirit to aid me in my journey, while the academy, though splendid, has no audience to appreciate it." She was well aware of the eccentricities within the academy. There was not a single normal person. The only one who understood music right before her was merely a novice. Although the academy bore the name of a scholarly institution, it was devoid of true scholars. At times, Luo cannot help but ponder when the academy will welcome a true scholar, eager to see whether this individual will indeed be an eccentric, for one can only surmise that a scholar would not stray far from such a characterization. The troublesome path of sound. Yu helplessly lamented. It would be far simpler to attain enlightenment through the sword. Luo-yin shook her head with a light laugh, seemingly struck by a thought, and promptly inquired, "You have yet to explain. What brings you to my abode today?" At the mention of this, Guyu paused, reflecting until the purpose of her visit resurfaced in her mind. "It is your fault for interrupting. I nearly forgot. Have you not been stagnated in your realm for quite some time? I have pilfered the heart flute from our teacher. It should prove beneficial to you. Can this truly be blamed on me?" Luo-yin responded, rendered speechless upon hearing Guyu's assertion about the heart flute, her countenance brightening with delight. If she were to perform a duet with Guyu, combining the sounds of the flute and her own inked zither, it might indeed facilitate a breakthrough. The heart flute, akin to her own inked instrument, is a spiritual artifact. Guyu reached for her waist, only to be taken aback. Lowering her gaze, she was struck with disbelief. Luo-yin, perplexed, inquired, "Where has the heart flute vanished to?" Chapter 3. A melody of nostalgia as white as snow, cool to the touch, Suemo gently caressed the jade flute, his mind awash with memories from a past life. He studied diligently, graduated, entered the workforce, finding himself in a state of disarray at the bottom rungs of society. He struggled, advanced, fought, yet discovered that no matter his efforts, he could never uncover a semblance of faith. He wandered in confusion, yet lived with an indomitable spirit. Fate seemed to have granted Suemo a second chance, yet stripped him of the liberty to choose. Resentment, helplessness, compromise, acceptance. The ebb and flow of these emotions coalesced into a four-character maxim from his previous existence. "Since I am here." Emerging from his reverie, it felt as though he had suddenly released some burdens. His gaze cleared, half awake from his stupor. "Can I still play?" Suemo smiled, positioning the jade flute before his lips. First, he sought to reacquaint himself with the instrument. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled the first tune he had learned during his prior life. "Oh, it seems to be .2 tigers." Luo-yin, filled with curiosity, mused, "Surely it hasn't been lost?" Guyu, with an awkward expression, sheepishly replied, "The heart flute is a spiritual artifact. Have you ever heard of a spiritual artifact going astray? Indeed, the heart flute is a spiritual artifact. How could it simply be misplaced? It appears it is unwilling to assist me in my breakthrough. Perhaps it is merely a matter of fate separating us." Luo-yin lamented, a tinge of sorrow in her voice. The side effects of the path of sound have manifested. Immersed in emotion while playing the zither, her feelings are often more sensitive than the average person's, leading her to be frequently melancholic, filled with self-pity, and overly sentimental. Yu, rolling her eyes in exasperation, waved her hand dismissively. "You, woman, are at it again." The heart flute, having recently gained sentience, must have encountered something along its journey that captured its interest, causing it to sneak away. Luo-yin turned back, gently caressing her inked zither. "Why, inked zither is truly the best. So obedient and understanding. I'm the one with a headache. I have no idea how to explain this to our teacher upon returning to the academy." Yu rubbed her temples, her face contorted in discomfort, hoping it would return home once it had satisfied its whims. "At worst, I shall seize another opportunity to steal it back for you." Luo-yin replied, touched. Just as they spoke, both suddenly paused, turning their gazes toward the window of the pavilion. Not far from the window, the melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air. The flute's notes were lively and spirited, reminiscent of the playful antics of children. It was the heart flute. Luo Yin and Guyu exchanged a glance. The sound of the heart flute was both melodious and ethereal, its tone pure and unblemished. To the ears of the two connoisseurs, it was immediately clear that this enchanting music emanated from the spiritual instrument known as the heart flute. More importantly, it had just gone missing. What on earth is being played? Guyu furrowed her brow in distaste, about to rise to investigate the situation with the heart flute when Luo Yin grasped her sleeve. Wait, Jiyu looked at Luo Yin, who was holding her back, her face a mask of confusion. Don't you find this tune fascinating? Luo Yin squinted her eyes and tilted her ear, listening intently. She had never encountered such an unusual melody before. Sumo was playing a well-known children's tune from a past life. Two Tigers, a staple for beginners with various instruments. Its melody was simple, lively, and utterly charming. Who would indulge in such folly? Luo Yin smiled brightly. This piece is clearly a nursery rhyme of children at play, and played on the heart flute. It truly is rather fitting. Guyu looked at her friend with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Just as she was about to make a teasing remark, the flute's melody faded away. A new tune emerged, no longer playful but rather graceful and lyrical. A melody that Guyu had never heard before. Luo Yin and Guyu exchanged a stunned glance. I can no longer discern whether I am reminiscing about that time, or the people from that time. Sumo's lips quivered slightly as he closed his eyes and played the flute. Let this melody from that era serve as a farewell to the dreams of that time. The song, Old Dreams, was the very piece Sumo performed during a competition in his previous life, and it was with this tune that he won the championship of a multi-school contest. It perfectly encapsulated that period of his life. Old dreams. Longing for the past, for dreams, and for home, a tribute to memories, a farewell to partings. In the capital city of Beijing in February, many literary figures and scholars gathered at the boat pavilion, drawn by the presence of the reincarnated deity of music, Luo Yin, who often played there. To have the fortune of listening to Luo Yin's performance was a topic worthy of discussion. Some even traveled great distances just to hear her play. Originally, Luo Yin would only perform occasionally, but recently she had taken to playing every day. It was rumored that she sought to attain enlightenment through music, as her current state seemed stagnant, and she hoped that daily performances would condense her musical essence to break through her limitations. Consequently, the boat pavilion was filled with visitors each day. Scholars, warriors, and dignitaries. All of them were people of considerable means. After listening to a piece performed by Luo Yin, the audience inside the pavilion seemed to drift into a trance, each lost in thought, lingering over the experience. Truly, as the reincarnation of the deity of music, Luo Yin could establish her name as the foremost in the realm of music with just this piece. A wealthy merchant, upon finishing a piece, shook his head and sighed. What is this? I heard that on a certain day, someone from the palace listened to a piece and returned, haunted by the melody day and night. Were it not for their status, they would surely linger here daily. Nearby, an unidentified official scoffed. Indeed, indeed. Others echoed in agreement. This tune belongs in the heavens. How many times can one hear it in the mortal realm? After today's performance, I suppose I shall return tomorrow. I must come again tomorrow, the wealthy outsider exclaimed, lamenting only that he had yet to hear enough. At that moment, a melody from a flute suddenly wafted from the pavilion, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. The expressions on their faces were exceedingly peculiar, primarily due to the strangeness of both the scene and the tune. The oddity of the situation lay in the audacity of someone daring to play a flute in front of the esteemed gates of Luoda, a blatant invitation to humiliation. The peculiarity of the melody stemmed from the fact that it was an unfamiliar tune to all present, playful and frolicsome, reminiscent of children at play, yet tinged with the suggestion that someone was deliberately teasing the illustrious Luoda with such a composition. Before the crowd could fully respond, the playful flute melody faded away, giving rise to a new tune. This new melody, however, was an exquisite piece, one that none had ever heard before. Its notes flowed seamlessly, resounding melodiously, presenting a novel cadence. It evoked the image of a youth departing from home, a middle-aged soul in tranquil detachment, and an elderly individual who, upon looking back, encounters yet another youth leaving their homeland. This flute piece was unlike any ordinary composition. It was not merely intricate and delicate, but seemed to establish an entirely new genre, expressing heartfelt sentiments candidly. The essence of the music resonated with the thoughts and emotions of its performer, who might unknowingly convey their innermost feelings through the melody. Some in the crowd widened their eyes, as if discovering a new continent. I just saw someone from the academy entering the pavilion. A voice murmured softly that it turns out to be that individual, someone mused, finding solace. Who might that be? Inquired another, seemingly oblivious, a close confidant of Luada, whose musical prowess, though not on par with Luada's, is nonetheless a rare talent in a century. Someone elucidated. Then this flute melody, another questioned, perplexed. It must surely belong to that sword cultivator from the academy, a voice asserted with certainty. Who else would dare to frolic with Luada in such a manner? And who could produce such a tune? One person felt a chill creep down their neck, realizing the fearsome reputation of that individual. Chapter 4. The purpose of study. Luo-yin tilted her head to listen intently, her spirit gradually soaring as she tugged at Gu Yu's sleeve, exclaiming, "Do you hear what I am listening to?" Gu Yu nodded. This person's musicality is not particularly profound, comparable to your own. Luo-yin spoke as if to herself. Gu Yu rolled her eyes. Yet the essence of this person's melody is remarkably rich. The music resonates with the soul. His performance is not as veiled and subtle as mine, but expresses heartfelt sentiments directly. Luo-yin, brimming with vitality, resembled an elder who, having seen the myriad facets of the world, returns to the simplicity of truth. The music conveys human emotion. I understand now. Luo-yin, as if encountering an old friend, wore a complex expression. He was yearning for home. Yet why was his nostalgia so intense? Luo-yin was puzzled. Could he not return home? In this world, before the emergence of the sound deity, music was merely a source of amusement for the populace. Later, as the sound deity elevated music to a righteous path, the concept of musicality was born. The realm of music draws upon the 7 emotions and 6 desires, using sound to comprehend the grand principles. Thus, those who cultivate the art of music are exceedingly sensitive to emotions, whether their own or those of others. As Luo-yin listened to Su Mo's performance, it felt as though she were facing him, scrutinizing his every nuance. Hey, tone it down a bit. You're drooling, Gu Yu remarked. She too recognized the novelty and delicacy of the flute melody, its enchanting rhythm and profound yet straightforward essence. However, unlike Luo-yin, she was not as perceptive, perhaps due to Luo-yin's inherent emotional sensitivity, for she could not discern the myriad peculiar sentiments that Luo-yin seemed to grasp. Observing my close friend as her expression fluctuated in response to the haunting melody of the flute, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. I had intended to reclaim my flute, yet in this moment, I hesitated. Would interrupting her playing provoke you to strike me with your instrument? Perhaps it is best to allow her to finish first. Luo-yin disregarded Gu Yu's teasing remarks, turning instead to the table of instruments, her fingers caressing the strings of the guqin as she murmured to herself. Though I may not be familiar with your composition, I can still accompany you in harmony with your melody. Luo-yin's confidence stemmed from her mastery of music. Even without knowledge of your piece, she could still provide an accompaniment to your tune. Gu Yu pondered for a brief moment, but chose not to deter Luo-yin, as she realized someone was engaged in the very activity she had come here to pursue. A duet with the flute and Luo-yin. The flute's notes unfurled gracefully, intertwining with the resonant chords of the guqin. The 2 instruments conversed as though they were 2 solitary yet kindred souls, sharing their innermost thoughts and complementing one another. The flute's lilting sound was continuous and melodious, while the guqin's tones were pure and ethereal. Together, their music painted a scene rich with poetic imagery. Gu Yu's expression gradually became entranced. Inside the boat pavilion, the audience, initially captivated by the flute's enchanting sound, mistakenly believed it was Gu Yu performing. However, when the guqin's melody joined the flute's notes, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the listeners. They yearned to exclaim but hesitated, fearful that even the slightest sound might shatter the harmony of their performance. As the music soared, the moonlight upon the river began to shimmer. The frosty night danced in rhythm with the melody, while an ethereal energy began to swirl around the boat, along the riverbank, and within the pavilion, eventually dissipating upon the water's surface. As the final notes faded, Luo-yin withdrew her hands from the guqin, her gaze drifting to the windowsill, her eyes sparkling with allure. I have broken through my limits. The path of music is truly remarkable. With just a single piece on the guqin, I have transcended my boundaries. Gu Yu nodded, feeling a twinge of envy as she rose and glided toward the window. Will you be my partner on this path? Luo-yin remained in a state of contemplation, pondering what thoughts occupied your mind at this moment. Suemo laid down his jade flute and sighed towards the heavens. Who dares to disturb my melancholic reverie? He heard the guqin providing accompaniment, but thought little of it, assuming it was merely the musician in the pavilion playing whimsically. Was it you playing the flute? Suemo turned to see an unfamiliar figure in the pavilion, draped in flowing red garments, exuding an otherworldly grace. Life is filled with many awkward moments, such as being caught pocketing money, being seen during a dramatic performance, having one's singing overheard, or being caught in the act of playing the flute in a sentimental manner, especially when the observer happens to be a celestial being. Yes, do you have any advice? Suemo awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. Jiyu fixed her gaze upon Suemo, her brows furrowing. Noticing her silence, he wondered if she might be simple-minded. Could it be that I possess some sort of charm? Does being strikingly handsome count as a charm? Mortal? Guyu furrowed her brows and suddenly inquired. If Suemo is not pleased, he retorted casually, it is a scholar. How does a mere mortal blow the heart flute? Guyu found this quite perplexing. She had initially assumed that the one playing the flute must be a practitioner of the Tao. However, upon closer inspection, she sensed not the slightest trace of spiritual energy emanating from Suemo. He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary person. Yet, considering the heart flute is a spiritual instrument, how could an ordinary individual possibly play it? The heart flute is at this jade flute? Suemo glanced at the jade flute in his hand, which he had picked up as it truly so difficult to play. He wondered, raising the flute and producing a series of random notes. Tweet, 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 is it really that hard? Stop. Guyu winced at the sound. Do you know the origin of this flute? Guyu inquired, her gaze fixed on the heart flute held by Suemo. No idea. Suemo shook his head. But it certainly looks quite valuable. This flute is known as the heart flute, a spiritual instrument imbued with intelligence by the Academy. Guyu squinted, scrutinizing Suemo. Do you know who I am? Who? Suemo asked cautiously. I am Guyu, the third disciple of the Academy, Guyu declared, her demeanor exuding confidence. Suemo suddenly comprehended. You mean to say that this flute belongs to you, correct? Why not just say so? Why all this roundabout talk? Is it not exhausting? Suemo remarked, a look of disdain on his face as he extended the jade flute towards her. You did not take the flute? As the unfolding narrative diverged from her expectations, haven't you heard of me? Guyu was astonished. Suemo pondered for a moment. I have heard of the Academy. Jiyu took a deep breath to steady her emotions, suspecting he might not even know of the Academy's significance. Have you never considered cultivating the Tao? Guyu asked. I in the Dahuang Kingdom. Who does not know of the Academy when it comes to cultivation or cultivators? Cultivation? A glimmer of longing flickered in Suemo's eyes, only to be quickly overshadowed by a sense of melancholy. I am but a scholar. Guyu suddenly adopted a profound tone. Some attain enlightenment through the sword, others through the lute. What is your purpose in studying? Suemo's gaze revealed his confusion. To achieve fame and success. To ascend the ranks. This is merely someone else's aspiration, not mine. What is my purpose in studying? Suemo recalled the patriotic fervor of his youth in a past life, vowing to serve the country and its people. To serve the country and its people. That seems right. Perhaps this was indeed the initial intent behind my studies. Yet, as I grew older, that original intention faded into obscurity. Now, when asked why I study, the question still resonates, but it no longer aligns with my heart as it once did. What it truly is. Suemo found himself at a loss for words. When you come to an understanding, you side point 1 can also attain enlightenment through study. Chapter 5. Accede. What is cultivation, truly? Suemo inquired. His curiosity about the cultivation practices in this world piqued. Cultivation is, in essence, the cultivation of the heart. It is about perceiving life through various means. For instance, I discern the joys and sorrows of life through the sword. For example, Luoyin understands emotions through the melodies of the lute. When one comprehends, naturally, one gains. Guyu patiently elucidated, not entirely certain why. Despite Suemo appearing to be an ordinary individual, she found herself inclined to clarify his doubts. After all, he possessed an air of refined elegance, and his appearance was rather agreeable. Moreover, he had a talent for playing the flute, and he did so quite commendably. Suddenly, Guyu recalled the eclectic assortment of personalities at the Academy. How delightful it would be if such a sensible person graced the institution. Cultivation, after all, is a means of nurturing the heart. Suemo pondered in confusion. How could one possibly correlate the cultivation of the heart with the practice of martial arts? Guyu cast a surprised glance at Suemo. He may not comprehend the intricacies of cultivation, yet he could discern the fundamental essence of its initiation. The myriad forms of practice ultimately revolve around the self. The cultivation of the heart is merely a broad concept. As the body moves, so too does the heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guyu appeared to have reached a decision. In light of your recent assistance, I shall grant you a gift. Suemo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved the heart flute in his hand, inquiring, "Are you truly giving me this flute?" After all, the flute appeared to be quite valuable. Suemo mused, contemplating how he could alleviate his financial woes by selling it later. Upon hearing this, Guyu felt a wave of frustration wash over her, unable to suppress the urge to draw her sword and eliminate the individual before her. "That won't do. This belongs to my teacher, and I merely borrowed it temporarily." She uttered a small falsehood, for in truth, it was stolen. Disappointment washed over Suemo's face. "Then what is it, a seed?" Suemo's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Jiuyu extended her hand, and a small sword radiating golden light coalesced in her palm. With a flick of her wrist, the small sword soared towards Suemo's chest, continuing onward until it seamlessly integrated into him, leaving him utterly astonished. As the sword merged with him, Suemo felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, as though something had taken root within him. A gentle warmth permeated throughout his body, akin to what Guyu had described. A seed had been sown. This seed awaited the arrival of spring to sprout and flourish, necessitating a fortuitous moment. This is das Umo was filled with a Guyu gestured, and the jade flute in Suemo's grasp floated into her hand, albeit with a leisurely reluctance, as if it were most unwilling. Guyu shot a glare at the jade flute, turning to depart gracefully, leaving Suemo with an answer. This is the key to linking the cultivation of the heart with martial practice. Spiritual energy. Guyu returned to the boat loft, where the patrons had long since departed, satisfied after the enchanting duet of lute and flute, which would undoubtedly become a captivating tale throughout the capital. With the guests gone, only a few courtesans, maidservants, and a transient occupant named Luoyin remained within the loft. Upon entering, Guyu observed Luoyin staring blankly at the windowsill, her eyes shimmering as if lost in thought. "Ah, it seems our dear Luo has truly fallen into a reverie of springtime. Those eyes are positively brimming with longing," Guyu teased. Luoyin shot Guyu an exasperated look, casually inquiring, "So, how did it go?" "Indeed, it is the heart flute. I have retrieved it." Guyu nonchalantly handed the heart flute to Luoyin. "Having broken through, I no longer require it." Luoyin regarded the heart flute, shaking her head, and then fell silent, turning her gaze back to the window, seemingly indifferent to everything else. Jiu Yuning gazed at Luoyin with a smile, remaining silent. Instead, she took the teapot and poured herself a cup of tea, leisurely sipping it. After a considerable time, Luoyin, looking out the window, spoke as if casually inquiring, "Oh, by the way, who was the one playing the flute?" Guyu appeared unconcerned, replying, "Seems to be an ordinary person." Luoyin was taken aback. "An ordinary person? How could one be ordinary?" Guyu chuckled softly. "He hasn't cultivated, appears to be a scholar, here in the capital for the examinations." Luoyin nodded, pouring herself a cup of tea and taking a slight sip. "How could an ordinary person play the heart flute so beautifully?" She asked nonchalantly. "I am merely concerned about how the heart flute is played." "I don't know. Perhaps there is something special about him," Guyu said, pouting slightly. "What a charade." Suemo returned to his small boat, reclining on the rocking chair and gazing blankly at the night sky. The young girl, upon seeing Suemo return, immediately leaped to his side and, noticing his dazed expression, asked curiously, "What is wrong, young master? Were you bullied?" Suemo sighed. "She just flew away like that, and I had so many questions left unasked." The young girl rolled up her sleeves, resembling an irate little tiger, and declared in a childish voice, "Who dared to bully my young master? I shall bite him to death." Suemo turned his head, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he ruffled the girl's hair. She was just over 10, still fragile and delicate, navigating this world with caution, yet fiercely determined to protect herself. On that day, amid the falling snow, Suemo experienced his first winter in this world. The winter here was exceptionally cold. He spotted a little girl by the roadside, trembling in the chilly air, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Yet, amidst the chaos of her hair, He caught a glimpse of bewilderment in her eyes. That lost gaze resonated deeply with Suemo, reflecting his own sense of confusion. He bought 2 buns and handed them to the little girl. Startled and unsure, she cautiously accepted the buns and began to eat, but only finished one, offering the other back to Suemo that time. Suemo was new to this world and unfamiliar with its attire, appearing as disheveled as the little girl. She thought he, like herself, was a wanderer and feared that if she ate too much, the big brother before her would go hungry. Suddenly, a wild dog lunged at Suemo, aiming for the bun remaining in his hand. The little girl dashed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Suemo, her fierce demeanor scaring the dog away. Suemo, taken aback by her small stature, felt as if struck by lightning. He offered the remaining bun to her once more, but she shook her head. He then bought 2 more buns, eating one in front of her before handing the other to her. Only then did she accept it, joyfully devouring it, a smile blooming on her face. "Where do you live?" Suemo inquired. The little girl shook her head in confusion. "Are there any adults at home?" She shook her head again. "Would you like to follow me? I am going to the capital to serve in the government and am in need of a companion." Suemo coaxed. "I can take you to enjoy a plethora of delicious foods." He was unsettled by the thought of this little girl continuing to wander the streets, despite encountering countless vagrants along the way. He could not bear to let go of this frail child, who, despite her delicate appearance, had bravely stood her ground against feral dogs, even though he himself was merely in his teens. The little girl lifted her gaze to Suemo upon hearing his words, and after a prolonged moment, she nodded. Chapter 6. The little girl. Suemo playfully tousled the little girl's hair, retracting his hand amidst her expression of displeasure. She climbed onto Suemo's rocking chair, which was quite spacious, and lay beside him. Although she addressed him as young master, she regarded him as an elder brother. In this vast world, they were each other's sole companions. Suemo extended his arm for her to rest her head upon. Gazing at the serene night and the myriad of stars, he sighed. "Child, what should I do if I no longer wish to pursue an official career?" The little girl turned her head to observe Suemo's profile. "If you don't want to be an official, then don't be one," she replied. She could not remember who she was, where she came from, or where she was headed. All she knew was that as long as Suemo treated her well, she would reciprocate. Whatever Suemo said, she would accept as truth. Her thoughts were remarkably innocent. Yet, she pondered, if not pursuing an official career, what shall we do instead? After a moment's reflection, she inquired, "But we don't have much silver left. Shall we pursue immortality?" Suemo appeared somewhat uncertain. The little girl reached out to check Suemo's forehead. "You're not feverish. Why are you speaking nonsense again?" Suemo swatted away the little girl's hand from his forehead and smirked. "How can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? Did you hear the flute melody just now?" he asked. "I did." The little girl nodded. "Was it pleasant?" Suemo beamed with pride. "You must praise me. That was played by your young master." "The zither sounds even better," the little girl replied earnestly. Suemo fell silent, running his hand through her hair, tousling it further. "You little rascal, you have no taste." A retort lingered on the tip of his tongue but was swallowed back. The little girl, feeling her hair in disarray, wore a face of resistance yet offered no protest. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to sell paintings." Good. That day, the master and servant duo spent the night nestled together in the rocking chair. The following day, "Young master, why have you only brought one painting?" Suemo led the little girl down the road, and she gazed at the single painting in his hand, puzzled. He had promised to take her to sell paintings, yet he had brought only one. Doubtful of Suemo's intentions, she thought he hardly seemed prepared for a market stall. "Do you remember what I told you about the elements of marketing?" Linimo inquired sagely. "Product, speculation, integrity, service," the little girl replied. Suemo shook his head. "What you mention refers to the 4 essentials of business." The little girl pondered for a moment, shaking her head in confusion. "It is about product positioning and scarcity marketing." Suemo elucidated. "In my previous life, there was a technology company that sold coarse grains and excelled in this regard." The little girl looked bewildered. Suemo cast a glance at her, a smile playing on his lips as he began to narrate. "You are truly cooperative. Tell me, where do you think a market stall should be set up?" Suemo inquired. "Where are the crowds?" The young girl replied with certainty, "At the entrance of the casino." Suemo nodded thoughtfully and continued. "What place has the most people?" "At the casino entrance," she reiterated confidently. Upon hearing this, Suemo was taken aback. "What? You were displaying your wares at the casino entrance just days ago. The young girl innocently nodded. Sumo immediately recalled the two paintings that had been sold off by the young girl. Their sole purpose was likely for gamblers who had lost all their money to buy a painting to take home, serving as a pretext for their lost funds, claiming, "I spent all my money on this painting." Although the notion of buying a painting to take home seemed absurd, it was certainly better than having no excuse at all, Sumo sighed, hoping that the two paintings had not been reduced to kindling by the furious family of a disgruntled gambler. This reflects a clear misalignment in product positioning and target demographic, Sumo explained with a hint of exasperation. Consider the type of individuals frequenting the casino entrance. They are either there to gamble or they have just lost everything. Do you think these people would be inclined to purchase our artworks? The young girl nodded in sudden understanding. Then who do you believe we should sell our paintings to? Sumo pressed on. Scholars. She pondered for a moment, her eyes lighting up. Sumo nodded, albeit with reservations, indeed. But not entirely. We can sell to both scholars and merchants. Scholars appreciate art, while merchants may not fully understand it but possess wealth and enjoy flaunting it. The young girl found this reasoning compelling. Where do you think we will find the most scholars and merchants? Sumo coaxed. The young girl shook her head. It's the entrance of the pleasure boat, she exclaimed. While she nodded in agreement, she sensed something amiss. Are you hoping to listen to music at the boat? You naive girl, Sumo waved his sleeve dramatically, exuding an air of righteousness. What nonsense! The young girl regarded him with skepticism, sensing that he was not as simple as he seemed. Just wait and see how I perform, Sumo said with a touch of resignation. The young girl nodded emphatically. Sumo led the young girl to the entrance of the pleasure boat, finding a vacant spot to set up their stall. He laid out the sole painting on the expansive table, leaving it rolled up rather than opened. Then, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation, presenting an air of profound mystery. He hardly resembled someone there to sell art. The young girl mimicked Sumo's posture, sitting beside him with her eyes shut, though the earnestness on her youthful face appeared somewhat comical. This peculiar sight at the entrance of the boat drew considerable attention. Before long, a portly merchant approached, eyeing Sumo's stall with curiosity. "Young brother, is this painting for sale?" he inquired. Sumo slowly opened his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "I act according to my whims. It may be sold or it may not." The merchant, puzzled, asked, "But how can anyone see the painting if you don't unroll it? Opening the painting does not guarantee that someone will recognize its value. Leaving it rolled does not preclude the possibility of a kindred spirit appreciating it. It is all about fate." Sumo, shrouded in mystery, closed his eyes once more, seemingly indifferent to whether the painting would sell. The conversation between the two individuals quickly attracted the attention of several onlookers nearby. "How can one sell a painting if it remains unopened?" remarked one. "Indeed. If there's merely a blank sheet inside, it would be a tremendous loss," responded another. "Without seeing the artwork within, who would dare to make a purchase? It could very well be of poor quality, intended to deceive. I beg to differ. Perhaps there is some hidden intrigue within." The crowd of passers-by and street vendors began to murmur amongst themselves, drawing in even more curious spectators. As the gathering grew larger, the merchant's demeanor seemed to falter, prompting him to say, "Very well, if it must remain unopened, I shall offer 10 coins for this painting." Sumo, however, merely shook his head slightly. Instantly, the whispers intensified among the crowd, with some individuals openly debating. Not even for 10 coins. Could there truly be something extraordinary inside? Question 1. I doubt it. Perhaps he fears that if he purchases it, he will embarrass himself upon opening it. That is also a possibility. The merchant, driven by curiosity, initially let his competitive spirit dictate his offer, but now he was consumed by anxiety. 20 coins, he exclaimed on the surface. Sumo remained indifferent, shaking his head once more, unmoved by material temptations or personal disappointments. Internally, however, he was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. What a perfectly compliant NPC, akin to a well-cast extra. As the crowd saw Sumo shake his head again, their murmurs grew louder, and several nosy individuals approached to witness the spectacle. The people of the capital truly have an abundance of leisure time. Chapter 7. The light boat on the lotus pond. On the upper deck of the boat, Luoyin leaned against the window, hearing the commotion below as a throng of people gathered to discuss something animatedly. Turning to her maid behind her, she inquired, "What is happening downstairs? Why all this noise?" One maid stepped forward, peering out the window before shaking her head. I am unsure. It seems to have suddenly become lively. I shall go down and investigate. The maid turned and descended the stairs. With her arms resting on the windowsill, Luo Yin lazily leaned, gazing toward the northern side of the capital, where the palace was veiled in perpetual mist. That peak, known as Wangyue Mountain, was home to the academy. The Grand Dahuang Palace stood behind the academy, establishing a relationship whereby the academy appeared as the royal family's support, a pillar for Dahuang. The emperor of Dahuang once proclaimed, with an academy in the realm, that is sufficient. The previous day, the academy's third disciple, Gu Yu, returned to the academy in the evening, claiming he needed to secretly return the flute he had taken. However, he left without revealing who had played the flute. Luo Yin felt a sense of deep resentment about this, yet she refrained from speaking out, fearing that the emotionally detached woman might jump to conclusions. Let it be whatever will be at the academy. Atop Wangyue Mountain, on the moon viewing platform, the white-haired elder, clad in white robes, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the capital with a hint of amusement on his face. Gu Yu, dressed in red, ascended the moon viewing platform and, observing the elder's silhouette, felt a twinge of unease. "Headmaster, did you summon me?" The headmaster turned to glance at Gu Yu and replied nonchalantly, "I need you to attend to a matter." Gu Yu seemed to sigh with relief and inquired, "What task requires my attention?" The headmaster pointed towards a location in the capital, the very place where the flower boat was docked. Upon seeing the direction indicated by the headmaster, Gu Yu's anxiety resurfaced. "Could you kindly procure a painting for me? Hurry, lest it be gone if you delay." Upon hearing this, Gu Yu let out a sigh of relief. "As long as my heart flute remains undiscovered, all will be well." "What sort of painting should I buy?" Gu Yu inquired. "You shall know once you arrive," came the reply. Gu Yu extended her right hand, palm facing upwards. The dean glanced back briefly and waved his hand dismissively. "What are you doing?" "Pay me," Gu Yu asserted, as if it were a matter of course. "I have no money," the dean retorted defiantly. Just as Gu Yu was about to unleash a torrent of curses, she heard the dean continue, "If you purchase the painting, I shall overlook your yesterday's transgression of appropriating my heart flute." Gu Yu's expression stiffened at his words, and she turned to leave in a huff. This old schemer is truly cunning. The dean stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the capital, a triumphant expression adorning his face. "You little girl, attempting to outwit me, you, standing here with the painting yet refusing to unroll it, and not accepting bids are indeed being unreasonable," a merchant grumbled, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at Suimo, evidently quite agitated. Exactly, chimed in the onlookers, supporting his claim. "Why not unroll it for us to see, so we may understand what is depicted within?" The more Suimo refrained from unrolling the scroll and declined to sell, the more their curiosity grew. The young girl discreetly turned her head to observe Sumo's calm demeanor, secretly sticking out her tongue. "Indeed, the young master is formidable." An elderly scholar clad in a blue robe, accompanied by several youths, happened to pass by. Upon witnessing the crowd gathered in discussion, they approached with curiosity. Noticing Suimo displaying the painting yet refusing to unveil it, while the merchant yearned to purchase it but could not, amusement spread across their faces. The blue-robed scholar remained silent with a smile, while several of the younger individuals voiced their thoughts. "You, selling a painting yet refusing to display it, ignoring offers. Are you not merely seeking to attract attention?" One young man waved a fan, displaying his displeasure as he boldly addressed Suimo. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he appeared to be a scholar. Upon hearing this, the young girl's innocent face immediately transformed into a fierce expression, as if ready to leap and bite. Her only inclination was to bite. However, she was discreetly pulled back by Suimo. Her temper was growing increasingly fierce. "What Brother ZJ says bears merit, yet in my humble opinion, this gentleman may be attempting to inflate the painting's price with such a strategy." Another youth interjected, shaking his head. "You have indeed guessed correctly." Suimo chuckled inwardly, as a maid descended from the boat and squeezed her way in. The blue-robed scholar furrowed his brows, interjecting, "ZJ, Lu Feng, do not act with disrespect." At that moment, some onlookers noticed the blue-robed scholar and his companions. Someone recognized the scholar's identity. "Is that not Lord Wei?" Came the exclamations of surprise as people bowed respectfully. "I have encountered Lord Wei." "Who is Lord Wei?" inquired those unfamiliar with him. A nearby individual quickly pulled aside those ignorant of Lord Wei, providing a discreet explanation. Lord Wei is the grand tutor of the current dynasty. Though he has withdrawn from court, his influence is vast, and his words carry great weight in this realm. The blue-robed scholar waved his hand dismissively. I have long since departed from court. There is no need for excessive formality. So he is a person of great significance. Suemo rose and offered a bow to the blue-robed scholar. The scholar nodded with a smile and inquired of Suemo, "Young friend, you sell paintings yet refuse to unroll them. What is the reason behind this?" Suemo then elucidated. "Yesterday, I embarked on a journey through the realms of my dreams, and upon awakening, I found myself compelled to capture the ethereal scenes from my slumber upon this canvas. This creation, born of chance, is unlikely to be replicated. Thus, I seek to find a kindred spirit through this artwork. Whether I sell it or not is of little consequence." His words underscored the rarity of this painting. There exists but this singular piece, unmatched elsewhere. Furthermore, he implied, I am not here merely to sell a painting. Rather, I am here to cultivate friendships. This reasoning not only clarified his earlier actions, but also laid the groundwork for a potential high-priced sale, leaving others with little room for objection. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, their curiosity piqued regarding the dreamlike scenery depicted in Sumo's painting. What could such a vision entail? The maidservant descending from the cabin nodded in acknowledgement and hurried back to the upper deck of the boat, reporting, "Below, a scholar is selling a painting yet refuses to unveil it." This has attracted several literati, including Lord Wei, who are now engaged in discussion. Luo Yin, lost in thought by the window, inquired, "Selling a painting without revealing it?" The maidservant nodded, reiterating Sumo's previous words. He journeyed through dreams and upon waking, captured the visions of his slumber. This work, born of chance, cannot be replicated, hence his desire to find a confidant through it. Luo Yin echoed Sumo's sentiments, finding them intriguing. With Lord Wei present, it was only fitting to witness the spectacle firsthand. "Ah, I see." Lord Wei nodded in understanding, "Yet, I find myself even more curious about the scene depicted in this painting." Sumo smiled, sensing that the groundwork for anticipation had been sufficiently laid. He seized upon Lord Wei's words to suggest, "As you say, it is only proper to unveil the painting for all to behold." Lord Wei, pleased by this response, smiled broadly, suddenly finding Suemo exceedingly agreeable. The young men behind Lord Wei exchanged glances, harboring their doubts, muttering to one another, "Let us see how you fare when the painting is revealed." They were unconvinced of the painting's merit, believing that among such distinguished scholars, Sumo's work could hardly shine brightly. After all, the prior build-up had elevated expectations to great heights. Anything less than a marvel would only serve to humiliate him. With a gentle motion, Suemo unfurled the scroll, revealing an ink-wash painting that captivated the onlookers. It was vivid and brimming with artistic essence. A collective realization surged through the crowd. This painting depicts a light boat on a lotus pond, Lord Wei exclaimed. Indeed, naming this piece after the light boat on the lotus pond was perfectly apparent. Although the painting contained numerous elements, the essence was primarily encapsulated in the delicate boat amidst the lotus flowers. As the esteemed grand tutor of the realm, with disciples spread across the land, Lord Wei lived up to his reputation, immediately discerning the heart of the painting. Within the painting, a serene pond teemed with fish, its surface adorned with floating lotus leaves, while blossoms flourished abundantly. A slender boat drifted atop the water, a fishing rod resting nearby, as a young boy lay asleep in the boat, his hand resting upon a lotus pod. Fish swam beneath the surface, while the boat glided among the lotus. The fishing boy dreamt of playful fish, reaching up to pluck a lotus pod. Chapter 8. The inscriptions. The onlookers were entranced by the painting's ambience, yet the deeper meaning eluded them. Truly, it was a remarkable work of art. Wei Gong let out a gentle sigh, and the young individuals behind him ceased their dismissive attitudes. These young scholars, being well versed in the ways of art, could naturally discern the merit of a painting. This particular piece, with its sharp strokes and dreamlike blank spaces, exuded a novel and rich ambience, even if its meaning remained elusive. They all understood that the essence lay primarily in the small child upon the light boat, whose dreams embodied the artwork's intent. Upon hearing Wei Gong declare the painting to be remarkable, the onlookers' eyes brightened with newfound appreciation. Some among them, admittedly lacking in artistic knowledge, felt reassured. If Wei Gong deemed it excellent, then it must indeed be a masterpiece. Wei Gong, a figure of great stature as the grand tutor of the court and a leading intellectual, spoke with an authority that commanded trust. They realized that Su Mo had not been deceiving them after all. "What a revelation!" the crowd murmured, astonished at their previous misjudgment. Meanwhile, a merchant in the vicinity, his eyes gleaming with ambition, was eager to procure the painting. Surely, a work praised by Wei Gong would command a high value. Yet, he hesitated to make an impulsive offer, aware of his ignorance in art despite his wealth. "May I inquire your name, young friend?" Wei Gong's gaze shifted from the painting to the artist, Su Mo. However, doubts lingered in his mind. Could this painting truly have been crafted by such a young individual? The brushwork displayed an expertise that seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere teenager. Little did he know that Su Mo was a soul who had lived 2 lifetimes. In his previous existence, he hailed from an ancient civilization that had flourished for 5 millennia. Su Mo was merely tracing the lines of giants. With a respectful bow, Su Mo introduced himself. "My surname is Su. My given name is Mo, courtesy name Jingyan, and I hail from Jiangnan." "Jingyan, your painting is vividly alive, and its intent is splendidly fulfilled," Wei Gong remarked with a soft sigh. "Yet, it is regrettable." "Regrettable?" The crowd perked up. Their ears attuned to his words, Su Mo bowed again. "I would be honored to hear your guidance, Wei Gong." "Regrettable that it lacks an inscription." Wei Gong continued, "If you could compose a poem that befits it, the painting's meaning would resonate even more profoundly." This posed a challenge, or perhaps a test. Su Mo understood this implicitly. The young men behind Wei Gong wore expressions of amusement, skeptical of Su Mo's authorship of the piece. However, to openly question it would seem petty and envious. With Wei Gong raising the query, no one dared to voice dissent. "If it was indeed your creation, what harm could there be in you inscribing it?" Yet, Wei Gong hesitated. If the poetry did not match the painting, it might tarnish its beauty. He genuinely cherished the artwork, and his inquiry stemmed from sincerity. Though he questioned Su Mo's authorship, he did not wish for him to inscribe something that could ruin it. Su Mo sighed. "This painting was born from a dream. How could it be paired with poetry? If you lack suitable verses, I would be willing to compose one for this painting. However, if it does not meet expectations, I hope for your understanding." At this moment, the young man who had spoken earlier behind Wei Gong interjected, a smile gracing his lips. Among the onlookers, a few astute individuals quickly grasped the underlying tension and assumed a stance of spectatorship. Su Mo's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the young man, who sought to overshadow him, clearly dismissing Su Mo's significance. His proposal to inscribe poetry upon Su Mo's painting was a calculated move. Should the verses be commendable, the glory would be his, yet if they fell short, the painting would be marred. Either outcome would be detrimental to Su Mo, ensuring that regardless of the result, the value of his artwork would diminish. Primarily, Su Mo felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. This individual looked down upon him, a sentiment that Su Mo found inconsequential. After all, everyone leads their own lives, and one cannot expect universal regard. Yet, it was utterly irksome that, despite the artwork being his, the person remarked, "If the writing is unsatisfactory, I hope everyone will forgive me," rather than addressing Su Mo directly with a request for leniency, which reeked of provocation. Su Mo could distinctly sense that this individual seemed to be targeting him. Was this person truly a fool? This was the individual whom Wei Gong had just admonished, seemingly named Lu Feng. Clad in red, Guyu gracefully approached the exterior of the boat pavilion, puzzled about the painting the dean had instructed her to purchase. It was then that she beheld a throng gathered around Su Mo. Could this lad truly paint? A glance at the scroll he unfurled confirmed her suspicion regarding the artwork the dean had asked her to acquire. Not only could he play the flute, but he was also adept at painting and possessed striking good looks. What a pity he was merely an ordinary person. How delightful it would be to deceive him into returning to the academy. Yet he seemed to be under some form of scrutiny. Jiyu cast a glance at Lu Feng, who had spoken disparagingly towards Su Mo, and smirked disdainfully, a smile concealing a dagger, outwardly virtuous yet inherently malevolent. He was certainly no good character. Jiyu had always prided herself on her keen judgment of people. Besides, little Susie was undeniably more appealing. Little Susie referred to Su Mo. She had just overheard his self-introduction and spontaneously coined the affectionate moniker. After all, she would soon be purchasing a painting from him. For the time being, they might as well be considered allies. Lu Feng was in the company of Wei Gong, yet he displayed such rudeness at this moment. Su Mo could not help but glance toward Wei Gong, who was engrossed in examining the painting, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. The two of us had traversed 1,000 miles to the capital to take an examination, while also seeking to earn a bit of travel expenses, yet someone sought to intervene, obstructing our path as if severing one's livelihood were akin to murdering one's parents. Such audacity is intolerable. Suemo shook his head in amusement, as if mocking those around him, or perhaps engaging in self-deprecation. Truly, this world was akin to a heap of excrement. Upon observing Sumo's derisive shake of the head, Lu Feng's expression turned frosty, revealing his displeasure. There was nothing substantial to address, yet since it was Wei Gong's utterance, I shall certainly rise to the occasion. If it leads to ruin, then so be it. Suemo threw back his head and laughed heartily. Who possesses ink and brush? From the sidelines, the quietly observant Guyu suddenly perceived a surge of gallantry emanating from Suemo. At that moment, he appeared less like a scholar and more akin to a swordsman. The young girl gazed up at the older boy with admiration. Within the boat pavilion, there is indeed ink and brush. A voice, as gentle as jade, resounded, drawing the attention of the crowd. Luo Yin, adorned in a cloud-white embroidered gown, gracefully descended from the pavilion. Luo Yin, the goddess herself has arrived. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How intriguing! How captivating! Luo Yin was truly a paragon of beauty. At this moment, let there be wine. Suemo turned at the sound and beheld the enchanting Luo Yin. She offered him a nod and a smile, to which Suemo responded with a slight bow. Luo Yin was extraordinarily beautiful, her features exquisite and ethereal. She was the most stunning woman Suemo had ever encountered in this world. And she was on par with the celestial sister from last night. Within the boat pavilion, there was indeed ink and brush. Luo Yin approached, and the crowd parted effortlessly to grant her passage. Luo Yin is not someone who can be regarded as an equal by these individuals. She is the reincarnation of the Luo goddess, who has entered the path through music, and she is a formidable cultivator at the golden core stage. Lowering her gaze to the unfurled scroll, she finds herself captivated. Having just overheard Lu Feng's remarks, she feels quite displeased, but upon witnessing Sumo's response, she nods to herself and, for reasons unknown, speaks up. Suemo senses a wave of goodwill emanating from Luo Yin. Then I shall not intrude, he replies, nodding at her. Jing Yin. Wei Gong speaks up, somewhat regretting not having restrained Lu Feng's reckless words. This painting is a masterpiece, a rare creation that, once born of chance, is nearly impossible to replicate. One must approach it with caution. Is it not a pity to ruin such a work over a momentary clash of egos? Since this painting originated from my hand, its destruction lies solely with me, and thus it is my prerogative to do so. Suemo responds with nonchalance, casting a seemingly indifferent glance at Lu Feng, as though he had never cared for him at all. Chapter 9. Sumu Jia, Song Dynasty, Zhoubangyan. Not at all, not at all. Since it is a masterpiece, it rightfully belongs to the world. Lu Feng states coolly, Brother Jingyin, should you destroy it at your whim, it may be difficult to appease the masses. Moreover, while you claim this painting is irreplicable, how can you prove that it is indeed your work? The crowd stiffens at his words. They are articulated with great care. Lu Feng first asserts that a painting of such renown should belong to all, effectively binding everyone present to oppose Suemo. He then insinuates that Suemo may not even be the true artist. The malice in his intent is painfully evident. Some onlookers begin to agree, as the painting does not appear to be within Sumo's artistic capabilities. Furthermore, Suemo himself mentioned that it was created by chance and is difficult to replicate, which raises suspicions that he might be preemptively deflecting the possibility of being asked to produce a similar piece as proof of authorship. What then shall be done? Suemo responds, nearly laughing in disbelief. He has encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. This how scholars behave. Oh, save for me, of course. Naturally, the painting should be surrendered for verification. Should it be confirmed that it was indeed authored by Brother Jingyan, it shall be returned. Or perhaps Wei Gong could inscribe a title. If he is unwilling, we can certainly ghostwrite on his behalf. Lu Feng smiles like a spring breeze, yet his true intentions are laid bare. Return it? And it shall be returned? A few astute members of the audience cannot help but scoff inwardly. It seems this world is not without its moral coercion. Just as Suemo prepares to expound upon the concepts of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, the Tao Te Ching, core Confucian ideals, and the sayings of Laozi to enlighten Lu Feng, he is abruptly interrupted by a sharp rebuke. Silence. Guyu in crimson can no longer contain herself, stepping forward. How did the sword demon come to be here? Curious onlookers surrounding Zhaoyang begin to speculate. Who is the sword demon? Some, unfamiliar with Guyu, inquire. The third disciple of the academy, the sword cultivator, a few retreat, shrinking back, for this individual is known to be unreasonable. The title of sword demon is aptly given. Upon seeing Guyu, Suemo realizes she is the celestial maiden from the previous night, and for a moment, he is at a loss for how to greet her. Luoyin gazes at the emerging Guyu. Rendered speechless, be quiet. The person is selling their own painting, and you insist on chattering endlessly? Guyu points at Lu Feng, her composure lost, as if she is about to burst with indignation. What do you think you are? The willow breeze, however, was unperturbed. He was the son of the Minister of War, and the Academy had no just cause to act against him. He casually remarked, I merely express my thoughts. If the Academy forbids speech, then I shall refrain from speaking. Yu Yuxia wields the stunning swan sword, straightforward and unembellished, disdaining convoluted reasoning, which is precisely why she holds disdain for scholars. Not for Suemo, at least not for the time being. Let us deal with him later. Just as Guyu was about to draw her sword, she was intercepted by Luoyin. Turning to Suemo, Luoyin gently inquired, Are you intending to sell this painting? It is not a necessity to sell. If the Luo family appreciates it, I would gladly gift it to you. Suemo perceived Luoyin's kindness as an attempt to assist him and nodded with a smile. The painting, he could recreate at any moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng and the others stiffened in disbelief. Luoyin, upon hearing Sumo's words, shook her head with a smile, radiating charmed, no merit, no reward. Luoyin called to her maid. Xiao Hong, please fetch me 100 taels of silver. The maid swiftly returned from the cabin with a banknote, presenting it to Luoyin. She handed the 100 taels note to Suemo. I shall purchase this painting for 100 taels. Excellent. Suemo grinned as he rolled up the painting and handed it to Luoyin, deftly accepting the banknote in return. Jiyu stood momentarily stunned. She had originally come to buy a painting, but she simply did not possess such funds. Never mind, she would later discreetly seek out this little wealthy lady, Luoyin. Meanwhile, the expressions of Lu Feng and his companions shifted. Luoyin was indirectly affirming Sumo's authorship of the painting by purchasing it from him. As Luoyin received the painting, she continued with a smile, Would the gentleman be willing to inscribe a title for my painting? What the fairy desires, I shall certainly fulfill. Suemo responded with hearty laughter, taking the little maid by the hand, following Luoyin and Guyu into the cabin. Wei Gong shook his head with a sigh. Very well, let us see what the esteemed Jian has to offer. Following suit, Wei Gong entered the cabin, accompanied by several young men. However, Lu Feng remained skeptical that Suemo could produce anything noteworthy in poetry. Should Sumo's verses fall short, he would seize the opportunity to shine. A crowd of onlookers, seeing no one to deter them, rushed into the cabin together. Today's gossip was too delightful to abandon midway. Moreover, they were curious to see what Suemo would compose. Luoyin personally laid out the painting, weighted it down, prepared the ink, and handed the brush to Suemo for reasons unknown. She sensed a surge of confidence emanating from him. Though she regarded him merely as an ordinary individual, she still believed he might surprise her. Have you decided on the poem to inscribe, sir? Luoyin gently asked, while Guyu observed, and others appeared as if watching a grand performance. Then, I shall write a small lyric. Suemo pondered for a moment, smiling as he began to write. With a decisive stroke, he wrote effortlessly, burning incense, dispelling the sultry heat. Suemo's brush moved with grace, like clouds flowing freely. In just 6 characters. An immediate hush fell over the assembly, as all gazes fixated upon those 6 words, revealing his literary prowess from the outset. Without pausing, he continued to write. Birds chirp in the clear, dawn peering at the eaves. Burning incense, dispelling the sultry heat. Birds chirp in the clear, dawn peering at the eaves. Luoyin gazed at Suemo as he delicately whispered while putting pen to paper. With just a few strokes, he vividly depicted a summer morning, alive with the cheerful calls of birds. It appeared casual, yet hinted at deeper meanings. The crowd fell silent, and the expressions on the faces of Lu Feng and others grew solemn. Yet, Suemo continued to write without pause. The morning sun dries the lingering rain on the leaves. The water's surface is clear and round, as the wind lifts the lotus. What exquisite words, Wei Gong sighed softly. Convinced that this painting was indeed the work of Suemo, merely the choice of words suggested extraordinary talent. Among the onlookers, those with knowledge nodded in contemplation. Suemo paused, reflecting on his past life. He always felt a profound disconnection with this world, save for the little girl, who remained his only attachment. The poetry he had learned in that life always resonated with his inner state. Much like the latter half of this short lyric, the homeland is distant. When shall I return? My family resides in Wumin, having long been a traveler in Chang'an. The sentiment of nostalgia seemed to resonate with everyone present in that fleeting moment. Luo Yin's gaze grew distant. She recalled the flute melody from yesterday, so strikingly similar. Do the fisherfolk of may remember? In a small boat, I dream into the lotus pool. Suemo set his brush down, resting it on the inkstone, exhaling softly. Poetry and painting can convey profound emotions. This Su Muzha was penned by Sumo's previous incarnation, the Song Dynasty poet Zhou Bangyin, and its essence was precisely homesickness, harmonizing perfectly with the painting. Lotus flowers, small boats, and fishing children. Wei Gong stepped forward, repeatedly reciting this lyric. The incense is burnt, dispelling the summer heat. Birds chirp in the clear sky as dawn peeks beneath the eaves. The morning sun dries the lingering rain on the leaves. The water's surface is clear and round as the wind lifts the lotus. The homeland is distant. When shall I return? My family resides in Wumin, having long been a traveler in Chang'an. Do the fisherfolk of may remember? In a small boat, I dream into the lotus pool. The first stanza paints a scene, whether intentional or not, leaves one entranced. The second stanza expresses feelings directly, with words flowing naturally, unembellished. Wei Gong marveled. The entire piece captures scenery, people, emotions, and dreams, all expressed with an innate elegance, devoid of artifice yet brimming with charm. The descriptions of the clear, round lotus leaves, the Jiangnan of May, and the light boats of fishermen vividly convey the anguish of homesickness. Wei Gong praised him profusely. Suemo humbly replied. Wei Gong shook his head. Not so. Today's events shall become a cherished tale. Chapter 10. Conditions exchanged upon hearing Wei Gong's words, Lu Feng smiled, as if sensing a resolution had been reached. Is Jingyan here to participate in this year's spring examination? Wei Gong inquired. Indeed. Suemo nodded. The crowd understood. So he is a candidate for the imperial examination. No wonder. Such unparalleled talent. Wonderful, wonderful, Wei Gong exclaimed joyfully. This caliber of talent shall be the pillars of our nation. Suemo could not deny it. I shall await your triumphant return. Before departing, Wei Gong patted Suemo on the shoulder, appearing genuinely pleased. Lu Feng and the others followed Wei Gong out, but as they left, a smile lingered on Lu Feng's face, though a fleeting look of wistfulness flickered in her eyes. The many onlookers, having witnessed the unfolding events, clasped their fists in salute to Suemo before departing. They now had ample conversation for their return. Thank you for your assistance, Fairy. Once the onlookers had dispersed, Suemo clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude towards Luo Yin and retrieved the 100 taels of silver notes she had just given him, returning them to her. Luo Yin, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, smiled and shook her head, saying, It is not that I am helping you. I merely purchased something that I fancied. Since it is a transaction, you must accept this money. Do you wish to reclaim this painting? Suemo, with a wry smile, shook his head in refusal, saying, Then I shall graciously accept it. Meanwhile, Guyu observed the interaction between Luo Yin and Suemo, a mischievous glint in her eyes as if an idea had struck her. When Suemo turned to look at Guyu, he found her making exaggerated facial expressions at him. Clearing her throat, Guyu said, Ahem. Allow me to escort you both out. With that, she took hold of both Suemo and the young girl, leading them away from the boat. Suemo, filled with indignation, lamented internally, I wanted to stay a while longer. It took me so long to get here. Luo Yin, equally perplexed, wondered what scheme Guyu was up to. Did they know each other? Guyu continued to pull the two of them out of the boat, advising Suemo, You two should head back. There's no need for gratitude. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Suemo, overwhelmed with appreciation, managed a silent smile, saying, I am still grateful for your assistance today. Miss Jiu waved her hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter, merely something that displeased me. After a moment of contemplation, recalling the look in Lu Feng's eyes when he departed, Guyu cautioned, That Lu Feng is the son of the Minister of War in Dehua. He should not be so brazenly targeting you. Do exercise caution, as I sense that things are not as simple as they appear. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Gu. Suemo nodded, reflecting on the situation and feeling that Lu Feng's appearance and subsequent hostility seemed rather deliberate. Jiyu waved her hand again and turned back to the boat. Once Guyu had departed, Suemo turned to the young girl, beaming as he brandished the silver notes. What do you think? He boasted. The young girl clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Young master, you are truly impressive. Let us go enjoy some fine delicacies with that. She sprang up in excitement. Suemo affectionately ruffled her hair, and together they strolled towards the bustling streets. Back in the boat, Guyu found Luo Yin meticulously admiring the painting they had just seen. What do you think? Guyu asked, taking a seat beside her. Luo Yin nodded. It is indeed a remarkable piece. All that can be said about it has already been articulated by Wei Gong. However, after a brief pause, she continued, what kind of experiences must one have to create such a painting and to spontaneously compose such verses? Guyu rolled her eyes. Isn't it just a painting? I can see it's good too, but it shouldn't warrant such a reaction from you. Luo Yin shook her head. You do not understand. While the painting is exquisite, I have seen many. What is truly exceptional is the poem. The first half captures the scene depicted in the painting, with words naturally complementing the imagery. The second half conveys sentiment, echoing the painting's essence. The harmony between the poem and the artwork is rare. Even I must admit, making it a masterpiece seldom seen in this world. But what does the director intend to do with the painting? Jiyu mused, her brow furrowing slightly. What brings you here today? Luo Yin set aside the scroll and turned to Guyu with a curious inquiry. Is it not the esteemed director who summoned me to purchase a painting? Guyu couldn't help but retort. Purchase a painting? Luo Yin glanced down. This one? Guyu looked at Luo Yin with eager anticipation, nodding slightly in embarrassment. Luo Yin spread her hands in bemusement. What are you doing? Guyu waved her hand dismissively. Pay up. Luo Yin replied nonchalantly. I have no money, Guyu retorted with conviction. Why does this scene and dialogue seem so familiar? I knew you were broke. Luo Yin retracted her hand, adopting a miserly demeanor. Then I shan't give it. Guyu protested. You, a wealthy little heiress, surely don't lack such a trifling amount. You call me a heiress? How rude. It is not merely a matter of wealth. It's a transaction, naturally requiring payment. Luo Yin asserted, for she was indeed reluctant to part with the painting. Jiyu fell silent at this remark, her gaze shifting as she suddenly broke into a smile. How about this? You lend me the painting to appease the director, and in return, I'll reveal to you the identity of the flutist from last night. Though be honest, I have no immediate use for this painting either, but for the director's sake, I shall lend it to you for a few days. Do remember to return it. Luo Yin handed the scroll to Guyu, then sat down to pour herself a cup of tea, appearing as if completely unconcerned. Could you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? Guyu thought, feeling a pang of frustration. Jiyu accepted the painting, her spirits lifted. Thankfully, she had managed to acquire it without resorting to theft. Pilfering from a close friend would weigh heavily on her conscience. After stowing the scroll within her storage ring, Guyu fell silent, savoring her tea leisurely, her demeanor tranquil. Luo Yin waited for a moment, then frowned subtly, gently rubbing the rim of her cup. How does the tea fare? Luo Yin inquired indifferently. It's decent, better than what the academy serves. How has the director been of late? Quite well, though increasingly cunning. And what of your fellow disciples? The eldest remains in slumber, the second is perpetually wandering with the birds he tends to. The fourth and fifth are plotting to raid the royal tomb, only to be confined by the director for their mischief. The sixth, that silly girl, has her sights set on the second's bird, following him around with designs to roast it for a meal. And the third? I am the third. Oh, I must take my leave, as I need to return to the academy to report to the director. Guyu rolled her eyes, chuckling lightly. Indeed, Luo Yin replied with a muted acknowledgement. Jiyu turned merrily to depart. Ahem. Luo Yin cleared her throat twice, taking a sip of tea. Jiyu glanced back and noticed Luo Yin's darkened expression, her gaze rather unfriendly. Oh, right, I must inform you of the flutist's identity from yesterday. Jiyu finally spoke, dropping her act. Luo Yin nodded, sipping her tea in silence. Jiyu grinned mischievously. The flutist from yesterday was none other than the scholar who just sold the painting. Suemo, Su Jingyan. Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought at the revelation. Jiyu Yuhong. draped in her flowing red attire, spoke hastily before darting away. By the time Luo Yin regained her senses, Gu Yu had long vanished from sight. Luo Yin, gritting her teeth inwardly, hurled a barrage of unsavory words, though her stock of expletives was rather limited, all directed at Gu Yu. No wonder she was so eager to expel that person just now. Sighing deeply, Luo Yin leaned against her chair, her hand gently caressing the inkstone. Lost in thought, Sumo, carrying the little girl on his back, ambled towards the painted boat. After a while, the little girl complained that she could not walk any longer. Clutching 2 bags brimming with food, she swayed on Sumo's back, her spirits high. "Young master, hurry up!" She peered up at the increasingly overcast sky, sensing the impending rain. With a slight adjustment, Sumo hoisted the little girl up on his back and retorted, "You little rascal, all you do is shout. How can I, a scholar, move swiftly while carrying you?" The little girl tilted her head, pondering seriously, then replied, "Young master, you lack exercise. What need have I, a distinguished scholar of the Su family, for exercise?" Sumo scoffed at her words. Yet, he mused, the little girl was growing up. Her innocent exuberance made him realize that if he did not exercise, he might struggle to carry her in the future. Sumo nearly succumbed to the urge to toss the little girl aside. What was going through her mind? "Well, when you grow up, you can carry me," he shamelessly declared. The little girl pouted, her face a picture of forlornness. "But I don't want to exercise either," Sumo chuckled lightly. "If you don't wish to exercise, then eat more. A hearty meal will make you strong enough to carry your young master." Upon hearing this, the little girl's spirits lifted once more. Yes, I will eat more, and then I will carry the young master." She raised her small hands, proudly showcasing the 2 hefty bags of food. Her eyes alight with excitement, as the sky darkened ominously. The gray clouds loomed over the city, casting a foreboding shadow. Another downpour was imminent. Observing the shifting weather, Sumo quickened his pace. This cursed weather changes as unpredictably as a woman's mood. Sumo jogged along, the little girl swaying dizzily on his back. Passers-by hurried along their way, while vendors hastily packed up their stalls to return home, all creating a scene reminiscent of an approaching storm. Drip, a few raindrops began to fall. Ah. The little girl squealed as the droplets splattered against her face and head, exclaiming, "It's coming down, it's coming down." The rain poured relentlessly before Sumo could even board the boat. As they stepped onto the painted vessel, they were met with a splash of rainwater. The droplets pattered against the roof of the cabin, trickling down the edges and into the river below. Drip, drop. Sumo set the little girl down and retrieved a towel from the washstand. Drying her drenched hair, the little girl placed her 2 bags of food on the table and turned to gaze anxiously at the torrential rain outside. "It's such heavy rain. We won't be swept away, will we?" With a smile, Sumo reassured her, "What is there to fear? Even if we were swept away, we would still be on the boat, wherever we are. We remain together. However, we have drifted away, and we must find a boatman to row us back, which will incur additional expenses. After all, neither of us knows how to row, and the little girl winces at the thought of spending money." Upon hearing this, Sumo smiled and gently patted the little girl's head. "Then let us ensure the boat does not drift away," he suggested with a grin, turning to retrieve a rope from beside the boat shed and striding towards the bow. The little girl, seeing this, scampered to the side, pulling out an umbrella to follow suit. Sumo rolled up his sleeves and secured one end of the rope to the boat, leaping down while holding the other end. The little girl, still sheltered beneath her umbrella, jumped down after him. After tying the other end of the rope to a cleat, Sumo clapped his hands together with a smile. "See, by tying an additional rope, we need not fear drifting away." The little girl nodded in agreement. "Come, let us return to the boat for some food," Sumo said, lowering his sleeves and smiling at her. Food, she echoed, eagerly leaping to the bow and turning back to hold the umbrella over Sumo. Suddenly, the little girl paused, her gaze fixed on a figure in the distance. "Young master, look, there are people over there," she exclaimed, pointing towards the street. "What of it? Is it not common to see people?" Sumo replied. Perplexed as he turned to look, the sky was dim, and a torrential downpour engulfed the city. Rainwater washed over the streets, where only a ragged woman, cradling an infant, staggered through the storm. The rain soaked her clothes, causing water to drip down incessantly, and yet the droplets falling from her bore a dark crimson hue. The woman, clutching her child, moved with great difficulty, each step seeming to sap her remaining strength. At last, she collapsed to the ground, raising her face to the sky in a mournful wail. Her voice, strained and hoarse, seemed to strive to pierce through the oppressive clouds above. From a distance, Suemo watched this scene unfold, feeling a sensation within him tear apart violently. "Stay on the boat. Do not move. I will go take a look," he instructed the little girl before turning and braving the rain towards the street. As he trudged through the downpour, his legs grew increasingly heavy. He noticed the rainwater pooled around him was tinged with dark red. Upon nearing the kneeling woman, he saw her body was battered, and the infant was swaddled, obscuring its condition. The dark red blood mingled with the rainwater, staining the ground. Sumo's heart tightened involuntarily. The woman knelt, face turned skyward, allowing the rain to wash over her cheeks. Suemo approached and spoke in a low voice, which had unexpectedly turned hoarse. "What has happened, sister? How could it come to this?" The woman lowered her gaze to the infant in her arms, avoiding Sumo's eyes, and with a bitter smile, replied, "What else could it be? Merely the slaughter of my entire family." A chill ran through Suemo, leaving him frozen. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" he whispered hoarsely. The woman paused at his words, turning her head to meet his gaze. Suemo, clad in flowing white, with hair cascading over his shoulders, was already drenched by the rain. His delicate frame trembled slightly in the wind, while his youthful eyes revealed a mix of compassion, confusion, anger, and sincerity. This visage, however, is one that the woman has never encountered before. You are unlike them. With reddened eyes, the woman is unable to discern whether the droplets cascading down her face are rainwater or tears. She then turns her gaze towards the desolate street, the dimly lit capital exuding a chill amidst the torrential downpour. "You are a good person. I cannot bring harm upon you." Suemo remained silent, a tumultuous sensation surging within his heart, awakening and budding. "Go back. Do not concern yourself with me any further," the woman murmurs. "How could I be harmed?" Suemo shakes his head, striving to adorn his face with a warm smile, which appears particularly enchanting against the backdrop of the frigid rain. As the woman beholds the smile gracing Sumo's countenance, a complex array of emotions floods her heart. "You are a kind soul. Please return swiftly. They are fast approaching, entangled too deeply, and will meet a grim fate. You cannot assist me. You cannot contend with them." The woman lowers her head, gently caressing the swaddled infant in her arms. The rain washes over Suemo, gradually obscuring his vision, rendering the features of the baby within the swaddle indistinct. "We, as scholars, live without shame in our hearts and die without shame before heaven and earth. What is there to fear in an unfulfilled end?" An instinct within Suemo compels him to speak. "Do you too find it difficult to reconcile?" Chapter 12. No more studies. Living without shame in our hearts, dying without shame before heaven and earth. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. A sorrowful laughter escapes the woman's lips, her head bowed, shoulders trembling, tears streaming down her face. Witnessing the woman's tragic, disheveled, and frenzied demeanor, Sumo's mind slowly conjures images of that fateful day. On that day, prior to entering the capital, Suemo and the maid encountered several destitute refugees. Unable to bear the sight, Suemo distributed all the silver he possessed, keeping only a meager sum for himself. Upon entering the imperial city, he encountered bandits and lost the little silver he had left while fleeing. By the time he entered the imperial city with the maid, he was utterly destitute. On that day, Suemo and the maid sat despondently in a corner of the imperial city when a luxurious carriage passed by and came to a halt before them. The individual descending from the carriage was none other than the woman before him. She discreetly bestowed upon Suemo a considerable sum of silver, then uttered not a word before returning to her carriage and departing. Strangely, the silver she offered was substantial. Grateful for her generosity, the maid inscribed it in her notes. The noblewoman from that day had now transformed into this pitiful sight. On that day, you aided me. Had it not been for the lady's assistance that day, the maid and I would still be wandering the streets. Suemo spoke in a somber tone. It was merely a chance encounter and a spontaneous act of charity. Why should you hold it in such high regard? The woman gazes into Sumo's eyes, softly inquiring. Because I have encountered many individuals like you. They too have extended their aid to me, or else I would have long since perished. Suemo looks towards the swaddled infant in the woman's arms, who lies quietly within. The heavy snowfall that this year has already traversed is not solely a manifestation of cold. Do you know why? Amidst this vast street, none aside from you have ventured out? The woman lets out a bitter laugh. Suemo surveyed his surroundings. The vast street lay desolate and empty, a realization dawning within him. His expression tinged with bitterness, for this place was ultimately not the street of his past life. They were merely engulfed by fear. Sumo's demeanor turned forlorn. Do you not harbor any fear? The woman discerned Sumo's kindness and was even less inclined to cause him harm. We, as scholars, perhaps influenced by the scholarly spirit residing within this corporeal form, Suemo appeared somewhat pedantic at this moment, yet it was evident that he could see the ink but not the darkness. Do you insist on meddling? The woman shed tears of blood, the chill of the spring rain rendering her tremulous. Suemo found himself at a loss, merely wishing to assist this individual who had once extended a hand to him. Yet, her words seemed to carry a complexity that was far from simple. All of this felt exceedingly peculiar. He observed the gaze with which the woman regarded him, numbly nodding in response. How could one, even as a mere mortal, step into the realm of immortals? The flicker in the woman's eyes, a hue that eluded Sumo's understanding. He gazed into her eyes, her disheveled hair concealing her face, revealing only her two eyes. The despair, anguish, sorrow, and the quiet swaddled bundle in her arms rendered Suemo immobile. Suemo fell into a silence heavy with unspoken words. I have never encountered someone like you. The woman spoke in a tone laced with despondency. This world is inherently so. Human lives are as insignificant as blades of grass. Why misfortunes? What do they have to do with you? Yet you wish to repay a fragment of kindness, placing yourself in peril. For what purpose? Why? Suemo remained silent. Having journeyed through this world for several months, reaching the capital, he had witnessed the harsh realities that plagued it. There were refugees slaughtering one another over a blood-stained bun. There were cultivators who, in jest, would slay a mortal girl merely for her captivating eyes. Officials, in a bid to conceal their own transgressions, would imprison and ultimately destroy the entire family of a victim. Aristocrats set their dogs upon beggar children for mere amusement. This world knows no justice. As Suemo traversed, he could only view himself as a spectator. Yet he was not of this world. He hailed from a prosperous and democratic land. In that place, people cherished rules and held human life above all there. Wrongdoers faced judgment and punishment. In that land, though wealth varied, joy was found in each station of life. That place, though not perfect, was in a constant state of progress. Its inhabitants possessed compassion and empathy. Though unable to cultivate, they remained incredibly robust. He had been nurtured in that environment, shielded by its overarching principles. The rules of this world eluded his comprehension, were intolerable to his senses, and he dared not voice his dissent or intervene. Suppressed, stifled at last, under the sight of the woman, bloodied and kneeling, her anguished wail directed to the heavens, Suemo could no longer contain his outburst. He was still a denizen of that world, imbued with compassion and empathy. He was also one who had been saved by the grace of another's life. Why? Because he could not bear to witness. Thus, he was troubled. As an ordinary person living with caution, he could only empathize. Troubled, he sought to resist. With a trivial will, she defied the laws of this realm, this wretched world. For the sake of my peace, Suemo declared. The woman lifted her head once more, gazing at Suemo. Ah, I see, you are unlike them. You are different from us, the woman murmured, rising to her feet. She turned away. Suemo felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being trembling. He beheld an arrow piercing the woman's back, traversing her chest, and directly entering the swaddled infant. The infant within the swaddle had long since perished. Dark red blood flowed from the woman to the swaddled child, mingling with the rain, spreading across the ground, fading away. The woman was already at the end of her strength. You cannot aid me. Go back. Go back. The woman took a step forward, one foot after the other, making her way toward the street. She wished to distance herself from Suemo, not wanting to involve this unusual, kind-hearted yet naive scholar. You are still too frail, too delicate. The affairs of this world are far from as simple as you perceive. When you have grown strong, if you remember today's events, if you still feel unresolved, you may visit the solitary courtyard beyond the western city, with its red walls and white tiles. The woman, cradling the lifeless swaddle, stumbled forward, step by step, toward the street. Each step left a bloody footprint, quickly washed away by the rain. Suemo stood rigid, his expression vacant. The rain pelted against his face, flowing into his mouth, tasting oddly briny. Each step the woman took felt like treading upon the soul of another world residing within Sumo's body. He could not help her, could do nothing. It was as if he had already faced defeat before even embarking on the battle. The flickering flame of rebellion was extinguished, doused with a bucket of cold water. The chill pierced to the bone, a heart-wrenching pain. The woman, dragging her broken form, walked toward the street, turning the corner, disappearing from sight. Suemo was left in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, a group of figures clad in black appeared, wielding blades, searching the area, ultimately dragging out two corpses, one large, one small, from around the corner. The lifeless bodies, still retaining a semblance of life, seemed to accuse this world of its utter inhumanity. The black-clad individuals departed, pulling the two corpses away, as if unwilling to linger on the street any longer. Throughout it all, they never cast a glance at Suemo, as if he were entirely invisible. The wind and rain intensified, battering against Sumo's frail and trembling form. Above, at the loft, Luo-yin stood by the window. The storm driving rain against the glass, soaking her garments, her maid, anxiously urging her to step away from the windowsill, while she remained, lost in thought, gazing at the frail figure braving the elements on the street. She had seen the woman with the infant as she stepped onto the street. With just a glance, she knew the woman could not survive. That arrow had pierced through both the woman and the swaddled child. The infant had long since lost its vitality, and the woman was merely at the end of her strength, beyond rescue. The complexities of the world rendered her powerless to intervene. Yet, Sumo's arrival and words had left her in a state of confusion. From beginning to end, Suemo scarcely uttered a word. While the world observed with bated breath, he alone stepped forth. That woman remarked that she had never encountered anyone quite like him. He was unlike us. Within his not-so-broad heart, it seemed there resided something distinct from our own, the lives of the common folk. While we weighed the pros and cons, he sought harmony, that haunting melody of the flute, that exquisite scroll of calligraphy, this profound heart. What manner of person are you, truly? The bewilderment in Luo-yin's eyes lingered long. Atop the Moonwatch Mountain, on the Moonwatch platform, the dean stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing serenely at the capital, lost in contemplation. An exquisite painting lay quietly upon the stone table behind him. The wind and rain surged into the platform, lashing against the dean's white robe, yet not a single drop touched him. "Dean, what are you observing?" the red-clad Guyu inquired, perplexed and somewhat helpless. After reclaiming the painting, the dean remained silent, merely gazing at the sprawling capital. The Moonwatch Mountain towered high, affording a view of the entire city. Yet, what the dean beheld, she could not perceive. After a considerable time, the dean lifted his gaze towards the heavens, as if he could penetrate the clouds and rain, reaching into the cosmos. "Has something occurred? Are you divining the heavenly secrets?" Guyu's query startled her. The dean had not engaged in such divination for quite some time. "The heavenly secrets are in disarray, the vision is obscured," the dean sighed, turning back to glance at the painting lying quietly on the stone table. "What?" Guyu was bewildered. Old Silverpin was speaking in riddles. "How about I find you a little junior disciple?" The dean did not respond directly but suddenly posed a question. Guyu's eyes lit up, only to dim once more. The dean's judgment in selecting disciples had always been questionable, often choosing oddities. "Could we not find someone normal to be our junior?" Guyu asked, filled with skepticism. The dean continued to gaze down at the capital. "This little junior disciple, you will surely like." "When?" Guyu inquired, filled with delight. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Suemo. How wonderful it would be if little Su could be our junior, enchanting us daily with his flute and paintings. Alas, he is but an ordinary person. Tomorrow night, at the hour of the rat, venture to the forest west of the city and bring him back. Remember, we are outside the game. Intervening means entering another's chessboard. Thus, aside from bringing him back, do not meddle in other affairs. After the dean spoke, he turned to see Guyu, clad in red, anxiously dashing down the mountain, rain pouring upon her. The dean wearily waved his hand, and an invisible force restrained the impulsive Guyu. "I said, go tomorrow at the hour of the rat." "Oh." Guyu, crestfallen, turned and made her way to the nearby academy's loft to seek out her fellow disciples. The dean turned back to gaze at the painting resting on the stone table, murmuring softly, "This world is but a game. The past, the future. Your intervention means you have entered the game. You do not realize, you have already stepped into its gaze." The merciless wind and rain lashed against Suemo, the cold wind biting, the chilling rain piercing eye in the tempest. Suemo remained silent, brewing. A fierce flame ignited within his heart. This wretched world. At some point, the little girl had arrived at Sumo's side. In the midst of the rain, the little girl grasped Sumo's trembling hand, remaining silent. The contrasting figures of one large and one small appeared diminutive and helpless against the ferocious storm. They simply stood there, lingering for an extended period. "Child," Suemo called softly, his voice choked with emotion. "Mem?" The little girl looked up at Suemo, somewhat bewildered, for she had never witnessed such a side of him. "I no longer wish to study," Suemo declared, tilting his head back defiantly. "Yes." The little girl nodded in agreement, fully aligned with Sumo's sentiments. "After the spring examination, we shall depart." "All right." Before that, Suemo gazed toward the western direction of the city. "I have something I must attend to. I wish to visit the west of the city, merely to take a look." The life of their benefactor was slipping away right before Sumo's eyes. He yearned to discern how this realm of cultivation diverged from the narratives of his previous life. The mournful wail of the woman echoed into the heavens, yet she urged Suemo not to meddle. Was he to wait until he grew powerful? But he detested waiting. A man from a flower-planting family could be formidable without cultivation. Chapter 13. Out of place, Suemo held the little girl's hand, refraining from speech as he led her back onto the painted boat. The little girl had not used an umbrella earlier, and now she was completely drenched. Suemo gently dried her hair and calmly instructed, "You're soaked. Go inside and wash up. Change into dry clothing." Within the cabin of the boat, there was a separate room equipped with a bathing tub, with hot water at the ready, ensuring that her bath would be warm. The little girl gazed at Sumo's expression, uncertain, and anxiously called out, "Young master." Noticing the worry etched on her small face, Suemo affectionately ruffled her disheveled hair and smiled. "I am fine. Go on. Once you finish washing, we shall eat damam." The little girl, filled with trepidation, turned back repeatedly as she walked. She had never encountered such a version of Suemo before. He had always worn a cheerful demeanor, easygoing and serene. Yet now, although his face still bore a smile, the little girl sensed an underlying distress within him, rendering his smile somewhat forced. Observing her actions, Suemo chuckled and waved his hand, urging her, "Hurry along. You expect me to help you wash?" The little girl pondered earnestly before nodding. "All right." Suemo couldn't help but chuckle softly, adopting a mock menacing expression. "Hurry up, or I shall strip you bare and spank you." The little girl stuck out her tongue, giggling as she entered the room. Once she had disappeared from sight, the smile on Sumo's face gradually faded. He quietly shed his wet clothes, drying his body, and as the damp wind blew, he involuntarily shivered. Watching the torrential rain outside the cabin, the somber sky began to darken, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped him, causing his thoughts to grow heavier. Just moments ago, 2 vibrant lives had perished on that street. Is life truly as inconsequential as grass? Was he not aggrieved? Indeed, he was. Suemo snapped back to reality and changed into a set of dry garments. He retrieved paper and pen, settling himself at the table. Guided by the memories of a previous life, Suemo began to draw, yet what he produced was no longer mere calligraphy. With each stroke, it seemed he was unleashing the suppressed thoughts swirling within him onto the paper. He created a simple image on a sheet, glanced at it, and set it aside, placing a weight upon it. He then retrieved another blank sheet and continued his artistic endeavor. One after another, the sheets piled up. He paused occasionally to reflect, before resuming his work. The flawed drawings were discarded, while the successful ones were set aside with care. The young girl, freshly bathed and clad in clean attire, approached Sumo, curious about his art. She gazed at his work, struggling to comprehend it. "Young master, what are you drawing?" she asked with a youthful innocence. Suemo turned, smiling at her. The faint, natural fragrance that lingered on her skin brought him a sense of tranquility. "I am illustrating a weapon, one that could grant an ordinary person the power to unleash attacks rivaling those of foundational cultivators," he replied candidly. "Does such a weapon truly exist in this world?" The girl inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Suemo nodded, appearing deep in thought. as if recalling distant memories. Indeed, such weapons exist, even those capable of bestowing ordinary individuals with the ability to wreak havoc upon the world. However, I lack the means to create one, young master. Why are you drawing this? She asked, concern etching her features as she observed Sumo's calm demeanor. Setting down his pen and paper, Sumo gently ruffled her hair, smiling as he reassured her, do not worry. I merely wish to equip us with the ability to protect ourselves. I want to always safeguard you. She nodded, though the worry on her face remained unyielded. This is the last one. Once I finish, we shall dine, Sumo declared as he resumed his drawing. All right, the girl replied, moving behind him to tend to his long hair, as he had yet to master the art of tying it back. She produced a wooden comb, carefully grooming his hair until she suddenly exclaimed, young master, you have a white hair. Sumo paused in surprise but quickly shook his head dismissively. Just pluck it out. Obediently, the girl removed the white hair and continued to style his locks, though her method rendered Sumo's appearance somewhat delicate. Once she finished, Sumo completed his final drawing and let out a deep sigh of relief. The sky is darkening, the girl noted, observing the dimming light outside the vessel, and she rose to light a candle. Indeed, the night approaches, Sumo murmured, gazing out at the twilight. Some may witness the dawn of tomorrow, while others would not see the night through. Let us eat, he said as he approached the dining table, unveiling a feast of delicacies he had procured that day. Instantly, the girl's face lit up with joy as she hopped onto her seat and began to indulge in the array of treats. This sauced chicken leg is absolutely delicious, she exclaimed after a bite, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Reflecting on her past, when she scavenged for scraps alongside wild dogs, she marveled at her current fortune. Despite her scant memories of her days of wandering, the details of how she came to Rome, or her life before that time, remained shrouded in obscurity. Sumo also consumed a modest meal, observing the little girl's beaming smile, which gradually softened his heart. You enjoy your meal aboard the ship. I shall step out for a moment. If you feel tired, do not wait for me, Sumo remarked, wiping his mouth before picking up several nearby blueprints. Smiling, he addressed the little girl, who immediately halted her activities and inquired, it will soon be dark. Will you be going to listen to music again, young master? But it's raining today, so the boathouse must be closed. Sumo shook his head, shaking the blueprints in his hand as he replied, I am off to find a blacksmith to have this made. Then, young master, take an umbrella, the little girl said obediently. She understood that Sumo had his own pursuits, and her role was merely to support him in this world. The only bonds that truly mattered were those of master and servant, or perhaps siblings. Upon reaching the bow of the ship, he donned a raincoat and a wide-brimmed hat. I shall wear this. Sumo turned to the little girl with a smile before stepping into the rainy night. The little girl set down her chicken leg and did not resume eating for a long while at the blacksmith shop. The young blacksmith gazed at the torrential rain outside with a hint of sorrow and remarked to the old blacksmith, this rain seems likely to last for several days, meaning we shall have no business during this time. The old blacksmith, reclining in a nearby chair with a drink in hand, showed no concern. Business comes and goes. A temporary lull will not starve us. The young blacksmith nodded, peering at the incessant patter of rain. Yet, this rain can wear on one's spirit, creating a sense of unease. Calm your mind. How can you forge iron well in such a state? The old blacksmith admonished. The young blacksmith pouted, about to retort when a customer entered through the door. The customer, clad in a rain hat and raincoat, obscured his face from view. The young blacksmith approached him, speaking courteously, esteemed customer, are you here to purchase tools? The customer produced a piece of paper and handed it to the young blacksmith, raspily inquiring, is it possible to create this according to the blueprint? The young blacksmith was taken aback, accepted the blueprint for inspection, and said, please hold on, before passing it to the old blacksmith. The old blacksmith glanced at the blueprint, immediately sitting up and scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness. After a brief moment, he rose and approached the customer, asking, what material do you wish to use for this item? Dark iron, the customer replied coolly. Certainly, it can be crafted. The old blacksmith nodded but hesitated, adding, however, what is it? The customer pressed, if I am not mistaken, you intend to forge a powerful bow. The old blacksmith continued, observing Sumo, but who possesses the strength to draw such a bow made of dark iron? That is of no concern to you. Your task is merely to create it. The customer exhaled in relief and further inquired, Do you know how to proceed? Of course, it will require the layering of multiple dark iron pieces, the old blacksmith stated confidently. The customer nodded and asked, is there a bowstring that can withstand the draw weight of this powerful bow? The old blacksmith pondered for a moment before responding, ordinary bowstrings would certainly not endure the strain of such a bow. Only secret silver strands or the tendons of dark beasts would suffice. Do you possess any? The old blacksmith nodded. By chance, I have a leftover segment of Xian beast tendon from a previous customer, which should suffice. Very well. I shall entrust this task to you. The customer replied with a nod, inquiring, how much silver will this cost? After a moment of contemplation, the old blacksmith gritted his teeth and declared, 50 taels. Although 50 taels was indeed a fair price, he feared the customer might perceive it as exorbitant, for 50 taels is no trivial sum. Though his surprise, the customer merely nodded and tossed a bag of silver toward him. This is half. The remainder will be given upon collection. With that, the customer dropped the silver and the blueprints, turning to depart. When shall you return for collection? The old blacksmith called after him. Tomorrow at noon, came the reply, as the customer vanished into the rainy night. The young blacksmith approached, examining the silver and the schematics, and remarked, this customer is truly enigmatic. What purpose does such a powerful bow serve? Who can draw it? The old blacksmith lightly tapped the young man's head and admonished, silence. Speak less and work more. He glanced at the several holes depicted on the bow's body and the blueprint inside. This drawing likely represented only a portion of the entire apparatus. Sumo emerged from the blacksmith shop and proceeded to several others, distributing the remaining blueprints to various artisans for fabrication. The costs for the other components were not substantial. Only the bow body and bowstring were dear, which he understood, as Xian beast tendons are indeed hard to procure. After assigning all the parts to different craftsmen, the rain continued to pour as Sumo arrived at that street, the place where the woman had knelt, wailing sorrowfully. The ground bore no trace of her, only the chilling wind that swept through the rainy night. Sumo stood silently, his silhouette forlorn and solitary, as though he were disconnected from this world. Not far away, the boathouse that should have been aglow with light was indeed closed for the night. Its lanterns dimmed, and no melodies filled the air. This night felt particularly quiet. This night, Sumo stood on the streets of the capital until the early hours. Chapter 14. The coming storm. When Sumo returned to the pleasure boat, it was already well past midnight. The young girl lay sprawled on the table, having fallen asleep at some point. The remnants of their meal were scattered across the table. Sumo shook his head in dismay and sighed. This foolish child. He removed his rain cloak and hat, hanging them on the boat's pillar before moving to the side of the young girl. Gently, he lifted her petite frame and carried her to the bedroom. Young master. The girl stirred awake, seeing Sumo gently placing her on the bed, and murmured softly, why didn't you return to your room to sleep? Sumo affectionately ruffled her hair and asked in a gentle tone. The girl whimpered softly, I wanted to wait for you to return before sleeping. Sumo lay down beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, and whispered soothingly, go to sleep now. The young master is back. She responded, tightening her grip around him before drifting back into a deep slumber. Sumo held her close, gently patting her back, as he gazed out at the dark night through the boat's window. I just went to take a look. I merely went to take a look. Sumo closed his eyes and gradually succumbed to sleep. The rain continues to fall, swelling the river and dampening the spirits of those within its reach. Young master, how long must this rain persist? The young girl, holding a chess piece, gazes out at the incessant downpour, feeling a twinge of annoyance, I estimate. Sumo muses as he glances at the gloomy sky outside. Perhaps a few more days. The young girl places her piece on the board, imitating the adults with a touch of melancholy as she sighs. With this relentless rain, we can only remain on the boat and keep the young master company while playing chess. Sumo finds himself at a loss for a move and, in a moment of frustration, he randomly scatters the pieces across the board. No more, he declares. The young girl immediately pouts, displeased. It is not that Sumo's skill is inferior to hers. Rather, her own chess ability is quite lacking, and she has a penchant for retracting her moves. Sumo must accommodate her, feigning an equal standing in their skills to ensure that she continues to indulge him in their games. This has been their routine until now, yet today, he feels devoid of interest. The young master has gained a few more gray hairs last night. The young girl remarks, having noticed 2 more silver strands in Sumo's hair while she was tying it up. Sumo shakes his head, remaining silent, merely letting out a sigh. The rain mirrors the turmoil within the human heart, nurturing the pent-up emotions that surge forth, yet find no outlet. Drip, drip. The water cascading from the eaves of the boathouse rhythmically strikes the bow, sending droplets of rain scattering. A figure in a flowing gown, holding an umbrella, steps onto the boat. Luo Yin has come to request a painting. I hope it is not too much trouble. A maid holds an umbrella over Luo Yin, yet her skirt still becomes damp. Upon hearing that familiar and enchanting voice, Suemo quickly approaches and opens the door to the boathouse. Today, Luo Yin is adorned in a pristine white gown, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her demeanor is serene, tranquil, and detached from the mundane. Suemo, captivated by her breathtaking presence, slightly bows and greets, I have the honor of meeting you, fair Lady Luo. Luo Yin observes Sumo's youthful and delicate features, a soft sigh escaping her lips, though she is unsure of the source of her melancholy. Sumo, in turn, gazes at Luo Yin's exquisite form, momentarily entranced. She is the most beautiful woman he has encountered in 2 lifetimes. Remarkably, her aura exudes a profound tranquility that instills a sense of peace within him. Will you not invite us inside? Luo Yin smiles gently. It is rather impolite to treat guests in such a manner. Realizing his oversight, Suemo awkwardly chuckles and steps aside. I apologize for my rudeness. Please, fair Lady Luo, do come in. Luo Yin gracefully enters the boathouse, where she is greeted by the sight of numerous calligraphic paintings adorning the walls. Though it is a humble boathouse, it unmistakably emanates the air of a scholarly residence, filled with the fragrance of ink. The maid, witnessing this scene, inwardly gasps in astonishment. The young girl stares with wide eyes, curiously observing the enchanting Luo Yin and her maid. The fairy sister is so beautiful, the young girl thinks to herself. When will the moon be full? I raise my glass to inquire of the azure sky. I wonder what year it is tonight in the celestial palace. I wish to ride the winds and return, yet fear the lofty halls of jade, where the chill is unbearable. I dance and play with my shadow. How does it compare to the world of mortals? Luo Yin approaches a piece of calligraphy and, unable to restrain herself, reads aloud the words inscribed upon the paper. What exquisite verses! Though this poem is but a half stanza, it is enough to cause the youthful generation of this era to bow in reverence. Luo Yin remarks softly. Luo Yin turned her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Suemo. Is there a second half to the verse? Suemo nodded slowly and began to speak. Turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the ornate window, illuminating the sleepless night. There should be no hatred. Why must the full moon always wane at parting? Sumo's voice was soft, yet it sent ripples across the boat. Human beings experience joys and sorrows, partings and reunions. The moon has its phases of brightness and darkness, and this has been a challenge since ancient times. May we wish for longevity, sharing the same moonlight across 1,000 miles. The maid accompanying Luo Yin was left utterly astonished, finally understanding why her mistress braved the rain to come to this small boat. Within this modest vessel resided a paragon among the contemporary scholars. The young girl scurried to Sumo's side, grasping his fingers and gazing up at him earnestly. May we wish for longevity, sharing the same moonlight across 1,000 miles, Luo Yin murmured. Your talents, young master, are unparalleled in this age. Luo Yin's expression grew increasingly complex, her previously tranquil demeanor now vanished. Suemo shook his head and replied earnestly, This verse is not my own. It was penned by an ancestor from my hometown. Luo Yin smiled, considering Suemo to be modest. If it were truly authored by someone else, why had it not been shared with the world sooner? Young Master Su, would you care to engage in a game with me? Luo Yin suddenly inquired, glancing at the disheveled chessboard beside them. Suemo found himself momentarily perplexed by Luo Yin's intentions. She had come seeking paintings, yet now she proposed a game of chess. However, as a guest, he had matters to request of her as well, so he replied, Then I shall gladly comply. Suemo and Luo Yin took their seats opposite each other, while the young girl tidied up the chessboard. Girl, bring the tea, Suemo instructed the maid. She promptly turned to brew the tea. The maid observed Suemo and Luo Yin seated across from each other with keen eyes, as though witnessing a pair of celestial beings. What a pity that young Master Su is merely a mortal, the maid sighed softly. Please, after you, young master. Luo Yin spoke. Suemo, not wishing to be courteous, picked up a piece and made his move. You may call me Jing Yin, for Luo Xinzi is how you refer to me, Suemo said. As Luoyin placed her piece, she responded, "Then I shall call you Jing Yin. But do refrain from addressing me as Luo Xinzi. The divide between the celestial and the mortal cannot be crossed." Suemo shook his head and placed his piece. "What constitutes a mortal? What defines a celestial?" Luoyin inquired as she made her move. "A mortal is one of earthly flesh and blood, living but a century. They rise with the sun and rest at dusk, seeking nothing more than a life free of want and a place to call home. A celestial being, on the other hand, possesses an ethereal essence and enjoys an extended lifespan, existing apart from the mundane world, yet untouched by its tribulations." Sumo responded with a move. The maid returned with tea, serving both Suemo and Luoyin a cup, before quietly observing from the side. Luoyin lifted her cup, taking a delicate sip. "Why elevate celestial beings so highly? They are but mortals who have cultivated their paths." She gently shook her head, sighing as she placed her piece on the board. "What does it mean to cultivate one's path?" Suemo asked, his gaze fixed on the evolving chessboard. "Some follow in the footsteps of their predecessors, naturally entering the path. Others, a select few, comprehend their own way. They pursue the ultimate truths of heaven and earth through their understanding of the path." Luoyin spoke softly, "and entering the path is merely the foundation of cultivation. To label those who enter the path as celestial beings is misguided. What, then, might a true immortal be like?" Suemo raised his head. "Uncertain, I do not know," Luoyin replied, shaking her head. "That is the aspiration of all cultivators. I am merely a novice on the path. How could I possibly possess such knowledge?" Suemo lowered his gaze and respectfully said, "I am grateful for your guidance, Jing Yin. What are your plans after the spring examination? Will you enter the court as an official? With your talent, I presume it would pose no challenge," Luoyin inquired. "I do not know. I shall take it one step at a time," Suemo murmured, his eyes cast downwards. "Have you never contemplated pursuing the path of cultivation?" Luoyin, lost in thought, suddenly asked. Suemo raised his hand, glancing at his utterly ordinary form, and shook his head with a bitter smile. "The divide between the celestial and the mortal is not easily traversed. Do you have any aspirations in this life?" Luoyin gazed into Suemo's eyes, seeking something distinct within. Suemo pondered deeply, reflecting on the chaos of this world, the suffering of the populace, the lofty existence of immortals, and the merciless nature of society. Yet ultimately, he concluded, "I seek only to be like the idle clouds and wild cranes, living in serene contentment." Luoyin's eyes sparkled as she regarded Suemo, "But you clearly harbor concern for the common folk. Your heart bears the weight of their plight." To her words, Suemo was momentarily taken aback, his spirit shaken. "Why not do something?" As he regained his composure, he realized that the chessboard before him no longer had any available moves. "I have lost. Thank you for your hospitality, Jing Yin. I must take my leave." Luoyin stood up. It was as if she had come and gone at her whim. Except for her initial request for a painting, she had not mentioned it again. Suemo rose and retrieved the half-verse of Shui Diao Tu from the wall, presenting it to Luoyin. "I offer this half-verse to you, fair Luo. I do have something to request in return. Speak freely." Luoyin, genuinely fond of the half-verse, regretted its incompleteness. Suemo beckoned a young maid. "I need to attend to some matters, but with this relentless rain and the swollen river, it is truly unsafe aboard the painted boat. I would like my younger sister to accompany you back to the boat tower for a day, and I shall return to fetch her tomorrow." He referred to the young maid as his younger sister. Luoyin turned to the maid, her interest piqued, and nodded in agreement. The maid looked up at Suemo, her eyes filled with concern. She was aware that Suemo had his own intentions, and she had always known. Yet all she could do was refrain from causing him worry. "Brother," the maid called out. Suemo smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, disheveling it further. The maid removed a small white stone from around her neck and tugged on Sumo's sleeve, urging him to kneel. She placed the stone around his neck. This small stone had always been with her, its origins unknown, yet it felt profoundly significant. Now, it held even greater meaning as she wished for it to serve as a talisman of safety to protect her brother. Luoyin led the young maid off the boat, heading toward the tower. Upon reaching the street, she turned back to gaze at the small painted vessel swaying in the wind and rain, sighing, "A storm approaches, but has it not been raining all along?" The maid, perplexed, did not comprehend. Chapter 15. In the mind of mortals in the torrential rain of the capital, wisps of smoke rose gently into the air. The ethereal smoke and mist were dispersed by the wind and the rain, leaving only the lingering scent of fireworks wafting through the streets. Scattered passers-by, umbrellas in hand, hurried along with resolute strides, their intentions clear, devoid of the leisurely air that accompanied sunny strolls. Sumo, clad in a rain cloak and donning a wide-brimmed hat, kept the brim tilted low, obscuring his features from view. Braving the downpour, raindrops cascaded off his cloak, trickling down the palm fronds, one by one eventually merging into a continuous stream. Sumo stepped directly into the blacksmith's shop without removing his hat, inquiring immediately, "Has the item I requested been completed?" The old blacksmith, recognizing Sumo's hoarse voice as that of the visitor from the previous night, promptly set aside his work and approached with alacrity. Indeed. Please, have a seat while I send my apprentice to fetch it." Sumo shook his head, refusing to sit, instead opting to stand and wait. The young blacksmith, not waiting for his mentor's instructions, swiftly entered the inner room and emerged with the item Sumo had requested. Upon receiving it, Sumo inspected it briefly, nodded approvingly, and left behind a pouch of silver before turning to depart. He visited several blacksmiths in succession, retrieving his customized tools. Upon returning to the painted boat, he placed a collection of dark objects upon the table, gazing at them in a trance. This assortment of familiar items felt strikingly out of place in this world in his previous life. Sumo had never encountered such objects. He had merely drafted designs based on fundamental knowledge and entrusted the blacksmiths to forge them accordingly. While not overly complex, a basic understanding of structure was all that was necessary. Taking a deep breath, Sumo began assembling the contraption. He had deliberately chosen multiple shops for the fabrication and included several unnecessary components to thwart any potential imitators from replicating his designs. Click-clack. The simple yet intricate assembly gradually took shape in Sumo's hands as he skillfully pieced each component together. At that moment, he felt a wave of gratitude. The craftsmanship of the blacksmiths in the capital was commendable, or else his assembly would have proven far more challenging. With a sigh, Sumo's hands stilled. The device was complete. It lay quietly on the table, exuding a chilling and familiar aura that stirred a complex array of emotions within him. He gently caressed the cold surface of the black object, its frigid touch reaching deep into his heart. A black crossbow. This was Sumo's assurance. He gazed out the window at the darkening sky, his youthful visage surprisingly adorned with an incongruous calmness. Once night falls, he procured a black belt to blindfold himself and lay down upon the bed to rest. He needed to acclimate to the nocturnal world he now inhabited. The rainy night arrived particularly early. The willow branches by the river danced in the wind, shedding raindrops like tears. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the clouds and rain, rendering the night utterly pitch black. The scattered lights flicker, failing to illuminate the streets. A storm is brewing. The tempest has arrived. The night has finally descended. Sumo, clad in black cloud-covered boots and a dark night cloak, draped in a black hooded robe, with a formidable crossbow slung across his back, blends seamlessly into the shadows. He stands at the bow of the boat amidst the rain, gazing at the ink-black waters, his expression serene. "I merely wish to take a look. To witness the grievances behind those two lost lives, to behold the cruelty of this world, to discern what terrors haunt the streets of the capital, to understand in what manner I shall confront the apathy of this realm. A gentleman must act," as Luoyin remarked. "Why not do something? After all, it is but go die once more." Sumo has learned that the secluded courtyard with red walls and white tiles lies in a grove to the west of the city. A solitary abode, remote and tranquil. Hidden from the world, it must harbor secrets. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Sumo pulled the hood of his robe over his head and stepped into the rainy night, advancing step by step towards the western part of the city. His footsteps on the rain-soaked path resonated with crisp sounds, akin to a marching tune. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. By the riverside, the boat pavilion, like the previous night, remains closed for business, with only scattered candle flames flickering in a secluded room atop the pavilion. A young girl rests her chin on her hand at a table by the window, her worried gaze fixed on the vast, dark night outside. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of knocking echoes, and soon Luoyin enters, accompanied by a maid bearing a platter of pastries. Observing the dazed girl at the window, Luoyin offers a gentle smile. "Are you not resting yet?" "I can't sleep," the young girl replies. Shaking her head, the maid sets down the pastries and turns to close the door behind her. What troubles you? Luoyin, noticing the girl's insomnia, decides to sit beside her. She places the pastries before the girl and pours herself a cup of tea. She is quite curious about Sumo's sister and finds her endearing. Though clever in appearance, she exhibits a maturity beyond her years, having entered the boat pavilion quietly and without fuss. Beneath the young girl's delicate features lies an occasional flicker of confusion, a look uncharacteristic of one just over 10 years old. Yet she is still young. In time, she shall undoubtedly blossom into a beauty. Luoyin sighs softly. I am thinking of my brother. The young girl lowers her head, speaking gently with concern. Luoyin chuckles softly. Have you missed him already after just a short separation? You truly are a clingy little one. I haven't asked you yet. What is your name? The young girl shakes her head in response. Are you unable to say? Luoyin inquires, puzzled. The girl shakes her head once more, explaining, it's not that. I simply do not know. Do you not know? Luoyin finds herself momentarily baffled by the girl's words. The young girl nods and elaborates, I do not remember much, only that my brother found me. He feared that I would suffer alone, so he wished to take me with him. Apart from my brother, I cannot recall anything else, nor can I retain it. And what does your brother call you? Luoyin inquired. Brother refers to the girl as the girl, so she shall be called the girl. He said that when she grows up and remembers her own name, she can reclaim it. Yet, the girl does not wish to remember her name. She delights in being called the girl by her brother. The little girl, innocent and untainted, spoke with an air of certainty. Luoyin silently sipped her tea, pondering the peculiar bond between the two siblings. What manner of person is your brother? Luoyin asked, gazing out into the dark night. The little girl turned her gaze to the window, her face reflecting a tapestry of memories. My brother is an exceptionally clever individual. We traveled from Jiangnan to the capital together, and no matter the challenges we faced along the way, he always found a solution. He is also a man of great talent. In his leisure, he enjoys writing, painting, and reciting poetry. His verses invariably send shivers coursing through me. Luoyin nodded in agreement. The little girl's voice lowered, continuing, Yet, my brother is also profoundly sorrowful. He often lies in his rocking chair at night, gazing at the stars, lost in thought, sipping wine, and murmuring phrases like, the hometown lies 2 lifetimes away, remembered but unreachable. Luoyin was momentarily taken aback, recalling that night when the air was filled with a melody steeped in homesickness. The hometown lies 2 lifetimes away, remembered but unreachable. What does this mean? The little girl continued, In truth, my brother is an immensely kind-hearted person. He always carries the burdens of others in his heart. Whenever he encounters the homeless or the destitute, he selflessly offers his meager silver to assist them at tea times. He even finds himself without money for wine, yet he would never allow me to go hungry. Tears streamed down the little girl's cheeks, her lively eyes inexplicably reddening. Why are you crying so? Luoyin exclaimed, hastily retrieving a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Yesterday, an aunt and her infant perished on the street, and my brother was powerless to help, which deeply affected him. I still remember the sight of that aunt kneeling in agony, her cries piercing the air, as that feathered arrow pierced her chest, slaying both her and the child she held, blood pooling beneath them. My brother cannot bear to witness such horrors. The little girl sobbed uncontrollably, turning to Luoyin with a pleading look. Fairy sister, could you assist my brother? I simply do not want him to feel burdened, so I cannot cry in his presence. But my brother never speaks of his troubles, yet I know everything. He has always smiled at me. Yet yesterday, his smile was tinged with profound sadness. He only wished to prevent me from worrying, which is why he asked you to look after me for a day. He mentioned he had matters to attend to, but I know he must have gone to the west of the city, to that courtyard with red walls and white tiles. As described by the Ant WH, he is merely a mortal. Chapter 16. The Taoist and the Monk. Boundless. O, revered one, why does the resentment here run so deep? In the western part of the city, a slender Taoist darted through the forest with remarkable speed, glancing back from time to time. Dressed in Taoist robes and clad in cloth shoes, he bore an unusual sight. A staff was slung across his back, and a string of prayer beads hung around his neck. Suddenly, the slender Taoist came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowed as he gazed towards a courtyard not far ahead. Umitba, how wondrous! The humble monk perceives a surging tide of bloodlust. Just then, a plump monk sprang forth beside the Taoist, also eyeing the courtyard with a frown. Be cautious. This place holds an air of the uncanny, the Taoist remarked, turning to the monk. The monk drew a copper sword from his side, nodding in agreement. The Taoist looked at the copper sword the monk had drawn and raised an eyebrow. Zhishuan, is my copper sword not far more suitable than your staff? The monk, Zhishuan, cast a resigned glance at the copper sword in his hand, a sense of unspeakable melancholy welling up within him. I shall surely reclaim my staff from your grasp. Sighed the Taoist, narrowed his eyes and said, Do you truly believe you possess anything left to wager against me? Do not forget that your prayer beads are also in my possession. The Taoist touched the prayer beads hanging from his neck, inadvertently casting his gaze upon the golden alms bowl cradled in Zhishuan's arms. The monk took a step back, warily regarding the Taoist, his expression conveying a clear message of distrust. I will not stake the golden bowl against you. It is for my alms, as instructed by the abbot, who declared the bowl must not leave my side. You might as well abandon that thought. The Taoist revealed a benevolent smile. Rest assured, I have no desire for your golden bowl. What use would it be to me? It would be quite unbecoming for a Taoist to possess a monk's bowl. Upon hearing this, Zhishuan breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear the Taoist continue. Your golden bowl is far too thick. It is quite inconvenient to carry. Let us melt it down and forge a smaller, thinner version. The excess gold can be used to indulge in some libations. Zhishuan immediately clutched the golden bowl against his chest, casting a wary glance at the Taoist. The Taoist, witnessing this, chuckled mischievously. Suddenly, both heard a piercing scream emanating from the courtyard ahead. Their expressions hardened as they turned towards the high-walled courtyard adorned with red walls and white tiles. The dim light within the courtyard on this rainy night cast an eerie and frightening atmosphere in the secluded forest. A chill wind swept through, causing both to shudder involuntarily. They exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. Ordinarily, their foundational cultivation should render them impervious to such cold. Yet, the wind that had just blown truly raised goosebumps upon their skin. Shall we investigate? The Taoist inquired. The monk nodded in response. They concealed their auras and swiftly approached the solitary courtyard. Inside the courtyard, after the earlier scream, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. The Taoist and the monk stealthily approached the outer wall of the courtyard, suddenly coming to a halt. There is a formation here. Zhishuan turned to the Taoist, speaking softly. The Taoist nodded. Can you quietly breach it? If I act, those within will undoubtedly notice. The monk Zhishuan inquired. A trivial matter. The Taoist chuckled softly. He then swiftly bit his finger, drawing forth a droplet of blood, which he deftly maneuvered through the AI art. As his finger glided, it left behind a faint crimson luminescence that shimmered in the void. In the blink of an eye, a small formation materialized in the ether. Wicked. Heaven's Lord, disperse. The Taoist tapped the formation he had inscribed in the air. The dim red array floated forward with his gentle prod, only to vanish as if it had encountered an unseen barrier in that instant. It seemed as though a veil obstructing the courtyard had silently dissipated, releasing a wave of bloodlust that hung ominously in the rain-soaked atmosphere. The Taoist and the monk exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying disbelief. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly potent. It was far beyond the mere death of a few individuals. Up, the two ascended to the wall's edge. Wicked. Heaven's Lord, the Taoist stammered, rendered speechless by shocked, my apologies. My apologies. The monk clasped his hands in prayer, eyes closed in murmured supplication. They gazed at the scene unfolding in the courtyard, utterly astounded. Before them, within the expansive walled compound, a group of figures in black robes was dragging a dozen corpses toward a specific building. The ground bore witness to their passage, stained with a trail of crimson that the rain swiftly began to wash away. Some of the bodies even twitched intermittently as they were dragged along, clearly indicating that these individuals had been recently slain. That building, the monk whispered, pointing towards it, there lies an overwhelming aura of blood. The Taoist focused intently on the corpses, then shifted his gaze to the structure indicated by the monk. The black-clad figures continued their grim task of hauling the bodies inside. At that moment, a black-robed figure wielding a long sword emerged from within, sternly admonishing the others in the courtyard. What are you doing? You let another dozen escape. Had they made it outside, I would have faced the consequences. Just yesterday, someone dared to venture into the streets. If it happens again, I shall use your blood to rectify the matter. Yes. The group of black-robed figures entered the building, their forms disappearing from sight. The monk and the Taoist exchanged a glance, sensing a shared trepidation. Blood sacrifice, demonic cult. As the sword-wielding figure and the others re-entered the building, they too turned to approach it. Just as they took 2 steps, the figure abruptly spun around to face the high wall, leaping into the air and calling out fiercely. "Who goes there? Mid-stage Foundation establishment?" The monk declared it up. "Let us investigate. We, being at the initial stage, shall confront him. If we can fight, we shall, and if not, we shall flee," the Taoist proclaimed. Leading the charge, he hurled his staff toward the sword-bearing figure, the weapon carrying an astonishing momentum as it barreled toward its target. Yet, the figure wielded the sword, deflecting the staff with ease, sending it hurtling back. The monk dashed forward, intercepting the returning staff mid-flight, landing deftly in the courtyard. After repelling the staff, the black-robed figure refrained from further aggression, instead standing in the courtyard, scrutinizing the Taoist and the monk with furrowed brows. "Who are you?" The Taoist approached the monk, fixing his gaze intently upon the figure cloaked in black. "Woyang. He is a celestial venerable. I am Yud, a practitioner from Qingfeng Mountain." "Woyang Courtyard, Jishuan," the monk proclaimed. "What brings you here?" the black-robed individual inquired, his brow furrowed and voice icy. "Given the overwhelming blood energy in this place, it is only natural that we are here to address the injustices," the Taoist asserted, discreetly signaling to the monk beside him. Understanding the cue, the monk passed over a copper sword. After receiving the sword, the Taoist shot a frantic glance at the monk. He desired a staff. The monk feigned ignorance. "Could you elucidate the reason behind this pervasive blood energy?" the monk queried, gripping his staff as he faced the dark figure. The black-robed man surveyed his surroundings, carefully sensing the atmosphere, only to discover that the shielding formation remained breached. In a chilling tone, he asked, "Did you all witness what transpired?" The monk and Taoist remained silent. Then, the black-robed man drew his long sword, an aura of late-stage Foundation establishment radiating from him. "I cannot allow you to leave." Chapter 17. Blood Pill Late-Stage Foundation Establishment? The Taoist Myud was taken aback. Wasn't he mid-stage Foundation Establishment? For 2 early-stage practitioners to challenge a late-stage one was akin to children provoking an adult, utterly futile. The dialogue among the 3 attracted the attention of a dozen more black-robed figures, who surged forth from the dwelling, their expressions devoid of warmth as they directed their gaze toward Myud and Jishuan. How could they possibly fight? The atmosphere was tense. Myud and Jishuan exchanged glances. "Let us go." Channeling his energy, Jishuan's legs shimmered with golden light, a surge of Buddhist radiance enveloping him. Myud wielded the copper sword, its azure glow flaring to life as he bellowed, Qingfeng style. The sword's tip pointed menacingly at the black-robed man, azure light swirling along its blade, a gale of sword energy rising. "Cut off the path." A chilling aura ignited. The copper sword, infused with the emerging azure light, hurtled toward the black-robed man, the wind howling in its wake. With a single strike, Jishuan immediately turned, not looking back, his legs exploding with golden light as runes surged forth, seizing Myud and propelling themselves toward the courtyard wall. As for the copper sword he had launched, it was of no consequence. "Childish tricks," the black-robed man retorted sharply. Brandishing his long sword, he swung fiercely at the approaching copper sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy to meet it head-on. Bang! The copper sword was met by the sword energy, its momentum stalling, and when it reached the black-robed man, it was effortlessly grasped in his hand and discarded to the side. Observing the Taoist and monk fleeing toward the courtyard's exit, the black-robed man hurled his long sword with great force. The sword soared into the sky upon release, then plummeted swiftly. With a resounding ding, it embedded itself before the fleeing Taoist and monk. Dark spiritual energy surged around the sword, runes swirling as the energy exploded from it, obstructing the escape route of the Taoist and monk. The group of black-robed figures swiftly encircled them. "You cannot escape," the leading black-robed man declared coldly. The monk clasped his hands together in prayer. "Omitba, what do you wish to do?" The figure clad in black, leading the group, let out a chilling laugh. "What did you just witness?" The monk fell silent. "A practitioner of renunciation speaks not falsehoods. We observed a hint of sanguine activity here, and out of curiosity, we approached. This must surely be a slaughterhouse for cattle and sheep. We merely sought to purchase some meat." The Taoist, Myud, replied with a cheerful demeanor. Since you do not welcome us, we shall take our leave. The black-clad leader regarded the two with a mocking expression. A monk and a Taoist come to buy cattle and sheep? We are but false Taoists and false monks, Mu declared earnestly, tugging gently at the monk's robe. The monk's face flushed crimson as he nodded. Unable to fight or flee, one's life is of utmost importance. See, the monk speaks no falsehoods, Mu pointed at Jishuan, addressing the sword-wielding figure in black. The sword-wielder, now weaponless, stood with arms crossed, chuckling softly. Isn't he a false monk? A false monk can indeed speak falsehoods. The monk's face turned even redder. This is not a slaughterhouse, the black-clad man suddenly asserted. The Taoist expression stiffened, forcing a smile. It seems we have made an error. We shall depart at once. A circle of black-clad figures raised their swords, clearly unwilling to let the two leave so easily, and no need to rush away. Since you have arrived, stay and lend us a hand. The leader of the black-clad men said nonchalantly. Oh? What assistance do you require? The Taoist, pulling a bronze sword from seemingly nowhere, gripped it tightly, a benign smile adorning his face. The monk, holding his staff, regarded the leader with cautious eyes. It is nothing of great import. We merely require a final touch of fresh blood to refine our blood elixir, and we need both of your blood for that purpose. The corner of the black-clad leader's mouth curled coldly, his gaze impassive as he scrutinized the blood elixir. The expressions of the monk and the Taoist shifted dramatically. You dare to concoct blood elixirs? Mute exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features as he glared at the black-clad leader, a spark of anger igniting within him. Do you not fear divine retribution? Blood elixirs, as the name suggests, are concocted from the essence of human lives. The crafting of blood elixirs is exceedingly brutal, requiring the blood of the living, supplemented by rare treasures from heaven and earth, continually fed into the furnace with fresh blood, sealing the life force within. Since it necessitates a constant supply of blood, it inexorably demands human lives. The lifeblood of the living contains vitality, and its essence is of great significance. I am merely carrying out orders, the black-clad leader replied dismissively. Moreover, I only slay the lowly. The term lowly dripped with an unspeakable air of superiority and disdain. The Taoist exchanged a glance with the monk, signaling towards the black-clad leader. You hold off this late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. I will handle the others first. The monk's eyes widened, glancing at the circle of people surrounding them. Why is it not you who distracts this late-stage foundation establishment practitioner while I deal with the rest? The Taoist shot a steely glance. Very well, can you kill? The monk rolled his eyes. Never mind. I shall hold off this late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. You quickly deal with the others. I cannot endure for long. The two engaged in a silent exchange of glances, finalizing their plan. The monk would distract the late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, while the Taoist tackled the remaining minions. Since you desire the blood of this humble monk, I shall have no choice but to test your formidable skills. The monk, adhering to his plan, was enveloped in a radiant golden light, wielding his staff as he advanced towards the leading figure clad in black robes, launching a strike that was both offensive and defensive. The golden body of the Buddha, quite intriguing. The black-robed man, eschewing weaponry, approached with bare hands. Observing this, the Taoist pivoted, brandishing his sword towards the other black-robed individuals, his copper blade shimmering with a verdant glow. As the sword danced in the Taoist's grasp, streaks of blood illuminated the night, akin to blood-red blossoms unfurling amidst the rain. The Taoist showed no mercy. These individuals had slaughtered innocents to concoct elixirs, their hands stained with countless lives. He felt no burden of conscience in their extermination, even finding a certain exhilaration in the act, except for the leader, who was at the foundation establishment stage. The rest were merely at the Qi training realm, and in the blink of an eye, half of them had perished at the hands of the Taoist. Just as he reveled in the slaughter, an object hurtled towards him. The Taoist deftly evaded, only to discover it was a staff. Turning, he saw the monk, his golden aura dimmed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, collapsed nearby. The black-robed man observed the carnage with keen interest, utterly indifferent to the fates of others. How could you fall so swiftly? The Taoist soared back to the monk's side, helping him up. The monk, filled with rage, retorted, If you are capable, then take my place. I shall take your place. You deal with the remaining lackeys, the Taoist replied. Gritting his teeth, The monk seized the copper sword from the Taoist's hand and charged at the remaining minions. He disregarded the monastic precepts. Survival was paramount. The Taoist, drawing another copper sword from somewhere, surged towards the black-robed man. The leader of the black-robed figure sneered, "It seems you do not comprehend the difference between the early and late stages of foundation establishment. I shall indulge you today." With a swift kick, a long sword fell into his grasp, and with a forward sweep, a wave of sword energy surged toward the Taoist. "I cannot withstand this." The Taoist's expression shifted as he beheld the oncoming sword energy. He sidestepped, only to find the black-robed man already upon him, a dark red radiance piercing towards his chest. The Taoist hurriedly raised his sword to guard his heart, but the impact was overwhelming. A sharp pain struck his chest, and a metallic taste filled his mouth as he coughed up blood, his body flung backward to the ground. The monk retreated to the Taoist's side, bloodied and battered. The remaining minions had been dispatched. Chapter 18. A startling arrow. How can you be so inept? The monk scoffed. The Taoist, clutching his chest, rose to his feet. "I do not possess the golden body of the Buddha." The black-robed man watched their exchange with a mocking gaze, as if witnessing a captivating performance, showing no concern for the lives that had been extinguished around him. A field strewn with corpses. A veritable harvest of lives. "What shall we do? We are utterly outmatched. We cannot escape," the monk inquired. The Taoist sighed. "Did your elders not provide you with any life-preserving trump cards?" The monk nodded. "Indeed, I do." "Then why do you not utilize it?" The Taoist countered. "I've exhausted it long ago." The Taoist was left speechless. "What about you?" The monk asked. "I too have used mine up," the Taoist admitted candidly. The black-robed man surveyed the scene, sword in hand, advancing towards the two. "Having indulged in enough amusement, since you have arrived, do lend your assistance." Zhixian and Muda both displayed expressions of distress, never anticipating to encounter such a dire predicament. Regrettably, the events occurring here have not been disseminated beyond these confines, and now 2 more souls will be added to the realm of grievances. The two exchanged a glance, their mouths filled with bitterness. "What a pity, I have yet to exchange your golden bowl for wine." The Taoist gazed longingly at the monk's embrace. "I knew you had your eyes on that golden bowl." The monk rummaged within his robes and produced the bowl. The golden bowl. Suddenly, the monk's eyes sparkled as he raised the bowl aloft, and it transformed into a resplendent, translucent vessel, crashing to the ground and enveloping the two, serving as a protective barrier. "This," the Taoist stood dumbfounded. "This is also a life-saving trump card," the monk chuckled. "Did you not say it had been used up?" the Taoist inquired. "I forgot just now." The monk scratched his head. "What use is it?" the Taoist questioned. "He cannot penetrate it immediately." Zhixian, the monk, spoke cryptically. "Yet we cannot escape either." Muda, the Taoist, lamented. The monk paused at this remark. "There appears to be no other recourse. If you had simply enveloped him earlier, could we not have departed?" Muda expressed exasperation. The monk was left speechless. Outside the golden translucent barrier formed by the bowl, the figure in the black robe observed with keen interest. "A golden bowl of the Buddhist sect?" The black-robed figure sneered coldly, brandishing his longsword and thrusting it toward the bowl. The monk and Taoist felt their hearts race. With a resounding clang, the golden barrier trembled, successfully blocking the sword. The monk and Taoist exhaled in relief. "I wonder how many blows this flimsy barrier can withstand." The black-robed figure's expression was frigid. "Indeed, it can hardly withstand a few strikes." The monk and Taoist lowered their eyelids. Merely a temporary means of survival, allowing them to linger a little longer. Moreover, on their adversary's territory, who can predict if others might soon arrive? The black-robed figure summoned his sword once more, and the second strike followed suit. The golden barrier quaked violently upon impact. The black-robed figure let out a cold chuckle and raised his sword again. A wave of bitterness surged within the hearts of the monk and Taoist. "It cannot be sustained." Suddenly, the black-robed figure felt an inexplicable surge of dread, a chilling sensation creeping over him. The monk and Taoist, sensing something amiss, turned to gaze towards the nearby wall. Amidst the pitch-black night, an arrow devoid of feathers soared forth from the darkness, whistling through the air with an ethereal grace. The featherless arrow emerged from the shadows, weaving through the rain-soaked night, its icy tip slicing through the droplets cascading down. The arrowhead shimmered with a frigid brilliance, akin to a summons for one's very soul. The dark shaft of the arrow, in the night, resembled a ghost, cold and unyielding. The featherless arrow pierced the void, approaching silently. Inescapable. The black-robed figure was taken aback, staring at the approaching featherless arrow, a wave of unprecedented deathly aura washing over him. The black-robed figure channeled all his spiritual energy into the longsword, crossing it defensively before his chest. Yet the sword is meant for offense, not for defense. An arrow flew forth. The sword shattered. The obsidian featherless arrow pierced through the chest of the cloaked figure like a specter, firmly embedding itself into the stone below. The longsword splintered, clattering to the ground. The shaft of the arrow, dark as night, remained untouched by blood. The figure in black grasped the hilt of the sword and gazed down, observing a small puncture in the fabric of his cloak, from which a ghostly crimson slowly seeped, staining the ground. The spiritual energy dissipated, and vitality ebbed away. The cloaked figure collapsed to his knees, akin to the woman from the previous night who knelt in the street. The monk and the Taoist, momentarily stunned, found themselves at a loss for response. Amidst the nocturnal gloom, a silhouette descended from the high wall, strolling with measured steps through the night. The figure traversed the rain-soaked darkness, droplets cascading upon him, as if oblivious to their presence, utterly indifferent. The cloaked figure raised his head, his gaze fixated on the approaching figure through the rain. Clad in black, a dark hooded cloak billowed in the rain, the hood drawn low, obscuring the face of the newcomer, eye in hand. A pitch-black crossbow was gripped, with a quiver slung across the back. Tap. The figure, shrouded in darkness, stepped into the courtyard, entering the dim glow of flickering candlelight. A mere mortal? The cloaked figure lifted his gaze. He discerned no aura of spiritual energy emanating from the mysterious visitor. Indeed, the newcomer spoke softly. Why? A bright red trickled from the corner of the dark-clad man's mouth as he rasped a reply. He did not comprehend. He could not fathom why mortals became entangled in this. He could not grasp why a mortal could slay him. He could not understand why a mortal dared to enter the sanctum of cultivation. He could not comprehend why mortals would remain unafraid of the might of immortals. Because the figure in black approached the cloaked man, unveiling the hood that had shrouded his head, revealing a youthful and innocent visage, with damp hair elegantly tied back. Rainwater cascaded down this countenance, imbued with profound sorrow. I wish to witness just how wretched this world truly is. Because yesterday, someone told me that I am different from you. Because today, someone urged me, why not take some action? Because amidst the countless so-called lowly folk you speak of, surely someone must do something for them. Otherwise, would they not be far too pitiable? The cloaked figure bowed his head, vitality waning at an alarming rate. It was the first time he felt the night wind was indeed a tad chilly. The frigid rain relentlessly battered his face, mingling with a bitter saltiness as it trickled into his mouth. Though you feel it? Suemo crouched down, gazing at the blood-soaked individual before him. Sumo's expression was one of deep sorrow, devoid of hatred, of resolution, of calmness or fear. Only the trepidation and unease of having taken a life for the first time. Have you realized the preciousness of life? Every soul has but one chance, and even immortals are no exception. Suemo looked up at the pitch-black heavens above. The figure clad in black trembled all over, rendered speechless. He beheld the overwhelming aura of death, a profound fear of its impending arrival enveloping him entirely. The souls you have slain, in their final moments, were similarly filled with resistance, powerlessness, dread, and confusion. Who, I ask, truly wishes not to cling to life? Su Mayu's face was drenched in rain, an unutterable sorrow etched upon him. He empathized deeply, sharing the joys and sorrows of those he witnessed, as well as those he had dispatched. Do you recall the woman who, yesterday, cradled her infant and ran into the streets? Even in her utmost fear, she still wished not to burden others. The common folk you speak of are akin to you, yet they possess a greater kindness. They experience fear, rejoicing in life and mourning in death. The black-clad man lifted his head, his expression gradually softening in his final moments, as if he had come to an understanding. He reminisced about the joys of his childhood, the pains of growing up, the anguish of losing kin. I, too, am like them, rejoicing in life. Mourning in death. It dawns upon me that I am but a mere mortal. I in the cool rain of the night. The figure in black knelt, head bowed. This night marked the first time Suemo took a life. This night, Suemo stood against the injustices of the world. Chapter 19. Unclean things. A chill night enveloped the air, rain startling the soul. Su Mo's hand, clutching the crossbow, trembled slightly, his expression filled with regret as he gazed upon the shattered arrowhead lying on the ground. This was Su Mo's lifeline. It was an arrowhead he had extracted from the corpse of a deceased immortal cultivator, a weapon capable of slaying those who practiced the arcane arts. Thus it was indeed a celestial artifact. Time and again, Su Mo had relied on this arrowhead to navigate through perilous situations alongside the girl. He was acutely aware that he could not harness the full power of this celestial arrowhead, which brought to mind the formidable crossbow of his past life. The unique Xian iron and Xian beast tendons of this world, although not celestial materials, combined to forge a weapon of terrifying potential. Though he could not draw the bowstring, through some ingenuity, he transformed it into the only celestial weapon that a mere mortal could draw with some effort. In conjunction with the powerful crossbow, it became like a specter of the night, silently extinguishing the life of the leading figure in black. Yet, the immortal cultivators of this world were not as depicted in the novels of his former life, where foundational cultivation could upheave the very tides. Here, the practice of qi and foundational cultivation merely rendered one slightly stronger than the average person. Only through forming the Dan could one soar through the skies. Foundational flight merely allowed for a temporary lift from the ground, not the true aerial mastery of the Dan formation. The monk and Taoist exchanged glances, astonished by the unpredictable turn of events. Su Mo, having arrived before the monk and Taoist, had concealed himself in the branches of a tree outside the courtyard wall in the darkness. He watched as a group of black-clad figures ushered several mortals into the yard, observed their desperate attempts to flee, and witnessed these mortals being slaughtered like animals. His eyes widened in despair, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Were it not for the monk and the Taoist, he would have merely observed and then departed. He harbored his own concerns. He was but a mortal, armed with a mere crossbow. How could he possibly confront a dozen cultivators? Yet the monk and the Taoist arrived. Entering the courtyard, the monk and the Taoist dispatched the others, leaving only a foundation layer alive. He understood that this was his sole opportunity to act, and it would come but once. Either the remaining foundation layer would perish, or he would seize the moment to escape while the foundation layer was preoccupied with the monk and the Taoist. Amidst this dilemma, he still drew the bowstring in the darkness. The monk retracted his alms bowl and exchanged a glance with the Taoist. Approaching Su Mo, he clasped his fists in respect. "Thank you, young sir, for your timely intervention." They had overheard the conversation between Su Mo and the figure in black. He was, astonishingly, a mere mortal. Could he truly have slain a foundation layer with the strength of a common man? The pair gazed at the black crossbow in Su Mo's hands. Was this weapon the source of his prowess? What kind of divine artifact was this? Su Mo slowly rose, slinging the crossbow across his back, and returned the gesture of respect. "There is no need for gratitude. Your actions were precisely what I sought to achieve. Alone, I could accomplish nothing." Su Mo had observed their earlier actions and discerned that they bore him no ill will. The Taoist gazed at Su Mo, hesitating to speak. The monk regarded the Taoist with a look of incredulity. "Are you truly immortal?" the Taoist inquired as Su Mo nodded. There was no reason to conceal the truth, for cultivators could undoubtedly see through it. The Taoist asked, "What is your name, young sir?" "My surname is Su. My given name is Mo, and my courtesy name is Jingyan." He replied that "I am Muda, and this bald monk is Zhixian." Muda introduced. Upon hearing the introduction, Zhixian's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. "I see remarkable potential in you. You must be a prodigy in cultivation. Why not join our Taoist sect? I can persuade my master to take you as a disciple," the Taoist exclaimed with a grin. The monk stared at the Taoist in disbelief. "How could you utter such shameless words? This young brother clearly possesses a profound affinity for Buddhism. He should join our Zen monastery." "To graze in your Zen monastery? With nary a morsel of meat to eat?" The Taoist scoffed. The monk, incensed, retorted, "That is still preferable to being deceived daily in your Taoist sect. Clarify your words. How are we deceiving anyone daily? We are all people of reason." Their banter resembled the playful exchanges of friends in Su Mo's past, a familiar warmth easing his heart. He interjected, "I appreciate your kindness, but I am a scholar. I have no intention of joining the Taoist sect or taking monastic vows." "A scholar? You say?" Both the monk and the Taoist sighed in unison. Their sects lacked scholars, and they were at a loss as to how to guide one in enlightenment, thus conceding the matter. "Young brother, what brings you here?" The monk inquired. Suemo lowered his gaze. He too was uncertain why he had returned, or why he had intervened. After all, he had merely witnessed the death of an unrelated passerby. What significance did it hold for him, merely to observe? But what was there to observe? Yet, fear has not yet taken hold. As mere mortals, today it could be them, and tomorrow it could be oneself. Let us seek an answer, Suemo declared. What answer? The monk inquired. Suemo turned to gaze at a nearby house. A dim candlelight flickered within, the door ajar. The wind and rain swirled, seeping into the room, causing the candlelight to sway erratically. The chasm between reality and fiction. In the books, those who cultivate immortality do not recklessly slay mortals, and yet, an arrow pierced the chest of that woman, claiming 2 lives. Does this world of cultivation truly lack any protective rules for the weak against the strong? A sudden chill swept through, raising the hairs on the backs of the 3. Let us withdraw. We should leave this place for now. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here, the monk proposed. The Taoist nodded in agreement. Suemo, clad in black, shook his head and stepped through the rain towards the house, declaring, "You may go ahead, since all the immortal cultivators have perished here. I wish to see for myself." Suemo sought to enter the house, where the air was thick with blood. He yearned to uncover what the woman had shown him. The monk and the Taoist exchanged glances, hesitated, and then, gritting their teeth, followed him. If a mere mortal dared to venture forth, they, as foundation cultivators, could not afford to be looked down upon. Inside the dimly lit room, a few feeble candles swayed in the wind, and aside from the pungent scent of blood, there seemed to be nothing particularly unusual. Suemo removed a powerful crossbow from his back, cocking it with precision, then knocked a featherless arrow onto the bowstring, remaining vigilant. The dark crossbow paired with the ominous featherless arrow exuded a fierce aura, causing the monk and Taoist to wince. That was a weapon capable of slaying foundation cultivators. The 3 surveyed the interior, finding nothing amiss. Suddenly, another gust of chilling wind blew through. Suemo was struck by an odd sensation. The monk and Taoist felt their hairs stand on end. "Umitba," the trembling monk stammered. "I cannot shake this sense of foreboding. Indeed, something feels off," the Taoist, Muda, echoed. Both turned to Suemo, only to find him staring intently at a wall, as if he had made a discovery. The 2 unconsciously leaned closer, asking, "Young brother, have you uncovered something?" For reasons unknown, despite Suemo being merely a mortal, they instinctively overlooked this fact. Subconsciously, they regarded him as an equal, a fellow practitioner. At that moment, Suemo sensed an exceedingly bizarre presence. He heard a voice, a sound that resembled both weeping and laughter. It whispered as though it lingered right by Suemo's ear. "Do you not sense that there is another presence here, aside from us?" Suemo inquired. The monk and Taoist instantly felt a shiver run down their spines. "Could it be something unclean?" the monk said, gripping his staff tightly, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Chapter 20. The eerie woman, Muda. The Taoist nodded and shook his head in a flurry. Growing increasingly anxious, Suemo gazed at a wall, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness about the stark white structure, as though it were an anomaly in this location. He pointed towards the wall ahead and remarked, "Let us approach and examine this wall." "It seems rather peculiar," Muda and Jixin nodded in agreement, cautiously inching closer to the white wall. As the trio reached its forefront, the wall unexpectedly slid aside, revealing the scene that lay beyond. Indeed, this white wall was a concealed door. A shadowy passage emerged before them, and a potent stench of blood assailed their senses. The intensity of this miasma prompted a shared glance between Muda and Jixin, a wave of shock and unease washing over them. The passage descended into darkness, its depths obscured. Only a faint chill, mingled with the sanguine aroma, wafted forth. The eerie voice that had haunted Suemo's ears seemed now to resonate with greater clarity. It bore a haunting quality, neither fully weeping nor laughing. "Did you hear that sound?" Suemo turned to his companions and inquired. "What sound?" the monk asked, bewildered. Suemo faced the dim corridor again, where flickering candlelight lined its sides, leading underground. The woman's voice, one that seems to weep and laugh in unison. Suemo replied to him. Muda felt a shiver run down his spine. "Are you certain?" Suemo nodded affirmatively. Muda and Jixin exchanged glances. "Why did we not hear it?" Jixin asked. Puzzled, Muda chuckled dryly. "Perhaps our yang energy is too potent?" Maybe malevolent entities shy away from us? Zhixian glanced at Sumo's delicate visage, somewhat in agreement. Our Buddhist radiance is resplendent, naturally brimming with yang energy, yet Sumo appears too refined, lacking in vitality. Why does that ominous feeling seem to intensify? Zhixian gazed into the passage, unease creeping into his voice. I concur, Muda. The Taoist affirmed that Sumo stepped forward into the passage, addressing the two behind him. You both should retreat. I shall descend to investigate. The passage slanted downward, the mingled sense of blood and damp earth evoking a sense of decay. Sumo advanced cautiously through the dim corridor, the strange voice beside him acting as a malevolent guide, urging him onward. As Sumo vanished into the shadows, Zhixian cast a sidelong glance at Muda. Umitba. Are you afraid? Of course not, Muda adamantly denied. Zhixian, gripping his staff, moved towards the passage. If you are fearful, retreat. I shall accompany Sumo to explore further. You are the one who fears. How could a mere mortal and a bald monk be unafraid, while I, a Taoist, cower? Muda, in a fit of irritation, followed suit. A cold gust surged from the passage, causing Muda to shudder involuntarily, his heart a tumult of indignation. This damned competition. The passage continued into the depths, growing colder with each step. The uncanny voice grew ever clearer, ethereal and elusive, echoing from realms beyond comprehension. Finally, Sumo emerged from the subterranean passage, revealing a vast underground cavern. Umitba. The monk and the Taoist followed, emerging from the passage, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily rendered speechless, innumerable. Be why the heavens! Muda closed his eyes in mourning. Within the vast subterranean cavern, corpses hung like macabre decorations upon the walls, their blood, fresh or desiccated, flowing into a pool nestled at the cavern's center. The remnants of human blood coalesced into a ghastly blood pool. Within this pool, crimson liquid churned, as the chill winds of the underworld stirred, raising wisps of sanguine mist that lingered in the air. Above the blood pool stood a colossal bronze cauldron on a solitary isle. A precarious wooden bridge suspended in midair led directly to the island of the blood pool. The dark red luminescence of the bronze cauldron on the isle pulsated, while a red elixir floated in the void above, spinning incessantly as it drew in the mist from the blood pool. The three gazed upon the countless corpses lining the walls, their eyes suddenly ablaze with fury. Among these lifeless forms, there were the frail remnants of the elderly. Innocent young children, robust adults, blossoming maidens, and even infants still cradled in swaddling. Each one, once a living soul, now hung like livestock upon the stone walls. The monk stared at the floating red elixir above the blood pool, murmuring softly, "Blood elixir." Muda's eyes glistened with rage as he gritted his teeth. Sumo turned back, his expression blank, and asked the monk, "What is the purpose of the blood elixir?" "The blood elixir can restore one's vitality and spirit," the Taoist replied solemnly. "Most importantly, it allows ordinary individuals to directly break through the foundational barriers and attain enlightenment." After a moment of silence, the Taoist continued, surveying the surroundings. "This place, for reasons unknown, is steeped in heavy yin energy, marking it as a site of great misfortune. Someone has discovered this locale and is exploiting its extreme yin energy to concoct blood elixirs, for the sake of attaining enlightenment." Attaining enlightenment, once again, the pursuit of enlightenment. Sumo began to laugh, his demeanor growing frenzied. To cultivate for the sake of enlightenment? By using the lives of mortals to forge blood elixirs. Cultivating immortality. Human life truly is trifling as grass? As he laughed, tears began to stream down his face. The mournful echoes reverberated through the desolate depths, rousing the spirits of the wronged. The monk Zhixian and the Taoist Muda fell silent. They, too, hailed from sects of cultivation. While they would not resort to such bloody methods, they had witnessed their share of chaos cultivation. Fundamentally a struggle for resources against the world. This is the affliction of this realm. With foundational barriers for protection, there is still a need to concoct blood elixirs for the sake of cultivation. It appears to be the offspring of a noble family, desperate to cultivate but unable to attain enlightenment. The Taoist remarked, "Cultivation. Attaining enlightenment." Sumo looked around in confusion, his expression waning. Why does everyone yearn to attain enlightenment? Zhixian, sensing something amiss in Sumo's state, remained uncertain. as he was not intimately acquainted with him and could not fathom his thoughts. He could not know that Suemo grieved for the fallen souls strewn about, nor could he comprehend the shock of one from a civilized land witnessing such a scene. When one person ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise to greatness, Muda spoke. Only through cultivation can one wield power, achieve longevity, and glimpse the true visage of this world. Suemo fell into a profound silence, a fierce blaze igniting from the depths of his heart, as if something were beginning to sprout. The eerie sound, which seemed to oscillate between laughter and weeping, no longer felt ethereal. Instead, it drew closer, transforming into tangible words that echoed in Sumo's mind, akin to an unseen presence whispering secrets into his ear. He, that a voice, hauntingly strange and spectral, resonated within Sumo's thoughts. Little brat, you seem rather angered. What is it that incites your wrath? Are you discontent with this enchanting scenery? Do you yearn to avenge these tormented souls? Plead with me, and I shall assist you. Chapter 21. Whispers of seduction. Suddenly, the monk's staff trembled violently, the golden rings clanging in a chaotic symphony, producing a frantic clamor. The monk's countenance shifted dramatically. The Taoist's copper sword began to hum ominously, vibrating with an unsettling energy. This is not good. A malevolent presence lurks. Muda's expression transformed into one of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Suemo stood motionless, seemingly impervious to the foreboding atmosphere. The sinister voice continued to whisper, its tone delicate yet chillingly seductive, as if it emanated from the underworld, sending shivers down his spine. Never had Suemo encountered such an eerie scene. His entire being felt rigid. A cold wave crept up the back of his neck. The voice persisted, its chilling breath brushing against his nape, as if an unseen entity lingered on his shoulder, murmuring into his ear, "Are you not furious? Look at these wretched souls. They include the elderly, children, and pregnant women. They die without understanding why they must be slaughtered. They can only wail in anguish. They can only smile through their tears. They can only await the blade that will descend upon them. They merely wish to survive, yet their desires remain unfulfilled." Those desperate cries. Suemo's eyes reddened, his hands trembling. Seeing Suemo lost in a trance, gazing at the blood-red pool, the venerable monk, Zhi felt compelled to place a hand on his shoulder. "Su benefactor, we must depart. This place is profoundly unsettling." "Stop," Muda shouted, halting the monk's gesture, his gaze fixed upon Sumo's silhouette. "Su benefactor's condition appears to be troubling." "What?" Zhi retracted his hand and Muda stared intently at the crimson mark at the nape of Sumo's neck, a dark red glow emanating from it, resembling a ghostly sigil affixed to his being. With a grave expression, Muda raised the humming copper sword, channeling spiritual energy to control it. The sword flew from his grasp. Slowly approaching Suemo upon contact, the bronze blade became stained with a ghostly crimson hue. The once tranquil underground was suddenly enveloped in a mist of sanguine red, swirling like a tempest. "Retreat, retreat. A great calamity." Muda's face paled, urgently pulling Zhi as they fled through the tunnel from whence they came. "Master Su is still inside," Monk Zhi exclaimed. Taoist Mud gritted his teeth. "We cannot concern ourselves with this any longer. This malevolent entity is beyond our reach. Master Su can only rely on his own fortune." Dragged by Taoist Mud, Monk Zhi made his way out, witnessing Suemo being engulfed by a crimson mist. They hastened through the hidden passage, bursting out of the house and into the courtyard. Upon entering, their expressions shifted dramatically, turning pale at the sight before them. In the courtyard, 3 figures cloaked in black stared ominously at Taoist Mud and Monk Zhi. A slight sensing revealed that they were 3 late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners. In front stood 3 menacing figures of the same cultivation level, and behind them loomed the overwhelming aura of a great calamity. The hearts of Mud and Zhi sank further. The 3 black-robed practitioners, observing the surging blood energy behind Mud and Zhi, detected an exceedingly strange aura within its. They gazed at the transformed house. The fearsome pallor on their faces deepened. One of them spoke coldly. "What have you done inside?" Mud raised his copper sword, fully prepared. "Isn't it rather absurd for you to question us? You have been nurturing this malevolent creature within, and you presume that mere late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners can control it? What malevolent creature?" the black-robed practitioner inquired. Zhishuan's expression shifted once more. "You don't know?" "No, what?" We refine blood pills solely for the young master to enter the Tao. What do you mean by a malevolent creature? Alarm bells rang in Jishuan and Mude's minds as they exchanged a glance. Recognizing the horror reflected in each other's eyes, they had likely discovered this extreme location, hence using it to refine blood pills. Yet, they were utterly unaware that a great malevolent entity resided within this extreme place. That entity was, in fact, the very reason this place had become an extreme domain. A cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. This malevolent being was likely of monumental proportions. The three black-robed practitioners exchanged glances. Disregarding the notion of the malevolent creature, they resolved that the secret of the blood pills must not be exposed. Eliminate these two. Within the vast underground space, Suemo found himself in a world of crimson. Unable to see anything, it was an endless expanse, devoid of swirling winds, blood pools, corpses, or blood pills, silent. Utterly silent in this boundless sea of red, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Suemo looked around in confusion, seeing nothing but the interminable crimson mist. How intriguing! That eerie voice echoed once more in Sumo's ear, and this time, he could discern a graceful figure emerging from the mist before him. The silhouette flickered in and out of view amidst the red haze. Though merely an outline, its alluring form was strikingly evident. "You seem unafraid of me?" the voice inquired. "Otherwise, why haven't you fled?" Suemo wished to retort. He found himself utterly immobilized. "Oh, I almost forgot. You cannot move at all." The voice drew closer. Suemo inhaled deeply, then slowly spoke. "Who are you?" After he finished speaking, there was a brief pause from the voice, which then erupted into laughter. He. "Who am I that I have not been human for quite some time?" Sumo's mind raced, swiftly regaining its composure. "Then what are you?" "I am, of course, a ghost," the voice replied with a hint of mockery. Suemo took another deep breath. "Do not believe in rumors. Do not spread them. Embrace science and eschew superstition." This moment had transcended Sumo's understanding. He found himself at a loss, as the methods he once employed to address problems seemed utterly ineffective now, especially since he could not move. Suemo struggled to decipher the other's intentions and cautiously ventured. "Very well, Sister Ghost, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My family awaits me for dinner." Are you leaving already? Do you not wish to help these wronged souls avenge themselves?" Suemo fell into silence. What an intriguing individual. Just moments ago, they appeared quite irate, yet now they seemed somewhat playful. The voice echoed again as the shadow within the crimson mist appeared to draw closer. Suemo spoke in a low tone. "I am but a mortal. How could I possibly assist them in seeking justice? I detect an unusual scent about you, reminiscent of the essence of the great Tao." The silhouette glided before Suemo, as if intertwined with all beings. Unable to discern the figure clearly, Suemo sensed an odd energy swirling around it, an eerie sensation that grew ever nearer. He remained silent. The voice continued, "What do you say? Shall you beseech me? If you do, I shall help you avenge these wronged souls." "Why should I seek your assistance?" Suemo inquired. Because it is rather amusing. How could you know I wish to seek vengeance for them? What connection do they have to me?" Suemo adamantly denied it. He realized something peculiar. The voice persistently sought his acquiescence. A premonition whispered to him that if he were to comply, matters would spiral beyond his control. Although they were already out of hand, it seemed this voice could not forcibly dictate his will. Such a vigilant individual, yet you appear to misunderstand me. Should I desire something? Your agreement or refusal would be inconsequential. I merely believe that if you were to yield to me, it would be far more entertaining. The voice chuckled once more and continued, "What if we engaged in a different game?" "It seems I have conjured an intriguing idea," Suemo inquired. "What sort of game? Do you wish to meet these wronged souls?" Chapter 22. Conversing with a ghost, the enchanting figure drew closer, almost touching Sumo's face, as if gazing into his very eyes. Suemo still could not discern the figure before her. The other party was simply too close, intensifying the strange sensation that surged within her heart to an overwhelming degree. The words spoken by the figure left Suemo momentarily dumbfounded. "You wish to see these vengeful spirits? I do not." Before she could complete her thought, the figure interrupted her. "Do you? Very well, then let me grant you that opportunity. Consider it an act of great mercy on my part. Their demise occurred here, truly a stroke of luck." their souls linger on. However, fearing you may not be able to withstand it, I shall allow you to encounter but a few for now." As the last words echoed, the crimson mist before Suemo dissipated, transforming into a realm of utter darkness. Amidst this inky void stood that eerie silhouette, now positioned beside her. "Look over there," the uncanny figure urged, gesturing ahead with an air of nonchalance. Unconsciously, Sumo's gaze followed the direction indicated by her companion. In the depths of the darkness, a phantasmal figure gradually rose from the ground, bewildered and disoriented. The apparition slowly solidified, taking on the semblance of a woman. An elderly lady, stooped and frail, she trembled as she struggled to stand. The old woman surveyed her surroundings with a vacant expression, her eyes widening in fear as she beheld only the encompassing blackness. "Where is this place?" she implored, her voice echoing into the void, met only with silence. The woman's pallid face was etched with deep wrinkles, her eyes straining to perceive anything beyond the shadows. In this desolate abyss, she was utterly alone. She reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp her familiar cane, seeking to support her frail and weary form, yet in the vast emptiness, only nothingness met her touch. "What is this? Where am I?" she asked again, her voice quivering with trepidation. With trembling hands, the elderly lady gradually lowered herself, exploring the ground with her palms. Her sluggish movements suggested a yearning to see something, anything at all. In this boundless darkness, the feelings of solitude and dread relentlessly assailed her spirit. Old man, where are you?" she cried out in a panic-stricken desperation. "I can see nothing. Am I blind?" she pondered anxiously. "If I am indeed blind, how shall I care for you?" The mention of the old man seemed to be her sole anchor, a lifeline of hope. Though no one answered her, it felt as if, so long as she continued to call, a response might eventually come. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become but a wisp of a soul. All she comprehended was that her old man at home still required her care. Even as she struggled to move herself, two elderly souls, both nearing their end, were companions nonetheless. Alas, the prospect of growing old together was now forever lost. Old man. The elderly woman's voice, filled with loneliness and helplessness, reverberated through the vast, dark expanse. Each echo of her call was laden with anxiety and fear. Sumo's eyes brimmed with tears as she beheld the scene before her, her heart feeling as though it had been brutally sliced by a dagger. Sumo stepped forward, yearning to grasp the trembling hands of the elderly woman, which resembled withered branches. Yet, the mere span of 2 steps felt as if it separated 2 realms, impenetrable, unattainable. Overcome with despondency, Sumo sank to the ground, his expression fragmented. He gazed silently at the frail figure of the elderly woman, who lay on the ground in a state of anxiety and fear, and an unusual aura began to emanate from him. This aura was ethereal, enigmatic, as if it reached into the depths of the netherworld. "Grandma," Sumo called gently, looking at the frightened and helpless elderly woman sprawled on the floor. However, she could not hear his plea. She merely curled up in shivers, consumed by an overwhelming dread of the boundless darkness. At that moment, a strange voice whispered in Sumo's ear, playfully inquiring, "Do you wish to converse with her?" Alas, the living and the dead are on divergent paths. She cannot hear your words. From the depths of the endless darkness, a figure materialized, gliding beside Sumo, lazily remarking, "She has even forgotten that she has long since departed from this world." Ah, souls of her age often have scattered thoughts. It is quite normal. "Allow me to speak with her. I know you can facilitate this," Sumo spoke in a low tone. "You can enable me to see her. Surely, you can allow me to speak with her." "Oh, but why should I assist you?" The enigmatic presence seemed to tease Sumo. "Unless you plead with me." Sumo fell into silence, casting a glance at the distressed soul of the elderly woman. "I beseech you, grant me the opportunity to speak with her." After a lengthy pause, Sumo uttered, regardless of any schemes or tricks at play, in this moment, he solely wished to comfort the pitiful spirit. The shadow in the darkness paused, for it could discern Sumo's intentions. This simplicity, reminiscent of naivety, was something it had not encountered in many years. With a wave of its hand, the shadow established a connection between Sumo and the soul of the elderly woman. "Grandma," Sumo tentatively called out once more. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman immediately lifted her head, as if grasping at something. "Who is speaking?" "It is I am here," Sumo replied softly, fearful of startling her. The elderly woman strained to widen her eyes, attempting to perceive something amidst the vast darkness, yet she could see nothing, only hearing a benevolent voice. "Who are you? The little grandson of old Wang next door?" she inquired. With tear-filled eyes, Suemo smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am the little grandson of old Wang. Good. Yes." The elderly woman seemed to have found a beacon of light within the endless night. "Where am I? Why can I see nothing? Where is my husband?" She bombarded Suemo with questions. Sitting on the ground, Suemo tilted his head back, his downcast eyes brimming with compassion. "You are in your own home? Dear Grandma, it is dark outside, and Grandpa has fallen asleep. I did not turn on the light for fear of waking him. Please rest early. When dawn breaks, everything will be well. Oh, I am in my own home." The elderly woman felt a bit muddled. As one ages, vision diminishes. It is impossible to see at night. "Yes, indeed. It is late. Let us rest early," Suemo softly uttered. "Tomorrow at dawn, I shall return to see you." Very well. I shall take my rest now," the elderly woman murmured, yet gradually fell silent. As one ages, the mind falters. "I apologize for troubling you at this late hour. It is of no consequence. You should rest early," Suemo replied gently. Why, yes, it is indeed time to rest. At first light tomorrow, I shall prepare dumplings for you." The old woman curled up on the ground, slowly drifting into slumber. Suemo whispered to herself, "Very well, come dawn, I shall return to claim my dumplings." Darkness descended, and the elderly woman vanished from sight. A shadowy, enchanting figure nearby observed this scene, its thoughts momentarily drifting into contemplation. With a gentle wave of its hand, another ethereal silhouette emerged from the darkness not far away. This apparition gradually solidified, transforming into a woman cradling an infant in her arms. Upon witnessing this, Suemo trembled all over. The woman, with her child, gently swayed the swaddled babe. Her garments were tattered, her form ravaged by hardship. Suemo stumbled to her feet and cautiously approached the woman. This was the very woman who had perished in sorrow on the streets 2 nights prior. It was she who had drawn Suemo to this place. The woman, sensing a presence, slowly lifted her gaze to meet the familiar yet foreign visage of Suemo, no longer clad in a pristine white robe. She wore a garment of black instead. Yet her delicate hair was still elegantly bound. "Why are you so foolish? Even a ghost can weep," she lamented, believing Suemo to have met the same fate. Suemo smiled serenely. "The heart aches with unresolved matters. I could not resist the urge to come and see." Why are you so foolish?" The woman continued to lament. "What does it matter to you?" "What does it matter? I merely wish to come and take a look," Suemo replied with a smile. Fool. The woman bowed her head, weeping softly in the end. "I have brought you harm. I have indeed brought you harm." "You have not harmed me, nor have I perished," Suemo reassured her. "Why must you deceive yourself once more? Why must you continue to deceive yourself?" The woman hung her head, her shoulders trembling. "In this vast world, how is it that there exists someone like you? I do not know whether it is the sorrow of this world, or your sorrow." Suemo shook her head. "It is not a deception. I truly have not perished, yet that I ultimately failed to save you." The woman raised her head, her eyes reflecting a crimson glow. "Such is the way of the world. It is not your fault if you truly have not died, and if your heart remains unsettled, then refrain from these impulsive acts of folly. Preserve your life for a purpose, to bring forth clarity to this world." "Very well," Suemo acquiesced. Thus, the woman smiled, gazing deeply at Suemo, as if she wished to etch her likeness upon her very soul. Darkness enveloped them. The woman too began to fade into the ethereal, and that was sufficient. Her words dissipated along with her presence. In a world shrouded in profound darkness, it is transformed into a desolate and eerily quiet realm. Beside him, an enigmatic figure tilted its head, curiously observing Suemo, remaining silent for an extended period. At last, it spoke. "Can you still see?" The voice surprisingly softened. Suemo turned his head. Behold. Chapter 23. An encounter with the ghosts in the courtyard. A figure clad in black robes wielded an astonishing level of foundational spiritual energy, colliding fiercely with the Taoist priest and the monk. The monk's golden alms bowl was drawn forth once more, engaged in a desperate resistance. The other 2 black-robed figures refrained from intervention, their expressions grave as they fixated on the house within the courtyard, where a crimson mist of blood enveloped the space, concealing a hidden passageway leading underground. The heightened vigilance of the foundational practitioners deterred the observing black-robed men from acting recklessly. They sensed an unusual aura amidst the blood mist. Clang, clang. The foundational black-robed figure relentlessly struck the monk's golden bowl, each impact resonating louder than the last. Cracks began to emerge upon the protective barrier. The monk's golden bowl shield was on the verge of shattering. Gritting his teeth, Taoist Muda produced a tattered dagger from his robe, slicing into his palm, blood flowing forth along the blade. Infinite Celestial Lord, urgent as the decree. Solidify. A blood-red talisman materialized in midair, soaring towards the golden bowl's shield. Upon merging with the barrier, the talisman's inscriptions transformed into a stream of golden light, weaving into the fissures of the shield, swiftly mending the cracks. Not for long. We must devise a plan, Taoist Muda shouted. What plan can I conjure? If only Su Benefactor were here to assist us, lamented Jixien the monk. With just the two of us, how can we fend off 3 foundational practitioners? And who knows if there are more behind them? He continued, resigned. Su Benefactor's situation is even more dire. That thing underground, Muda's face was etched with urgency and despair. Why is there such a commotion here? Yet no one has arrived. Jixien the monk cursed in anger. Upon hearing this, Muda was taken aback. He too was filled with confusion. This place was alarmingly close to the capital, where even minor disturbances would typically draw attention from the city. Yet here, in this exceedingly ominous and perilous location, blood alchemy was being practiced without raising any alarm. This could only imply 2 possibilities. 1. There are means to obscure the perception of others in this area. 2. They are aware of the circumstances yet are either unable or unwilling to approach. Both scenarios were deeply unsettling. If the first were true, it would indicate the involvement of individuals with greater power. If the second were the case, it would suggest that those involved wielded extraordinary influence. Suddenly, both Taoist Muda and Jixien the monk felt as if they had been ensnared in a vast whirlpool. Beside the subterranean blood pool, in a realm of darkness, wraiths appeared before Su Mo, stomping their feet, only to dissipate moments later. The eerie figure continued to watch from the sidelines. Am I dead? Inquired a ghostly swordsman clad in gray, his tone eerily calm. Yes, Su Mo numbly nodded. Why can I remember nothing at all? The swordsman inquired. Su Mo fell silent, then shook his head. Then what is your situation? The swordsman gazed at Su Mo, who was clad in black attire, his hair elegantly tied back, resembling a scholar. I shall see you off, Su Mo replied. Wu Chang? No, is there any wine? I came in such haste. I forgot to bring some. How disappointing. Not a shred of sincerity. Sending off a ghost without offering wine, the swordsman sighed. Next time, I shall certainly bring some. Su Mo promised. I wish to drink from Xinghua village. Very well. Let us depart, remarked the swordsman with a carefree smile. It is truly frustrating to die in such an inexplicable manner. As the swordsman's spirit finished speaking, it dissipated into thin air. The peculiar aura surrounding Su Mo intensified, as though it were tethered to an unknowable realm beyond. Following the swordsman's disappearance, another spirit materialized, a butcher. The butcher, upon seeing Su Mo, inquired, Who are you? I am Wu Chang, here to escort you. Since I lack an identity, I shall bestow one upon myself. It seems fitting to use this identity to guide these souls. The figure shrouded in darkness glanced at Su Mo, lost in thought. I have yet to bring home the silver I earned today. My wife will surely scold me. The butcher pondered for a moment. Without me, how will they survive, the two of them? Fate has its own course. You need not worry about their future, Su Mo assured him. Then that is well, that is well. The butcher faded away. With each spirit's arrival, Su Mo offered solace as he guided them on their way. Each time a soul dissipated, the enigmatic aura enveloping Su Mo grew ever more potent. Su Mo sensed the presence of this aura upon himself. Yet he paid it no heed. He speculated that this aura's emergence might be linked to the intentions of the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. Yet, at this very moment, he simply wished to assist these souls. One by one, the spirits appeared, and one by one, they departed, as if traversing the cycles of existence. The joys and sorrows of these individuals. A beggar lamented, dying is preferable. Living offers no hope. A scholar remarked, Without witnessing the fragrance of blossoms, one is already bereft of the morning dew. A vendor sighed. I merely seek to earn a meager living, committing no heinous acts. Why is this world so unjust? A warrior expressed, my vengeance remains unquenched. I cannot bear it. A flower farmer mused, the flowers have yet to bloom. Who shall gather them? A wandering physician lamented, if I perish, those patients of mine will have to seek another healer. Hoping to encounter a skilled one, an artist reflected, a myriad of souls, each with their own tales. Sumo continued to guide the spirits one by one. They departed under his watchful gaze. He began to perceive the peculiar aura surrounding him becoming more solid, as if it could reveal another world, a realm both ethereal and uncanny. With each soul that departs, Sumo can sense the emotions of the departed. Some are calm, some resentful, others lost and bewildered, and some filled with fear. Gradually, Sumo becomes numb. Only the trembling hands and the reddened eyes remain. His thoughts begin to spiral out of control. I in a daze, in confusion. Darkness returns to darkness, silent and still. Sumo stands in a stupor. Suddenly, a chilling, soft sensation courses through his hand. He looks down, his body jolting. A pale-faced little girl, her eyes wide with terror, clutches his fingers. Brother, I'm scared. The little girl speaks timidly. Her voice fragile. Sumo crouches down, gently stroking the top of her head. Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Brother is here, brother is here. Brother, where is this? It's so dark here. I've walked for so long just to find you. There's nothing here, only a vast expanse of darkness. The little girl, innocent yet frightened. The words Sumo has repeated countless times fail to escape his lips. How does he convey to this naive child? You are dead? I am the harbinger of death. I have come to guide you. Sumo finds himself at a loss for words, merely caressing the little girl's head. His own trembling hand that once held a pin now quaking uncontrollably. Brother, I want to go home. I ran away for so long. If I don't return, mother and father will be worried. The little girl lowers her head in fear, yet clings tightly to Sumo's hand, seemingly burdened by guilt for her own naivety. Sumo's heart clenches painfully. He embraces the little girl, gently patting her back. I can't find the way home anymore. It's so dark here. I've walked for ages, and I only see you. The little girl begins to weep, her tears falling as she succumbs to the weight of fear and guilt. Brother, can you take me home? She is but an innocent child, and of course she is afraid. In the midst of this pitch-black void, she sees a person and instinctively seeks solace. All right, brother will take you home. Sumo takes the little girl's hand and rises to leave. In that moment, the strange aura surrounding him shifts, transforming into a doorway. This portal leads directly to the underworld, where the living can commune with the dead. At that instant, a shadow from the darkness merges with Sumo. This day, Sumo bids farewell to the specter for one night. Chapter 24. Speaking with the ghost in the courtyard, a figure cloaked in black continuously thrusts a sword towards the monk's golden bowl shield. Two black-clad figures observe the swirling crimson mist within the house, their expressions grave. Taoist Muda and monk Jixian huddle within the dimming golden bowl shield, their faces etched with despair. Each time a crack appears in the shield, Taoist Muda slices his palm with a dagger, conjuring talismans to mend the fissures. His blood dwindles, his face pales. With another strike from the cloaked figure, a new crack emerges in the golden bowl shield. Taoist Muda sways unsteadily, yet, with great reluctance, manages to conjure another talisman to repair the shield. The figure cloaked in black outside let out a chilling laugh. I wonder how much blood you possess to cast your spells. The Taoist Muda's complexion turned as dark as ink. He was already emaciated, and now he appeared to have lost another 2 pounds. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he turned to glance at the rotund monk beside him. Jixian's lips twitched slightly, yet he managed to say, It's fine. I still have blood. Your blood is of no use. Muda Taoist replied helplessly. Jixian felt a pang of disdain and immediately protested. Why is that? Is your blood somehow more noble? Can you wield this restoration spell? You cannot, if I perform it. It can only be with my own blood, Muda Taoist explained. Jixian exhaled in relief, producing a copper sword and offering it to Muda. What is this for? Muda Taoist stared blankly at the copper sword presented to him. Momentarily at a loss, Jixian spoke earnestly, You can use the copper sword to cut your palm. The wound it inflicts is larger, allowing for a quicker flow of blood. The Taoist inhaled deeply. If he were to escape today, he vowed to sever ties with this insufferable fat monk. Another crack appeared in the protective barrier, and the wounds on Muda's palm had ceased to bleed. He was left with no choice but to use a dagger to carve another incision, letting blood flow to enact the spell that would restore the barrier. The rotund monk watched nearby, grimacing in pain, unable to restrain himself from commenting, "Is this the reason for your emaciated state? Your sect's methods are utterly ineffective." Silence. Muda Taoist could no longer contain his frustration. All right, Ji Xian acquiesced, yet he continued to grimace at Muda's actions. Being a monk is indeed preferable. After sacrificing more blood to perform the spell, Muda's complexion had turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground. "I'd have done my utmost. Whatever fate awaits us, let it be." Ji Xian sat beside Muda, supporting him with a wry smile. All means had been exhausted. They were left with no recourse. Unless divine intervention were to descend at this moment and smite the three black-cloaked individuals in the late Foundation establishment stage, they were doomed. Unfortunately, justice was absent on this day. The two were cornered by three practitioners of late Foundation establishment, and at this moment, only one had taken action while the other two remained at the periphery, studying the crimson mist. Meanwhile, Su, their benefactor, was still entangled underground by a malevolent force. It seemed they would perish here today. Alas, such is the world. Ji Xian and Muda exchanged a knowing smile, finding a moment of serenity in the face of impending doom. At that moment, crack. Strange sounds emanated from within the crimson mist of the room. Crack. The two black-cloaked individuals studying the blood mist retreated a few steps, their expressions tense as they focused intently on the swirling mist, seemingly poised to confront any anomalies that might emerge. The black-cloaked individual assaulting the golden bowl's protective barrier also halted, their gaze fixed on the blood mist within the room. They remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the two trapped within the golden bowl's barrier to prevent their escape. Crack. The sounds grew louder and clearer. The figure slowly emerged from the blood mist. Suemo stepped out from the blood mist, crossing the threshold of the house. His youthful visage bore no discernible expression, merely inclined as he kept his gaze downward. Drenched to the bone, tendrils of crimson mist lingered behind him with head bowed. Suemo slowly exited the dwelling. His left hand swung gently with each step, while his right hand seemed to grasp something unseen. "Su benefactor," exclaimed the monk within the golden shield, alarmed. There is something amiss with Su benefactor's state. Taoist Muda also noticed Suemo, but his gaze was drawn to the peculiar posture of Sumo's right hand, which appeared to be grasping at thin air. The three figures clad in black robes swiftly positioned themselves before him. Swords drawn to obstruct his path point, one of the black-clad individuals spoke coldly. "Who are you, and why do you appear within this abode?" Suemo merely kept his head bowed, halting his steps, offering no response to the inquiry. Clad in sodden black garments, his hood hung limply behind him, his hair neatly tied back, yet exuding an aura of chilling resolve. He bore the semblance of an ordinary mortal, yet radiated an unsettling strangeness. "I will take you home," Suemo murmured, casting a glance at his right hand, his voice tinged with deep affection. The little girl, her countenance fraught with anxiety, clutched Sumo's hand tightly, as though relinquishing her grip would mean losing this kind stranger forever. "But that they are blocking our way, as if they wished to prevent our departure." The girl's spirit expressed its concern. "They shall permit our passage," Suemo replied with a low, eerie chuckle, the sound resonating with an unsettling dread. The monk and the Taoist, observing from the sidelines, felt a chill creep up their spines, sensing an ominous presence emanating from Suemo at that moment. The black-robed figures exchanged glances, a flicker of apprehension crossing their features as they scrutinized Suemo intently, their voices laced with menace. "Who exactly are you?" Once again, Suemo offered no reply to the black-clad men. Instead, he knelt down, tenderly stroking the little girl's head, before lifting her into his arms. Yet this seemingly simple act appeared profoundly bizarre to onlookers. Although he cradled nothing in his embrace, it felt strikingly real, as if he were indeed holding a child. "I will take you home." Suemo gently reassured the girl. "All right," she responded, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face in his embrace. She felt that this brother was a good person, and his warmth offered solace amidst the encroaching darkness of the world. Such theatrics. The black-robed figures, growing increasingly impatient with Sumo's enigmatic behavior and cryptic utterances, erupted in fury, brandishing their swords to obstruct his way. They truly do not wish for us to leave, Sumo murmured, gazing at the swords and the three figures blocking his path. But what shall I do? I promise to take you home. A strange smile crept upon Sumo's lips, transforming into laughter that soon morphed into tears, his expression spiraling into madness. Haha, you have but this one small request. How could I possibly deny you, dear sister? At that moment, Sumo was in a state of utter disarray, a far cry from the cultured scholar he once was, now resembling nothing less than a madman, a mere mortal, confronted by three formidable cultivators at the late foundational stage. Not only displayed no fear, but instead wore a countenance rife with mockery and derision. Great calamity. The Taoist stared in shock at the frenzied demeanor of Sumo, suddenly spitting out blood and exclaiming in disbelief. There is a tremendous aura of misfortune surrounding Su Benefactor. The great calamity has usurped his body. This is not Su Benefactor. He is the great calamity. Beside him, the monk Ji Xian stood with his hair standing on end. The three foundational cultivators, who had not yet descended into the underground palace, remained oblivious to the events surrounding the great calamity below. They sensed that the seemingly mundane individual before them was somewhat amiss, yet could not articulate what was wrong. Sumo oscillated between laughter and tears for a moment, gradually calming down only to adopt a look of profound sorrow. Since my brother has promised to take you home, he will surely do so. No one can impede this. Sumo lifted his gaze to the three robed figures barring his path, his expression serene. No one can impede this. The speaking figure among them, witnessing Sumo's deranged demeanor, could no longer contain himself and charged forward with his sword drawn. The blade glinted with a chilling light, piercing directly towards Sumo's chest. Sumo furrowed his brow, appearing displeased, especially since he was cradling a young girl in his arms, and this individual dared to thrust a sword towards them. His discontent manifested as a spectral aura emanating from him. This unseen force entwined itself around the advancing assailant, infiltrating his body through every orifice and pore. The black-robed man suddenly felt a chill envelop him, a coldness seeping from head to toe. His movements slowed, and just as the sword's tip was about to make contact with Sumo's embrace, he found himself utterly immobilized. Terror gripped him as he realized he could no longer command his own body. Unease and dread crawled over him, for he had never encountered such an eerie phenomenon. The two other black-robed men, sensing the disturbance, hastily retreated several paces. They observed the assailant aging visibly with alarming rapidity. Looked at Sumo chuckled softly. I merely wish to take you home. They certainly would not refuse. Why would they refuse? I will take you home, and it bears no consequence to them, does it? Sumo gently patted the little girl's back, soothing her emotional turmoil. Yet to the others present, this gesture appeared as though he were consorting with apparitions, and they gazed at him in stark terror. At that moment, the three black-robed figures recalled the earlier words of the monk and the Taoist. Great calamity. The essence of calamity. They felt as if plunged into icy waters, their hearts growing cold. Sumo's emotions fluctuated wildly, and as he spoke, tears began to flow once more. It has nothing to do with them. Why would they refuse? Unless they intend to keep us here. Yes, they seek to refine blood pills. Naturally, they wish to detain you. Sumo wept, his expression sorrowful. Brother promised to take you home. The little girl raised her head, tenderly wiping away Sumo's tears with her delicate hands. With an expression of both pity and remarkable understanding, she said, Brother, don't cry. If they won't let us leave, then we simply won't leave. Brother, don't cry. Tong Tong isn't afraid anymore. Tong Tong truly isn't afraid. Brother, please don't cry. She wished to shield her brother from sorrow, for his tears mirrored a profound helplessness. Good Tong Tong, brother isn't crying. Sumo grasped the small, innocent hand of the girl, cradling her head once more in his embrace, urging himself to think of a way. He would surely take her home. Can Tong Tong sing nursery rhymes? Sumo pondered for a moment, and as if struck by inspiration, he suddenly broke into an enigmatic smile, gently swaying with the child in his arms. Yes. The little girl's spirit nodded affirmatively. Sumo considered and suggested, Tong Tong should sing a nursery rhyme for everyone. Perhaps if they find it delightful, they might let us go home. Can I? Tong Tong asked innocently. Of course. Sumo replied with certainty. Well, let me sing Sanzi Jing. The one my mother taught me. All right, Suemo gently swayed with the girl. His movements peculiar. The onlookers, including the two men, Ji Xian and Mu Da, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, the three cloaked figures were entirely focused on Suemo and the girl, leaving the two men with the opportunity to escape the pot swiftly. Yet, the bizarre atmosphere rendered them devoid of the courage to flee, as if a semblance of safety still lingered within the pot. In the beginning, human nature is inherently good. Nature is similar, but habits are diverse if not taught. Nature may change. The path of teaching is best pursued with dedication. The girl sang San Zi Jing with her youthful voice. The melody lively and educational, as her song filled the air. Suemo began to move. Gently swaying with the spirit of Tong Tong, he gradually transformed their motions into a dance, bizarre and haunting in its expression. At that moment, the other two cloaked figures realized that, unbeknownst to them, they too had become immobile, watching in terror as Suemo danced in a peculiar self-dash amusement. Suemo twirled about, encircling the three cloaked figures with a rhythmic motion. While tightly holding the forlorn spirit in his embrace, in the courtyard, Suemo danced wildly. The three black-robed cultivators rendered rigid and unable to move, while the two trembling figures hid in the pot nearby. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, and behind Suemo, the dimly lit house was suffused with an atmosphere of blood and despair. The scene in the courtyard was utterly surreal. The night was dark, the rain fell, and a chill wind blew. Under the flickering candlelight, Suemo, in a cradling posture, danced gracefully amidst the rain. A mournful melody intertwined with the overwhelming bloodlust of the night, filling the living souls with unease and trepidation. In ancient times, Mengmu selected a suitable neighbor. If the child does not learn, the loom is broken. Do Yin Shan had a righteous way, teaching 5 sons whose names became renowned. To nurture without teaching is a father's fault. Teaching without strictness is a teacher's laxity. If a child does not learn, it is inappropriate. If the young do not learn, what hope is there in old age? A jade that is not polished cannot become a worthy vessel. One who does not engage in learning remains ignorant of righteousness. As a child, one must honor their parents, cherish teachers and friends, and cultivate propriety. The melody continues, accompanied by peculiar dance steps. At this moment, the figure clad in black robes, wielding a sword, stands rigid, utterly immobilized. A chilling sensation envelopes him, as an exceedingly strange aura courses through his being, incessantly consuming his vitality. Anxiety, concern, fear, and confusion swirl within him. An array of emotions rises to the surface, yet he finds himself unable to utter a word. The sensation of weakness intensifies, and the feeling of despair overtakes the entirety of the black-robed man's thoughts. Suemo twirled gracefully, cradling the souls of the departed. She paused before the black-robed figure. "How can you not listen attentively to Tong Tong's song?" Suemo remarked, gazing at the man in black. The black-robed figure wished to respond but found his mouth sealed, unable to articulate a single word. Seemingly dissatisfied with the lack of earnestness in the black-robed man's attention to Tong Tong's singing, Suemo tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. Then, she reached out and lightly tapped his forehead. With a buoyant step, she resumed her dance. At the moment Sumo's finger made contact with his forehead, the black-robed man was rendered speechless, captivated by the sight of Suemo dancing with something cradled in her arms. He heard it. He heard a tender child singing a cheerful nursery rhyme. On this eerie night, Suemo danced a strange dance, while an unseen voice sang an uncanny lullaby. The black-robed man, a formidable cultivator at the late foundational stage, felt only sheer terror in that instant. His life force was steadily devoured by that bizarre aura, rendering him increasingly frail and aged. At the age of 9, one can warm the seat. Filial piety towards parents must be upheld. At 4, one can share pears. As a younger sibling, one should pay respect to the elder. First comes filial piety and brotherly respect, followed by learning and knowledge, knowing a few characters and recognizing some writings. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. From 100 to 1,000, from 1,000 to 10,000. Chapter 26. Requiem. The night was as dark as ink, a chill in the air. The rain continued to fall, showing no signs of abating. The spring night breeze carried a lingering cold. The courtyard, enclosed by red walls, stood isolated in the desolate western part of the city, while white rubble scattered atop the walls resembled a layer of freshly fallen snow. As if it were not rain that fell this night, Suemo danced alone amidst the puddles in the courtyard. Her movements were a blend of madness and solitude. In this moment, Suemo was both herself and not herself. As she guided the souls of the departed, under the manipulation of that enigmatic figure, she traversed the realm of the dead. Those who communicate with the dead can converse with spirits, and that strange voice's master was indeed as she claimed. She was not human. What precisely she was remained a mystery to Suemo. While assisting those souls on their journey, Suemo also experienced their joys and sorrows. The myriad thoughts of the departed weighed heavily upon her, ultimately overwhelming her reason with the appearance of a little girl's soul. As Suemo reached out to the realm of the dead, that eerie presence, utilizing her power, possessed her. Yet it was not a complete takeover. The act of possession entails the usurpation of Sumo's consciousness, subsequently allowing one's own awareness to take control. In contrast, the act of attachment signifies a brief coexistence with Suemo, where both entities influence one another. During this ephemeral moment of shared existence, you are me, and I am you. Suemo dances, fully aware of everything around him, yet devoid of rational control. He experiences sorrow, anger, helplessness, and heartache. Suemo commands the consciousness, while that enigmatic presence governs the abilities. Powers that are not of human origin. The triad encompasses heaven, earth, and humanity. The triad of light comprises the sun, moon, and stars. The triad of principles consists of sovereign, minister, and righteousness, the bonds of father and son, and the harmony of husband and wife. There are the seasons of spring and summer, and autumn and winter. These 4 seasons are boundless in their cycles. There are the cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west. These 4 directions resonate with the center. Tong Tong nestles in Sumo's embrace, singing a few songs she can barely recall. Lessons imparted by her mother linger vividly in her mind. When Suemo prompts her to sing, she obliges. For Suemo assures her, "Brother will take you home." What a delightful little soul. The last Suemo cradles the departed spirit, dancing around the 3 figures in black robes. Their footsteps echoing in the rain. Tap, tap. The sound reverberates throughout the courtyard. Unperturbed by the tense and complex emotions of the monk Zhixian and the Taoist Muda still within the golden bowl, he continues this mournful dance. Feeling spirited, Suemo gently taps the foreheads of the other 2 figures in black. In an instant, their gazes lose their luster. The innocent and naive voice of a child reaches their ears, both enchanting and otherworldly. Thud. A sound of collapse resonates. The first black-robed figure to attack Suemo ages rapidly, vitality drained. Collapsing lifelessly, Suemo tilts his head and smirks wickedly. "You see, I told you Tong Tong's song could sway them." The spirit of Tong Tong raises her head, sitting upright in Sumo's embrace, innocently inquiring, "What happened to him?" He was moved by Tong Tong's song, exhausted and in need of rest. Suemo smiles as he gently ruffles Tong Tong's little head. Tong Tong continues to sing, "And then we can go home." With a pure and earnest tone, Tong Tong affirms. Suemo replies, asking, "Is my dance beautiful?" "Beautiful," Tong Tong responds. Tong Tong tells AFIB. Suemo gently taps her head. He. Tong Tong bursts into joyous laughter. The pair, one living and one spirit, engage in playful banter. In the eyes of the monk and Taoist, Suemo merely assumes a posture of embrace. Holding nothing within, he dances and speaks to himself. What fills them with dread is the sight of the fallen black-robed figure aging swiftly from prime to decrepitude, ultimately succumbing to death and inexplicable demise. Shrouded in the utmost strangeness, the black clouds of Sumo's boots leave ripples in the puddles, splashing water everywhere. His dark cloak drips with rainwater, swirling as he dances. In that moment, his movements amidst the rain appear hauntingly beautiful. In the dim glow of candlelight within the house, flickering precariously, Yu Daihua, Song Hung, these 5 great mountains, renowned peaks, Yu Shinong, Yu Gongshang, these 4 classes of the essence of the nation. After a long while, an extended duration, the entranced steps, the ceaseless melody, as if venting a lamentation against the cosmic order of this world. The voice of Tong Tong in his embrace began to wane, the song turning intermittent, ultimately fading into silence. Suemo paused, tenderly lowering his gaze to the child in his arms, inquiring softly, "What is it? Why have we stopped?" Tong Tong nestled her head deeper into Sumo's embrace, her voice growing faint. Tong Tong feels a bit weary. Suemo tilted his head upward, gazing into the pitch-black night. "If you are tired, then let us rest for a while." But Tong Tong wishes to continue singing, and then return home. Tong Tong clung to Sumo's neck, pressing herself closer against him. The chilly night breeze swept through, and she felt a shiver. It's all right. It's all right, Sumo reassured. They will no longer hinder us. Is that so? Tong Tong asked innocently. Indeed. Look. Sumo gestured toward the other two figures in black robes. The gesture. The two robed figures fell to the ground, lifeless. See, they too have grown weary and are now resting. Sumo spoke softly yet firmly to Tong Tong. No one is here to stop us. Watching the two figures collapse, a faint glimmer sparked in Tong Tong's tired eyes. Then, can we go home? Yes, yes. Sumo gently patted Tong Tong's small head. Brother can take Tong Tong back home. However, Tong Tong leaned her head once more against Sumo's chest, weakly murmuring, Tong Tong feels so weak. Tong Tong feels unable to return home. How could that be? Brother promised Tong Tong that he would take her home, Sumo replied. Lifting his chin, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, brother is deceiving. Tong Tong. Tong Tong's words faltered, as if recalling something. Tong Tong has long since departed. How could brother take Tong Tong home? Sumo shuddered, slowly lowering his gaze toward the now dimming spirit in his arms. Tears he could no longer contain cascaded down his cheeks. The crystalline droplets passed through the small form in his embrace, falling to the ground, splashing a pool of sorrow. Sumo tenderly caressed Tong Tong's cheek, opening his mouth to utter words that failed to materialize. Tong Tong affectionately nuzzled against Sumo, slowly speaking, Tong Tong. It has come to mind that Tong Tong ran away and was captured in this courtyard. Those people killed Tong Tong. Tong Tong has long since passed away. Tong Tong can never return home. The spirit of Tong Tong grows increasingly dim, a lullaby draining the remnants of her soul's energy. Sumo, sitting on the damp ground, disregards the puddles beneath her, cradling the spirit in her arms upon the rain-soaked earth, her black cloak trailing through the water. Sumo presses her cheek against Tong Tong's forehead and gently inquires, Are you afraid, Tong Tong? Tong Tong nods, a frail and fearful sensation enveloping her entire being, prompting her to clutch more tightly the arm of Sumo that embraces her. Tong Tong is very frightened. She fears that her parents will not find her and is filled with sorrow and worry. Tong Tong is afraid that the other world is shrouded in darkness, for she is most terrified of the dark. Tong Tong also dreads the thought of the other world being devoid of anything, and she is most afraid of being alone. Brother, what do you suppose the other world is like? When grandmother passed away, mother once said that the other world is quite beautiful, but Tong Tong has never been there. Sumo, resting her forehead against Tong Tong's, holds her tightly. Sumo softly replies, Your mother spoke the truth. The other world is filled with endless delights, adorned with beautiful flowers everywhere. The people there are kind-hearted, treating you just as your parents do. As Sumo's words reach Tong Tong, her fears gradually dissipate, a glimmer of anticipation shining in her eyes. Then Tong Tong, shall go take a look. Sumo gently caresses Tong Tong's cheek, whispering, All right, Tong Tong shall go take a look. If it is not enjoyable, you can come back. Brother, you are deceiving Tong Tong again. Tong Tong knows she cannot return. Sumo bows her head in silence. Brother, I wished to hear a song. Tong Tong's voice grows increasingly feeble. All right, what would you like to hear? Sumo responds, As long as it is sung by brother, it will suffice. Then, let brother sing you a piece from my hometown's opera. Sumo softly proposes. Sumo begins to sing, the melodic tones lingering in the air. Love knows not its origin, yet it runs deep. The living may die, and the dead may live. Those who are born cannot coexist with the dead, and those who have died cannot be reborn. None of this is the utmost of love. It turns out that the vibrant colors bloom profusely, yet all this is but a tribute to crumbling ruins. In the midst of a beautiful evening adorned with splendid scenery, who, I wonder, can truly appreciate such delightful moments? As Tong Tong listened to Sumo's melodious opera, she clung tightly to him with the remnants of her strength, nestling against his chest, her eyes gently closing, and she drifted into a serene slumber. The music continued to play, while the candlelight dimmed, a gentle breeze rustled through the pavilion, and the cold hues of the night adorned her attire. In the depths near the lotus flowers by the pond, the night air was fragrant and pure. Time ages the body, troubles abound, and dreams are fleeting. A single deep affection, a trifling piece of earth, and a slanted half of the setting sun. Dreams, whether broken or prolonged, are but dreams. The years passed by without discernment, as the final note resonated. The candlelight within extinguished at the perfect moment. The little one in his embrace had vanished. In the vast, cold night, only the lingering cool breeze remained, marking the end of the melody and the dispersal of souls. Chapter 27. Echoes from distant mountains. Sumo sat upon the ground, maintaining the posture of cradling, yet there was no longer a child in his arms. The wind and rain persisted, devoid of sound. The desolation of the rain left the surroundings in disarray. Beside him, the monk Zhishuan and the Taoist priest Mute exchanged silent glances. They could neither see nor hear the little Tong Tong. Naturally, they were oblivious to the unfolding events and their intricacies. They merely witnessed Sumo dance, while three late-stage foundation establishment cultivators met their bizarre demise. Subsequently, Sumo sat down, singing a melody they had never encountered before. From his arrival tonight, an aura of mystery enveloped Sumo. They had never before seen such an unusual individual or experienced such strange occurrences. First, he had defeated a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with mere mortal strength. Then, he ventured into the underground palace, entangled by great misfortune. Finally, he had inexplicably caused the deaths of three late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Although Sumo now sat dazed upon the ground, they still dared not make a move. The deaths of those three cloaked figures were far too peculiar. The courtyard instantly fell into silence. Save for the sound of rain, a gentle patter, Sumo remained seated on the ground for an extended period before rising in a daze. He silently donned the hooded cloak that hung behind him, unsteadily making his way toward the courtyard's exit. This night had drained him entirely. He had anticipated tranquility, yet was instead met with tumultuous ripples, making peace all the more elusive. He could not face the specters that passed before him, nor could he confront death with calmness. He had deceived one soul after another on the brink of dissolution. He had misled them into believing in reincarnation, convinced them of future lives, promised to bring them wine next time, assured them that fate was predetermined, and had even deceived little Tong Tong into thinking another world was beautiful. A benevolent deception, yet still a deception. Entangled with spirits, bound by karma, he was destined for an unwholesome end. The peculiar essence of that shadowy figure had vanished without a trace, and he transformed back into Sumo, the scholar, the esteemed Su. However, the experiences of this night were etched into his very soul. Penetrating deep within, he harbored a profound disdain for this world, an overwhelming loathing, this wretched realm. With each step, Sumo moved towards the exit, yearning to escape this place, overwhelmed by the myriad of thoughts that clouded his mind. I am merely a passerby. What does this have to do with me? He pushed open the courtyard gate, revealing the unrelenting darkness beyond. A cool breeze swept in, bringing a sweet taste to his throat. With a sudden gasp, Sumo expelled a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground. He was utterly exhausted. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, heralding the arrival of Guyu, draped in crimson, who gracefully descended into the courtyard. Furrowing her brow, Guyu surveyed the scene before her, a veritable carpet of corpses strewn across the ground, alongside two Taoist priests and a monk cowering within the protective confines of a golden bowl. The headmaster had tasked her with retrieving her junior disciple, yet he had failed to mention the grim circumstances that awaited her. What had transpired to result in such a multitude of bodies? Surely, her junior disciple had not perished before even entering the sect. Among this heap of cadavers, which one could possibly be her junior disciple? Guyu found herself in a whirlwind of confusion, a torrent of questions surging through her mind. You too. Yes, you, the ones hiding within that bowl. Speak up, Guyu commanded, pointing at the golden bowl. Zhixian, withdraw the golden bowl. They recognized the identity of their visitor. It was Guyu, the third disciple of the academy, a sword cultivator. The commotion had finally attracted attention, and it was none other than the people from the academy. Tears of joy streamed down Zhixian the monk's face. Their lives had been spared. To these cultivators, the academy represented an unwavering faith. With a legacy spanning millennia, though its numbers were few, it had always embodied righteousness. Sister Gu, this is not a tortoise shell. It is a golden bowl of the Buddhist order. Although grateful for Guyu's timely intervention, Zhixian felt compelled to clarify. After all, hiding in a golden bowl was one thing, but being concealed within a tortoise shell was quite another. Beside him, the Taoist Muda, upon seeing Guyu, sprang back to life from his near-death state, voicing his disapproval of Zhixian's retort. Whatever Sister Gu says is truth. If she calls it a tortoise shell, then it is indeed a tortoise shell. After all, it was not his golden bowl. Zhixian stared in disbelief, unable to fathom being betrayed by Muda. Just as he was about to speak, Guyu interrupted, compelling him to stifle his words. All right, enough of this. Are you from the Wuliang Academy? Guyu inquired, pointing at Zhixian. Zhixian nodded. And you are from Qingfeng Mountain? Guyu asked Muda, who also nodded in affirmation. Guyu pressed on. Have either of you seen my junior disciple? Zhixian and Muda exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Which junior disciple of yours? The seventh, Guyu declared. Since when did the academy have 7 disciples? They were at a loss for words. Who is the 7th senior brother? Muda asked cautiously, having never heard of a 7th disciple and fearing he had been out of touch with the world for too long. Guyu pondered for a moment. I am not certain. Shifting her approach, Guyu asked, Are there any others here besides you? Muda glanced at the myriad of corpses scattered about. Do these count? Guyu felt overwhelmed, realizing she was at a loss for how to proceed. It was all that old rascal's fault. Always delighting in riddles. Turning her gaze towards the ground littered with bodies, Guyu inquired, What transpired here? Someone was refining blood pills. Zhixian and Muda replied earnestly. What? Guyu's expression sharpened. As the two of us passed through this place, we sensed an unusual aura of blood. Upon entering to investigate, we discovered individuals engaged in the alchemy of blood elixirs. These men in black robes are indeed the forces responsible for this dark practice. Zhishuan gazed upon the multitude of corpses, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Guyu surveyed the scene, noticing several remnants of spiritual energy emanating from the bodies, indicating they were cultivators at the later stages of Foundation establishment. Did you kill these people? Guyu inquired skeptically. Zhishuan shook his head in response. There exists a malevolent entity beneath the ground, which emerged to slay them. How can there still be such a malevolent entity? Guyu's expression shifted, a sudden headache assailing her. Zhishuan and Daoist Mud shrugged in unison, conveying their lack of knowledge on the matter. At that moment, a fragrant breeze swept through the courtyard. A figure clad in a flowing white dress, graceful and enchanting, appeared. Luoyin glided effortlessly to Guyu's side. With an anxious demeanor, she scanned her surroundings, her gaze drifting from the scattered corpses to Guyu's face. Upon hearing the little girl's words, she had immediately risen and hurried westward. Unfamiliar with the western part of the city, she had taken some time to locate this courtyard adorned with red walls and white tiles. From a distance, the overwhelming aura of blood had gripped her heart with an inexplicable pang. In her haste, she rushed into the yard, only to find that the familiar figure in white was nowhere to be seen among the countless bodies. Instead, her eyes fell upon Guyu, draped in crimson. As for Mud and Zhishuan, they were conveniently overlooked by her. Her concerns were few, and her acquaintances even fewer. If she did not know them, there was no need for recognition. Jiuyu, Luoyin? They exclaimed in mutual surprise. We have met the fairy Luo. Mud and Zhishuan recognized Luoyin, both puzzled by her unexpected presence. Luoyin merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Mud and Zhishuan's greetings. What brings you here? She asked Guyu. I was tasked by the dean to fetch my junior disciple, Guyu replied, countering the question. And you? What brings you here? I came to find Jing Yin. Luoyin scanned the corpses on the ground, seeking the sight of the graceful youth clad in white. Jing Yin. Such familiarity in your tone. Before she could dwell on this, Guyu suddenly reacted. What? You mean Jing Yin is here as well? How could he possibly be here? I will explain later, but he is indeed present, Luoyin urged anxiously. I sense traces of cultivators here. He may be in danger. We must find him, Guyu recalled something. The dean had previously instructed her to procure a painting, that of Suimo. Now, she was sent to retrieve her junior disciple, who was also here. In an instant, Guyu deduced that the junior disciple the dean referred to was none other than Suimo. Have either of you seen a scholar with the surname Su? Guyu asked the monk and the Taoist. Dressed entirely in white, Luoyin added. Mud hesitated for a moment before cautiously stating, We have not encountered a scholar in white with the surname Su. However, a certain Su disciple clad in black is lying right over there. Mud pointed towards the entrance of the courtyard, precisely behind Guyu and Luoyin. Had you entered through the front door instead of soaring in from the walls, you would have undoubtedly encountered him directly. Chapter 28. A young man in green robes. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu and Luo Yin turned around to behold Su Mo, collapsed upon the threshold. At this moment, Su Mo was no longer the figure they had previously encountered. Previously, he had donned a flowing white robe, a hairpin atop his head, his hair elegantly tied back, and his face perpetually adorned with a serene smile, exuding confidence and warmth. Yet now, he was clad in dark garments, a drenched cloak draped behind him, his body emanating an aura of bloodlust, and his unconscious visage was marred by exhaustion and sorrow. Luo Yin lifted Su Mo, her heart a tempest of emotions. How could he have recklessly ventured here? He is merely a mortal. What do the lives and deaths of others have to do with him? She wiped the blood from the corner of Su Mo's mouth, her gaze falling into a state of bewilderment. What manner of person are you? What has happened to my junior apprentice? Gu Yu turned to the Zen master Zhixian and Taoist Muda, inquiring about the situation. The Zen master recalled Su Mo's remarkable entrance into the courtyard. A glimmer of illumination flashing in his eyes, Su benefactor at first, with a pitch-black arrow devoid of feathers, he felt a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, Muda, began to recount the events that transpired. Gu Yu was taken aback. You mean he killed a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner? His disbelief was palpable. When did late-stage foundation establishment practitioners become so easily dispatched? A mortal slaying a foundation establishment practitioner? That practitioner was gravely wounded. On the brink of death, Gu Yu speculated. Yet, Zen Master Zhixian shook his head, interjecting, no, he was in peak condition. Moreover, Su benefactor released but a single arrow, and that practitioner perished. That arrow was akin to a lethal weapon emerging from the depths of the netherworld, silent and devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. Recalling that arrow, Zen Master Zhixian found it still astonishing. And then, Gu Yu chose to temporarily set aside the matter of Su Mo's astonishing feat of slaying a foundation establishment practitioner. Afterward, we entered the underground palace and discovered a malevolent entity beside the blood pool. It seemed that Su benefactor was possessed by the malevolence and ascended to eliminate 3 newly arrived late-stage foundation establishment practitioners. Muda continued, recounting the events truthfully. What? Both Gu Yu and Luo Yin's expressions shifted dramatically. Gu Yu immediately channeled his spiritual energy to investigate Su Mo's condition, yet found no abnormalities. He only discerned that Su Mo appeared exceedingly weakened, as though he had just endured a fierce battle that left him utterly spent. Luo Yin glanced at Gu Yu and spoke calmly, let us first take him back. We can address the rest later. Gu Yu nodded in agreement. After all, they had located the junior apprentice. The remaining matters could be reported to the headmaster, allowing that old schemer to fret over them. You two may return to your duties. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with the affairs here. I will report the matter of the blood pill and the malevolent entity to the headmaster for his decision. For now, we must keep this under wraps to avoid inciting panic. Gu Yu instructed Zen Master Zhixian and Taoist Muda. Understood. Both Zen Master Zhixian and Taoist Muda replied in unison. Gu Yu and Luo Yin hastened away with Su Mo in the direction of the academy. After the 3 departed, Muda and Zen Master Zhixian exchanged glances and shrugged at so. It turns out he is the academy's 7th disciple. No wonder he seemed such a peculiar being. Muda remarked, it is understandable that there is not a single normal person in the academy. Zhishuan nodded in agreement. This academy has inherited its traditions for over 1,000 years. Yet the further it progresses, the more it deviates. This is precisely why I refrained from entering the academy, Muda shamelessly remarked. Zhishuan shot him a sidelong glance, saying, you seem eager to join. Does the academy even want you? Muda's expression darkened in an instant. This bald fool, utterly lacking in perception. Tell me, has that great calamity departed from Su's body? Zhishuan inquired. After pondering, Muda replied, it should have left. I did not sense the presence of the great calamity on Su just now. Then, where do you suppose the great calamity is at this moment? Zhishuan continued to question. Muda contemplated, and a sudden chill swept over him. Raising goosebumps on his skin, he exchanged a glance with Zhishuan. The wind is fierce. How absurd! After days of incessant rain, it has finally ceased. Wisps of mist began to rise from the mountaintop, evoking a sense of tranquility reminiscent of a serene autumn evening following a fresh rain. As the saying goes, a bamboo house in the mountains, with wisps of smoke curling up. The melodious chirping of birds and the enticing aroma of wine. Sumo gradually awakened, disoriented, utterly unaware of his surroundings. However, the tantalizing scent of wine stirred the cravings within him. He sat up and glanced around, realizing he was inside a bamboo house. Upon rising and pushing open the door, he discovered the bamboo house perched atop the mountain, offering a view akin to that from the clouds. Yet, the expansive panorama was obscured by mist. In the courtyard of the bamboo house, an elderly man clad in green was tending to a fire and brewing wine, the fragrant aroma wafting from the jug. "Excuse me, esteemed elder, where is this place?" Suemo respectfully inquired as he entered the courtyard. "Awake, are you? You seem to have recovered quite swiftly. I thought you would require at least a few more days of slumber." The elderly man set down his fire fan and turned to Suemo with a smile. "This is a realm situated between the mundane and the ethereal. Are you eager to know?" As Suemo inhaled the enticing fragrance of the wine, his cravings intensified, and he chuckled sheepishly. "I am not in such a hurry." "Elder, are you brewing the famed Xinghua village wine?" Suemo asked. The elderly man chuckled. "Would you care for a taste?" "Then it would be rude to decline." Suemo promptly dashed over and seated himself at the stone table, displaying a demeanor of familiarity. The elderly man shook his head in resignation and poured a cup for Suemo. Suemo lifted the cup to his nose and inhaled deeply, his mouth watering with anticipation. Just as he was about to take a sip, a thought struck him, causing him to pause. He then gently poured some of the wine onto the ground. "This is the Xinghua village wine I promised you, a flower borrowed to honor the Buddha. Consider it my fulfillment of a promise," Suemo murmured, the meaning of his words lost to him. The elderly man said nothing in response, but refilled Suemo's cup. Only a fleeting glimmer of concern crossed his eyes. Suemo drank the wine in one gulp, feeling an immediate sense of relief wash over him. The flavor was fragrant and rich, harmoniously balanced, sweet and gentle, with a refreshing and smooth aftertaste. Truly exquisite wine. Suemo could not help but exclaim, only to immediately regret having poured out a glass moments before. The elder in the green robe remained silent, pouring himself a glass and sipping it slowly. Suemo gazed longingly at him. "Such exquisite wine, and you consumed it all in one go. What a waste!" It was only after savoring the drink that the elder in the green robe began to speak. With an air of righteous indignation, Suemo slowly recited. "Two people toasting amidst the blooming mountains, one cup after another, and another cup again. I long to sleep in my drunken state, yet you depart. Tomorrow, with intention, bring your zither." He had appropriatedly buys drinking with a recluse in the mountains from his previous life to persuade the elder. Drinking should indeed be one cup after another. A fine poem, albeit slightly misapplied. The elder in the green robe subtly curled his lip, clearly understanding Suemo's underlying message. "If I were to say, you just downed a drink worth 10 or more taels of silver, what would your thoughts be? You still wish to indulge in one cup after another. This 18-year-old pure brew is not meant to be consumed so recklessly," the elder remarked leisurely. Upon hearing this, Suemo instantly wished to retrieve the glass he had just spilled, go fulfill the promise made to the departed souls. Perhaps it wasn't as urgent as he had thought. Chapter 29. Burning wood to brew wine. Noticing the elder's passivity, Suemo, without further ado, poured himself another glass. The elder did not mind. This time, he savored the drink slowly. 10 or more taels of silver, indeed. The elder in the green robe curled his lip, setting down his glass. And after a long gaze at Suemo, he spoke. "You have just recovered from a serious injury. This wine has a potent kick, and one cup should suffice. Any more, and you might find it overwhelming." Serious injury? Suemo was momentarily taken aback. He did not recall being gravely injured, merely fatigued. How could he be seriously wounded? "I don't remember being injured," he replied. The elder shook his head. "A wound to the Tao is still a wound. A wound to the Tao refers to the damage inflicted upon the heart of a cultivator. In simpler terms, it is akin to a collapse of one's worldview, leading to existential doubt. A wound to the Dao." Suemo chuckled. He was not a cultivator, so where would such a wound arise? The elder sighed. "Though you have yet to enter the Tao, you are entangled with certain matters too deeply, already showing signs of approaching it." Approaching the Dao, Suemo turned his gaze towards the elder, who still wore a benign and unperturbed expression. "Are you also a practitioner of the Tao?" "One could say so." The elder nodded. Suemo bowed his head in silence. Observing Suemo's demeanor, the elder curiously inquired, "Do you not wish to cultivate?" Suemo nodded. Having spent several months in this world, he had witnessed the vile nature of its cultivators. They regarded mortals as mere ants, looking down upon them from their lofty perches. They viewed human lives as mere playthings. To them, there existed only themselves and their so-called Tao. Moreover, he had witnessed cultivators refining blood elixirs using the blood of mortals, all in pursuit of the so-called entry into the Tao. In Su Mo's eyes, all beings were equal. There was no distinction between the noble and the humble. Yet the rules of this world cruelly revealed to him the essence of the law of the jungle. Those of divergent paths shall not conspire together. The elder in azure seemed to comprehend Su Mo's thoughts. You are obstinate. The elder shook his head. Su Mo raised his gaze, seeking clarification. Cultivating immortality, in truth, is a pursuit of the heart. The elder spoke slowly. The myriad paths of the great Tao exist, and humanity embodies both virtue and vice. Those who cultivate immortality are merely human. Since they are human, how can they escape the mundane? Not all mortals are diligent, and those who cultivate the way are not necessarily selfish. You must understand that the most elusive thing in this world is the human heart. Is it not the complexity of human hearts that adds vibrancy to this world? The path of immortality is harsh, yet it is also filled with color. We are but inconsequential hues in the vast river of time. So why cling stubbornly to what we perceive? I see that you hold steadfast beliefs in your heart. Why not take action for those convictions? To take action, take action. The spirit of that woman once uttered, take action and grant this world a clear sky. Su Mo had also declared, good, since I have promised you, then I shall take action. Su Mo smiled brightly. Thank you, elder, for your guidance. The elder in azure nodded in satisfaction. After so much discourse, the elder inquired, do you know of the academy? Su Mo hesitated for a moment, awkwardly shaking his head. The elder rolled his eyes. What a wasted question. It seems you know nothing. Since you have resolved to pursue the path, have you ever considered joining the academy? The elder asked. Su Mo shook his head. Not at all. Why? Although I know little, I have heard that the people of the academy are not particularly earnest. Su Mo candidly admitted. The elder's expression darkened slightly. That is merely a distortion of perception by some individuals. The academy has thrived for a millennium, weathering storms to stand firm in this world. The methods of the academy may invite dissent, but they are rooted in profound tradition. At that moment, Su Mo remembered that Gu Yu was the third disciple of the academy and curiously inquired, Elder, do you know much about the academy? I know a bit. If you have questions, feel free to ask. The elder raised his noble head. The academy has been established for a millennium. It must be a grand sect? Correct? How many members does it comprise? Upon hearing this, the elder immediately lowered his proud head once more. There are thousands of outer disciples, but only 6 formal disciples. Su Mo was taken aback. Only 6? The elder disdainfully scoffed. The academy pursues the pinnacle, striving for excellence. All initiates are extraordinary individuals. Su Mo sighed. Draining his cup of wine, as a scholar such as myself, would I be able to enter? The elder cryptically gestured towards the pot brewing wine nearby. The peach wood burned warmly, simmering the exquisite wine within, its fragrance wafting through the art. Su Mo suddenly felt as though he had grasped something profound. Are you suggesting that both the burning wood and the brewing wine each possess their own merits? The elderly man in the green robe let out a sigh, implying that the wine was excessively expensive and advised to drink slowly. Su Mo, momentarily at a loss for words, then shook his head. But I am unaware of what the academy truly entails, I assure you. The academy may differ from your expectations, yet it shall not deviate from them. The elderly man replied with a smile. Oh, you know what I seek? Su Mo inquired with curiosity. The elderly man shook his head. I do not. Before Su Mo could utter a word, the elderly man continued, however, I do understand the nature of the person you are. Pouring himself a glass of wine, Su Mo began to sip it slowly. What kind of person am I? I am not even sure myself. You cherish peaceful coexistence among individuals, abhor slaughter and violence. The elderly man spoke slowly. Su Mo was taken aback. You seem accustomed to existing within the confines of rules, unable to adapt to the sense of helplessness when all is unrestrained by regulations. You place yourself between that of an immortal cultivator and a mortal, neither fully one nor the other. You lament the helplessness of mortals while resenting the arrogance of the cultivators, the elderly man observed, gazing at Su Mo with deep admiration. Yet, the academy is also a sect of immortal cultivation, Su Mo remarked. You are mistaken. The academy fundamentally differs from a sect of immortal cultivation, the elder chuckled. What distinguishes them? Many of the immortal cultivators you encounter are merely solitary practitioners, focused solely on their cultivation, aspiring to reach a higher realm, hence their varied temperaments. A true sect of immortal cultivation seeks to transcend worldly disputes, elevating beyond the mundane to discover the ethereal traces of the Tao between heaven and earth. The Academy, conversely, traverses a different path, engaging with the world, integrating into it, searching for the relationship between humanity and this expanse of existence. The notion of seeking the relationship between humanity and the universe profoundly resonated with Suimo. This path is arduous yet aligns with the essence of the Academy. It corresponds with your heart's intent. Suimo lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the elderly man, articulating each word deliberately. Where is the Academy? I wish to go there. Have you made up your mind? The elderly man asked with a grin. I have, Suimo affirmed decisively. Then, the elderly man rose, waved his sleeve, and stood with an air of ethereal grace. Kneel and pay your respects to your master. Sumo's eyes widened, as realization dawned upon him, sensing a web of schemes. Hesitantly asking, You are? The headmaster of the Academy, Imo Shangao. Suimo burst into laughter. When a kindred spirit endeavors earnestly to have you become their disciple, what could possibly compel one to refuse? A fleeting sense of absurdity crossed Sumo's mind, yet warmth enveloped him. The Academy and I are akin. Suimo unsteadily rose, knelt, and cupped his fist. I feel a bit dizzy. Disciple Su Jingyan pays respects to the master. Thud. The effects of the wine overwhelmed Suimo, causing him to collapse to the ground. Chapter 30. The youthful affection. The headmaster gazed at the fallen Suimo and sighed toward the heavens. Draped in a crimson robe, Guyu and adorned in a white dress, Luo Yin glided gracefully towards the little girl, who immediately spotted Suimo sprawled on the ground, momentarily taken aback. What is this? Guyu inquired. He has succumbed to intoxication, the dean replied. Young master, young master. The little girl rushed to Sumo's side, shaking him gently. Noticing his lack of response, she helplessly lifted her gaze towards the dean. The dean smiled reassuringly. Your young master merely overindulged. Let him rest for a while. But the little girl pouted. The young master has already been asleep for several days. Tomorrow, he is due to attend the spring examination. The spring examination. Upon hearing this, the dean contemplated for a moment before chuckling softly. No matter, the effects of the alcohol will dissipate swiftly. It will not hinder his participation in the spring examination tomorrow. Oh. The little girl gazed down at Sumo's pallid face, filled with concern. Let us take him back to rest, the dean gestured. Suimo was assisted back to the bamboo pavilion and laid upon the bed. Guyu and Luoyin exited the pavilion and ventured into the courtyard. The dean, with his back turned, gazed at the misty mountains below and slowly spoke. What is the situation? He is merely intoxicated. He will awaken shortly, Guyu replied. What of the blood pill? The dean asked nonchalantly, betraying no hint of his inner thoughts. Its whereabouts remain unknown, but there are shadows of those in the officialdom, Guyu recounted. Over the past few days, she had pursued the matter of the blood pill, yet the adversaries moved with alarming swiftness, as if they had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, some clues still lingered. Humph! The dean scoffed. They truly dare. Guyu bowed her head in silence, recalling her descent into the Western City's underground palace, where she had encountered a scene of unspeakable horror. She could scarcely fathom the psychological impact on Suimo, a mere mortal, upon witnessing such a sight. The gruesome tableau had left her heart racing. And what of the individual within the palace? The dean inquired once more. Guyu shook her head. There appears to be no abnormality. The dean pondered for a moment before stating, Do not involve yourself further in this matter. Others will take care of it. He cast a glance back at the bamboo pavilion, as if implying something deeper. Understood. Guyu seemed devoid of emotion. The dean gazed towards the horizon, falling silent for a moment before suddenly declaring, I shall be departing for a while, until your junior disciple awakens. Inform him that he must excel in the spring examination as a rite of passage for apprenticeship. Furthermore, assist your junior disciple in his journey into the Tao. We shall discuss other matters upon my return. Guyu lifted her head, a look of incredulity on her face. Excel? Is it truly that simple? Are you certain he can achieve such a feat? The dean shook his head. The rite of apprenticeship is not merely about excelling. It is a matter of introspection in due time. You shall understand. Oh, Guyu nodded. Yet a sense of unease lingered. Why must I assist him in his pursuit of the Tao? The dean regarded her with a knowing smile. Did you not bestow upon him a heart sword? Gu Yu beamed with laughter. That was merely a moment of serendipity. The dean shook his head and turned to the quietly observant Luo Yin, smiling. Your mastery of the zither has indeed progressed significantly? Luo Yin slightly bowed. I am grateful for the dean's heart flute. Regrettably, you refused to join my academy. The dean shook his head and sighed. Luo Yin gently replied, there is no path for me within the academy. And now? Still nothing? The dean inquired with a smile. Luo Yin glanced at the bamboo building, falling silent. The dean chuckled. You lacks your steadiness. Lend your support when matters arise, he advised. Luo Yin nodded in agreement. The dean smiled once more, a ripple of spiritual energy emanating from him as he stepped forward and vanished from sight. Once the dean departed, Gu Yu turned to Luo Yin, her expression one of displeasure. What does he mean by that? What does he mean I'm not as steady as you? Luo Yin laughed softly. It is quite literally what he said. Yu rolled her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yin spoke. Since Jing Yin has awakened, I shall return to the boat tower. After a brief pause, she added, when he regains full consciousness, tell him to visit the boat tower. Having uttered these words, Luo Yin gracefully departed, as if done why apologies. Yu found herself at a loss for words. They all see me as a mere messenger. After a moment's thought, she turned and made her way back to the bamboo building. Inside the bamboo building, the young girl quietly observed Suimo, nestled in his embrace, waiting for him to awaken. She had so much to share with him. Tales of the academy's amusing anecdotes, her own worries, her deep longing. Over the past few days, as Suimo lay in a coma, she could only fret anxiously, refraining from disturbing his much-needed rest. Suimo had been unconscious for over 10 days, during which time she had learned of the earth-shattering events he had undertaken that fateful night. The peril and strangeness of that night were vivid in her imagination. After she informed Luo Yin that Suimo had gone to the courtyard in the west of the city, Luo Yin had ventured there and returned with the unconscious Suimo. Yu suggested recuperating at the academy, and thus the young girl accompanied her to the academy. Throughout these days, she learned from Gu Yu and Luo Yin that the young master had slain 4 formidable foes at the Foundation establishment stage. Although she found it hard to believe, she harbored no doubts whatsoever. If the young master deemed it necessary, she would stand by his side. They claimed the young master had valid reasons for his actions, and she had faith in him. That day, she witnessed the young master standing desolate in the rain. That day, she saw him tremble helplessly at the sight of the woman cradling her infant as she perished. That day, she beheld him crafting a powerful crossbow. That day, she watched him stand at the bow of the boat for half the night. Each scene, each shadow of Suimo, was indelibly etched into the young girl's heart. This was the young master, always compassionate towards the suffering of the world. The young girl gazed at Sumo's delicate features, gently resting her face against his chest. The young master were not such a person. She would likely still be wandering and begging. Or perhaps, she would have perished in the last harsh winter. Young master. With her face pressed against Sumo's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath, she felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. As long as the young master was safe, all would be well. Whatever the young master wished to pursue, she would accompany him. The young girl murmured softly. A gentle caress brushed against her head, prompting the young girl to lift her gaze and behold Suimo, who regarded her with affectionate eyes, his hand tenderly stroking her long hair. Young master. You are awake, she exclaimed joyfully. Just awakened? Suimo replied with a smile, continuing to fondly ruffle her hair. Is there anything discomforting you, young master? She inquired, a trace of concern evident in her voice. Suimo gently shook his head. No, young master. I really missed you, the young girl softly confessed. She spoke her heart's desires as they came to her. Suimo playfully tousled her hair, leaving it in delightful disarray. I know. It's truly wonderful that you have finally awakened. The young girl nestled her head tightly against Sumo's chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The worries, fears, and anxieties she had endured over the past few days crumbled away in that moment of his revival, leaving no trace behind. After all, she was merely a little girl just over 10 years old. Chapter 31. The Enlightenment Night. All right. While you two indulge in each other, I have serious matters to discuss with you. Gu Yu, clad in red, pushed the door open. her gaze landing on the brother and sister duo nestled on the bed, feeling a pang of exasperation. How could siblings be so intimately close? Sister Gu. The young girl called out softly, rising from Suemo's embrace. A moment of silence ensued, as she seemed displeased by the interruption of her cherished moments with the young master. However, she had grown somewhat familiar with Guyu during her days in the academy, as it had been Guyu and Luoyin who looked after her, though the young girl was quite independent and rarely required assistance. Please don't look at me like that. I truly have something to say. I will leave immediately after I finish. You two can continue your tender moments. Guyu chuckled at the young girl's protective demeanor. This child acts as though she were an adult. Thank you, Sister Gu, for taking care of the girl these past few days. I am immensely grateful. Suemo expressed his heartfelt appreciation as he rose to address Guyu. Despite only recalling faint memories of his fainting spell in the courtyard on the western side of the city, he could easily deduce the reasons for his recovery. And I took care of you too. Why don't you thank me? Guyu retorted, pouting. Suemo momentarily paused before responding. I am also grateful to Sister Gu for her care. Is that all the gratitude you offer? Guyu pressed. Then what would you like? Suemo hesitantly inquired. I want a painting, Guyu declared, her intentions clear. Very well, Suemo replied with a grin. I have no shortage of paintings. I can provide as many as you wish. Guyu noted how everyone seemed to adore Sumo's artwork, believing it to be valuable, though Sumo himself did not share in that sentiment. Viewing painting as a casual endeavor, Guyu nodded in satisfaction. Did the old headmaster speak to you? Suemo nodded, rising to respectfully bow to Guyu. I have seen third sister. Guyu instantly brightened, a sense of superiority swelling within her. With a beaming smile, she patted Sumo's shoulder and said, Little Su, third sister has high hopes for you. Work hard, and I will take you to navigate the celestial realm. Suemo was left dumbfounded. Little Su. What kind of moniker is that? However, Guyu presented a twist. Before the dean departed, he set forth a challenge for you as a rite of apprenticeship, and only by passing this assessment could you be officially recognized as a disciple of the academy. The dean, before leaving, Sumo's expression froze. What? The dean has passed away. Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. While it is true that the affairs of the world are unpredictable, this is truly too much. A sharp knock resounded on Sumo's head. What are you saying? The dean has simply gone out for a while and will return after some time. The young girl hurried over, tenderly covering Sumo's head, glaring at Guyu in indignation. She cared not for the dean or the academy. Her sole concern was for her young master, Suemo. Feeling wronged, clutched his head. Why don't you clarify things? Guyu rolled her eyes. This little junior brother is rather unscrupulous. Even before entering the door, he is wishing for misfortune upon the old sage. Yet why does this sound so pleasing to the ear? Assessment? What assessment? Suemo reacted, inquiring. The spring examination. Guyu replied succinctly. Suemo was left dumbfounded. You must secure the top position. Otherwise, you truly cannot enter the academy. Guyu earnestly admonished. Suemo nodded gravely. Since he had decided to join the academy, he naturally could not easily concede defeat. Very well, I shall prepare myself over the next few days and strive to achieve the top rank. Suemo inhaled deeply, speaking in a measured tone at that moment. The young girl tilted her head and innocently remarked, But the spring examination is tomorrow. Sumo's face stiffened. Young master, you have been asleep for over 10 days. The day of the spring examination is upon us. The young girl, blissfully unaware, delivered her blow. Sumo's face darkened. On the verge of tears, Guyu patted Suemo on the shoulder. Do your best. The third senior sister believes in you, Guyu said, decidedly unkind, before turning to leave. Just as she reached the door, she seemed to remember something and added, Oh, by the way, Luoyin asked you to visit the boat pavilion when you have a moment. You ought to express your gratitude to her. With that, Guyu left, leaving Suemo utterly perplexed. What does this have to do with Luoyin? Suemo turned, casting a questioning glance at the young girl. She explained. That day, Sister Luo went to the western city to find you. It was she and Sister Gu who brought you back, and for the past few days, it has been Sister Luo and Sister Gu who have been caring for you. Suemo recalled the extravagant delicacies and fine wines at the boat pavilion and, unable to contain himself, drooled with gratitude. Then, after the spring examination, I shall go to the boat pavilion in person to thank Fairy Gu. Young master, perhaps you should rest early and rejuvenate your spirit. The spring examination is tomorrow, the young girl reminded him. Suemo looked at the young girl's weary face and gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. You should rest first, dear. You have worked hard these past few days. I have just awakened, and it is still early. I will read for a while before retiring. The young girl was indeed exhausted and did not refuse. Then, young master, please read your book first, and once you are done, rest early. All right. Suemo agreed. Suemo had regained his strength, and the young girl, feeling relieved, succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Observing her peaceful repose, Suemo tenderly caressed her cheek. He could sense the profound attachment and concern she harbored for him, which seemed to anchor his restless soul, akin to a solitary boat riding the tumultuous waves of the sea, finding refuge in a harbor at last. Satisfied and warmed by this sentiment, Suemo rose and exited the bamboo loft. The sky, unbeknownst to him, had become a tapestry of stars. He made his way to the courtyard and seated himself at the stone table. Gazing at the stars, a wretched melancholy swiftly crept back into his heart. His homeland felt like a distant memory, separated by 2 lifetimes, both cherished yet unattainable. A fine wine would be most welcome here. Suemo exhaled softly, lamenting somewhat dismally. At some point, Guyu had approached him from behind, scoffing, at such a tender age, who would be so fond of drinking? Despite being merely in his teens, Sumo's desolate demeanor often struck Guyu as somewhat incongruous. Third senior sister. Suemo turned to acknowledge her presence. Guyu replied, casually tossing a book to Suemo. What is this? He asked, receiving the tome and opening it with a puzzled expression. Practicing naturally requires a mental cultivation method. Guyu replied nonchalantly. By all accounts, Suemo had not yet formally entered the academy, thus he should not be addressing Guyu as third senior sister, nor should she be providing him with the cultivation method. Yet, Guyu appeared unconcerned. Mental cultivation method? Sumo's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling forth. Is this not the most formidable method? The Academy's unparalleled technique? If I cultivate this, will I not become an immortal or a deity in no time, able to summon winds and rains and command the seas? Guyu looked at Suemo in despair, realizing the daunting task ahead and guiding him on the path of cultivation. It was a long and arduous journey. She also understood why the dean had sought out the junior disciple only to vanish, leaving the responsibilities behind. With a sigh, Guyu remarked, your understanding of cultivation is truly akin to an old woman taking the stage. How shall I put it? Not a clue about the script, Suemo inquired awkwardly. Is there something wrong? Guyu slapped her forehead, pained, and began to impart some fundamental knowledge to Suemo. Mental cultivation methods merely instruct you on how to practice. They enable you to cultivate but do not grant you entry into the path. The method is akin to a guide leading you towards enlightenment. True entry into the path requires personal insight, either through one's own understanding or through the wisdom of predecessors. Some may practice their entire lives without attaining the path, while others may achieve it before even beginning their practice. The abilities you speak of, summoning winds and rains, commanding the seas, belong to the realm of Tao techniques, profound and inscrutable Tao techniques. Thanks to Sumo's higher education, he swiftly grasped Guyu's explanation. The mental cultivation method was essentially a manual for cultivation, a technological tree. While advancement required enlightenment, dedication, and combat necessitated practicing Tao techniques, skill points, Suemo sighed. In my past life, I was misled. Chapter 32. The man of the sea. Suemo opened the heart method and began to read. As he perused the text, he suddenly looked up at Guyu, innocently inquiring, but I still do not know what to do. He recalled her instructions. To meditate, enter a state of tranquility, and sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was to inhale spiritual energy into his body according to the heart method, guiding it to circulate within him. Following Guyu's advice, Suemo sat cross-legged on the ground, attentively sensing the surrounding spiritual energy of the universe. However, after a considerable time had passed, he felt nothing and gradually became agitated. Calm your mind, Guyu. Noticing Sumo's restless spirit, spoke up. Theo, you remember the small sword I gave you that merged into your body? It is a manifestation of a drop of spiritual liquid I condensed. Slowly attune yourself to its presence. You can use it as a catalyst to seek the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suemo quieted his mind, focusing on the small sword, searching for sensations within himself. After a long while, he finally sensed a faint wave of energy at his chest. It was a small sword shimmering with brilliance. He recalled that night in the pavilion outside the building when his third senior sister had gifted him the small sword at a tea that time. She had said it was a seed. Now, Suemo distinctly felt that this small sword, having resided within him for days, had developed its own essence. Opening his eyes, Suemo looked at Guyu and exclaimed, "I can feel the small sword you gave me. It exudes an exceptionally pure and sharp aura. Is this it?" Guyu nodded, a hint of surprise evident at Sumo's swift perception of the spiritual energy. "Indeed, it is a manifestation of the spiritual energy I condensed. I bestowed it upon you, so it could harmonize with you sooner, enabling you to control it with ease today." "Did the third senior sister know I would enter the academy?" Suemo asked curiously. Jiyuyu's lips twitched slightly, but she refrained from mentioning that she had no other gifts to offer at that moment. To maintain her lofty image, she nodded enigmatically. Then, she quickly changed the subject, continuing, "However, this spiritual sword carries my essence of the great Tao. You need not deliberately seek that aura. Simply attune yourself to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that shares its origin." Suemo nodded, feeling that the path of cultivation was indeed grand and magnificent. He closed his eyes once more, aligning himself with the sensations imparted by this spiritual energy to perceive the spiritual essence of the universe. Gradually, an extraordinary feeling arose within him, and as he connected with the sensation from the small sword at his chest, he also discovered the peculiar aura that had enveloped him that night in the courtyard west of the city. This strange aura evoked an indescribable oddity within him, imparting a sense of detachment, a detachment from this world, leading towards an unknown realm that he felt as though a thread connected him to something incomprehensible. Suemo found himself enveloped in an extraordinary sensation, sinking into a peculiar state of being. Jiyuyu lifted her gaze to the star-studded sky and slowly mused, "In my earlier days, I attained tranquility in merely a day. The dean remarked that I possess an exceptionally rare talent for cultivation. There is no need for you to rush. Take your time. After all, the realm of a senior sister is not something you can hastily pursue. You merely need to achieve tranquility within 3 days to be considered an individual of extraordinary aptitude." Jiyuyu pondered, realizing she should not impose excessive pressure on Suemo, and continued, "However, even if you cannot attain tranquility within 3 days, do not fret. Talent does not dictate everything. Some may take longer to reach tranquility, but excel in cultivation later on." Noticing Sumo's silence, Guyu lowered her head to observe him diligently meditating, and then froze in place as he, already in tranquility? The night breeze brushed against her, making her feel a bit chilly. "I hope the junior brother did not hear my earlier comment about attaining tranquility in a day." Guyu felt a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she beheld Suemo in meditation. He was beginning to guide the celestial spiritual energy through the small circulatory system. What a peculiar junior brother. Yet, this aura.it evokes an indescribable sensation. As Guyu watched Suemo circulate the small circulatory system, an extraordinarily strange aura emanated from him. Could this be the aura of the literary path? Guyu circled around Suemo, carefully attuning herself to the sensation. As a practitioner of the sword path, her spiritual energy was imbued with the essence of the stunning sword, domineering, pure, and sharp. Therefore, one would expect that, as a scholar, Sumo's spiritual energy should carry the fragrance of books, exuding an air of elegance, tranquility, and the scent of ink. Yet, the aura surrounding Suemo struck Guyu as eerie, profound, and distant. Unbeknownst to her, Suemo was currently in a state transcending mere tranquility, a condition existing between meditation and a deeper form of introspection. With his eyes closed, Suemo seemed to perceive that strange aura solidifying, gradually transforming into a stream of water that fused with his bloodline. From within his bloodline emerged formless entities as the celestial spiritual energy flowed into his body, guiding the energy to circulate through the small circulatory system. He was uncertain if others experienced cultivation in the same manner, yet he felt a distinct difference within himself. Immersed in this sensation, Suemo was captivated. It was an enigmatic feeling. He could sense 2 distinct entities simultaneously, one being the celestial spiritual energy and the other the strange aura. These 2 forces intertwined, circulating through the channels of Sumo's body. The peculiar aura seemed to possess an even more wondrous quality than the spiritual energy. While guiding the energy, it continuously fortified Sumo's channels. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy accelerated its flow, As the external celestial spiritual energy surged towards Sumo beside him, Guyu was initially taken aback by Sumo's deep meditation, but soon, her astonishment transformed into awe as she witnessed Sumo begin to circulate his qi through the small Zhou. However, her amazement had not yet subsided as she observed the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth on the mountaintop suddenly surged towards Sumo, as if they had found a long-lost kin. They gradually coalesced into a spiritual tide. Guyu gazed at Sumo, her heart swelling with both joy and an unexpected sense of inferiority. At that moment, the esteemed third disciple of the academy experienced the rare and peculiar emotion of self-doubt. The moment I laid eyes on my junior brother, I realized he too is an extraordinary talent. You felt a surge of happiness at Sumo's remarkable gifts. She settled down at a nearby stone table, lazily propping herself up, choosing not to glance at Sumo any longer. The sight was irksome. Gazing up at the starry sky, she sighed wearily, thinking there ought to be some wine. Sumo's spiritual energy accelerated. The influx of energy was drawn by an enigmatic force, rapidly circulating through the small Zhou. The spiritual energy continuously flowed into Sumo's body, gathering into an unceasing river, as though bursting forth from some unseen barrier, gradually forming a vast sea of spirit, Sumo's own sea of spirit. Within this sea, wisps of mysterious mist lingered, while above it sparkled countless stars, reminiscent of an endless firmament. Sumo's consciousness delved into the depths of his sea of spirit. Observing the sights within, he felt an overwhelming curiosity. As a being from another world, he marveled at the bizarre phenomena brought forth by cultivation. His curiosity intertwined with delight and astonishment. According to the principles of his cultivation method, he should be stepping into the realm of qi refinement now. This cultivation is so difficult after all. Is this the sea of spirit? Is this truly my sea of spirit? I am now one who possesses a sea of spirit. No, I am a cultivator with a sea of spirit. How delightful! Sumo's consciousness transformed into a diminutive figure, treading upon the surface of the sea of spirit, which gently buoyed him up, allowing him to stroll across its expanse. The mist above the surface swirled around him as he stepped forth. Sumo gazed around the sea of spirit with childlike wonder, sometimes waving his hands to disperse the mist, and at other times crouching down to scoop up the water beneath his feet, embodying the innocence of a child. After all, he was but a small child at heart. At last, Sumo's gaze was captivated by the countless stars shimmering above the sea of spirit. He looked up, and the vast, inky night sky sparkled with ethereal lights. This starry expanse felt strangely familiar. Sumo retracted his gaze, surveying the boundless sea of spirit. Within this realm lay a primordial void. Once I attain enlightenment, in the center of my sea of spirit, this place should house a book. The diminutive figure of Sumo's consciousness proudly pointed to the tranquil surface at the center of the sea. Speaking to himself, the book states that upon achieving enlightenment, one's path will manifest as a tangible object, suspended above the sea of spirit. My third senior sister's sea of spirit should contain a sword. I have heard that Fairy Luo, being a reincarnation of the goddess of the Qin, must have a Qin within her sea of spirit. As a distinguished scholar of the Su clan, I naturally devote myself to the art of writing, and it is only a matter of time before a book emerges. Sumo pondered curiously, yet he was aware that a book is unlike any other object. Within its pages lies content. What might that content be? I am well-read, possessing a wealth of knowledge. I am versed in astronomy and geography, yet what specifics will manifest in the book that takes form within the ocean of my spirit? As he mused, Sumo's complexion suddenly turned pale. He recalled the countless adult books he had perused in his past life, some even adorned with illustrations. Heaven have mercy when I embark on my path. I must endeavor to control my thoughts and not indulge in frivolous imaginings. What if I inadvertently conjure such a book in the ocean of my spirit? The illustrious reputation of Su, the great scholar, would be utterly ruined. Sumo made a concerted effort to calm his mind and divert his thoughts to other matters. Why does my ocean of spirit always evoke an inexplicable sense of eeriness? I cannot quite articulate what is peculiar about it. It simply feels strange. The books do not elaborate. Perhaps I should inquire with my third senior sister. Sumo glanced around in his ocean of spirit, continuing to absorb the myriad sensations it imparted. Suddenly, within the swirling mists of his ocean, he beheld a captivating silhouette. Chapter 33. The boundless sea beneath the vast expanse of the stars, amidst the tranquil surface of the ocean of spirit. Within the eerie, swirling fog, a mesmerizing and enigmatic figure sat quietly upon the waters of Sumo's ocean of spirit. "Who are you?" Sumo shouted in alarm, startled by the sight. He had never heard of anyone being able to intrude into another's ocean of spirit. The ocean of spirit is a sanctuary where the spiritual energy of a cultivator converges. It is where the ambient spiritual chi from the world coalesces into spiritual power, transforming into liquid energy, thus forming a sea. The ocean of spirit is fundamentally the essence of a cultivator's being. With Sumo's limited understanding of cultivation, it is akin to a person's mind, the repository of knowledge. The ocean of spirit serves as the reservoir for the cultivation of spiritual power. How could one dare to slumber beneath my own roof, let alone within my ocean? What if, during my own ascension, I unwittingly manifest an adult-themed book within the ocean? Wouldn't that secret be exposed? Who are you, and how did you enter my ocean of spirit? Sumo asked, his demeanor tense. Yet, the ethereal figure offered no response, remaining in tranquil meditation. After a prolonged wait, Sumo could no longer remain still. Cautiously, he edged closer, gently waving his hand to part the mist. As he approached, he beheld a woman. Her long, flowing hair cascaded gracefully behind her. Her legs, as white as jade, were elegantly crossed in meditation. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, and her form was voluptuous and graceful, exuding an otherworldly beauty. The woman resembled a deity stepped forth from a painting, her noble aura akin to that of an immortal, yet her demeanor was strikingly enchanting. A sheer veil of white draped over her, the contours of her exquisite figure barely discernible through the fog. She appeared to be a harmonious blend of fairy and enchantress. Upon catching a glimpse of her, Sumo felt a warmth rising to his cheeks, prompting him to raise his hand and wipe away the heat. Astonished, he wondered how he had started to bleed from his nose. Sumo promptly pinched his nose, attempting to stifle the flow of blood. His voice, muffled and breathless, faltered as he stammered. "You died? Who exactly are you? Are you a human or a ghost? How did you come to be in my spiritual sea?" The woman remained unresponsive, her voluptuous form partially obscured by a sheer veil of fabric, rendering Sumo unable to gaze directly upon her. "I am still but a child. Why must I endure such trials? You'd please speak." Sumo leaned in closer, threatening, "If you remain silent, I shall call the police." This wretched world, seemed devoid of law enforcement. Even if there were, would they be able to intervene here? "Hello, I wish to report an intrusion into my mind." Noticing that the woman merely kept her eyes closed, paying him no heed, Sumo reluctantly drew nearer. Standing directly before her, the ethereal beauty of her form became increasingly vivid in his sight. The intoxicating visual allure nearly overwhelmed him, prompting him to silently recite the moral teachings. "Do not gaze upon that which is inappropriate. Do not gaze upon that which is inappropriate. Who are you? How did you come to be in my spiritual sea?" Sumo raised his chin, unable to meet her gaze directly. Finally, the woman spoke. "You are quite bothersome," she said impatiently, opening her eyes. "Have you forgotten your sister so quickly?" Upon hearing this, Sumo was taken aback, trembling as he pointed at her. "Why, you are that great calamity." The familiarity of her voice struck him. It had accompanied him throughout a fateful night in the underground of the city's west side. Her voice was melodious yet eerily unsettling, imbued with an ethereal quality that Sumo could never forget. That night, this great calamity had used his own hands to slay 3 formidable foundational cultivators, and the sheer strangeness of her methods made him shudder at the thought. The woman frowned, her exquisite features momentarily marred by a hint of displeasure. "What calamity? You should call me sister." "What sister? Why are you in my spiritual sea?" Sumo inquired, his anxiety palpable. The woman flirtatiously brushed her hair aside, a mischievous smile playing upon her lips. "I have always been within your spiritual sea." Sumo's heart raced in trepidation as he exclaimed, "What? You have always been in my spiritual sea?" The woman erupted into a melodic laughter, finding amusement in his reaction. Each encounter with this child evoked a different feeling within her. Sometimes he seemed innocent, at other times composed, and occasionally quite entertaining. "Indeed, I never left since our last meeting in your spiritual sea." Sumo's expression darkened. "But I just recently established my spiritual sea." The woman rolled her eyes. "What do you think? This spiritual sea was painstakingly cultivated by your sister. That day in the depths, when you encountered so many wandering souls, do you think it was for naught? I thought I was exceptionally gifted. Suemo mused, feeling a chill in the winds of his spiritual sea. What was your purpose in cultivating my spiritual sea? He asked, his face clouded with concern. Fear not, he reassured himself, feeling somewhat less afraid. The woman slowly rose to her feet, drawing near to Suemo, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting into his nose. Her voluptuous figure approached, and Suemo could even sense the warmth emanating from her. The enchanting beauty of her visage came close to Suemo's face, her gaze locking onto his eyes, which he instinctively averted. Suemo's eyes darted about, his body tense, and an awkward expression marred his features. The woman chuckled softly, her laughter light and airy. How amusing! A mere child lost in fanciful thoughts. Sumo's cheeks flushed crimson, silenced by her words. The woman retreated slightly, stretching her body languidly, and Suemo felt a flush return to his nose. Sister shall cultivate your spiritual sea. Naturally, I will reside here for a time, she continued. Reside here for a time. What does that mean? Suemo felt a surge of anxiety, an ominous foreboding creeping into his heart. The woman responded nonchalantly, naturally, sister intends to make her home within your spiritual sea. Suemo's face darkened, and he protested, I refuse. The woman cast him a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips. You may try to expel me. Sumo's expression turned desperate. He simply could not do it. Who exactly are you? Suemo felt he had entangled himself in a considerable predicament indeed, entangled with a spirit. Ensnared by fate, Tio think that another being resided within him, watching his every action. A being? What sort of being? I have already said, I am not human, the woman replied with a playful laugh. Then what are you? Suemo inquired. Even if I told you, you would not comprehend. Once you are able to leave this small place, sister shall enlighten you, she said, a hint of an enigmatic emotion lacing her tone. But what does it mean for you to dwell within my spiritual sea? Won't you learn all my cultivation secrets? Suemo remained unconvinced. The woman dismissed him with a scoff. You? Secrets? With your meager cultivation? You should consider yourself fortunate that I reside here. Perhaps one day, in a moment of joy, I might even guide you. Others do not possess such unparalleled fortune. Are you really that formidable? Suemo asked skeptically. The woman curled her lip. In this little corner of the world, the mightiest among you are hardly worthy of my glance. Suemo pursed his lips, doubtful of her claims. Be gone, you disturb my rest. The woman, perceiving Suemo's thoughts, refrained from retorting, instead waving her hand in impatience. With her gesture, Suemo was expelled from his own spiritual sea. Upon his consciousness's departure, the woman gazed up at the boundless starry sky within the spiritual sea. He surely won't believe me now. Suemo certainly did believe her, and it left him feeling profoundly inferior. My spiritual sea is not even of my own making. Upon being cast out of his consciousness, Suemo opened his eyes to see Guyu sitting beside him. Dejectedly, he asked, Third senior sister, is everyone's spiritual sea truly their own creation? Guyu, who had been lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback by his question. How could you ask that? The spiritual sea is undoubtedly one's own creation. Indeed, a spiritual sea not of one's own making leaves one devoid of rights, and why talent must be terribly lacking. Sumo's spirits sagged. Guyu, perplexed by the conversation, interpreted Sumo's words as a mere reflection of the latter's belief that the expansion of one's spiritual sea was an arduous task. Did he assume that others found it effortless? Your talent is not entirely lacking. Perseverance holds greater significance than anything else. Guyu consoled with a countenance that conveyed complexity. Your talent is simply bizarre. Is it not? Yet could Guyu voice such thoughts? Certainly not. Would I be so shameless? Suemo sighed deeply. Indeed, it appeared that only my spiritual sea was cultivated by others, and my talent indeed fell short. But could Suemo utter such words? Of course not. I have my pride. That night, the third and seventh disciples of the academy each harbored their own thoughts. Chapter 34. The wordless scroll as dawn broke and the mist lingered. A horse-drawn carriage ambled along the ancient path at the city's edge. The horse, noticing that the driver was preoccupied with drinking, took its time, leisurely pulling the carriage forward. The driver reclined in the driver's seat, lifting a wine jug to drink. As the carriage traversed the stone path at a slow pace, it was unclear whether the person was wandering through the scenery or if the scenery was merely accompanying the carriage. In a moment of inspiration, the driver suddenly took a hearty swig of wine and recited a poem. In the peach blossom dock lies the peach blossom temple. Beneath the peach blossom temple dwells the peach blossom immortal. The peach blossom immortal plants peach trees and plucks peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. Just as the driver became engrossed in his recitation, the carriage's curtain was unexpectedly drawn aside, revealing a small head peering out. The little girl pouted, expressing her discontent. "Young master, we have an examination today. Why are you still drinking?" The driver was none other than Suemo, en route to the examination. Early that morning, he had borrowed a horse from his third senior sister, Guyu, and the little girl wished to accompany him to see the event. Thus, another carriage was procured. Initially, Suemo had intended to prevent the little girl from coming along, as she would not be allowed into the examination hall. But she expressed a desire to visit the boat pavilion to play with Luoyin, and Suemo relented. It seemed that during his period of unconsciousness, the little girl had become quite familiar with Luoyin and the others. Suemo mused quietly. It appears that in the future, if I wish to visit the boat pavilion for music, I shall need to bring the little girl along. I must find my focus and drink some wine to clear my mind. In ancient times, Li Bai composed exquisite poetry while drinking. I shall imitate the ancients. Suemo chuckled in explanation. Who was Li Bai? The little girl inquired. Suemo pondered for a long while, unsure of where to begin. The little girl climbed out of the carriage and settled in Sumo's embrace, tilting her head and ceasing her inquiries, instead advising, "You've had enough to drink. Any more and you'll be drunk." All right, I shall stop." Suemo reluctantly set down the wine jug and embraced the little girl. The little girl blinked her large eyes at Suemo, asking, "And then?" "What do you mean, and then?" Suemo responded, perplexed. "The poem you just recited, young master. You haven't finished it yet." The little girl, having heard Sumo's earlier recitation, felt there should be more to follow. Suemo tilted his head. "Let me think." The horse, noticing Suemo had ceased drinking, quickened its pace, perhaps fearing Suemo would discover its earlier laziness. Knock, 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 knock. Sober, I sit beneath the blossoms. Intoxicated, I slumber beneath the flowers. Half awake and half drunk. Day after day, blossoms fall and bloom. Year after year, I wish to grow old amidst wine and flowers, and have no desire to bow before the carriages and horses. The dust of carriages and the hooves of horses please the wealthy, while the wine cups and flower branches are the companions of the poor. If one were to compare wealth to poverty, one rests upon the ground while the other soars to the heavens. If one were to compare poverty to carriages and horses, they gallop, while I find leisure. The world laughs at my madness, and I laugh at their inability to see through it. Do they not see the tombs of the heroes of Wuling, where there are neither flowers nor wine, only fields to till? What splendid poetry indeed. A passerby, resembling a scholar, overheard Sumo's recitation and could not help but voice his admiration. Sumo tugged at the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt. Noticing Sumo's pause, the speaking scholar clasped his fists in greeting and kindly inquired, "Might you be participating in the spring examination, esteemed brother?" Sumo nodded and, filled with curiosity, responded, "Indeed, are you as well? If all goes well, it seems our purposes align." The young man, dressed in simple garments, was clearly not from a wealthy family. Meanwhile, Suemo had changed into a refined white robe bestowed by Guyu upon leaving the academy, presenting himself like a scion of a scholarly lineage, though his hair was still elegantly tied up by a young maid. "I am Suemo, styled Jingyan. May I ask how you are addressed?" The young man suddenly felt a flicker of recognition at the name, paused in thought, then exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the one who displayed paintings on the street and subsequently crafted the illustrious Su Muja?" Sumo was taken aback. Has this truly spread so widely? It is indeed my work, yet it hardly deserves such a claim. Merely a spontaneous creation, Sumo shamelessly conceded, while modestly asserting, "You are far too humble." "Su brother." The young man, observing Sumo's opulent attire and carriage, assumed him to be a scion of the affluent. Yet, his approachable demeanor and humble speech greatly enhanced the young man's fondness for him. "I am Jiangyu, a native of Jiangxi, yet to establish my own style." Jiangyu smiled as he continued, "I had every confidence in clinching victory at the spring examination, yet I did not anticipate encountering you." "Su brother." Both the words of that day and the poetry of today have left me in awe. Truly, there are those beyond the realm of the ordinary. Suemo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Alas, my foundation is flimsy. These verses are all borrowed. Why must you belittle yourself, esteemed brother? I can only compose a few poems and paintings. Practical politics is my Achilles heel. Surely, one cannot expect to triumph in the spring examination solely through poetry. Jiang Yu shook his head in astonishment, asking, "Is it possible you are unaware?" "Unaware of what?" Suemo was taken aback. "This year's spring examination will consist of only a single session." A single session? Suemo truly had not known. Jiang Yu nodded, explaining, "The sage has decreed that this year's examination will comprise only one session, integrating the 4 books and 5 classics, with essay questions and 8-legged essays all in one volume. With no restrictions on literary form, it remains to be seen what topics the sage will choose to encompass these points." Sumo was at a loss for words. The audacity of that individual was remarkable. Altering the content of the imperial examination at will, in my past life. Reforming the examination system was a monumental endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yu came to terms with the fact that this world was indeed peculiar. Thus, he smiled, surmising that poetry, as a medium, would possess certain advantages. Suemo clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your guidance." Jiang Yu waved his hands dismissively. Suemo then remarked, "It has been a pleasure conversing with you, Brother Jiang, and as it happens, we are headed in the same direction. Why not join me in my carriage so we may proceed to the examination hall together?" At this, Jiang Yu felt a stirring of interest. However, just then, the horse ahead turned its head, casting a cold glance at Jiang Yu, its hooves scraping lightly against the ground, imbued with an unmistakable air of menace. Seeing the horse's behavior, Jiang Yu felt a pang of unease and hastily replied, No need, it is still early, and I have some matters to attend to before making my way to the examination hall." "You may proceed, Brother Su." Unbeknownst to Suemo, who had not witnessed the horse's actions, he assumed Jiang Yu genuinely had pressing concerns and chose not to pry further. "Then, I shall see you at the examination hall," Suemo said, waving his hand as he urged the horse onward. As he watched Sumo's carriage fade into the distance, Jiang Yu wiped away a cold sweat, inwardly reflecting, "This Brother Su is indeed a scion of a prominent family. Even his horse displays such rebelliousness." By the time Suemo arrived at the entrance of the examination hall, cradling the little girl in his arms, the exam was on the verge of commencing. It was not that the horse was slow. Rather, Suemo had taken the time to treat the little girl to breakfast before ambling towards the testing venue. His previous life's experiences had instilled in Suemo an exceedingly good habit, punctuality. He turned back to the little girl seated in the carriage and cautioned, "Be careful on the way to the boat tower of Lady Luoyne. If anything happens, do not intervene. Seek out Lady Luoyne or Senior Sister San for assistance. Or wait for me to resolve it." The little girl nodded obediently. "Young master, just do your best. Even if the results aren't favorable, it's no matter. We can always return to Jiang." And Suemo chuckled as he ruffled the girl's hair, then turned his gaze towards the horse, questioning with a hint of skepticism, "Do you know the way to the boat tower?" The horse, raising its proud head, snorted in response, as if to challenge Sumo's doubt. With a smile, Suemo patted the horse's head and turned to enter the examination hall. Once Suemo departed, the horse glanced back at the little girl to ensure she was seated securely, before proceeding with a steady thud-thud of its hooves, ambling towards the boat tower. After presenting his travel permit and other credentials, Suemo was escorted into the designated waiting area, where he sat in quiet anticipation for the examination to commence. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted through the air, stirring memories within Sumo's heart. It was the unmistakable essence of blood elixir from the depths beneath the western city that night. Clang, clang, clang. The bell tolled, signaling the beginning of the spring examination. A blank test paper was distributed to Sumo's cubicle. As he unfurled the scroll, he found it devoid of any characters. Chapter 35. The encounter. This triennial spring examination presented him with a wordless scroll. A blank page signified the absence of a topic. An absence of a topic meant that anything could be written. There were no restrictions on expression. Yet, paradoxically, one could write nothing, say nothing. What, then, did the sage intend with this question? A multitude of candidates, ensconced in their respective cubicles, gazed around in bewilderment, ruminating in deep thought. Suemo gazed silently at the blank scroll before him, and suddenly, he burst into laughter. a somewhat neurotic fit of mirth. What do you wish to see from our quills? What is it that you can truly perceive through our words? I dare to write. Do you dare to read? Suemo dipped his brush into the ink, contemplating the pristine white paper as he murmured to himself, if your thoughts align with mine, then I shall reveal my writing to you. Poetry, perhaps? Yet, I find myself disinclined to compose verses. With a flourish, Suemo unleashed the ink, his strokes forming words. This spring, I journeyed north for the examination, passing through Bianjiang, where I beheld a peach blossom mountain. Spring arrives early at Bianjiang, with rains as soft as cotton. The peach blossoms bloom in March, yet they reveal themselves in February. Thus, I was filled with joy and ventured into the mountains to admire the scenery. The pink of the peach blossoms amidst the barren branches was a sight to behold. As I wandered deeper into the grove, I found myself in an ethereal realm. There, I encountered an old man, the peach elder, who was engrossed in a game of chess. I was delighted and joined him in play. The peach elder was a master of the game, and I found myself outmatched. I in search of wisdom. I asked him. The chessboard resembles the peach mountain, and every piece is but a pawn, all elevated by my presence. Suddenly, I heard the roar of a great beast. I inquired, is there a peach worm? Are there tigers on Peach Mountain? The elder replied, they cannot be entirely driven away. I pressed further, asking, what does that mean? The elder chuckled, saying, to coexist with the beast, one must first become its king. By day, I wander Peach Mountain, and by night, I emerge at Bianjiang. I witnessed the transformation of the peach elder into a creature of the woods, and I beheld the tranquil beauty of Peach Mountain. As Suemo submitted his paper, the examiners stared in bewilderment. Mere 15 minutes had elapsed since the bell signaled the start of the examination. Suemo ceased to ponder the exam and instead settled at a tea break area outside the hall. After ordering a pot of tea, he bowed his head in silence, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the entrance of the examination room. He awaited the emergence of a particular individual, eager to ascertain their identity. A familiar aura manifested within the examination hall. It was the scent of the blood pill. Someone had ingested that very pill, and its essence had yet to dissipate entirely. Suemo's connection to that blood pill ran profoundly deep. Etched into his very marrow, he could detect the metallic tang it bore. He could sense the presence of the woman cradling an infant. The aura of the elder, the essence of the swordsman. The scent of the butcher, the essence of the little child. The lingering essence of all the tormented souls who had perished in the western courtyard of the city. These familiar scents stirred excruciating memories of that fateful night. That night, many wretched souls had paid the price of their lives to forge the blood pill, all for the ambition of those wishing to attain enlightenment. That night, the woman said, why are you so foolish? What does it matter to you? That night, the little child said, brother, Tong Tong wants to go home. That night, the visages of the departed flickered in Sumo's mind. The echoes of their unwilling and helpless wails reverberated through in the chilly season of spring. A teapot was placed upon the table, from which wisps of white steam gently ascended. The elderly stall owner, his hair as white as snow, humbly presented the brewed teapot before Suemo, his heart racing as he beheld Sumo's exquisite white brocade attire. The old man's demeanor, filled with humility, evoked a pang of sympathy. He could not fathom why this seemingly affluent young master chose to drink tea at his humble stall rather than at a prestigious tea house, which would be the expected choice. Confounded, he became increasingly cautious, fearful of inadvertently offending the young master. He dreaded that Suemo might be akin to those raucous official sons who sought amusement through causing trouble, with a blank expression on his youthful face. Suemo extended a handful of silver coins, causing the elderly stall owner to tremble, too terrified to accept. A young master visiting for tea was a matter of honor for the old man. How could he allow the young master to pay? Bowing his frail, aging form, he spoke with anxious trepidation. Sumo was taken aback, yet quickly grasped the situation. This man had been subjected to fear and humiliation. With a sigh, Suemo pressed the coins into the old man's gnarled hands, offering no words. He could not assist everyone, nor could he rectify every injustice. Some merely lived with caution, while others had even their right to exist stripped away. Suemo poured himself a cup from the teapot. Indeed, the tea from the street stall was markedly inferior to that of the tea house, the sweetness tinged with a hint of bitterness. The aroma of the tea was present, albeit faint. The street tea was not meant for savoring. Those who appreciated tea naturally flocked to the tea houses. The primary purpose of such a street stall was likely to provide weary travelers a place to rest and quench their thirst. Suemo fixated on the entrance to the examination hall, lost in thought. His cup of tea untouched save for a solitary sip. It was not that he could not appreciate it. Rather, it seemed devoid of flavor. When the heart finds no taste, even the finest elixir may be rendered insipid. Suemo sat there like a meditative monk and remained thus for an entire day. As dusk fell, the tea in the pot had long since cooled. Suemo had offered a generous sum of silver, and the old stall owner had served him several rounds of tea. Yet, observing Suemo's continued inaction, he ceased to refill the cup. Perhaps this young master harbored his own burdens. The old man, bowing his aged frame, shook his head slightly with a soft sigh. The sky darkened, the slanting sun sank low, casting a dim crimson glow upon the clouds. At last, candidates began to emerge from the examination hall, none like Suemo, who had submitted his paper with but a few words. After 10 years of diligent study, this day was pivotal. A turning point in life awaited. Besides Suemo, who else would conclude so succinctly? A tide of people surged forth, a palpable aura emerging. Suemo's gaze sharpened upon one individual. This person appeared rosy-cheeked and vibrant, a beaming smile betraying his exuberance. As he passed by Suemo's tea stall, he boarded a carriage that set off towards the eastern part of the city. Rising, Suemo set down the cup he had held for an entire day and followed the carriage from a distance. The sky darkened swiftly after sunset, and when the carriage halted before a grand walled courtyard, night had fully enveloped the land, illuminated only by the faint candlelight flickering within the high-hanging lanterns. As he watched the figure enter the official residence, Suemo silently turned and walked into the night towards the boat tower. He recognized the person lingering with the scent of blood and danqi. He also recognized the imposing character's Lu mansion on the plaque at the entrance of the residence. That person was none other than Lu Feng, the neurotic who had persistently targeted him the day he was selling paintings at the boat tower. In the darkness, Suemo's eyes sparkled with an inscrutable meaning. "The son of the Minister of War, is it? How dare you?" that woman once said. "Entangling with ghosts bears profound consequences, and one cannot expect a good ending." Suemo felt the weight of that statement. It seemed that this world possessed some bizarre, unseen rules. He sensed something awry in his own cultivation. Though he lacked understanding of the path, he was certainly not foolish. The enigmatic aura emanating from him appeared to originate from an obscure, unknowable realm. Though he did not outwardly express it, he could not afford to disregard it. He was afraid that this peculiar aura might draw in sinister elements, ultimately endangering those around him, especially the little girl. The little girl was the only tether and concern Suemo had in this world. He was indifferent to his own fate, but he could not allow her to face any peril. "I am merely a passerby. Then, let me avenge you, to resolve this karmic entanglement." Chapter 36. With the zither long, one must always have a plan in all endeavors. His father in a past life had said this. Suemo was merely a fledgling in the chi refinement stage. Naturally, he would not recklessly attempt to assassinate Lu Feng. He was no assassin. His previous impulsive venture to the courtyard in the west of the city had been rash. Had it not been for a series of fortuitous events, he might have perished there. This time, Suemo would not commit such folly again. "I need evidence." Suddenly, Suemo glanced towards the western part of the city. A colossal question surged to the forefront of his mind. News. Why was there no news? So many had died, transformed into blood dan, yet he had heard no discussions regarding the courtyard in the west or the blood dan. The Academy was already aware of this matter. Yet, the common folk remained utterly oblivious. Was it that the Academy chose to remain silent? Or were they also deliberately concealing the truth? Suemo felt himself ensnared in a vast whirlpool, sending a chill through his entire being. In this world, whom could he trust? Suemo arrived silently before the boat tower, which was brightly lit, yet curiously not open for business. The interior of the tower was shrouded in silence, save for the flickering candlelight illuminating it as if it were broad daylight. The little girl was currently within the boat tower. Suemo gazed at it for a long time but did not approach. Instead, he turned towards his own painting boat. He needed to contemplate. Solitude could keep his mind alert and functioning. Returning to his boat, Suemo did not light any lamps, but chose instead to gaze at the pitch-black starry sky from the boat tower. He was unsure when it began. but he had grown fond of moving in the darkness. The myriad stars twinkled erratically, as if engaging in a dialogue with Suemo. The night sky and the city of his past life had never been this clear. No, that's not right. Suemo suddenly had an epiphany. It seemed it was not the academy that was intentionally concealing anything, but rather the very nature of this world itself and his past life. Suemo was a student of the humanities, having absorbed a great deal of knowledge, which led him to form preconceived notions. However, this world diverges significantly from that of his previous existence. Here, there exists an exceedingly profound chasm between mortals and those who pursue immortality. Though they reside beneath the same celestial dome, it appears as if they inhabit entirely different realms. The communication between the common folk and the cultivators is virtually non-existent. The incident concerning the blood pill in the western courtyard of the city involves cultivators and pertains exclusively to the realm of immortals. Matters of the immortal world do not reach the ears of mortals. Yet, those who govern the mortal realm are inextricably linked to the immortal domain. Saints and certain officials in the court are cultivators, and the Ministry of War, which oversees military affairs, is no exception. This has led to a peculiar disjunction between the two realms. Consequently, the Liu family secretly murders mortals to refine pills, yet these occurrences remain hidden from mortal perception. The Liu family, responsible for the Ministry of War, should ideally protect the existence of mortals. This creates an insurmountable deadlock. Suemo gazed up at the starry sky, taking a deep breath. So, must mortals perish? I require a connection, a pivotal link. Suemo closed his eyes in contemplation. He needed a nexus that intertwined both the realms of cultivation and mortality to comprehend the situation. His only connection to the immortal world had been the academy, which, despite its pursuit of the path of integration, seeking the relationship between humanity and the universe, could only engage with the world superficially. This was evident from the fact that his third senior sister, Guyu, had been dubbed the Sword Demon by mortals. The academy intentionally lowered the status of cultivators to foster interaction with commoners. Yet, the academy still failed to bridge the gap between the immortal realm and mortals, as it remained a pillar of the Great Hua, far removed from the mundane. Suemo's gaze shifted to the brightly lit boat tower, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Luo-yin, rumored to be the reincarnation of the goddess of music. Although she is a cultivator, she has mastered the path of sound, establishing the boat tower to perform for the world. The boat tower itself serves as a conduit, a pivotal point of understanding between the immortal realm and mortals. Suemo approached the boat tower and noticed a female guard stationed at the entrance. Just as he was about to speak, the guard took the initiative to approach him. "Are you young Master Su?" The female guard inquired respectfully. "Indeed, it is I," Suemo replied, taken aback, and nodded awkwardly. "The young lady has instructed that you may ascend to the upper floors at your leisure. She is currently in the second-floor pavilion with the young maid," the guard explained. "Thank you." Suemo expressed his gratitude, only to realize that this guard was also a practitioner, seemingly at a much higher level than himself. Upon entering the boat tower, Suemo found that only attendants were present. No guests occupied the space. Guided by the maid, he ascended to the second-floor pavilion, where he could faintly hear the cheerful laughter of the young maid. Luo-yin was teaching the young girl to play a tune, but the girl seemed completely lacking in musical talent, producing a cacophony under Luo-yin's guidance. Luo-yin, exasperated, held her forehead, while the young girl giggled innocently. Suddenly, the young girl turned to look towards the entrance of the pavilion, exclaiming, "It's young master, he's back." "How do you know?" Luo-yin was taken aback, gazing at the tightly closed door. While Luo-yin naturally sensed Sumo's arrival at the boat tower, how could the young girl, who was not a practitioner, perceive his presence? Yet the little girl did not ponder how she came to know that the young master had arrived. She merely sensed his presence as he ascended the boat steps. She leaped down from the tall bench and hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, she indeed spotted Suemo just stepping onto the staircase. The little girl dashed into Sumo's embrace, exclaiming, young master, young master." She nestled affectionately against him, just over 10 years of age. She was a good half a head shorter than Suemo. Her youthful face barely reached his waist, prompting Suemo to gently pat her head, calming the restlessness within him. Luo-yin rose to witness this harmonious scene, feeling a twinge of envy. This brother-sister duo. "Thank you, Fairy Luo, for your care in recent days." Suemo took the little girl's small hand and expressed his gratitude to the serene and exquisite Luo-yin. He made no distinction between the care given to himself or the girl, indicating their shared experience. Luoyin slightly shook her head, responding, "There is no need for such formality. Now that Jing Yin has also entered the academy, we are peers and can address one another as equals, can't we?" Suemo smiled, recalling his earlier confident declarations about the separation between the mortal and celestial realms. He, too, had embarked upon this path. Just as he had written in his scroll, he would share a bed with the tiger, first becoming one with the beast. "Greetings, Senior Sister Luo." Suemo bowed respectfully, as Luoyin was a close friend of the third sister. Guyu, making such address wholly appropriate. Luoyin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The little girl occasionally tilted her head to gaze at Suemo, then at Luoyin, sensing an odd atmosphere between the two polite individuals. Young master. Today, Senior Sister Luo taught me how to play the piano," the little girl exclaimed joyfully, reminiscent of a child eager for praise. Suemo chuckled and ruffled her hair, then lifted her into his arms, playfully pinching her tender cheek. "Oh, how did you fare in your lessons?" The little girl's excited expression quickly morphed into one of dejection. Mimicking Sumo's earlier gesture, she shook her head and sighed, adopting a miniature adult demeanor. "Alas, my talent is undoubtedly promising, yet regrettably, I lack harmony with the piano and can never grasp its essence." Nearby, Luoyin covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, her eyes glancing at Suemo with meaningful intent. A serene atmosphere enveloped the boat steps. Chapter 37. The separation of celestial and mortal realms. "I no longer wish to study the piano. I want to learn swordsmanship," the little girl declared earnestly. "Oh? And why the desire to learn swordsmanship?" Suemo inquired, intrigued. The little girl bit her finger, pondering before responding, "I wish to be like Senior Sister Gu, for wielding a sword is truly impressive. Moreover, learning swordsmanship would enable me to protect the young master." Suemo chuckled as he tousled her hair, causing her locks to become disheveled. The little girl pouted in discontent, feigning anger. Seeing her expression, Suemo burst into laughter. "I must resolve the peculiar aura that envelopes me." Sumo's gaze turned resolute. "Young master, how did the exam go today?" The little girl suddenly recalled, looking at Suemo with concern. She was genuinely invested in Suemo's examination results, knowing that he aspired to tread the path of cultivation. And the spring examination was a crucial test set by the academy. Should he fail, he might be forever estranged from the celestial path. Whether Suemo could cultivate was of little concern to her. She simply did not wish to see him disheartened. This spring examination had consisted of only one paper. Suemo naturally perceived the concern of the young girl. "Oh?" inquired Luoyin with curiosity. "What is the question?" Suemo shook his head. "No question." Upon hearing this, Luoyin furrowed her delicate brows and sighed. Being an emperor is no easy task. Suemo remained silent, and Luoyin pressed on. "What solution did you propose?" "I told him a story," Suemo replied, subtly shaking his head, uncertain of the consequences his momentary impulse might bring about. The young girl glanced between Suemo and Luoyin, confused by their conversation. Suemo gently patted the top of the girl's head and smiled. "You are still young. In time, you will understand." The girl pouted in grievance, thinking it unfair since the young master was not much older than she. "Is it because the young master reads extensively and knows how to handle things?" Suemo inquired. "I understand," the girl replied, lowering her youthful head in discontent. "I need to read more." "What about the carriage?" "The carriage is parked in the backyard. Go. Fetch the books I prepared for you from the carriage," Suemo commanded. The young girl, disheartened, turned away and trudged downstairs, finding reading to be a most arduous task. It seemed she was inherently lacking in the ability to retain information. No matter how diligently she focused, the words would flow through her mind like water, leaving no trace behind. The only things she could remember with clarity were those related to Suemo. Once the girl exited, the smile on Sumo's face faded considerably. Luoyin raised her teacup, took a sip, adjusted her alluring posture slightly, and spoke. "Now, tell me, what is it you wish to inquire about?" Suemo sighed, realizing that cultivators are excessively perceptive, unable to escape their scrutiny. He had sent the girl away precisely because he had a question for Luoyin, certain matters too gruesome to discuss in her presence. Luoyin had certainly discerned Sumo's intention. "Are you aware of the events in the western part of the city, Senior Sister Luo?" Luoyin lowered her gaze and nodded silently. Tio saved Suemo. She had ventured there. After sending him to the academy, She had personally descended into the underground, witnessing the horrific scene firsthand. It was a landscape of utter brutality. Bodies strewn everywhere, blood flooding the ground. I wish to know, do the mortals know of this? Suemo spoke slowly, his voice trembling. Those who lost their loved ones, their friends, are they aware? Luoyin slightly shook her head, hesitating for a moment before responding. They do not know. Why? Suemo seemed to anticipate the answer but sought confirmation nonetheless. Luoyin met his gaze earnestly and stated, You already know the answer. Why ask me again? I am simply uncertain. Suemo replied, Because there exists a chasm between the mortal and the immortal. The joys and sorrows of one person do not resonate with another. Not to mention the divide between mortals and immortals. Luoyin looked into Sumo's eyes and asked, Are you aware that the Emperor of Dahua is also a mortal? What? Suemo abruptly lifted his head. Is it truly so? Throughout this journey, he had already sensed in the political framework of Dahua, there exists an exceedingly peculiar sensation, as if an overwhelming sense of abandonment pervades the atmosphere. Thus, in today's examination paper, he ventured to compose a narrative. To his astonishment, the entity that stood against the pack of tigers was, in fact, a mere child. No wonder, Suemo shook his head with a bitter smile. Consequently, Luoyin sighed softly, shaking her head. If no one unveils this curtain, then the gruesome truth lurking behind will remain forever entombed beneath the earth until it decays. Why does the Academy not intervene? Suemo inquired once more. That is because the Academy can observe the heavens and the earth, yet cannot interfere with the fate of the nation. All laws are of nature. Matters of the mortal realm can only be resolved through national policy. Suemo lowered his head, murmuring to himself, Therefore, if I enter the Academy, I shall no longer have a say in this matter? Luoyin gazed into Sumo's eyes and replied slowly, Indeed. Suemo chuckled, a hint of desolation in his laughter. Yet, if the path of cultivation also precludes involvement in such matters, then what purpose does my training serve? Choices must be made. To attain certain things, one must relinquish others. This immutable principle has persisted since time immemorial. What do you believe enlightenment entails? It is merely about letting go of something. Suemo clasped his fists in respect towards Luoyin. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, fair maiden. I kindly ask that you take care of the girl for 2 more days, as I need time to contemplate certain matters. In the future, should you desire anything, I shall comply. Very well, once you embark on your path, I indeed have a matter that requires your assistance, Luoyin said with a gentle smile, brushing aside a strand of hair that had fallen across her forehead, exuding charm. Embarking on the path, you say? Suemo smiled ruefully and turned to leave alone. When the girl returned to the attic with the book, she found Suemo had vanished, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze. Anxiously, she asked Luoyin, Where has young master gone? Luoyin looked out the window. Your young master has pressing matters to attend to. Play here for another couple of days. Once he has resolved his affairs, he will return. Upon hearing this, the young girl felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she lowered her head. Seated silently at the table with the book in hand, diligently opening it and studying intently, young master instructed the girl to read, and so she read. Though the reading was arduous, she fervently endeavored to memorize the content word by word. As if entranced, Suemo returned to his pleasure boat, reclining in a rocking chair while gazing at the night sky. If he entered the academy to cultivate, he could no longer concern himself with the bloodshed in the western part of the city. If he could not cultivate, how could he navigate this perilous and loathsome world alongside the girl? Yet, whenever he closed his eyes, the tormented souls of the West seemed to gaze at him with their pitiful, resentful eyes. This wretched world, if no one unveils this curtain, the bloody truth hidden behind will remain forever dormant beneath the earth, until it decays. Is it not said that a gentleman ought to take action? Is it not said that unresolved grievances weigh heavily on the heart? Why then retreat? I am but a mortal, Suemo chuckled. His consciousness sank into the sea of spirits, where he beheld that exceedingly enchanting, beguiling, and eerie figure. Gazing upon the enigmatic woman in the depths of his own spiritual sea, Suemo was momentarily engulfed by an overwhelming sense of absurdity, which he subsequently stifled at last. He addressed her retreating figure with a measured tone. Do you possess the means to summon those lost souls once more? To manifest before the eyes of the world? Chapter 38. Awakening of spring radiance. The alluring, bizarre, and extraordinarily beautiful woman turned to face Suemo, her gaze resting upon his youthful visage, accompanied by a soft chuckle. He he he. There is a flicker of wrath within you, steeped in sorrow and resolute determination. What is it that you seek to accomplish? Suemo found no astonishment in this woman's ability to perceive his innermost feelings. She was no ordinary being. The decay lurking beneath her skin could only be healed through the act of tearing away the surface, allowing the blood to flow. Suemo spoke slowly. Yet, what concern is it of yours? You should simply fulfill your role as one of the renowned 7 disciples of the Academy, embarking upon the path of immortality. With your innate talent, as long as you refrain from self-destructive actions, you could journey far. Why meddle in the affairs of others? Moreover, they are already deceased. The woman inquired with a smile. Because I have witnessed it, Suemo replied, a serene smile gracing his lips, even if it means using the faint glimmer of my firefly light to challenge the unjust heavens. The woman, upon hearing this, chuckled in disbelief. Do you consider yourself a hero? The heavens have long since perished. The heavens have perished? Suemo was momentarily taken aback. For him, the term heavens was merely a metaphor, denoting a system, a set of rules. Yet the woman proclaimed, the heavens have died, suggesting that perhaps it was indeed a specific life form. What do you mean? Suemo pressed. The woman gazed into the starry firmament of the spiritual sea, where eternal night reigned, adorned with countless stars. She shook her head. The truth lies far beyond your grasp, exceeding your wildest imagination. The more you know, the more likely you are to succumb to madness. Turning back to Suemo, she continued. In truth, you fear becoming overly entangled with the fates of those lost souls. Do you not? You desire closure? Yet have you considered that in seeking to resolve your ties with them by approaching me, you may inadvertently create an even deeper entanglement that breeds greater fear? Suemo fell into silence, grappling with the confusion of his motivations for involving himself in this affair. To delve into the depths of entangled fates could very well serve as a self-serving justification. Ultimately, he was merely uncomfortable with the disarray of this world, a stark contrast to the civilized existence he was accustomed to. The woman seemed to perceive the turmoil within his heart, letting out a soft, lilting laugh as she gracefully leaned beside him. So, have you made your decision? Do you wish for my assistance? Inhaling the intoxicating aroma wafting from her presence, Suemo fought to suppress the turmoil within. Nodding slightly, alas, the woman withdrew, resuming her seated position atop the spiritual sea, declaring, What you seek is beyond my power. Why? Suemo inquired. Because those lost souls have long since dissipated, at the moment of your farewell. The woman turned her back to Suemo, rendering her expression invisible to him, leaving only her calm yet eerie voice to echo in the AI art. Dissipated, there truly no way. Sumo's countenance dimmed. However, the woman sat cross-legged upon the spirit sea, the waters beneath her calm and profound. If one desired to reveal the truth of compelling someone to consume a blood elixir, it sufficed to channel one's spiritual energy beside that individual. Why? Suemo was taken aback and inquired. The woman turned her gaze upon Suemo and slowly articulated, Your spiritual energy carries their overwhelming resentment. Do not suppress it. Let it be unleashed. Afterward, all shall return to dust and earth. However, you shall no longer gain entry to your so-called academy. Have you considered this carefully? The chill of spring dawned. As the first rays of sunlight peeked through the horizon, Suemo reclined upon the ship's rocking chair, swaying gently with the breeze. His consciousness drifted within the spirit sea, while his physical form lay in the chair for 2 days. He donned a black robe, the hem billowing with the wind. The night's mist dampened Sumo's lustrous hair, droplets of water coalescing upon the strands. From a distance, he resembled a forlorn wanderer. Dong, dong, dong. The grand and resonant chimes echoed, reverberating throughout the capital, delivering a clarion call to this realm yet to fully awaken. Suemo opened his eyes, a rare depth of weariness flickering within his gaze. Dong, 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 as the 9th toll of the bell resounded. A beam of golden light surged into the heavens above the imperial city, casting a shimmering golden edict that illuminated the skies of the capital. In the great Hua holy court, the wise gather as a river. By heaven's decree, let the capable be tested. The list of worthy candidates included Lu Feng, Zhang Yu, Gu Sai, Ji Hongyan, Suemo, Liang Yu. Those summoned shall partake in the imperial examination, In accordance with heaven's mandate, Sumo lifted his gaze towards the monumental golden edict, which seemed to overshadow the very heavens. A spectacle witnessed by the entire nation. In this moment, the might of the great Hua was vividly manifested. Yet, deep within Sumo's heart, he understood that this was a desolate place that devoured men without leaving a trace. I am on the list as well. I must have posed quite the conundrum for you, Sumo murmured to himself, gazing at the golden edict in the sky. The brilliance of the edict illuminated the heavens for a full quarter of an hour before dissipating, its fading light cascading like a sacred testament upon the earth. Bewildered mortals ventured into the streets, basking in the divine glow, joyfully proud, as if this heavenly radiance would ensure their sustenance in the coming year. Observing the throngs of people, Sumo's expression darkened. Consciousness, they have stripped away the people's awareness. Yet, human will is like wild grass. It cannot be entirely eradicated. It shall sprout in the unseen crevices, grow, and then push aside the stone that weighs upon it, revealing its indomitable spirit. Is this Sujiren? A group clad in imperial robes approached Sumo's vessel. The foremost figure, resembling an official, respectfully inquired from the bow of the ship. Sumo turned his head, regarding the newcomer with a perplexed expression, as the common folk were left wondering what business this esteemed individual had come to address. The leading steward smiled as he addressed Sumo, saying, "Young Master Su, you may simply call me Steward Ji. There is no need for the title of Sir." After a brief pause, Steward Ji continued, "First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you, young Master Su, on your splendid success in the imperial examination. Having ascended to the rank of a tribute scholar, I have been sent by the Emperor's decree to escort you to the palace for the palace examination." A look of bewilderment deepened on Sumo's face, for he had never heard of anyone from the palace coming to escort tribute scholars to the examination. Is it customary for all tribute scholars to be accompanied to the palace? Sumo inquired. Steward Ji shook his head with a smile, his eyes revealing an enigmatic glimmer, stating, "Only young Master Su has the privilege of my escort to the palace." "Why is that?" Sumo pressed. Steward Ji, still smiling, shook his head once more and replied, "I am merely following the Emperor's words. The reasons for this are beyond my comprehension. I kindly ask you to don this tribute scholar's attire and accompany me. Time is of the essence for the palace examination." Upon concluding his statement, a nearby attendant presented a brand new ceremonial robe at the bow of the boat. Sumo nodded in acknowledgement, took the robe, and retreated to change. As Steward Ji beheld Sumo in his new attire, he could not help but exclaim, "Young Master Su truly possesses an impressive bearing." Sumo bowed in modest acknowledgement, to which Steward Ji responded with a nod. "Now, let us be on our way. Young Master Su, steady yourself." No sooner had he spoken than Sumo felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and a wave of dizziness overcame him. When he regained his senses, he found himself within the resplendent confines of a magnificent palace. Chapter 39. The Pain of Kinship. What is this? Sumo gazed at the scene before him, momentarily entranced. Towering and grandiose edifices loomed around him, while stern guards armed with weapons stood vigil in every corner. Is this the palace? What means of celestial magic has transported me from the southern city to the palace in the blink of an eye? As if sensing Sumo's bewilderment, Steward Ji smiled and remarked, "Under heaven, all lands are the king's." "What does that mean?" Sumo asked, perplexed. Steward Ji shook his head, offering no explanation, but instead pointed toward a nearby corridor, saying, "This path leads to the Hall of Splendid Ascendancy. Shortly, a guard will guide you there for today's palace examination. However, before that I have a question to pose to you, young Master Su. Please, feel free to ask." "Steward Ji," Sumo replied, observing the thoughtful demeanor of Steward Ji. Steward Ji straightened his posture, clasped his hands before him, and spoke with a serious tone. "If you were the Lord of the Peaches, and the peach worm, the tiger of Peach Mountain, was ruthlessly intent on devouring your people, and you were unable to defeat the worm, what then would you do?" His voice was deep, and his tone grave. "Here it comes." This question resonated with the words Sumo had pinned on the wordless scroll during the spring examination. On that day, he had written, "To share a bed with the worm, one must first become its king." Today, that individual countered, "If you cannot defeat the worm, what then?" Sumo regarded Steward Ji with a solemn expression, articulating the answer he had long harbored in his heart. To survive in this world, one must be stronger than others. If one wishes to contend with others, one must first rectify one's own afflictions. Steward Ji's gaze bore into Suimo, as if seeking to uncover deeper truths. Suimo remained composed, his eyes fearless. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like a tile. Rather than be shattered like jade, I would choose to remain whole like mere tiles. Upon finishing his statement, Suimo sensed an abrupt stillness in the surrounding air, as if an invisible essence had been momentarily released, only to be swiftly concealed again. Eunuch Ji's eyes flickered with contemplation. Murmuring to himself, the atmosphere fell into an absolute silence. After a brief pause, Eunuch Ji appeared to receive some unspoken instruction. He retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom and presented it before Suimo. The pendant gleamed with an immaculate whiteness, intricately engraved with strange and mysterious patterns, its ethereal luminescence flowing gently through the etchings, resembling a treasure of celestial origin. "What is this?" Suimo queried, bewildered as he accepted the jade pendant. Eunuch Ji spoke slowly. "This is the Nian Chuan spirit jade. When one channels its energy, the memories held within the heart will materialize, manifesting in the world." Sumo, inherently astute, began to grasp the implications of this moment. It was evident that Eunuch Ji had been dispatched by that individual to bring him to the palace, to test him and ultimately provide him with this crucial artifact. "What do you wish from me?" Sumo's mind was clear, yet he felt no resistance. "If you seek my assistance, then I shall oblige. Go now, and attend the imperial examination." Eunuch Ji summoned a nearby guard, gesturing towards the path leading to the Huaji Hall. As Eunuch Ji turned to depart, he seemed to muse aloud. "Today's examination will see the assembly of all civil and military officials, and everything within the hall shall be witnessed by the world. It is bound to be quite the spectacle. Go now, but do not tarry." Sumo's gaze flickered as he tucked away the Nian Chuan spirit jade and turned to follow the guard. Accompanied by the guard, Suimo arrived at the front of the Huaji Hall. The long corridor of crimson and emerald jade stretched towards the palace gates. This opulent path was paved with precious stones, radiating grandeur, flanked by an expansive square enclosed on all sides. Sumo was led to one side of the square before the hall, where he beheld other candidates for the examination. There were dozens of contestants, all standing anxiously, awaiting the commencement of the examination. Among them, Suimo discerned a rare female figure, whom he surmised to be the one named Ji Hongyan on the golden list. Additionally, he recognized two familiar faces amongst the candidates: Jiang Yu, the talented scholar he had encountered on the way to the exam, with whom he had exchanged a few words, albeit shallowly, and Lu Feng, the son of the Minister of War, who had inexplicably targeted Suimo on that day by the boat dock, ultimately benefiting from the bloody incident in the western part of the city. Lu Feng stood among the candidates, radiating confidence and pride, yet upon catching sight of Suimo, his brows furrowed in discontent. For reasons unknown, Lu Feng harbored a strong aversion towards Suimo, as if he sensed an intolerable disdain emanating from Sumo's gaze. Suimo merely cast a glance before quietly joining the throng of candidates. Taking position beside the female contender known as Ji Hongyan, Lu Feng continued to scowl at Suimo. Although Suimo no longer regarded him, Lu Feng felt as though countless eyes were scrutinizing him closely. Ji Hongyan turned her head to glance at Suimo, finding him unremarkable, and thereafter returned her attention to the forthcoming examination, patiently awaiting its commencement. As the morning light gradually brightened, the officials entered the hall. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the bell resonated, heralding the arrival of the sovereign. The voice, familiar to Suimo, reverberated through the space, belonging to the esteemed Eunuch Ji. A magnificent aura accompanied his voice, prompting the officials to kneel in reverence. Long live, long live, long live. Suimo followed the crowd, bowing his head, unable to glimpse the figure seated upon the exalted throne. A resounding voice, powerful and full of vigor, echoed. Today marks the imperial examination in the Hall of Scholars, with the officials present to witness. The examination questions have been personally crafted by me. They will not test one's erudition, nor one's manners, nor poetry and prose. Instead, we shall conduct an oral inquiry. Rise, Eunuch Ji proclaimed. The officials stood up, standing quietly as Suimo rose. He suddenly felt a gaze sweep over him from the throne above, compelling him to glance back at the emperor. A middle-aged man sat regally, adorned in a dragon robe. His expression tranquil, his gaze profound as the ocean. It seemed that the emperor's scrutiny did not linger on any particular candidate. merely sweeping across the assembly before proceeding directly to the matter at hand. The question posed was, why study? You have 1 moment to respond. No written answers required. Speak freely. The outcome will be determined by my sole judgment. Why study? What sort of question is this? Why has this inquiry arisen? The officials, upon hearing the question, furrowed their brows in confusion, unable to comprehend its intent. However, among the foremost ministers, one furrowed his brow, casting a furtive glance at the emperor, seeking to discern the underlying meaning. The candidates began to ponder deeply. This examination was indeed peculiar, first presenting a blank scroll and now an oral inquiry. Did the sage intend to test their resolve or provoke introspection? The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, the emperor atop the throne appeared unperturbed, reclining in his seat, awaiting patiently. Lu Feng's expression grew strange, his brow furrowed. The previously confident demeanor had vanished, replaced by a visage of perplexity. It seemed the emperor's question had caught him off guard. Jiang Yu contemplated for a while, struggling to grasp the emperor's intent, yet he remained calm, merely puzzled. Beside Su Mo, Ji Hongyan reflected briefly, seemingly indifferent, standing quietly in place. Below the emperor, a disheveled man bore a sorrowful countenance, seemingly indifferent to the emperor's inquiry, lost in his own thoughts, reeking of liquor, on the verge of collapse. A nearby eunuch brought forth a chair for the man to sit, to which the civil and military officials raised no objections. The man slumped onto the chair, his unkempt hair obscuring his vacant gaze, which betrayed a profound sorrow, as he softly murmured, "Tong Tong, where are you? Where have you run off to? Do you not want your father anymore?" Chapter 40. To the ends of the earth, why study? The multitude of candidates participating in the imperial examination fell into deep contemplation, and Su Mo too was ensnared in thought. Yet, his musings drifted far and wide. Everyone understood that the question posed by the Emperor of Dahua, though seemingly an oral inquiry, was in truth an introspective challenge. Furthermore, it bore no academic weight, allowing candidates to respond freely. The Emperor of Dahua, surveying the candidates below with piercing eyes, slowly began to speak. There is no need for lengthy discourse. Each word and phrase is acceptable. What say you? Is there truly no one willing to step forward and respond first? At last, someone emerged and bowed before the emperor. The candidate who stepped forward spoke. "Your humble subject shall go first." The emperor, displaying an encouraging demeanor, nodded slightly. "I pursue knowledge to serve the realm," the candidate declared. The emperor gazed at the speaker below and leisurely commanded, "Lift your head." The candidate hesitated momentarily but eventually raised his gaze. "Look at me and repeat. What is the purpose of your studies?" The emperor inquired once more. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the candidate was instantly drenched in cold sweat, the terrifying pressure emanating from the throne rendering him unable to meet the emperor's eyes. Yet, the emperor's command was absolute. He could only reluctantly fix his gaze upon the sovereign seated high above. To serve the realm. The candidate uttered just 4 words, yet they felt as if they spanned an eternity. The emperor nodded, a glimmer of approval shining in his eyes. Instantly, the candidate exhaled in relief, lowering his head once more, unwilling to meet the emperor's gaze again. Some officials present nodded slightly, believing this individual to be of potential, while others felt the candidate's words lacked sincerity, deeming him too superficial. Go serve the realm? Su Mo mused, his eyes fixed upon the jade-paved ground beneath him. This was not my answer. Another candidate stepped forward. Such a method of response grew increasingly devoid of substance as time passed. Echoing the previous answers without distinction made one easily overlooked. To showcase the talents of the common folk, this candidate proclaimed. To gain prominence in the eyes of others, some officials present shook their heads slightly, sensing insincerity in his intentions. Oh, let one's talents shine in the world. Su Mo was engulfed in an indescribable feeling. This candidate spoke pragmatically, revealing his true thoughts. But in this world, do people truly care about your talents? Perhaps some do, but only for a fleeting moment of a W. Still not my answer. People seldom have the leisure to concern themselves with the brilliance of others. Most merely strive to survive. At this moment, Ji Hongyan beside Su Mo stepped forward, striding boldly with an air of confidence. Ji Hongyan proclaimed, "To experience the myriad affairs of the world and behold all manner of landscapes. I aspire to sing a distant song, unbound by any singular place. My heart is vast, yet unanchored to one thing. The great emperor of Hua on the throne chuckled, finding it amusing. Indeed, it is your thoughts, Hong Yin, that are most intriguing. Suimo regarded Ji Hong Yin, who stood gallantly under the emperor's scrutiny without a hint of timidity, a distant song, a carefree rationale. Yet, this still does not represent my answer. What, then, is my answer? I seem to possess no answer at all. I merely drift through life, observing the sorrows of this world, reflecting upon the fleeting memories of my past life. Perhaps when I encounter those in distress, I might lend a helping hand. Suimo chuckled softly. But how could I possibly assist? The sorrows of the world, to discern right from wrong. Another candidate spoke up. In a mountain range, where towering trees reached for the heavens and spiritual energy thrived. A woman clad in red meticulously arranged several array plates, placing them in designated spots. With her lips pursed, she bore a displeased expression, suppressing her reluctance as she diligently attended to her tasks. As I pondered, the more I thought, the more my anger escalated. The deeper my frustration grew, the more irate I became, until I finally erupted. The figure in crimson turned to the elderly man in azure, who was leisurely sipping tea, and spoke. Master? Is this what you deem to be of utmost importance? The azure-robed elder cast a fleeting glance at the crimson-clad individual, nonchalantly raised his teacup, took a delicate sip, and then replied, Indeed, this is of great significance. Is it merely to pilfer a tomb? The crimson figure ground her teeth in vexation. What pilfering? This is a quest for a blessed land. The azure elder, with a countenance of discontent, corrected her. Is it not acceptable to seek out this blessed land rather than resort to thievery? You summoned me all the way here, and I had hoped to witness my junior's imperial examination. The crimson figure's expression was one of profound discomfort. The azure elder, glancing at her, calmly stated, Each person possesses their own fortune. It is not for us to fret over. Our present priority is to seek out this blessed land. The crimson figure took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and suppressed her mounting frustration, saying, Is the trial you set for my junior truly intended for him to triumph? Naturally, the azure elder huffed. Not, do you truly believe such a superficial trial would suffice? The crimson figure's temper nearly flared once more. Then what is it? She retorted through clenched teeth. It is a rather intriguing question of conscience. The azure elder smiled faintly, gazing into the distance with an air of mystery. Ultimately, it will manifest in his actions. The corners of the crimson figure's mouth twitched involuntarily as she raised her hand and forcefully cast the final array plate to the ground, then stamped on it in a fit of frustration. Your response has indeed enlightened your disciple. The last time I felt this speechless was. The azure elder rolled his eyes in exasperation. The crimson figure clapped her hands and returned to the azure elder's side. Inquiring, the array plates are all set. What comes next? Where is the grand tomb? Or blessed land? The azure elder's demeanor shifted, a rare gravity appearing on his face. The crimson figure froze at the sight of this expression, having not witnessed such a countenance from him in quite some time. Was there truly a grand tomb? When did this old man develop a genuine interest in tomb raiding? The azure elder rose, examined the array plates set by the crimson figure, and raised his hand, causing a tremor in the air. The array plates on the ground began to vibrate violently, and several beams of golden light erupted from them, coalescing into a golden dragon that soared and twisted in the air, stirring up a fierce wind that rustled the trees in the forest. With a slight motion of his finger, the azure elder directed the golden dragon towards the center of the array plates arrangement. The golden light flashed brilliantly, and then the dragon vanished into the ground. Silence enveloped the forest once more. The crimson figure waited patiently for a moment, but the ground showed no signs of change. The atmosphere remained eerily quiet. Even the chirping of birds had ceased. After a while, "What now?" she inquired. The azure elder stroked his beard, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, before he finally replied, "Perhaps you should pick up the array plates." "What do you mean? It seems we may have found ourselves in the wrong location." The azure elder chuckled awkwardly. The figure clad in red, with a rigid demeanor, turned its neck with a broad smile directed towards the elder in blue robes. "Are you serious?" The elder in blue chuckled heartily. Just joking, just joking. Why are you so easily amused, my dear girl?" With a gesture, the elder raised his hand towards the ground, assuming a motion of elevation, and uttered a command. Instantly, The earth beneath the forest began to tremble slightly, the vibrations intensifying with each passing moment. A thunderous roar resonated from below, and the ground at the center of the formation revealed a beam of azure light that soared into the heavens. Though it was daytime, this azure radiance shone with blinding brilliance. The elder in blue gazed at the pillar of light that ascended towards the sky, lost in thought, before finally exhaling a deep sigh. The end of the world is nigh. The time left for us is limited. What do you mean? Inquired the figure in red nearby. The ends of the earth are on the verge of vanishing. The elder in blue lamented softly. All because we plundered a grave. Chapter 41. A thought across the river as the golden rays of dawn began to shine, illuminating the world. Each candidate stood before the sage, articulating their earnest aspirations in a few words or phrases. The officials exchanged nods or murmured amongst themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. Half an hour swiftly passed, and only Lu Feng and Suimo had yet to answer. Lu Feng cast a glance at Suimo, furrowing his brow. He recalled the unpleasant encounter they had on the ship days ago. However, he had been too preoccupied to pay further attention to this minor character. To his surprise, this individual surnamed Su had managed to reach this stage. Suimo exuded an aura that Lu Feng found particularly distasteful. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Insignificant figures could not stir up any tempest. Lu Feng glanced at Suimo once more before stepping forward to take his place in line, performing a respectful bow towards the sage. As a humble subject, I study in order to. Lu Feng, being a man of office, found it fitting to refer to himself as a humble minister. To alleviate the suffering of the common people, to enrich the lives of the populace, to strengthen the aspirations of the citizenry, and to serve as the foundation of a prosperous nation. Lu Feng's demeanor radiated righteousness, his expression sincere. Young in years yet vast in ambition, a murmur of admiration rippled through the assembly. Numerous officials nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying their appreciation for Lu Feng. Meanwhile, the Minister of War displayed a look of pride. Even the despondent man seated beside the emperor could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Lu Feng. After finishing, Lu Feng returned to his position, feeling quite satisfied with his answer, for he knew what the esteemed figure above delighted in hearing. The emperor's gaze flickered, concealing the thoughts within. He turned his attention to the last candidate yet to take the stage. Suimo, while Ji Hongyan subtly nudged Suimo as a reminder. Yet, Suimo appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed on the jade-paved ground beneath him. Suimo, what is your answer? The emperor inquired, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Suimo lifted his head to meet the gaze of the sovereign above, stepping forward and standing still. Rather than responding, he turned a glance at Lu Feng, returning to his position, and then smiled. A hint of mischief in his expression. How audacious! You dare to show disrespect to the sovereign, barked a eunuch beside the emperor. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A figure approached, yet the eunuch had not finished his words when the emperor gracefully lifted a hand, interrupting his speech. The emperor gazed at Suimo and inquired, Suimo, what is your intention? Suimo turned to face the sovereign, a perplexed smile gracing his lips. The Minister of Rights, observing Suimo's demeanor, chided, Suimo, answer His Majesty's question, and if you have no response, take your leave at once. With his head bowed, as if clarity dawned upon him, Suimo finally spoke in a subdued tone. To be honest, I was uncertain about how to proceed after all. It pertains to my path of cultivation. The assembled officials and fellow candidates furrowed their brows at Suimo's utterance, bewildered by his words. Suimo forced a bitter smile and shook his head, muttering to himself, what else can be done? Just as she mentioned, it has nothing to do with me, haha. She is on the brink of death. Yet she advises me not to meddle. Turning to Lu Feng, Suimo erupted into a raucous laughter, resembling a madman. Ha ha ha, but you just claimed it was for the suffering of the people. Ha ha ha, you amuse me to no end. If you were to deceive the world, how devastated they would be upon discovering the truth. His laughter echoed throughout the hall, bending at the waist, shoulders shaking in a blend of mirth and sorrow. Has he lost his sanity? Ji Hongyan frowned, observing Suimo's antics before the throne, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Jiang Yu watched Suimo in a daze, pondering the cause of his bizarre behavior. Some officials attempted to admonish Suimo, but upon seeing the emperor's indifference, they hesitated to voice their concerns. Lu Feng, witnessing Suimo's frenzied state, felt a surge of anger and demanded, Suimo, What do you mean by this? Suemo turned his gaze toward Lu Feng, speaking slowly as if recalling a painful memory. In the western city, underground, those thousands of lost souls, it is truly deafening. The candidates present wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend Sumo's words, while the officials remained inscrutable, their thoughts hidden. Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at his father, the Minister of War, but found him unresponsive. Suemo, all you need to do is answer the questions. What do the Western City and lost souls have to do with your examination? The Minister of Rights replied. Struggling to suppress his it may not pertain to my examination, but it certainly relates to his, Suemo declared, pointing directly at Lu Feng. Lu Feng's complexion paled, turning to look at the emperor, who remained unperturbed. Do you not grasp what I am saying? Suemo scanned the room, noting the silence surrounding him, shaking his head in disbelief. You truly do not know? You are unaware. His laughter rang out once more, and after a moment, he retrieved the Ninchuan's spirit jade from his bosom. Ninchuan rises, past memories awaken. This is the Ninchuan's spirit jade? Someone recognized the artifact. Queries arose. What is the Ninchuan's spirit jade? The Ninchuan's spirit jade possesses the power to manifest one's memories before the eyes of the world. What is it that he wishes for us to see? Whether you are genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance is of no consequence. Now that we have broached this subject, might I take you on a glimpse? Suemo recollected that fateful night, the ghastly scene beneath the western part of the city. Placing the Nian Chuan Lingyu against his forehead, he activated its powers, and the luminous essence began to flow. A stream of light burst forth from the gem, followed by a second, a third. Countless streams of light emerged, swirling around the palace before shooting skyward, transforming into a celestial veil that obscured the daylight, plunging the square in front of the palace into utter darkness. All that could be seen was an inky blackness, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, amidst the darkness appeared a flicker of light. A crimson glow materialized before the eyes of the onlookers, gradually expanding. Mist. Crimson mist. The red fog enveloped the crowd, obscuring their vision of what lay within. Below, in the depths, the frigid aura emanating from the bowels of the earth crept into the hearts of all present. The stench of blood. As the red mist slowly dissipated, blood, it was all blood. A sight of blood-red pools flooded their vision. Corpses. Countless corpses hung upon the stone walls of the underground. At last, the scene conjured by the Nian Chuan Lingyu revealed itself to the onlookers. Within the vast subterranean void, bodies dangled from the walls, with fresh or desiccated blood flowing into a pool at the center of the cavern. The blood left behind by the deceased coalesced into a blood pool. The crimson liquid surged violently within the depths as the chilling winds of the underground swept through, raising tendrils of blood mist that lingered. Above the blood pool, a colossal bronze cauldron rested upon an isolated isle. A suspended wooden bridge led directly to the isle amidst the blood pool. The dark red glow emanating from the bronze cauldron on the isle pulsated, as a ruby-red elixir floated in the void, continuously rotating, absorbing the blood mist from the pool. Before the eyes of an elderly official with hair as white as snow, the scene rendered him speechless. His gaze vacant. Suemo felt as if he had been transported back to that night, his eyes ablaze, hoarsely uttering, "Someone seeks to refine a blood elixir." These individuals. Ji Hongyan trembled as she gazed at the corpses hanging from the stone walls. Suemo replied, "They are naturally the principal ingredients, the blood required for the blood elixir. Tio slay them for their blood." Ha ha ha. It was. Someone pointed at the ruby-red elixir hovering above the isle of the blood pool. Suemo inhaled deeply. That was the blood elixir, procured at the cost of these lives. The emperor gazed upon this spectacle, his eyes flickering with intensity. Meanwhile, the despondent man seated beside the emperor fixated on a particular spot upon the stone wall. His gaze fell upon a petite, charming figure, the obedient yet mischievous little girl who had dared to run away from home. That lifeless corpse. A profound silence ensued. The illusion dissipated. The despondent man's expression remained vacant. Chapter 42. Unspoken as the illusion faded, the palace square returned to its resplendent glory. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. A profound silence reigned supreme. Regardless of the astonishment, shock, or indignation exhibited by the officials mere moments prior, they now found themselves ensnared in a hush, as though nothing had transpired. How could such a thing occur beside the imperial city? Surely, Someone must have voiced a protest against this. Yet, only silence persisted. An interminable silence. The notion of thousands laboring to concoct blood pills at the city's edge is a feat achievable by only a select few, and those capable of orchestrating such a detestable act must surely be present among them. Suemo pointed directly at Lu Feng, and it was evident to all present that he harbored knowledge of hidden truths. Lu Feng, the son of the Minister of War, Lu Cheng, was the key to unraveling this enigma. However, in the absence of national affairs, who could rival the formidable strength of Lu Cheng, a nascent soul cultivator? Moreover, Lu Cheng controlled the Ministry of War, wielding immense power within the realm of Dahua, effectively reigning supreme. As for the figure seated upon the imperial throne, he had yet to embark upon the path of enlightenment. Otherwise, this grand nation would not find itself in such a state. As the illusion dissipated and reality reasserted itself, they were compelled to confront the truth. The esteemed officials dwelled high above, while the common folk struggled to survive. The countless lives lost would merely be dismissed as absurd fabrications. Jiang Yu appeared dazed, while Ji Hongyan's face was etched with disbelief. The expressions of the other candidates varied widely, yet none dared to utter a word. Lu Feng, who had been stricken with terror within the illusion, now bore a pale and frantic countenance. However, as silence enveloped the assembly, he turned to look at his composed father, gradually regaining his composure and even revealing a smile. Lu Feng directed a scornful gaze towards the isolated Suemo, his eyes brimming with derision. Suemo, today at this imperial examination, not only did you fail to respond to the prompts, but you also spread treacherous words, undermining the foundations of our nation. What is your true intent? Lu Feng scoffed loudly. Treacherous words? Suemo erupted in laughter, a laugh tinged with madness and melancholy. He surveyed the room, yet silence pervaded. Looking towards the officials, some averted their gaze, others wore stern expressions, and a few even shut their eyes tightly. The figure upon the imperial throne remained silent, seemingly awaiting something. So it is. Suemo's eyes filled with disappointment as he shook his head and spoke gloomily. It seems that peeling back the rotting skin, if it yields no blood, only the pus that flows forth serves to disgust. This decay is irreparable. How naive I have been, Suemo murmured softly, lifting his gaze to the resplendent sun that now shone brightly. Regardless of whether you are aware of this matter, or whether you believe in it, you must not know, and you must not believe. Suemo turned his attention back to Lu Feng, along with Lu Cheng, the Minister of War, who was always keenly observant during such events. Lu Cheng maintained an air of composure, though a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he regarded Suemo. Some matters, though known to others, become quite tricky when laid bare upon the table. Though they may not affect the grand scheme, they certainly cast a shadow. The palace radiated with divine brilliance as the sun ascended majestically in the east. Yet the resplendent sun cast a chilling light upon Suemo, while the hall was filled with individuals of remarkable caliber who were indifferent to the fates of mere mortals. Among the throng of examinees, there were indeed common folk, but the will of these commoners had long been stripped away. Did they not dare to act, or was it disbelief? To Suemo, that radiant sun bore an air of irony. Luo Yin had once proclaimed, the academy must not interfere with the affairs of the nation, yet by meddling in such matters, he would be barred from entering the academy. Without access to the academy, his solitary path to cultivation would be severed. The act of channeling the Nian Chuan Ling Yu signified his choice. There was no room for regret. How could one ascertain the gravity of a situation without trial? My dear, I can no longer cultivate. Suemo sighed to himself, disregarding the expressions and movements of those around him. Slowly, he placed the scholar's cap from his head onto the ground. What was he about to do? A gasp arose from an official. No one responded, merely observing Suemo's actions with intrigue. Suemo continued to converse with himself. I shall not pursue an official position any longer. Let us return to Jiangnan. What concern is the suffering of the populace to me? Within the cabin, a dazed young girl suddenly seemed to sense something, gazing towards the eastern part of the city. There that golden light shimmered, the sun ascended high. A manifestation of divine majesty. Young master. Upon witnessing the girl's reaction, Luo Yin paused, halting her playing, and inquired, what is amiss? The young girl covered her face in tears, exclaiming, the young master is in sorrow. Is today not the palace examination? How could he be saddened? Luo Yin was perplexed. Earlier, she had seen Sumo's name on the golden list in the heavens. The young girl had been overjoyed. So what calamity had transpired in such a short span? Moreover, how did you come to know? The young girl shook her head. It was the small stone that hung upon the young master's chest. His emotions were conveyed to me through it. The small stone referred to the white stone that Suemo had worn on his chest, which the young girl regarded as a talisman of safety. I must seek out the young master. The young girl turned to rush out of the cabin. Wait. Luoyin raised her hand to pull the girl back. Your young master must be preoccupied with something of great importance. And he has always managed things well, has he not? Let us patiently await his return. Luoyin sighed, her tone earnest. The young girl quieted, her gaze fixed on the eastern direction for a prolonged silence. Luoyin too turned her eyes towards the eastern palace, a flicker of concern gleaming in her gaze. On a desolate cliff, a woman clad in red fluttered in the wind, panting heavily, while beside her, an elderly man in green remained composed. The woman in red, her face darkened with displeasure, spoke, Master, is this hurried journey merely to witness this pitiful array? The elderly man, unruffled, stroked his beard and glanced at the woman, replying, as you have mentioned, it was I who brought you such a distance. Why then do you appear so fatigued? Your cultivation is insufficient. The woman dressed in red wore a stiff expression, and with a swift kick, she struck a large package containing a bronze array disc, which clattered resoundingly within its confines. But this array disc is on my back. It must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Is this reasonable for a young lady? The elder in green, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile. Your senior brother is still in seclusion, while the second and sixth brothers have gone out to hone their skills, and the fourth and fifth brothers are still reflecting in solitude. Your junior brother Chi is faced with a significant life decision, and I, too, am temporarily unable to find anyone else. What decision is Xiao Susu facing? The woman in red inquired, her anger dissipating into curiosity. He is confronted with a. The elder in green calculated with his fingers. Oh, he has already made his choice. What choice? The woman pressed further. The elder appeared quite pleased with the selection of the junior brother. Chuckling as he crouched down to personally open the package containing the array disc, casually tossing aside a few discs, they landed steadily in their designated locations. He is chosen, not to enter the academy. Chapter 43. Entering the path before the palace hall, Suemo stood solitary at the center, surrounded by a crowd whose eyes flickered with intrigue. Suemo shook his head with a smile, placing the ceremonial crown at his feet, and continued to unfasten the ceremonial robe. Aren't you all eager to know the answer to my examination? As he loosened his waist sash, the robe parted to reveal a pristine inner garment beneath. In truth, a predecessor once imparted an answer to me. I find it quite fitting, resonating with my sentiments. Suemo spoke in a low tone, gently laying the waist sash beside the crown. Nearby, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. What are you planning to do? Suemo did not respond, instead continuing to speak to himself as if lost in his own thoughts. Since you have inquired, I shall reveal it to you. Suemo disrobed, his slender figure unveiled before the assembly. That delicate form appeared frail, akin to a small blade of grass striving to resist the tempest. Suemo smiled faintly, as if reminiscing or perhaps liberating himself, to establish a heart for the heavens and the earth. As his words fell, a practitioner's aura involuntarily awakened within him. To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth. The officials were momentarily taken aback. What grand aspirations! The emperor upon the throne observed with keen interest. Suemo continued to speak, gently folding the ceremonial robe before him. Tio, establish a destiny for the populace. The practitioner's aura intensified, causing the spiritual energy within the hall to tremble subtly in response to Suemo's emanating presence. To establish a destiny for the populace. Some officials began to regard Suemo with subtly altered expressions. Observing the shift in Suemo's aura, one official murmured in curiosity, he has actually practiced before? Another official, after a brief assessment, dismissed it with a scoff, merely a minor practitioner in the chi refinement stage. Suemo surveyed the surroundings, and under the gaze of all present, he managed a bittersweet smile. For the sake of inheriting the teachings of the sages. For the sake of inheriting the teachings of the sages. The expressions of the court officials before the hall froze momentarily. An elderly official suddenly appeared as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his demeanor vacant. For the sake of inheriting the teachings of the sages. For the sake of inheriting the teachings of the sages, it is indeed. For the sake of inheriting the teachings of the sages. to establish the heart for heaven and earth, to secure the destiny for the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages. What am I even doing? Suemo gently placed the neatly arranged scholar's robes beside the ceremonial crown and girdle on the ground. His cultivation surged forth, and the spiritual sea within him stirred uncontrollably. Within Sumo's spiritual sea, an enchanting and beguiling figure observed the tumultuous waves, rolling its eyes. Little brat, making such a ruckus over this trivial matter. So unambitious. Yet, a flicker of anticipation and curiosity unconsciously flickered in the beguiling figure's eyes. Suemo steadied himself, directing his gaze towards the throne, where the emperor of the great Hua kingdom resided. The emperor's eyes flickered, fixated intently on Suemo. The two faced each other across the void. For the peace of all ages, boom! Thunder roared, and the winds changed. The once clear skies were suddenly engulfed in a tempest, clouds and rain obscuring the vast expanse, suffocating all beneath their weight. The woman in red looked up at the suddenly darkened sky, her face filled with perplexity. Why has the sky changed so? Faster than my expressions. The elderly man in green withdrew his hands, having just completed his incantation, and gazed up at the heavens. The golden light, ignited by the formation, surged into the sky only to be swallowed by the ink-black clouds. The ends of the earth split, and the corners of the sea emerged. The consciousness of heaven and earth. Signs of awakening in the consciousness of heaven and earth. The elderly man in green shook his head and sat down on the ground. The woman in red watched the peculiar behavior of the elderly man, curling her lips. What a strange fellow, spouting nonsense. The elderly man in green rolled his eyes in response and said helplessly, "You don't understand the burden of leadership, do you? The pressure rests solely on my shoulders. What will happen if I am gone? Who will take my place? The eldest, of course." The woman in red replied matter-of-factly. The elderly man exploded in frustration. The eldest is just a pig, only interested in sleeping. What use is he? Then let the second take over. The woman in red maintained her nonchalant demeanor. The second only knows how to raise birds. It's more reliable to send his birds than to rely on him. The elderly man gritted his teeth in exasperation. Then, the woman in red hesitated, her words faltering. The fourth and fifth are perpetually lost in thought, and the sixth only knows how to eat, then no one remains. In her musings, she inadvertently omitted herself from consideration. Then, let the seventh take over. The woman in red fluttered, utterly shameless. The elderly man trembled in anger. Are you even human? The seventh hasn't even entered the Tao yet. Wait, the seventh seems close. Then let him take over. That is acceptable. To establish the heart for heaven and earth, to secure the destiny for the people. To carry on the teachings of the sages, and to establish peace for all eternity. This is the answer of Suemo. Everyone present in the hall seemed struck by a thunderbolt, their gazes trembling, fixated on the frail figure on the stage. What kind of ambition and aspiration is this? For a fleeting moment, Lu Feng's demeanor faltered, ensnared by Sumo's words, unable to extricate himself. He could sense the sincerity in Sumo's speech. It was not feigned. He truly held such thoughts in an instant. Lu Feng's heart was thrown into chaos, blood surging within him. Noticing Lu Feng's condition, Lu Cheng rushed to his side, channeling his spiritual energy to calm the tumult within Lu Feng's body. Suemo glanced at Lu Feng and shook his head with a smile. Lu Cheng turned to gaze at Suemo, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Suemo surveyed his surroundings, observing the transcendent officials and celestial cultivators, then looked towards the emperor on the throne, whose gaze was lost in a daze, and laughed heartily. Did I? Suemo, his voice resounded. Suemo lowered his gaze to his own frail form, a hint of regret surfacing within him. No longer shall I serve as an official. To serve as an official was the obsession of this body's former self. However, while you have your own convictions, I too have my steadfast beliefs. Forgive me, since scholarly pursuits prove futile, and the path of cultivation is closed. Then I shall sing to express my aspirations, and write to convey my principles. Through literature, I shall embody the path of Suemo. The sea of consciousness erupted, a powerful aura surging forth. An overwhelming presence of enlightenment manifested around Suemo, elegant, profound, yet tinged with an eerie, distant essence. Within Sumo's sea of consciousness, the enigmatic and alluring woman stared in astonishment at the object materializing from his spiritual sea. It was a book, a pitch-black tome. enveloped in a strange aura, with dark radiance swirling around it, emblazoned with 3 blood-red characters on its cover. The enchanting woman gazed at those 3 characters, momentarily entranced. The characters that met her eyes were the Book of Life and Death. Chapter 44. The Book of Life and Death. How could this be? The enigmatic and alluring woman in Sumo's sea of consciousness was filled with shock, watching as Sumo's concept of enlightenment took the form of his destined spiritual object, rendered speechless. The Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death.it is said that a destined spiritual object should not materialize as a specific book, but rather represent a concept. A book is simply a book, and should never be identified as a particular title. For instance, a sword cultivator enters the Tao through the sword, and their destined object should be a blade. It may take various forms, yet a sword is a sword, never to be a gentle breeze sword or thunderbolt sword. Thus, Sumo, entering the Tao through a book, ought to manifest as a book. And not as the Book of Life and Death. The strangest thing is, this book is exceedingly peculiar. The surface of the tome is pitch black, its cover seemingly crafted from a certain type of wood, showcasing subtle and unadorned patterns, while 3 bronze rings encapsulate the spine of the book. The entire scene appears to be an artifact of extreme antiquity, quietly suspended within the ethereal void of Sumo's spiritual sea. The book emanates tendrils of dark smoke, within which glimmers of light dance mesmerizingly. The black mist continuously emerges and dissipates, as if perpetually undergoing some mysterious cycle. The 3 characters inscribed Ashingsi book flicker with a dim crimson luminescence, reminiscent of an ancient, living entity drawing breath. An array of extraordinarily peculiar energies radiates from the Shungsi book, the sensations of vitality and death intertwining and transforming, casting an utterly bizarre reflection upon Sumo's entire spiritual sea. Having embarked on the path of enlightenment through literature, Sumo now exudes the quintessential aura of a scholar, refined, unpretentious, humble, and serene. Yet, amidst these sensations, there lingers an oddly uncanny essence, ethereal, profound, and enigmatic, transcending the mundane. It is as though an invisible portal resides behind Sumo, leading to an ancient, unfathomable realm beyond this world. The assembly before the hall gazes upon Sumo's initiation into the path. Sensing the strangeness of his aura in this moment, Sumo is both genteel and modest, yet tinged with an intriguing eccentricity, stemming from that peculiar energy. Young master, a young girl suddenly rose from her seat on the ship, her gaze directed eastward, her youthful visage alight with surprise. Luo-yin observed the girl's movements. Her once serene and graceful countenance now rippled with emotion, fluctuating with each of the girl's gestures, intimately connected to the presence of a mysterious man, albeit one still in his youth. "What is it?" Luo-yin inquired. The girl turned to Luo-yin, pointing towards the eastern palace, exclaiming joyfully, "The young master has embarked on his path." "What? So soon? What is he experiencing?" However, after her initial delight, the girl grew anxious. Sensing that the young master did not appear entirely joyful, "Do not worry," Luo-yin reassured her, gently embracing the girl's shoulders. "Did you not say that your young master always adeptly navigates his challenges?" The atmosphere aboard the ship had been unusually tranquil in recent days, as it had long ceased its operations, for there was no longer any necessity for commerce. The girl once again gazed towards the eastern direction. Though nothing was visible from the ship, it seemed that merely looking towards that way could bring her closer to the young master. Uemo gazed up at the exalted emperor upon the throne. "Is my answer?" The emperor stared blankly at the seemingly frail yet resolute white-clad youth standing below, momentarily lost in thought. The officials regarded the solitary and determined figure of Sumo, as if some latent sentiment within them had been stirred, their eyes shifting uncertainly towards Lu City. As an elderly scholar stepped forward, poised to speak, he was abruptly interrupted. "Seditious words that mislead the populace and disrupt the state are deserving of death." Suddenly, the Minister of War, Lu Chung, who was calming his son's breath at the side, erupted in fury, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed at Sumo without any warning. Lu Chung raised his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual power. "Stop!" The emperor's countenance changed dramatically as he shouted. Lu Cheng's gaze flickered, showing no signs of hesitation as his spiritual energy howled forth, an invisible force surging towards Sumo with lethal intent. With a mere gesture, he had summoned a deadly strike. There was no trace of mercy in his attack. It was a decisive blow. He had no intention of granting Suemo even the slightest chance of survival. This strike, even against a novice in the chi refinement stage, let alone one in the foundation establishment stage, was certain to bring death. Before anyone could react, the lethal strike was upon Suemo. In an instant, the death ledger within Suemo's spiritual sea flickered and trembled, and an exceedingly strange black mist materialized before him, swiftly transforming into a black barrier. The dense fog swirled, reminiscent of incense smoke. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. As the dust settled, a figure appeared before Suemo, shielding him from Lu Cheng's lethal attack. The man, disheveled and weary, bore the countenance of one who had just endured despair. It was the Prince Ing, in the blink of an eye, as Lu Cheng sought to eliminate Suemo. No one had even seen how the man had instantaneously placed himself between Suemo and Lu Cheng, blocking the lethal strike. The man stood with his back to Lu Cheng, facing Suemo, and within his eyes lay an indescribable sorrow, as if he were gazing at Suemo yet simultaneously looking beyond him. As the black mist dissipated in the wind, the imposing figure of this middle-aged man, exuding an aura of death, became visible. "You carry her scent," he lamented, his expression filled with grief. "It is the Prince Ing." An official exclaimed in astonishment. How could the Prince Ing? Confusion swept over the crowd, for the Prince Ing had always remained aloof from worldly affairs. The Prince Ing was the emperor's cousin, blessed with exceptional talent since childhood. He had entered the Shumi mountain for cultivation under a true master at a young age. Recently, he had returned to the palace with his wife and daughter, reportedly due to some undisclosed matters. However, not long ago, his daughter had gone missing, leading the prince and his wife to search for her in vain, ultimately succumbing to deep sorrow. Yet, no one understood why the Prince Ing had chosen to step forward at this moment. If only the Prince Ing were willing. The emperor, relieved to see Suemo unharmed, exhaled softly and turned his icy gaze towards Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, proud and unyielding, furrowed his brow as he looked at the Prince Ying's back. "Prince Ing, what is your intention?" He spoke coldly towards the prince's silhouette. Disheveled, with unkempt hair and clothing, the Prince Ying's face bore the stubble of neglect, his eyes reflecting boundless pain. Slowly, the prince turned to regard Lu Cheng, who had just attempted to commit murder, and the young Lu Feng cradled in his arms, as if observing two lifeless corpses. "Shoo!" The prince raised a finger to his lips, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "You are too loud." Chapter 45. The sorrow of Nian Xuanyu, Lu Feng exclaimed, anger flashing in his eyes. Yet, the prince paid him no mind, instead turning his attention back to the young man in white before him. The Prince of Ing gazed at Suemo, seemingly looking through him, his expression laden with sorrow as he hoarsely uttered, "You carry her scent. Could you enlighten me on what you witnessed there?" Who would have imagined that the esteemed Prince of Ing would speak with a note of desperation in his tone? There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has perished. A spring breeze swept through, chilling to the bone. The wind tousled the prince's hair, causing the disheveled strands to dance in the air. Suemo beheld the middle-aged man who had shielded him from a deadly strike. The formidable aura surrounding him appeared subdued by an overwhelming grief, and in his dull, gray eyes, Suemo perceived a flicker of pleading. Such a visage evoked profound sympathy. Suemo concentrated intently, sensing an eerily familiar essence emanating from the prince. A moment of realization struck him. Suemo spoke, momentarily lost in thought, a father bereaved of his daughter. In that instant, the prince was no longer the illustrious prince of the Great Hua, nor a genius of cultivation. He was simply a father mourning the loss of his beloved daughter. "My daughter's name is Tong Tong Boom." Memories surged before Sumo's eyes, instantly blurring his vision, conjuring images of that obedient, yet pitiful child. "Brother, I am scared. Brother, where are we? It's so dark here. I've wandered for so long to find you. There is nothing here, only an expanse of darkness, brother. I want to go home. I sneaked out for a long time. If I don't return soon, mother and father will worry. Brother, could you take me home? Brother, why won't they let us return home?" Tong Tong felt so weak. Tong Tong sensed that she could never return home. Brother is lying. Tong Tong. Tong Tong had long since perished. How could brother take Tong Tong home? Tong Tong remembered now. She had sneaked out, only to be captured in this courtyard. Those people had killed Tong Tong. Tong Tong had already died. Tong Tong could never return home again. Tong Tong was so afraid. Brother, I wish to hear a song. Brother, I wish to hear a song. Sumo's eyes turned red as he lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the middle-aged man. In those dull, lifeless eyes, he too discerned the shift in Sumo's expression. You have seen her? The Prince of Ing asked, his voice trembling. Sumo nodded silently, retrieving the Nianchuan Lingyu from his bosom, its luminous aura pulsating with ethereal light. He gazed at the man, overwhelmed with sorrow and despair. He could grant him the chance to see her once more, in the recesses of his memories. Ing Wang was momentarily taken aback, discerning Sumo's intent. He wished to witness it with his own eyes. Instantly, Ing Wang was engulfed by trepidation, fearful of confronting the haunting images he dared not face. The opportunity to behold Tong Tong's final visage lay before him, and in an instant, this father's expression contorted with anguish. After a prolonged internal struggle, he inhaled deeply and nodded at Sumo with quiet determination. Sumo raised the Lingyu between them. The Nianchuan Lingyu seemed to respond, and two beams of light erupted. Intertwining the spiritual awareness of the two in that fleeting moment, Ing Wang found himself immersed in Sumo's memories. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng observed their actions with a brooding countenance, one hand supporting Lu Feng while the other stealthily crushed a jade slip within his sleeve. As the Nianchuan Lingyu began to operate, Sumo's mind was flooded with memories commencing from the moment he encountered Tong Tong's wandering soul. Tong Tong's understanding, her obedience, her innocence, the nursery rhymes she sang, her palpable fear, her dread in the face of death, the lingering regret of her dissolution. Sumo's communion with the spirit felt as vivid as his own experiences. Thus, his empathy transcended that of others, not a mere sentimentality, but a profound resonance of feeling. As the Nianchuan Lingyu activated, Ing Wang was swiftly enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged, revealing the frail figure of Sumo, clad in black, trembling in the night. A powerful crossbow slung across his back. Then, a diminutive silhouette appeared, grasping Sumo's quaking hand. Brother, I'm scared. Brother, where is this? It's so dark. I've walked for so long to find you. There's nothing here, just an expanse of blackness. The small figure trembled in fear. With a thunderous boom, Ing Wang felt as though struck by lightning, his mind blank. Tong. Tong Tong, he gazed at the tiny silhouette, his voice choked with emotion. Ing Wang rushed forward, desperately yearning to converse with this small apparition. Alas, memories are but memories. They sting like poison, severing one's heart. They drift like clouds, elusive and unattainable. The pitiable little figure could not perceive him. Clutching Sumo's trembling hand in terror, oblivious to his frantic cries and gestures. Heartbroken, Ing Wang gradually quieted, fixated on the small child, unwilling to miss a single moment, wishing to engrave her image deep within his soul. Brother, I want to go home. I've sneaked out for so long. If I don't return soon, mother and father will worry. The little figure lamented. Tong, Tong. The eyes of this 7-foot man misted, his eyelids swelling. Brother, can you take me home? In that enveloping darkness, the little child raised her head and asked. All right, brother will take you home. Within that shadowy realm, the figure clad in black, Sumo, gently took the child's hand and led her away. The young prince, Ing Wang, stumbled after them in a frantic pursuit. They emerged from the underground passage into a courtyard, only to find 3 figures in black robes blocking their path. These 3 cultivators stood in the way of the 2 frail silhouettes eager to return home. Consumed by fury, Ing Wang yearned to slay these 3 cultivators. Yet they remained merely echoes of memories. Memories, forever unattainable. Ing Wang's rage proved futile as he halted, trembling as he gazed upon those 2 pitiful, fragile figures. Watching them, stranded in the rain-soaked night, sorrow welled within him. They simply wished to return home. Merely wished to go home. Amidst the rain, the figure in black, Sumo, summoned an eerie power, rendering the 3 cultivators incapable of movement. Their faces etched with terror. Observing the disquieted expressions of the 3 hooded figures, Ing Wang erupted into laughter, his eyes tinged with red. A nursery rhyme echoed, the innocent voice piercing through the rain-soaked night. Reverberating in this minuscule world was a song taught by her mother. Sumo cradled the little child and began to dance, albeit with peculiar steps. Yet, Ing Wang found no fault in the display. Rather, it was a sight to behold. He joined the dance, swaying gently to the melody, captivated by the strange movements of Suimo. As she held the child amidst the rain point, one of the black-robed figures collapsed. Lifeless, but Ing Wang could hardly spare a glance. His attention remained fixated on the one singing, the other dancing with the two children, fearful of missing even a single moment. Gradually, the child's song began to fade, ultimately coming to a halt, leaving the remaining two black-robed figures lifeless on the ground. The little child felt an overwhelming weakness. She sensed that she could no longer return home. The child murmured. Ing Wang moved closer, observing her frail form, his heart wrenching in agony. How could this be? Brother promised to take her home. Suimo lifted her chin. Amidst the vast, starless rain-soaked night, only an endless desolation remained. Brother is deceiving. The child has long since perished. How could brother possibly take her home? The El Tong Tong is filled with trepidation. Tong Tong fears that her parents might not be able to find her and is consumed by sadness and worry. Tong Tong dreads the thought of another world shrouded in darkness. Tong Tong fears the dark above all. Tong Tong is also afraid that in another world, there would be nothing at all, and she is most terrified of being alone. Brother, may I ask, what is the other world like? When grandmother passed away, mother once said that the other world is quite beautiful. Little Tong Tong clutched tightly to the neck of the dark-clad Suimo. Ing Wang gazed at the trembling little Tong Tong, attempting to shield her from the biting cold wind with his own body, yet it proved futile. Your mother spoke the truth. The other world is filled with endless delights, adorned with beautiful flowers as far as the eye can see. The people in the other world are kind-hearted, treating Tong Tong with the same affection as her parents do. Suimo gently reassured her. Ing Wang observed Sumo's tender comfort towards little Tong Tong, feeling a profound anguish within. Brother, I wish. Go listen. Go a song. Little Tong Tong's voice grew increasingly feeble. Very well. Suimo acquiesced. A piece of opera began to play, resonating with the desolation of the surroundings. As the opera concluded, the echoes faded away. Chapter 46. The cold gun rises. The ethereal light of the Nianchuan Lingyu receded, and Suimo and Ing Wang's consciousness returned to reality. Silenced, a profound stillness enveloped the hall, and no one knew what Ing Wang had witnessed within the Nianchuan Lingyu. All that could be seen was Ing Wang trembling, his face streaked with tears, stifling. Even the resplendent sun hanging high in the sky could not alleviate the oppressive atmosphere before the hall. Ing Wang's disheveled hair framed a visage that gradually shifted from sorrow to madness, his tangled locks swaying slightly with his trembling form. That they simply wished to return home, just to return home. Ing Wang slowly turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the father and son of Lu Cheng Lu Feng nearby. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Lu Cheng stood rigid, yet remained silent. There was no need. Ing Wang's family had only just arrived in the imperial city, and few recognized his daughter. Upon hearing the news of her disappearance, he suspected she had been mistakenly captured by his own men in the western forest of the city. Yet all he could do was conceal this truth. At this moment, Lu Cheng was oblivious to what Ing Wang had truly seen within Sumo's Nianchuan Lingyu, and found himself at a loss for words. He signaled to a trusted aide, who stepped forward to address Ing Wang. Your Highness, the facts have yet to be conclusively determined. We await His Majesty to investigate the truth. The fate of the young princess will surely be accounted for to your Highness. Ing Wang turned his piercing gaze towards the official who spoke, his voice hoarse and low as he inquired. So, you were aware all along? The official's countenance changed dramatically in an instant. Only I remain in ignorance. Only I remain uninformed. Had he known, the capital would have been in chaos long ago. Ha 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 ha, you all knew. Only I remain unaware. The Prince of Ing bowed his head, his shoulders trembling, long hair cascading down, emanating a ferocious aura that surged like a wild beast gradually awakening. The spiritual energy before the hall instantaneously became turbulent and restless. This overwhelming presence rendered everyone breathless, and the official's complexion turned ashen as he desperately shouted, Your Highness, this is merely the word of Suimo, a person who spreads malevolent rumors, intending to disrupt our nation. He possesses no evidence to link this matter to those present. I implore you, do not heed his deceitful words. Ha ha ha! Suimo laughed maniacally. In that moment, Suimo and the Prince of Ing resembled two fierce flames on a tumultuous sea, threatening to upheave the murky depths of the Dead Sea. Malevolent words, and no evidence. Suimo's laughter gradually subsided, and with his head bowed, he seemed lost in thought. I indeed lack evidence. However, Suemo raised a hand, pointing towards Lu Feng, who was still calming his surging blood energy. He possesses it. The official glared at Suemo, questioning, what do you mean? You are directly accusing Lu Feng. Yet now you claim he has evidence. Do you expect Lu Feng to confess his involvement in this matter? Suemo shook his head, speaking solemnly. No need for him to confess. He still carries the lingering aura of the blood pills forged from the lives of thousands. He merely needs to channel his spiritual energy. And your highness will surely sense it. At these words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Lu Feng's face turned pale in an instant, and Lu Cheng's countenance finally changed as well. No further proof was required. Everyone understood. The Lu family had brazenly exploited their own affairs to commit such a heinous act. Unforgivable. The emperor, seated upon the throne, glared coldly at Lu Cheng and his companion. Speaking icily, Lu Cheng, do you have anything to say? I grant you this opportunity. At that moment, Lu Cheng finally ceased his facade and instead began to laugh. Infinitely arrogant. The affair concerning the princess was indeed an accident, but the others are merely lowly commoners. Allowing them to serve as stepping stones for my son's ascent is their lifelong honor. Lowly commoners. Again, lowly commoners. Indeed, in their eyes, mortal lives are as insignificant as grass. Suemo closed his eyes, a surge of fury rising within him. The officials' faces turned ashen. Among the officials were those of unwavering integrity, who looked at the rampant Lu Cheng with indignation. Your admission suffices. Your admission suffices. The Prince of Ing laughed maniacally, reminiscing about his dearly departed Tong Tong, who had so desperately longed to return home, her fearful and pitiful visage. Golden light shimmered, and spiritual energy surged violently. The prince remained undisturbed at the eye of the storm. A chilling long spear shot forth from the golden light between his brows, coalescing in the void. Clang! The cold spear struck the ground before the prince, its tip piercing deep into the earth. The mere impact of the spear unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, causing the crowd to retreat, clearing a vast space before the hall. For reasons unknown, a swirling black mist inexplicably emerged before Suemo, dissipating the spear's spiritual wave. Lu Cheng extended his hand, deftly deflecting the ethereal waves, his countenance ashen as he glared at the King of Ing. On the field remained only Suemo, the King of Ing, and the two figures of Lu Cheng and Lu Feng, standing in stark opposition. The sacred King's spear. The sacred King's spear. It is indeed the sacred King's spear of Mount Shumi, a voice exclaimed in astonishment. How could the sacred King's spear be in the possession of the King of Ing? The emergence of the sacred King's spear. Chaos is about to ensue. Lu Cheng, witnessing its appearance, finally lost his composure and shouted, King of Ing, the matter regarding Princess Tong was truly unforeseen. I shall provide you with compensation. My son Lu Feng is to become a disciple under the auspices of the sacred sect, serving as a disciple under the third elder. I implore you to reconsider your course of action. The moment these words escaped his lips, shock enveloped all present. The sacred sect. Lu Feng is actually seeking to join the sacred sect. The sacred sect, the Dao sect, and the demon sect stand as the pinnacle of all sects in the realm. Their might is unmatched, reigning supreme over all, existing in a realm above mortals. The populace may only worship, never desecrate. The Dao sect cultivates profound paths, pursuing the essence of the Dao, while the demon sect follows the heart's path, seeking to move with the whims of the heart. The sacred sect, however, cultivates the path of the celestial and the mortal, aspiring to ascend humanity to divinity. Thus, the emergence of the sacred sect impacts the world as profoundly as the fall of a nation. And now, Lu Feng is to join the sacred sect and become a disciple of the third elder. The officials turned pale, a sense of helplessness washing over them in the face of the exalted sacred sect. Silence descended upon the scene once more. Observing the stillness of the crowd, Lu Cheng raised his head with pride. This was his trump card. The sacred sect. It was not something the great Hua kingdom could provoke. As long as Lu Feng entered the sect, even should the truth be revealed, he would have no fear. At that moment, the King of Ing erupted into laughter, wild and erratic. The sacred sect. Ha ha ha! His hand lightly caressed the sacred King's spear before him, his palm gliding over its shaft as he looked up at Lu Cheng, his blood-red eyes glinting with an unfathomable murderous intent. So you intend to use my beloved daughter to forge blood elixirs, paving the way for your son? Gazing at the King of Ing's bizarre expression, Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. The matter regarding Princess Tong was merely an accident. My Lu family will certainly provide the king with compensation. Compensation? The king of Ing erupted in raucous laughter. You speak of compensation? Then let it be the heads of your entire Lu clan as recompense. Lu Cheng's expression shifted drastically as he cried out, My son will be a disciple of the sacred sect. King of Ing, do not misjudge the situation. The king of Ing offered no further response, instead tightening his grip on the sacred king's spear, gradually lifting it from the ground. The spear trembled lightly, its cold brilliance flashing. Two golden rays shooting forth from its tip, resembling a divine weapon capable of rending the heavens. Wind rises. Clouds gathered, a long song begins. The king of Ing brandished the sacred king's spear, casting his gaze upon Lu Cheng and his son. Tears of sorrow shimmering in his eyes. Rain falls. The sea reveals. The sacred king arrives. Chapter 47. The lonely goose, a radiant spear light surged forth, enveloped in a tempest of celestial energy, the golden brilliance blinding to the eyes. The spear strikes, severing souls. The spear light shot forth, producing a thunderous sound that echoed across the expanse like a clap of thunder. The spear's ferocity swept through the winds and sands, obscuring the sun. King of Ing, my son is entering the sacred sect. Do you dare to harm me? Lu Cheng bellowed. With a hasty gesture, he raised his hand, swiftly wrapping the delicate Lu Feng in his embrace and setting her aside. A colossal blade of chilling sharpness materialized in Lu Cheng's grasp, which he brandished before him, creating a gust of cutting wind to intercept the furious thrust of the sacred king's spear. Yet, how could Lu Feng withstand the wrathful strike of the prodigious sacred king, who had diligently cultivated on Mount Shumi since his youth, wielding the unparalleled sacred king's spear? Although both were at the Yuaning stage, Lu Cheng was merely at the late Yuaning phase, while the sacred king had attained the pinnacle of Yuaning, mere steps away from transcending to the divine transformation. Even if their cultivation levels were equivalent, the sacred king's combat prowess was beyond Lu Feng's capacity to contend with. The spear's radiance pierced through the blade's wind, a golden flash striking true, causing Lu Cheng to stagger back, crimson oozing from his shoulder. Ha ha ha! The sacred king laughed maniacally, reveling in his anguish. Whether or not he would enter the sacred sect today, it was certain that they would meet their demise. Sacred king, I advise you not to deceive yourself. The sacred sect is not something a mere prince from the Huagua can provoke. Lu Cheng shouted in desperation. You should not. The sacred king, gripping his spear, gazed upward at the blinding red sun. Dismissing human life, they should not tread upon lives, nor bring calamity upon my daughter. The sun hung high, and the sacred king envisioned the smiling face of that tiny child. They should never be obstructed from returning home. The sacred king leapt, transforming his thrust into a cleaving strike, the spear's brilliance flashing, its tip tearing through the void, unleashing boundless fury aimed at Lu Cheng. They merely wished to return home. The sacred king recalled those two pitiful children on that rainy night, facing the brink of life and death, yearning for home, yet trapped within that dilapidated courtyard. The chill of that rainy night, the heartlessness of those beasts, the despair of being unable to return home. The sacred king's sorrow morphed into boundless madness. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, dust swirling. In the wake of that cataclysmic force, Lu Cheng was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the palace wall, kneeling and spitting blood. The chasm of power between them was akin to the divide of heaven and earth, leaving Lu Cheng utterly defenseless. That moment, Lu Feng's complexion turned ashen as he beheld his battered father, his heart gripped by fear and dread, rendering him rigid, a tide of profound regret surging within him. Yet, his regret was solely for having captured the sacred king's daughter. Given another chance, he would ensure his father acted with greater caution. He must enter the sacred sect at any cost. Suimo, observing the frenzied sacred king from behind, felt an intricate turmoil within. Though others, the sacred king appeared invincible, yet to Suimo, he was merely a grief-stricken father bereaved of his daughter. No matter how formidable he was, he could never reclaim that precious little one. All he could do was unleash his boundless wrath and vengeance for his daughter, but once that fury subsided, what then? The sacred king dragged his spear, advancing step by step toward the fallen Lu Cheng, the spear carving a long scar across the ground. She was still so young, having yet to witness the myriad wonders of the world. The sacred king spoke in a low tone, inching closer to Lu Cheng, as the officials along the way retreated in trepidation. She is so obedient and understanding. How can you bear to act against her? Prince Ing approached Lu Cheng, gazing sorrowfully at the bloodied figure before him, and lamented. You truly deserve to die, you must perish. With a thrust of his spear, golden light blazed forth, obscuring the sun. Suddenly, a sheet of white paper descended from the heavens, drifting down like a graceful white crane. This unassuming sheet appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of paper, yet it flew to the side of the gravely injured Lu Cheng, positioning itself before the thrust of Prince Ying's sacred king's spear. Clang! This delicate sheet, so thin and light, exhibited no signs of spiritual energy, yet it managed to halt the full force of the sacred king's strike. The spear met an impenetrable barrier, akin to a wooden stick striking against an iron wall, as the sheet of paper shielded Lu Cheng, preventing the spear from advancing even an inch further. He cannot die. A gentle, elegant voice resonated from above. Prince Ing raised his gaze, following the sound. A magnificent white crane spread its wings, gliding gracefully closer. Upon its back stood a woman in a flowing white gown, exuding serene beauty, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair. The woman looked at Prince Ing, sighed, and reiterated. They cannot die. The holy sect? Prince Ing inquired. Indeed, the woman replied. The emperor, seated upon the sacred throne, rose and stepped down, speaking heavily. Does your holy sect intend to meddle in our national affairs? The woman directed her gaze towards the emperor, slightly shaking her head, and calmly responded. No, it is not merely your affairs. She gestured towards Lu Feng beside them. He is to join our holy sect, thus it pertains to our matters as well. The white-haired elder beside the woman gently waved his hand, causing another sheet of white paper to fly forth. This sheet floated to Lu Feng, spiraling around him, and in an instant, he was drawn to the elder's side. Transformation into divinity. A transformation into divinity. Elder, officials gasped in astonishment. The presence of a divine transformation practitioner accompanying the holy sect was indeed unexpected. Prince Ing, witnessing Lu Feng being swept away, sprang up to position himself between Lu Cheng and the woman, determined to prevent Lu Cheng from being taken as well. He fixed his gaze upon the woman and spoke coldly. Do you know what they have done? The woman regarded Prince Ing, who stood protectively before Lu Cheng, and sighed. I was initially unaware, but now I understand. Yet even so, you still wish to save them? The woman nodded, affirming, even so they cannot die. Has your holy sect extended its reach too far? Can you truly represent your holy sect? The emperor stepped into the fray, moving beside Suimo, adorned in his dragon robe, exuding an extraordinary majesty. I am the current holy maiden of the holy sect. My name is Ning Baishue, I believe. I can represent the holy sect, the woman stated with calmness, seemingly devoid of any superiority due to her status, simply articulating a fact. The holy maiden of the holy sect it is indeed the holy maiden. Some officials murmured in shock that it was revealed that the holy maiden of the holy sect was accompanied by a divine transformation elder. What shall we do now? The officials exchanged glances, a chill creeping into their hearts. The holy sect is far too formidable. So high it rises, akin to the blazing sun suspended in the heavens. Even a mere title suffices to render one breathless. Moreover, the holy sect's revered maiden has graced us with her presence. Ha ha ha, should your holy sect choose to act irrationally, we common folk would indeed find ourselves utterly powerless. Suddenly, King Ing erupted into wild laughter, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, fixated intently on the trio upon the white crane. One rescued Lu Feng, the holy sect's maiden, and an elder of transcendent white hair. Merely a transcendent being commands the full might of the Hua kingdom. Transcendence, a legendary existence. The arrival of such a formidable protector for the maiden speaks volumes of the holy sect's preeminence. Yet, the Huis but a realm of mortals. Nonetheless, even the lowliest of ants can harbor their own wrath. A tempestuous glint ignited in King Ying's blood-red gaze. He turned to regard the emperor, adorned in a dragon robe. The Dehua emperor, catching the king's glance, nodded in acknowledgement. As the emperor beheld the three figures upon the celestial crane, a profound sense of solemnity enveloped him. The emperor turned back to Suimo and spoke slowly. You declare better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like tiles. Yet you remain unaware that the conflagration of jade and stone is merely the delusion of an ant. The heavens are unattainable, however. Today I too wish to reach for the skies. The emperor extended his hand towards the heavens, a beam of golden light igniting forth. Across the realm, could it be the royal territory? The imperial city trembled, the nation's strength awakening. Chapter 48. The cry of ghosts, boom. An inexplicable resonance echoed, as golden light engulfed the imperial city, in an instant. The entire city resembled an ancient divine beast gradually stirring from slumber. A certain consciousness suddenly manifested within the cosmos. This consciousness, vast beyond measure, seemed to gaze down from the heavens upon this land, surveying its countless subjects. The citizens of the imperial city sensed this, lifting their heads to the sky, their faces awash with confusion. This is the holy sect's maiden, Ning Baishue, furrowed her brows, looking up towards the horizon. The elder by her side, with hair as white as snow, mirrored her concern. The power of national fortune. Though Hua Kingdom is a realm of mortals, it has nonetheless earned the recognition of heaven and earth. The emperor, as the sovereign of a nation, though uninitiated in the path of cultivation, can still harness the power of national fortune. In my name, I borrow the strength of King Ing. The emperor spoke softly, boom. As the emperor finished speaking, a golden halo enveloped King Ing, and a golden rune shimmered upon his forehead. What are you attempting? Do you mean to oppose the holy sect? The elder with white hair admonished, his brow furrowed. Dare not. The emperor looked at the elder, his expression a mixture of bitterness and calm. We merely wish to eradicate traitors to the nation. Humph. The white-haired elder scoffed. We have stated that they are of the holy sect, not ones you may slay. They must perish, King Ing declared. Humph. Unaware of their impending doom, the transcendent elder's demeanor turned frigid, raising his hand in preparation to strike. Imperial city, forbid the divine. The emperor uttered softly, buzz. A resonant sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A yellow talisman soared from the back mountain of the imperial palace, darting forth like a shooting star. This resplendent yellow talisman, adorned with radiant runes, shimmered with dazzling divine light, nearly blinding onlookers. The yellow talisman soared above the imperial city, hovering gracefully in the as the talisman spun. A surge of spiritual energy descended, instantly suppressing the formidable powers of the white-haired transformation deity. It was a moment of stunned silence among the officials. The divine prohibition order issued by the Academy's headmaster. With the issuance of the divine prohibition order, the Hua Kingdom stands devoid of transformation deities. Though Hua Kingdom is merely a realm of mortals, it boasts an illustrious academy. This academy transcends the celestial sects, neither ascending to immortality nor engaging with the mundane world. The white-haired transformation deity let out a muffled groan, his formidable transformation prowess unexpectedly restrained beneath the level of transformation. His face turned pale, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the divine prohibition order above him. Merely a piece of talisman paper, yet it truly confined the transformation abilities of a transformation realm cultivator beneath the threshold of transformation. What a remarkable feat! The Saintess Ning Baishua's expression shifted as she contemplated the divine prohibition order. Sumo, observing the resplendent yellow talisman overhead, felt ripples of emotion stir within him. Is this the extent of a great cultivator's power? The individuals upon the back of the white crane fell into a profound silence as they surveyed the scene below. Beside them, Prince Ing, wielding the Saint King's spear, emanated an aura of golden light from his eyes. Their demise today was inevitable, I assure you. The prince turned his gaze towards Lu Cheng, safeguarded by the white talisman, raising the Saint King's spear high before leaping into the air, boundless, divine execution. With a single thrust, a chilling radiance erupted, thunder crashing upon the world. A spear of light, magnified countless times like the Saint King's spear, coalesced in the void, shimmering with brilliant golden luminescence, its brilliance undulating. As the Saint King's spear moved, the colossal spear followed suit, aiming at the incapacitated Lu Cheng. No. Lu Feng, perched upon the white crane, cried out in alarm. With a tearing sound, the paper was shredded. The Saint King's spear pierced through the protective white talisman surrounding Lu Cheng, followed by a thud as the spear plunged into Lu Cheng's chest. Lu Cheng's eyes widened, gradually fading to a dull gray. Before he could utter another word, he drew his final breath. No. Lu Feng stared vacantly at the unfolding scene. Ning Baishue, seated upon the white crane, furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Lu Feng, her expression marred by disdain. before turning her attention to the white-haired transformation deity and uttering, "We must depart." "Wait." Prinzing raised his head, looking at the trio on the white crane. Ning Baishua's delicate brows knitted together as she coolly replied, "Lu Cheng is dead. Is that not sufficient?" "Not enough. Lu Feng must also be eliminated." The prince locked eyes with the saintess. Lu Cheng's demise I could regard as if nothing had transpired. However, Lu Feng, I must take with me. The saintess spoke coldly, for he was an essential piece in the mission she undertook. He must die. Otherwise, I would be too ashamed to retrieve the body of my beloved daughter. Prinzing rasped, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. With his cultivation level, he could not break through the white talisman of the transformation deity. Though he momentarily harnessed the power of the nation's fortune to pierce the talisman, he was not an emperor. The burden of wielding such power exceeded what his body could withstand. "We must leave." "You cannot hinder us," the white-haired transformation deity declared, for Lu Cheng's death had dealt a blow to his pride. Even though his powers were suppressed, he remained a force to be reckoned with, not someone you could rival. Ing Wang inhaled deeply, wiping away the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, and raised the sacred king's spear to confront the ancient figure of the transformation god. Today, even if the heavenly Tao were to manifest, he would etch a mark upon the heavens with his mere ant-like body. He could not retreat. A gentle voice echoed forth. The crowd turned in unison. There stood Suimo, clad in white, his youthful countenance lifted towards Lu Feng on the white crane, declaring, "You cannot leave." Draped in flowing white garments, Suimo appeared delicate and composed, his hair neatly tied back. Suimo Lu Feng gazed at Suimo, each syllable dripping with profound animosity. Were it not for Suimo, the circumstances of today would not have unfolded as they did, and his father would still be alive. It was he who orchestrated all that transpired today. It was he who caused his father's demise. It was he who ruined everything. Huamo Ning Baishua furrowed her elegant brow, softly murmuring as she regarded the youthful figure below. Filled with confusion, Tioher, Suimo was merely a fledgling cultivator just stepping onto the path. Why would he speak in such a moment? It seemed utterly beyond his place. "Be why your merit." The white-haired transformation god spoke with cold indifference. Suimo, however, did not acknowledge the ancient figure but continued to stare at Lu Feng, whose visage was twisted with rage, and began to speak as if to himself. "I know you hate me. You resent me for the death of your father. You blame me for severing your bright future. Yet Suimo shouted, "What right do you have?" Lowering his head, visions of thousands of restless spirits materialized before him. The mournful wails of those thousands in the western city's underground. Did you hear them? Women and children, the elderly to the innocent. Their anguished screams, their fearful cries. Did you hear them? Their longing for this world, their reluctance to part from their loved ones. Did you hear them? You cannot hear. Suimo lifted his gaze once more, a smile creeping upon his face as he regarded the pale Lu Feng, whose eyes burned with hatred. The smile bore an unsettling, enigmatic quality. "Since you cannot hear, I shall ensure you do hear," that woman said. "Simply channel your spiritual energy beside the one consuming the blood pill." That woman said. "Your spiritual energy carries their overwhelming resentment," that woman said. "Do not suppress it, let it be unleashed thereafter. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth." Ning Baishua's brows knitted in concern as she observed the white-clad youth below. Sensing an unsettling undertone in Sumo's words, she turned to the white-haired transformation god, stating, "We must depart." The white-haired transformation god nodded, preparing to call the crane to turn away when suddenly, he noticed Suimo closing his eyes. A wisp of black smoke inexplicably began to rise behind him, an exceedingly strange aura igniting around Suimo. This smoke felt otherworldly, as though it did not belong to this realm. Ethereal, ancient, in an instant, all present caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. It was the scent of incense, biz, for reasons unknown. This fragrance evokes a chilling sensation. At that moment, a thick black mist suddenly swirled behind Lu Feng atop the colossal white crane. The black mist billowed ominously, quickly enveloping Lu Feng entirely, within which seemed to writhe countless ethereal presences. "What is this?" Ning Baishua gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. The rolling black mist surrounding Lu Feng bore a striking resemblance to the dark smoke trailing Suimo, eerie and perilous, instilling a sense of dread that deterred any approach, as if contact might summon some ominous entity. Unholy sorcery. The elder with white hair, a cultivator of profound mastery, scoffed and raised his hand, directing a forceful strike towards the black smoke enveloping Lu Feng. Yet, the smoke merely quivered, coalescing rather than dissipating, continuing to swirl around Lu Feng with relentless tenacity. Suddenly, someone beheld within the black mist. A pale, slender hand materialized, creeping onto Lu Feng's shoulder. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Soon, a second pale hand emerged, followed by a third. Lu Feng's complexion drained of color. He was engulfed in darkness, faintly hearing the distant screams of women, growing ever closer. Then came the agonized roars of men, the cries of children. The cacophony intensified, and suddenly, Lu Feng cried out in horror. He felt a hand grasping his shoulder. In the thick black fog, Lu Feng screamed, demanding whatever it was to go away. Go away. He then felt another hand clutching his foot. Get away. Lu Feng shrieked in terror within the mist, urging it to retreat. Just then, a third hand and a fourth hand. More and more hands reached out towards him, until Lu Feng was completely ensnared by a multitude of grasping hands. Ning Baixue and the elder with white hair stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding horror. Gradually, Lu Feng grew weaker within the black mist, his cries diminishing. A quarter of an hour later, the mist dispersed, revealing the pale, terror-stricken visage of Lu Feng, lifeless and ghastly. Ning Baixue turned her gaze towards Suimo below, her expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 49. The Path of Farewell. Suimo regarded the grotesquely lifeless Lu Feng upon the crane with a complex countenance. Beyond a sense of injustice for those who perished unjustly, his heart stirred as the wind blew. The pile of ashes was filled with the void, transforming into fleeting specks of light that vanished from sight. Amidst those shimmering lights, shadowy figures suddenly emerged. These are. Ning Baixue gazed at the apparitions, speaking in a daze. The elder with white hair sighed softly. But the grievances that have been released? These phantoms filled the entire sky above the hall, exuding an air of melancholy. The ethereal figures looked upon the clear azure sky, their eyes reflecting a perplexed expression. The boundless blue expanse, bathed in the brilliance of the sun. Among them, a shadow cradling an infant felt the haze of confusion slowly dissipate. As it glanced around, it caught sight of a delicate figure clad in white, with hair neatly tied back, standing below. The gaze of that person was complex, sincere, and brimming with compassion. The shadow holding the infant seemed to grasp something profound, directing a gaze of utmost gentle gratitude toward the figure below. Gradually, the apparition bowed before Suimo. The bewilderment in the eyes of the phantoms in the void began to fade, all turning their gaze toward the familiar silhouette below. That frail yet resolute figure stood tall and gentle. They too seemed to slowly come to an understanding. A swordsman's phantom looked down at Suimo, opening its mouth as if recalling that Suimo owed him a jar of apricot blossom wine. Yet, he had already avenged himself, perhaps that sufficed. The swordsman's phantom waved his empty sleeves at Suimo, as if still wielding a sword. Observing Suimo's puzzled expression, the swordsman's phantom let out a hearty laugh. Then, with a sigh, he bowed to Suimo. An aged apparition gazed blankly at Suimo below, recognizing that familiar aura, the tender comfort from that night. Grandmother had said she would make dumplings for you. You had promised. Tio, come and savor the dumplings she cooked. That gaze was filled with reluctance. A petite phantom regained its senses. Its small, downcast eyes fell upon the elegant Suimo in white below and the Prince of Ing, who stood with a spear in hand. Unlike that night when he was cloaked in black, he now donned white garments, reminiscent of her kin, and that towering man, standing grandly, exuded a vastness that seemed to transcend the heavens and the earth. Brother, father. The Prince of Ing stared vacantly at the diminutive phantom above, trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. Tong Tong, why poor Tong Tong, why dear daughter. The Prince of Ying's gaze remained fixed upon the tiny apparition, afraid to blink, lest that obedient figure vanish from sight. Tong Tong. Tong Tong. That a figure gracefully floated into the courtyard, long hair disheveled as if it had not been tended to for an eternity. The visitor possessed an exquisite visage and a tall, elegant stature. Yet, upon that pallid, sorrowful countenance hung a multitude of tears, as she gazed at the delicate phantom hovering in the void above, weeping bitterly. despite her formidable cultivation, she could not bring her daughter back home. Mother! The small phantom looked at the three individuals below, breaking into a smile. This smile was akin to the awakening of spring, like a profusion of blooming flowers. Tong Tong has returned home, as thousands of phantoms hovered above the imperial palace. The citizens of the royal city, upon catching sight of these ethereal figures, began to murmur in confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Until someone, amidst the vast array of phantoms, recognized a familiar silhouette. A woman, witnessing a phantom resembling a butcher covering her face in tears, cried out, "That is the father of my child. That is the father of my child. Child. Child." The woman turned and cried towards the house, "Quickly come out. Quickly come out and see your father. See your father." A child rushed out from within, kneeling on the ground as the woman pulled him, gazing up at the phantom in the void. "Father," the child murmured softly. The butcher-like figure in the void also caught sight of his family below. Breaking into a wide smile in the child's innocent thoughts, it seemed that understanding dawned, and with tears streaming down, he bowed deeply towards the void. Child, bidding farewell to father. A group of students rushed out from their classroom, witnessing a figure resembling their teacher in the heavens. The students, outside the classroom, arranged themselves in rows as if still within their lesson. Sitting on the ground, they began to chant the teachings of the past, reciting the rules they had once been reluctant to learn. The rules for disciples, the sage's teachings: first, filial piety and brotherly love. Next, prudence and trustworthiness. Love all broadly, and be close to the benevolent. If there is surplus energy, then study literature. When parents call, do not delay. When parents command, do not be lazy. When parents teach, one must listen with respect. When parents reprimand, one must yield. In winter, keep warm. In summer, stay cool. In the morning, be vigilant. In the evening, settle down. The teacher, like phantom in the void, upon witnessing this scene, smiled through tears. The students bowed deeply towards the void. Students, bidding farewell to the teacher, a scholar, slumped by the roadside, raised a wine jug, gazing at a delicate figure among the vast phantoms above. His eyes reflected boundless affection. The ethereal, delicate figure above looked down at the scholar, offering a gentle smile, imbued with infinite tenderness and reluctance. In this life, I have wronged you. In the next life, I shall never again be a scholar. Let us. The scholar took out a black pill, placing it into his mouth, and raised his wine to wash it down. The ethereal silhouette in the heavens beheld, shaking its head with a gentle sigh. Until we meet again in the next life. Until we meet again. The entire imperial city succumbed to a profound silence, a silence not devoid of sound but utterly absolute. Various farewells unfolded slowly. Each person in this realm bears their own suffering, yet love abounds everywhere. Are we not akin to one another? We are but reflections in this vast world, some in anguish, others in joy. Amidst the bittersweet of existence, we seek that seemingly elusive sentiment, which may accompany us for a lifetime. We imbue it with heartfelt emotion, embracing the act of parting. Chapter 50. A scholar's garb. Do not raise your head, for the cold sun drips with lingering snow. Do not look back, as the gentle breeze chills the flowing garments. The sentiment of farewell is inherently heart-wrenching and poignant. Do not claim it to be that cold wine which haunts the heart. Beneath the high-hanging spring sun, the phantoms in the void began to fade gradually. It is time to depart. The lingering soul turned back, gazing at the slender figure in white below, graceful as jade, Suimo. The mournful cicadas lament, as twilight descends upon the long pavilion, and the sudden rain begins to cease. In the capital's tents, the revelry feels aimless, yet the lingering sentiment urges the orchid boat to set forth. Hand in hand, we gaze into each other's tear-filled eyes, rendered speechless by the lump in our throats. Thoughts drift far away, across 1,000 miles of misty waves, as twilight deepens over the expansive Chu sky. Suimo opened his arms, clasping them in front of him, bowing respectfully, and slowly began to speak. From time immemorial, parting has been a source of heartache. How can one endure the desolation of the clear autumn season? Where will I awaken from tonight's intoxication? By the willow-lined bank, beneath the waning moon and the morning breeze. In the years to come, it ought to be a splendid time and beautiful scenery rendered meaningless. Even if there are 1,000 kinds of affection, to whom can one speak of it? Ning by Shui's gaze momentarily froze. This verse, The assembled candidates shivered upon hearing Su Mo's words, the frail figure standing tall. The one in flowing white, what extraordinary talent did they possess? Today's scenes would forever be etched in their memories. The emperor gazed deeply at Su Mo, his eyes filled with boundless anticipation. Jing Yin. I bid farewell to all. Su Mo bowed deeply to the phantoms above, lowering his body in a profound gesture. These are merely the pitiable souls of this merciless world of cultivation. What of those unseen? If there exists a Yellow Springs, it must be brimming with tormented souls, wailing throughout. The injustices of the world render the lives of its inhabitants tragically despairing. Cultivation. I in the clear sky above, thousands of souls stirred. They heard the farewell words Su Mo bestowed upon them, understanding the sacrifices he made for their sake. That frail silhouette, that figure in white, must have endured countless tribulations. I in this vast world. How could one stand up for ordinary mortals like them? The bright blue sky seemed more radiant than ever before. The phantoms in the void bowed deeply to Su Mo. Day and night, separated yet connected. I in the years to come, it shall surely be a time of beauty and splendor. The gaze of the phantom woman seemed intent on etching Su Mo deeply into the very essence of her soul. I beheld you transforming this world into a realm of boundless clarity. The diminutive shadow lingered with a sense of reluctance, gazing longingly at the three individuals below. On that tender visage, a myriad of emotions of nostalgia was inscribed. Father, mother, farewell, brother, farewell. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the ethereal figures, leaving behind a ground strewn with sorrowful parting. The shadows in the void dissipated, and upon Su Mo, a radiant white light shimmered. This luminescence wove through the air, delicately crafting garments upon Su Mo. The threads, spun from the white light, were exquisitely fine, embodying all the emotions and sentiments left by humanity in this world, destined to be fashioned into a cloak to shield Su Mo from the cold. They observed Su Mo was without raiment, as the white light vanished. A pristine white scholar's robe manifested upon Su Mo. This robe was tailored specifically for him, its immaculate fabric a tribute from the thousands of departed souls. A token of gratitude bestowed upon Su Mo. Entangled with spirits, one may yet find a favorable conclusion. Some stood in stunned silence, a gift from the ethereal realm. Others bore expressions of complexity. With this robe adorning him, he would henceforth be impervious to malevolent forces. Some recalled Su Mo's formidable prowess, yet sensed an innate darkness within him. I in the midst of the gathering, Su Mo gently caressed the white garment, which gradually exuded an aura of affection. The robe billowed gracefully, illuminated by the sun's rays. A scholar, Ning Baishue, perched upon the white crane, regarded the white scholar's robe adorning Su Mo, and spoke softly. The elderly figure with white hair, transformed by divine essence, observed the robe with a glint in his eyes and addressed Su Mo below, stating, I require a scholar for my endeavors. Originally, Lu Feng served this role. Now that Lu Feng has perished, you shall accompany us. The words of the white-haired sage caused the countenances of all present to shift, growing increasingly grim. What was the intent of the holy sect? The expression of the grieving king morphed into one of intense anger as he brandished his spear. Positioning himself between Su Mo and the white crane, Su Mo gazed at the king who stood before him, a warmth blossoming in his heart. He looked up at the two figures atop the crane, a conviction rising within him. He must not accompany them. Ning Baishue sighed and said calmly, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely require the cultivation of a scholar for our undertaking. In this world, scholars are exceedingly scarce. I can assure you that, upon completion of our task, I shall facilitate your entry into our holy sect, as per my agreement with the Lu family. What if I refuse? Su Mo inquired, lifting his gaze. Ning Baishue shook her head. You cannot refuse. King Ying coldly interjected, will your holy sect forcibly take individuals? We intend to take him. Will you still obstruct me? Ning Baishue's breathtaking visage bore a serious expression as she looked intently at King Ying, her flawless beauty concealing an air of coercion. Su Mo holds no deep connection to you. Why must you intervene on his behalf? King Ying turned to face his wife, his only consort, standing beside him. Upon gazing once more at the youthful visage of Su Mo, he turned his head and spoke in a low tone. Tong Tong, call him brother. Memories flooded back to him of the scenes within Su Mo's recollections. That night, the frail figure of Su Mo in black, clinging to Tong Tong, the two, determined to return home. Thus, he was indeed Tong Tong's brother, am the son of the Prince of Ing." The prince turned to his beloved wife, who nodded gently, her gaze towards Suimo filled with tenderness. The princess stepped beside the prince, and in an instant, her long hair billowed, revealing a blue-hued divine mark upon her forehead. "Shumi Dao, chaos in the azure heavens." As her words fell, a magnificent aura awakened, a surging and formidable power radiating from the princess. That was the transformation of the divine. All present were left speechless. This princess was indeed a being of transformation. Observing her own divine transformation, the princess's expression dimmed. Had she not secluded herself to achieve this, Tong Tong would not have encountered calamity. What use is this power? Yet, as the princess's divine prowess manifested, a flash of yellow talisman appeared above her head, and a wave of suppression descended, instantly restraining her power beneath the transformation. Under the decree of the divine restriction, no transformation shall exist. The princess turned her gaze back to Suimo, her eyes filled with unparalleled gentleness, as if she had found a refuge. In the shadow of Tong Tong's ethereal gaze and her husband's stance, she discerned much, good child. The princess lifted her gaze towards the two figures upon the white crane and spoke softly, "Today, you shall not take him away." The white-haired elder of transformation regarded the couple standing before Suimo, his right hand waving, causing a sheet of white paper to materialize in midair. The elder's expression darkened with fury as he spoke ominously. "Do you wish to oppose the holy sect?" "We dare not. We simply do not wish to lose another child." The prince replied, "Do you understand the consequences of opposing the holy sect? Can your humble Hua kingdom withstand such wrath?" The elder retorted coldly, "We willingly accept the burden." Suimo, standing aside, felt a tumult of emotions as he watched the two standing resolutely before him. The holy sect loomed high above, and if he did not comply, these individuals would face the ire of the sect. At the very least, this was not a burden they should bear. Yet the actions of the prince and princess infused his lonely heart with new hues. He cared for few, once only the girl. Now there were two more. "I will go with you." Suimo took a step forward. Just then, a ripple of spiritual energy surged through the void. Amidst the fluctuation, two figures emerged through the air. One clad in blue, the other in red. Chapter 51. All mundane Guyu, adorned in flowing red, stepped into the scene and immediately spotted Suimo, dressed in elegant white. Little Su, Guyu exclaimed, darting gracefully to stand before Suimo, her gaze appraising him. "Why do you look even thinner?" Suimo gazed at the beaming Guyu before him, his heart a tumult of emotions, and raised his hand in a courteous gesture. "I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed Gu. Fairy." It seemed inappropriate to refer to her as senior sister now that he could no longer enter the academy. From this point onward, their paths would likely diverge as those of celestial beings. A sharp rap resounded on Sumo's head as Guyu glared at him. "Address me as senior sister. I must insist, since we are now part of this, well, not a band of thieves, but the academy. You must adhere to the rules. No casualness in our address." Confusion flickered in Sumo's eyes. Wasn't it said that he could not enter the academy? At that moment, the headmaster, clad in a robe of azure, strolled into the scene and could not suppress a yawn. "I am so weary." Guyu cleared her throat twice, and the headmaster promptly regained his composure. Waving his sleeve, exuding an ethereal aura, the assembled officials instantly bowed in respect upon seeing the headmaster. "We pay our respects to the headmaster." The royal couple also greeted him with deference. "We pay our respects to the headmaster." Meanwhile, the Emperor of Huagua, upon encountering the headmaster, appeared to exhale in relief. "We pay our respects to the headmaster." The massive white crane hovering above, upon the appearance of the headmaster, seemed to encounter a formidable being, immediately ceased its aerial maneuvers, and stealthily descended, waiting for its two passengers to alight before scurrying aside. "We pay our respects to the headmaster of the academy," Ning Bai Shui said humbly and courteously. The headmaster slightly nodded to those bowing in respect, exuding an air of celestial grace and pride. Approaching Suimo, the headmaster regarded him in his elegant white scholar's robe with an air of satisfaction. Nodding approvingly, "You have performed admirably. We shall discuss the rest upon our return to the academy." "Headmaster," Suimo looked up at the kindly expression of the headmaster. "Could it be at a return to the academy?" Another sharp rap echoed on Sumo's head, as the red-clad Guyu's expression radiated frustration. Realizing the situation, Suimo immediately bowed to the headmaster. "Yes. The headmaster, evidently pleased, nodded appreciatively, contemplating a stretch but reconsidering the appropriateness of the moment. Casting a glance around, the headmaster joyfully announced, "Since everyone is present, I shall say a few words." The corner of Gu Yu's mouth twitched as she covered her face. Sumo observed her actions, a look of bewilderment adorning his features. The way of heaven is to diminish the excess and replenish the insufficient. The way of man is to diminish the insufficient and bestow upon the excess. The headmaster spoke, his words laden with profundity. Guyu, standing nearby, coughed lightly twice. The headmaster cast a slightly reproachful glance at her, sighing, still yearning to elaborate. He turned his gaze back to Sumo, pointing at him as he addressed the crowd. "I trust everyone is acquainted with this individual. This is my newly accepted disciple, surnamed Su, named Imo, courtesy named Jing Yin, ranked 7th in the academy. As for other talents, well, he possesses a knack for composing poetry and songs, which can be deemed a modest skill." The headmaster glanced at Ning Bai Shui and the others, his implication clear, and continued, "It is not to boast, merely to inform you. Our academy, though small in number, possesses certain foundations. The website Baichuji Biz discusses the various sects, both feline and canine. And I am quite familiar with the ancestral graves of the 7 and 8 sects as well." Jiyu once again covered her face. Sumo seemed to grasp, in an instant, why the academy's reputation had become so disreputable. The leader of this group appeared to be quite out of sorts. Would my pure white lotus of an academy be tainted? Sumo took a deep breath, his expression complexed. "As for you too." The dean turned to Ning Bai Shui and her companion, his demeanor unexpectedly serious. "I am aware of your intentions for this journey. However, I advise you against venturing into that cursed place. Your ancestors perished within its confines. What purpose would it serve for you to involve yourselves?" Ning Bai Shui shook her head, speaking calmly. "The divine realm is about to open, and the remains and relics of our ancestors still lie within it. We must naturally reclaim our forebears' remains and artifacts." The dean sighed, stating, "If you choose to go, then go, for fortune and peril coexist." However, he glanced at the white-haired elder of the transformation realm, curling his lip. "Do not think that bringing along a transformation guardian will be of any real benefit." Ning Bai Shui sighed, offering a bitter smile. "The younger generation is well aware. Within the divine realm, all are mortals." Her beautiful gaze turned to Sumo, with the exception of Confucian cultivators. "All in the divine realm are mortals." Except for Confucian cultivators. Upon hearing their conversation, a flicker of clarity suddenly shone in Sumo's eyes. He suddenly comprehended the transaction between the Holy Sect and the Liu family. The Liu family knew that the Holy Sect intended to enter the divine realm, which necessitated the assistance of Confucian cultivators, yet there are few to be found in this vast world. Thus, they prepared in advance, allowing Liu Feng to enter the Dao as a Confucian cultivator, thereby attaching himself to the powerful Holy Sect. However, although Liu Feng was a scholar, he was unable to enter the Dao through scholarly means. The path of Confucian cultivation diverges from others, requiring profound personal insight. This is also the reason for the scarcity of Confucian cultivators. Consequently, they orchestrated the bloody incident in the western part of the city, using blood pills as a supplement to facilitate entry into the Dao through scholarly means. Once Liu Feng entered the path of Confucianism, he would then contact the Holy Sect, resulting in the current situation. This elucidates why the esteemed Holy Sect would accept a mere Liu Feng as a disciple, as it was part of the transaction. It also explains why, despite being the son of the Minister of War with ample resources, Liu Feng found himself unable to enter the Dao in truth. It was not that he could not enter the Dao, but rather that he could not enter the path of Confucianism. Alternatively, the Liu family may have had an additional scheme. They intended for Liu Feng to leverage the Holy Sect to enter the divine realm in search of his own fortune. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Sumo's eyes. Why state that all are mortals in the divine realm, yet exclude Confucian cultivators? What makes Confucian cultivators so exceptional? The dean, observing Ning Bai Shui's unwavering gaze upon Sumo, waved his hand and said, "If you wish to enter, then enter. After all, our Shaoqi will not return." Although it is said that Confucian cultivators are excluded, that cursed place is not meant for humans to enter. Otherwise, you would not even find a single Confucian cultivator willing to accompany you into the divine realm. While Confucian cultivators may be somewhat cynical, they are not foolish. Sumo gazed at the esteemed dean, his large eyes wide with astonishment. How could the Confucian cultivators be so bitter? The dean continued, over the years, how many Confucian scholars have perished within? Ning Baishu sighed. Thus, when the Liu family approached us, claiming that Liu Feng had entered the path of Confucianism, we agreed to allow Liu Feng to join the sacred sect as recompense, in hopes of him accompanying us into the divine realm. But with Liu Feng's demise, it has become exceedingly difficult to find another Confucian scholar. This matter has nothing to do with our Shao Qi. I advise you to abandon this notion. The dean waved his hand impatiently. Ning Baishu sighed again and bowed respectfully to the dean. The younger generation understands. Ning Baishu summoned the enormous white crane that had been lurking nearby, and together with the white-haired, transcendent elder, they soared onto the crane's back. The crane cautiously glanced at the dean. Upon seeing no reaction, it immediately flapped its wings and took off in a desperate flight. As a divine creature, it sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from the dean. Chapter 52. Return to the academy. As the white crane swiftly vanished into the horizon, the dean murmured softly. Beside him, Su Mo's eyes widened as he overheard, is that old coot Ning Wuyo still alive? How has he not passed on after all these years? The dean shook his head, turning to face the emperor clad in a dragon robe, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I have set a challenge for Lao Qi to secure the position of the top scholar. I wonder if his talent is sufficient. Alas, I merely mentioned this casually. There is no deeper meaning. The emperor bowed and replied, Su, the top scholar, is indeed deserving. The other candidates present bore no resentment. Having witnessed Su Mo's exceptional abilities, they felt there was no question regarding his rightful claim to the title. Su, the top scholar, truly deserving. Yet, Su Mo harbored a different sentiment. His bright, sparkling eyes brimmed with incredulity. Upon the dean's utterance, the title of top scholar felt like a disgrace to him. Regardless of whether he was originally capable of achieving such a title, now, any mention of it would lead others to believe that the emperor had bestowed it upon him under the dean's overbearing influence. My reputation in this life. Su Mo glanced at Gu Yu with a hint of grievance. Gu Yu's lips twitched in sympathy as he regarded Su Mo. I had a feeling that according to the old dean's nature, he would surely create a predicament, but I never anticipated it would manifest in this manner. The dean cast a knowing glance at Su Mo, as if he understood the turmoil within him, and slowly articulated, one must recognize. The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and supplement the insufficient. The way of man is to diminish the insufficient and offer to the surplus. The dean glanced at Su Mo's pristine white attire, sighed, and seemingly pointedly remarked, you are dressed too purely. Others see you as overly immaculate. It would be wise to incorporate some darker hues. Su Mo lowered his gaze in contemplation, suddenly struck by the realization. As the moon waxes, it wanes. Extremes inevitably lead to counteraction. Just now, it is easily broken. Observing Su Mo lost in thought, the dean nodded in satisfaction. Observing Su Mo, who was lost in thought, Gu Yu sighed, so naive. I suggest you use a red ribbon for your hair in the future. The dean continued, Su Mo instinctively wanted to agree, but suddenly realized, wearing a puzzled expression. Why is that? The dean took a step forward and vanished, a voice slowly emanating from the void. Red is indeed beautiful. I actually like green as well, but I suspect you would not be inclined. Su Mo glanced at Gu Yu, who twitched his lips and sighed. Actually, the dean has a point. It's too plain. Gu Yu added. Su Mo pondered for a moment and nodded. Let's go. Back to the academy. That old the dean actually left without taking us along. Gu Yu turned around, glanced around, and saw the king and queen of Ing nearby, bowing respectfully before turning to Su Mo. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement. The royal couple approached, gazing at Su Mo's delicate features. The queen's expression was sorrowful, as if she could not emerge from the pain of losing her daughter, yet her gaze upon Su Mo was filled with tenderness. Come home and sit for a while. In that instant, Su Mo's heart was enveloped by a wave of warmth, a feeling so familiar, reminiscent of a distant past life. Su Mo nodded. All right, the king of Ing, with a somber demeanor, said, you need not concern yourself with the matters of the Liu family in the west of the city. I will take care of it. Su Mo nodded. Understood. Come home. The king tilted his head aside, saying, come back home to sit for a while. Su Mo replied. All right. With a heart full of complex emotions, Su Mo turned and left the palace alongside Gu Yu. Donned in red, with no one to impede their exit. Once outside the palace gates, Guyu in red stood still. Suemo waited beside her for a moment, puzzled, and asked, "Senior sister, what are you waiting for?" "A carriage," Guyu replied succinctly. Suemo's lips twitched slightly. "Cultivators still use carriages? Senior sister, can't you fly?" Suemo asked cautiously, knowing that while senior sister was quite amiable, her temper seemed rather fierce, often giving others a headache. Little did he know, Guyu actually preferred wielding a sword. Jiyu rolled her eyes, recalling the relentless days spent rushing alongside the dean. A wave of frustration washing over her. "I'm tired. Besides, can you fly? If you think I'd look good carrying you through the skies, I wouldn't mind exerting myself a bit more. Why hasn't the carriage arrived yet?" Suemo cast his gaze toward the street, waving his sleeve, exuding scholarly righteousness. Just as his words fell, a black horse appeared, pulling a carriage, galloping towards them with a clop-clop sound. However, the horse seemed a bit anxious, stopping before Suemo and Guyu with its mouth agape. Tongue lolling, panting heavily, Suemo turned to look at Guyu. "Why does this horse seem so dog-like?" Guyu appeared to understand Suemo's confusion, patting him on the shoulder and speaking earnestly. "Little Su, you must learn to adapt. The affairs of our academy are rather unconventional." Jiyu boarded the carriage, while Suemo appeared utterly bewildered. As Suemo gazed at the ebony steed, he suddenly recalled that this was the very horse that had conveyed him to the spring examination last time. The horse, recognizing Suemo, nudged him with its muzzle, signaling him to mount. Suemo's lips twitched as he shook his head and climbed aboard the carriage. Upon Suemo's ascent, the black horse scratched its hooves against the ground, seemingly eager to spring into action. Just as it was about to set off, Suemo interjected, "Let us first stop by the boat pavilion to fetch the girl." The horse nearly stumbled, casting a resentful glance back, as if to reproach Suemo for not mentioning it sooner. Were these not two distinct directions? The carriage turned around and sped towards the boat pavilion. Upon arriving at the pavilion, as Suemo and Guyu disembarked, a diminutive figure dashed out from within, leaping into Suemo's embrace. "Young master!" The little girl clung tightly to Suemo's waist, burying her head deeply in his chest. Suemo gently stroked the top of her head, a wave of tenderness washing over him as he inhaled deeply. Henceforth, he must act with greater prudence. Luo-yin emerged from the pavilion, her long skirt trailing behind her. Observing the little girl nestled in Suemo's arms, a hint of exasperation crossed her face. "You haven't even arrived, and this child has already declared that the young master is here." Suemo chuckled as he ruffled the girl's hair, prompting her to lift her head and inquire, "How did you fare in today's palace examination, young master?" Beside them, Guyu chimed in with a smile, "Your master has secured the top position." Suemo's expression darkened, resembling one who had just swallowed a whole dead chicken. In the future, let us not utter those two words. I am allergic." The little girl's small head was filled with immense confusion. Suemo promptly shifted the topic. "Let us return to the academy." "All right." The little girl nodded enthusiastically, clearly fond of that place. Suemo then turned to Luo-yin. "I shall fetch the inkstone," Luo-yin replied, turning back towards the pavilion. Guyu's eyes narrowed, exuding an air of danger as he regarded Suemo. Chapter 53. The academy. The birds chirp in response, the mountains shrouded in mist. The trees sway with the wind. The water dances in the sunlight. It is akin to the azure of the heavens. Unlike the drifting clouds on the stony path through the mountains, Suemo panted heavily, despair etched across his face as he surveyed the seemingly endless road ahead. "Senior sister, why must the academy be built halfway up the mountain?" Guyu, clad in flowing red, led the way confidently. Upon hearing Suemo's question, she turned back, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Because the headmaster said. The mountain's waste is not in the clouds. It is not the realm of mortals." At this juncture, Guyu paused, contemplating that since little Su was now her junior disciple, there were certain matters that ought not to be concealed. She continued, "However, I have heard that there was originally an academy at the mountain's waste, but it later fell into disuse. The headmaster, disinterested in rebuilding, simply moved in. Moreover, he couldn't even be bothered to change the name. Thus, the dean's words about the mountainside and the human realm should not be taken too seriously." Suemo stared vacantly. Theo think that the academy was not a true academy. He glanced back at the valley below. "Is it too late for me to regret coming here? Never mind. It's not easy to find such a powerful ally." With a sigh, Suemo exerted great effort to ascend a few more steps. He raised his gaze towards the path ahead, which seemed no closer. Great. It appears these few steps were in vain. Jiyu observed Suomo's foolish antics, her lips twitching slightly. But why must we walk up the narrow path instead of taking a carriage? Suomo could not help but inquire. The path is truly arduous. This is your first time ascending. Your first time awake on the mountain. I shall guide you along the way. Suomo took a deep breath and climbed another 2 steps, feeling his legs ache and tremble incessantly. He then looked at Guyu with a pitiable expression. Third senior sister. Guyu turned her head away. I'm tired today. I don't wish to carry anyone. Suomo then turned to Luo-in. Senior sister Luo. Luo-in, with her guqin strapped to her back, walked steadily and composedly, embodying a demeanor as if untouched by the winds of hardship. Luo-in lowered her head to gaze at her feet, which rubbed against the ground, her voice delicate. Men and women should not engage in close contact. Jiyu rolled her eyes. Suomo then turned to the little girl. Young mastered in the innocent gaze of the little girl. It was clear she understood Sumo's thoughts. I'm still too young to carry you, Suomo sighed and looked ahead at the seemingly endless steps, his expression one of despair. Little Su, your body is exceedingly weak, Jiyu sighed. The little girl covered her face and giggled softly at the remark. Hearing Guyu's words, Luo-in glanced at the panting Suomo. Nodding in agreement, Suomo's expression shifted dramatically. A flower family's son, who can endure such humiliation? With renewed vigor, Suomo sprinted up the 100 stone steps, passing Guyu before coming to a halt. His numb legs trembling incessantly, Suomo took a deep breath, gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll give it my all. Witnessing this sudden transformation in Suomo, Guyu and the others were left speechless. Suomo ran nonstop until he reached the mountainside, where he spotted the bamboo pavilion from last time, and the dean was watching him from the courtyard in front of it. Suomo's eyes reddened, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. I have finally made it. The dean's figure flashed and appeared before Suomo, gazing at the kneeling figure with a complex expression. The last. I have found a disciple who understands the importance of respecting one's teacher. Jiyu and the others approached, observing the intense exchange between Suomo and the dean, filled with confusion. Jiyu curiously asked, What is going on? This is a disaster. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Sumo's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to kneel before the dean. Disciple Suomo, paying respects to the dean. I am certainly not weak-kneed. I am merely paying homage to my esteemed master. Kneeling to the heavens, to the earth, to parents, and to one's master is entirely justifiable. Good child, good child. The dean's eyes brimmed with tears as he raised his hand to assist Suomo to his feet. Casting a disdainful glance at Guyu, Yuyu's lips twitched. Very well, go summon your fellow disciples. The dean instructed Guyu. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Guyu replied, The eldest is still asleep. I cannot rouse him. The 2nd and 6th are off somewhere honing their skills, and the 4th and 5th are still under your confinement. The dean sighed, waving his hand, and 2 figures suddenly emerged from an obscure corner. Upon landing, the 2 figures immediately spotted the elegantly attired Suomo. These 2 were none other than the 4th and 5th disciples of the academy. They first bowed respectfully to the dean before curiously addressing Suomo. Is this our junior brother? The dean nodded and introduced Suomo, this year's top scholar of DHUS. Suomo grimaced. Dean, could we refrain from mentioning those 2 words in the future? The eyes of the 4th and 5th disciples sparkled as they gazed at Suomo's white scholarly robes. Inquiring, Are you a Confucian practitioner? Suomo, bewildered, nodded. The 4th and 5th disciples exchanged glances, each seeing a glimmer of excitement in the other's eyes. They then raised their voices to the heavens, exclaiming, Heaven, have mercy. Our academy finally has a Confucian practitioner. I wonder who will dare to say that our academy's reputation does not match its reality. Suomo looked perplexedly at the dean, who sighed, Those are your 4th and 5th senior brothers. Suomo immediately bowed to the 4th and 5th disciples, saying, Junior brother pays respects to the 4th and 5th senior brothers. Come, come. The 4th and 5th disciples enthusiastically draped their arms over Suomo's shoulders. Listen well, junior brother. From now on, stick with us 2 senior brothers. The rest of our academy is rather unorthodox. Only we 2 are the true rational beings. Follow us, and we shall lead you to explore the fabled realms. I am not boasting. No one knows more about the world's fabled realms than us. When the 3 of us unite, we shall undoubtedly sweep through the land's treasures. Ha ha ha. The dean gazed upward at the sun, feeling an overwhelming sense of foreboding about the future. With a heavy sigh, he waved his hand, and the fourth and fifth disciples suddenly soared into the air, unintentionally plummeting down the mountainside. Junior brother, wait for us. After we finish our wall-facing meditation, let us together sweep through. Their voices grew increasingly distant until they faded into silence. Suemo looked at Guyu with a bewildered expression. Guyu sighed. Do you remember when I told you? You must learn to adapt. Aside from me, there isn't much normalcy in our academy. It's best to keep your distance from them to avoid being led astray. Suemo nodded, still oblivious to the implications. Meanwhile, Luoyin couldn't help but roll her eyes. What is a foodie? Suemo could not help but feel intrigued by the term foodie mentioned by Lao Si and Lao Wu. Luo Yin's lips twitched slightly. It refers to grand tombs, ancestral graves, and the like. Suemo's eyes brightened. The dean, observing the shift in Suemo's expression, immediately envisioned a scene in his mind. Clad in a flowing white scholar's robe, Suemo followed two senior brothers, pointing at a grand tomb and proclaiming, "This shore and the other shore, your tomb and my family, open." The dean felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him, instantly losing interest in all matters, before stepping forward and vanishing, leaving only the echo of a voice in the void. Bikujt, biz today, I am weary. Let us rest. Tomorrow, I shall teach you the ways of Confucian cultivation. Sumo and the others exchanged glances. Chapter 54. Life and Death as a Game. Let us settle down first. I will arrange for you to meet your other senior brothers and sisters at a more opportune moment, Guyu said, looking at Suemo with a resigned shrug. All right, Suemo nodded. Luoyin, carrying her, sought out a vacant room to make herself comfortable. The little girl turned to Suemo and cheerfully declared, I want to stay with the young master. Guyu, observing the two, nodded helplessly. Do as you wish. I am exhausted and shall take my leave. You've traversed nearly half the world these past few days. Find your own lodging. Choose whichever you prefer, for there is no one around. There is a lake behind with several empty houses by the shore. You may go take a look, and do not be alarmed by anything unusual you encounter. You will gradually become accustomed to it. This academy is devoid of anything ordinary. With that, she turned and departed. The little girl wants to stay by the lake. Wants to stay by the lake. The little girl exclaimed joyfully. Very well, very well. Suemo affectionately ruffled her hair, then took her hand and strolled toward the houses indicated by the third senior sister. Suemo led the little girl to the lakeside houses she had mentioned, settling into two adjacent rooms. Thus, they had established their residence within the academy. As dusk fell, after ensuring the little girl was settled for the night, Suemo sat cross-legged on a stone by the lake, gazing at the darkening sky, lost in thought. Although on the surface, the events in the western part of the city had reached a conclusion, several questions continued to perplex Suemo. Firstly, why did the emperor suddenly issue a blank scroll during this spring examination? This defied all logic. Secondly, why did his seemingly exploratory essay, which bore no substantive significance, manage to make the list? Thirdly, why was the emperor entrusting the Nian Chuan Lingyu to him for exposure? Fourthly, no matter how negligent the Yong Wang couple might be, Tong Tong should not have encountered trouble. Even if trouble arose, given the Yong Wang couple's prowess, they should have sensed something amiss in the western part of the city, unless a powerful individual had deliberately concealed everything. Fifthly, how could the woman cradling an infant escape from such a place beneath the western city and manage to reach the streets? Lastly, why could the academy not intervene in matters of national destiny? Suemo closed his eyes, continuously contemplating each detail of the incident, weaving them together in his mind. First, let us analyze each point individually, setting aside irrelevant issues for the moment. The question of whether the academy should intervene in matters of national fate can be temporarily dismissed, as it bears no logical connection to the overarching event, at least on the surface. Thus, let us commence with the first inquiry, employing a reverse analysis of the outcomes. What can the wordless scroll reveal? Suemo furrowed his brow, ruminating yet unable to arrive at an answer. There remains an essential element missing, one that could weave the entire affair together. Suemo meticulously retraced the entire sequence of events, each scene flashing through his mind like frames of a film. Suddenly, two images surged forth, standing out amidst the rest. Suemo abruptly rose to his feet. The first image was of himself being whisked away by the eunuch Ji from the front of the painted boat to the palace in the blink of an eye. When he inquired how Ji accomplished this, The eunuch replied, "Under heaven, all lands belong to the king." The second image was of the emperor, under the duress of the holy ancestor in the hall, proclaiming the might of the nation, uttering the same phrase. "Under heaven, all lands belong to the king." Sumo murmured softly, "Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king." Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him, sending chills coursing through his body. Confucian cultivation, what sets it apart from others? Sumo wished fervently that he could instantly access the internet in his previous life to ascertain the distinctions between Confucian cultivators and other practitioners. Ah, yes, there is a great calamity in the spiritual sea. Sumo's consciousness plunged into the depths of the spiritual sea, and in an instant, he beheld the eerily enigmatic Book of Life and Death suspended above. The cover of the Book of Life and Death was pitch black, crafted from what appeared to be a type of wood, revealing subtle yet rustic patterns. 3 bronze rings encircled the spine. It exuded an aura of extreme antiquity. Wisps of dark smoke coiled around the book, within which radiant light danced. The black smoke emerged and dissipated continuously, as though undergoing a perpetual cycle. The 3 characters Book of Life and Death shimmered with a dim crimson glow, reminiscent of an ancient creature drawing breath. An extraordinarily peculiar aura emanated from the book, fluctuating between vitality and death. Beneath the Book of Life and Death lay a woman of alluring and voluptuous form, clad in scant attire, lying serenely atop the surface of the spiritual sea. Viewed from the side, she appeared remarkably grandiose. Sumo wiped his nose, urging himself to remain calm. He resolved to address the matter at hand. He was no longer intimidated by this great calamity. Whether through desensitization or the grim realities of human nature, he could not tell. Should his conjecture prove correct, it would serve as a profound lesson on the terrors of the human heart. In comparison, this great calamity seemed almost endearing. The great calamity appeared to sense Sumo's presence, opening its eyes to cast a glance his way. "Oh, our little brother has finally finished his tasks? Remember to check back in your spiritual sea," the calamity remarked with a sardonic tone. "Behold, how impressive this book is. Your sister procured it for you." Before Sumo could utter a word, the ominous figure raised a finger to point at the tome of life and death suspended above. As the hand ascended, the loose fabric of her garments cascaded down. Sumo inhaled deeply, turning his gaze away. "Umitba, one must not gaze upon what ought not to be seen." At present, he had no time to concern himself with the Book of Life and Death. Resolving his doubts took precedence. "I have 2 inquiries I wish to pose," Sumo declared, fixing his gaze upon the ominous figure. The ominous figure cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Call me sister." Sumo's lips twitched. "Sister Ominous," he reiterated. "I have 2 questions to ask. Speak." The woman seemed unperturbed, showing no resistance to his queries. "Are you familiar with the power of national fortune?" Sumo inquired. The ominous woman rolled her eyes. "If you were to ask me about the power of heavenly principles, I would be far more pleased. Who do you think you're looking down upon?" Nevertheless, she languidly sat up, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "You may understand it as a form of unconscious power recognized by heaven and earth that is wielded by the sovereign of a nation." Sumo inhaled sharply and continued, "What can the emperor do with this power? It allows one to manipulate many aspects within the realm, such as teleporting oneself or others to any location within the country, obscuring any peculiar aura in specific places. Or, the ominous figure seemed to imply something, gazing intently into Sumo's eyes, monitoring all mortals throughout the realm. Sumo felt a chilling realization wash over him, as if the woman's answer had confirmed certain fears. Rendering him momentarily numb, he then posed another question. "Is there anything particularly special about Confucian cultivators?" Upon hearing Sumo's inquiry, the expression of the ominous woman grew solemn. Confucian cultivators differ significantly from others. To put it simply, they do not enter the 6 paths, nor do they break through to the divine transformation. As she spoke, the ominous woman regarded Sumo with a teasing glint in her eyes. Confucianism aligns splendidly with the power of national fortune. If Sumo gazed at the ominous woman, what might be the motivation behind someone meticulously striving to guide another into the Confucian way? The ominous woman squinted, stepping closer to Sumo. "Either that person is your father, or he desires your foundation in the Confucian path." Sumo's expression became vacant, a chill sweeping from his head to his toes. his heart filled with unparalleled horror. So it was. His aim was to create a Confucian cultivator, yet the one they sought to forge was not Lu Feng. It had always been Sumo. He observed every mortal within the realm through the power of national fortune, selecting those most likely to embrace the Confucian way. Utilizing the Lu family's intricate schemes involving thousands of lives, they aimed to usher him into the Confucian path. That woman cradling an infant was merely the one they sent before me. The answers to those inquiries could be elucidated in an instant. The wordless scroll was the final test, assessing my choices. The ascension to prominence and the enigmatic presence of Nian Chuan Lingyu are but two facets of the intricate chessboard. This also elucidates why Tong Tong unexpectedly entered the fray. Managing to evade the keen eyes of the Ying couple, the fortuitous energies of the nation can indeed obscure the peculiar aura of the Western city. Ha ha ha! Sumo erupted into laughter, tears cascading down his cheeks. Chapter 55. Life is like chess. How wonderful! Sumo trembled with emotion. He actually did this for me. Tio guide me into the Confucian path. For the foundation of my Confucian journey. Upon reflection, I realized that within the courtyard of the Western city, I was never truly in danger. They could never allow me to perish. Even without the monks and Taoists, they would intentionally leave a flaw for me to explore the underworld. No wonder the defenses of the Western city are so feeble. Only a single foundational cultivator and a mere handful of others. Moreover, the underground is entirely devoid of life. Thus, the subsequent 3 foundational cultivators were not there to take lives. They merely approached to investigate when the previous foundational cultivator deviated from their planned course. Everything began to crystallize, interconnected and logically sound. He even calculated my temperament. Sumo's expression fell into despondency as he embraced the great misfortune woman, burying his head deeply in her long hair, resembling a heartbroken child. And truth, what is he if not a child? I once believed I was blameless before humanity, the heavens, the Confucian path, and the countless wandering souls. Yet, I never anticipated that they perished because of me. A flicker of annoyance crossed the eyes of the great misfortune woman, but upon gazing at the dazed Sumo, her expression softened once more. He was merely 16, still a child with an incomplete understanding. He was simply overwhelmed by fear. You need not bear guilt. Their deaths are not your fault. In the game of chess, there cannot be but one pivotal piece. Even in your absence, other pieces would inevitably enter the game. They would still meet their end. The great misfortune spoke. Moreover, you granting those wandering souls liberation is, to them, an immeasurable fortune. The great misfortune recalled the grievances that dissipated into the void above. Have you not seen that countless resentful spirits carry with them endless grievances, unyielding and unrelenting, trapped between life and death, unable to reincarnate? Indeed, I underestimated the complexity of an emperor's mind. Sumo, nestled in the embrace of the great misfortune, inhaled the subtle and ethereal fragrance wafting from her hair, as if he had matured in that very moment. How could a grand emperor possibly be a simple figure? The Lu family truly staged a remarkable performance alongside the emperor. What could compel them to willingly embrace death? The scholar's stubbornness. The scholar's stubbornness. The noble sentiments I harbored within have become my gravest flaw. Thus, even if I refrain from attending, what measures might they employ to advance their agenda? For instance, abducting me. Or perhaps a profound fear flickered in Sumo's eyes. Abducting the girl. He was suddenly gripped by an unwarranted trepidation. Had I not gone that day, it is highly probable they would have taken the girl underground. They would not care for her life or death. I cannot believe. This world truly believes that an emperor of a nation cannot comprehend the Tao. It is not that he cannot grasp the Tao, but rather he aspires to embrace Confucianism. After a bout of emotional release, the sea of his spirit descended into an abyss of interminable silence. In this ethereal realm, there was no wind. The spirit sea surged, churning waves that raised wisps of mist. This extraordinarily bizarre domain was rendered strikingly simplistic in comparison to the outside world. The ominous woman gazed upward at the vast expanse of stars above the spirit sea, a complex emotion shimmering in her beguiling eyes. As if reminiscing about bygone days, she sighed. The human heart is akin to the deep sea. One can only perceive the tranquility or tumult of its surface. The chasms beneath the deep sea remain forever unseen. The world is like a chess game, where the grand scheme governs the smaller maneuvers, with each move resonating throughout. The player is also a piece. And is he not also a pawn to other players? This game appears intricate, yet in truth, it is rather superficial. It is fraught with flaws. Otherwise, you would not discern it so readily. Suemo, with a vacant expression, solemnly inquired. This game is superficial? The ominous one sighed, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. In certain games, a single move can span eons. Countless individuals live their lives, often oblivious to the fact that they are merely pieces on the board of some entities. A single move spanning eons. Suemo felt a chill run through him. The ominous one turned his gaze to Suemo, his expression unexpectedly grave. You must remember, the human heart is far more intricate than you envision. There is no clear demarcation between pieces and players. A player may one day become a piece, and a piece may one day rise to be a player. Suemo nodded solemnly, etching the ominous one's words deep within his heart. If .my foundation in Confucianism were to be seized by him, what would become of me? Suemo queried. You would perish, the ominous one replied. Suemo murmured. How shall I navigate this game? I still wish to live. He has the girl, he has the Ing-Wang couple. The image of the Ing-Wang couple standing before him, resisting the holy sect, was indelibly etched in his mind. He had also promised that woman cradling an infant, to bring forth a bright and clear world, cannot die. The ominous one, observing Sumo's demeanor, could not help but laugh heartily. So now you know fear? The great misfortune laughed uproariously, its mirth cascading like turbulent waves. In an instant, Sumo's emotions were utterly shattered. Gazing at the great misfortune, whose slender attire could scarcely conceal its voluptuous figure swaying erratically, Suemo inhaled deeply, then raised his chin defiantly. Fear not, you shall not perish. With me by your side, what is there to dread? Once the laughter of the great misfortune subsided, it could not help but chuckle again at Sumo's demeanor. You? Suemo merely cast a fleeting glance downwards before promptly lifting his gaze once more. Your trivial chess game cannot accommodate me. I assure you, no harm shall befall you. The words of the great misfortune alleviated some of Sumo's concerns. After all, that fateful night in the western part of the city, despite remaining fully aware, he understood that the horrifying method of murder had been wielded by none other than this very great misfortune. Furthermore, your academy would not permit any misfortune to befall you. Your esteemed principal. Speaking of the academy, Suemo was immediately reminded of his lingering question. Why can the academy not intervene in national affairs? I know what weighs on your mind, the great misfortune elucidated, yet your concerns are, in fact, unwarranted. This is due to the overwhelming causality of national fortune. Your academy must refrain from entangling itself in such matters, as it would disrupt the delicate balance of your institution's strategy. Suemo exhaled in relief. As long as the academy remained uninvolved, it would serve as a temporary sanctuary. Should the academy find itself embroiled, he truly would not know how to navigate his circumstances. The academy is also engaged in a game of chess? What sort of game is the academy playing? Unable to contain his curiosity, Suemo inquired. The great misfortune sighed. Naive child, where in life is it not a game of chess? A flicker of complexity crossed the eyes of the great misfortune as it regarded Suemo. What you should be apprehensive of is not this trivial game, but the grand strategy that looms above it, one that involves beings beyond your imagination. The causality of that grand strategy is immense, so great that even I find it challenging to ensure your safety. Chapter 56. The emergence of nether arts. Suemo nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, then turned his attention to the tome titled Book of Life and Death. The three characters inscribed as Book of Life and Death struck Suemo with profound impact, for in his past life, no one was unaware of such an artifact. Yet this Book of Life and Death diverged significantly from the concept he had previously envisioned. For this volume, the Book of Life and Death was colossal, towering at least 1.5 men high, suspended high above in the void of the sea of spirits, reminiscent of a colossal, ancient door that remained firmly shut. The obsidian cover bore intricate and enigmatic patterns, imparting an indescribable sensation, as if inscribed with some arcane runes beyond mortal comprehension. The three dark red characters spelling out Book of Life and Death emanated a faint, somber glow, engraved upon the cover like an epitaph upon a tombstone. Tendrils of black mist coiled around the Book of Life and Death, evoking an aura of the uncanny. It was as if Suemo furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. He turned back to the great misfortune incredulously and exclaimed, "Where did you procure 2 tomb doors? What on earth is this contraption? Because De Xiong claimed responsibility for it, Suemo believed without a trace of doubt. After all, even this spirit sea was a creation of hers. De Xiong stood with an air of arrogance, unabashedly proud, and did not deny it. Instead, she turned her gaze to the book of life and death, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Quick, give it a try. See how it works? All right. Sumo nodded, then stared blankly at his own book of life and death. After a period of silence, De Xiong could not help but speak. Why don't you give it a go? How do I do that? Suemo inquired. You are a Confucian practitioner. You ask me how to use it? De Xiong retorted. But that I really don't know, Suemo replied innocently. Just casually perform a technique, and it will naturally respond. De Xiong rolled her eyes and explained. However, I have yet to learn any techniques, Suemo said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What if we try again tomorrow? The director will teach me cultivation then. Absolutely not. De Xiong interjected firmly. I cannot wait any longer. Ever since Suemo embarked on the path, and this peculiar book of life and death manifested within his spirit sea, De Xiong has been exceedingly curious about what it truly is. This sensation is akin to 100 claws scratching her heart, an unbearable torment. Although De Xiong sensed that Sumo's entry into the path had undergone some form of mutation, likely connected to her. The peculiar transformation of Sumo's Confucian path was exceedingly strange, leaving her puzzled about the root of the issue. The most bizarre element was, without a doubt, this book of life and death. After a moment of contemplation, De Xiong addressed Suemo. Allow me to teach you. Sumo's eyes widened in disbelief. Due to certain circumstances, there should be no one more suited in this realm to instruct you than I, De Xiong stated coolly. A hint of doubt flickered in Sumo's eyes, which De Xiong astutely detected. Immediately, De Xiong narrowed her eyes, a trace of danger evident in her gaze. Not even the director? Suemo asked with a serious tone. De Xiong shook her head. Your director's path is rather unique. He can teach you, yet he is not a Confucian practitioner and therefore may not convey it effectively. However, without my presence, he would indeed be the most suitable instructor for you. Suemo looked at De Xiong and asked, and what about you? What is your path? You need not concern yourself with my path for now. You only need to know that my path is remarkably akin to the Confucian way. So teaching you poses no difficulty. Furthermore, De Xiong shot Suemo a glare, seemingly displeased with his attitude. Were it not for my eagerness to uncover the peculiarities of your troublesome book, I would hardly be inclined to teach you. My willingness to instruct you surely stems from your ancestors' graves still smoldering with luck. Sit down. I shall first enlighten you on the peculiarities of the Confucian path. De Xiong appeared to find standing while speaking too tiresome and promptly seated herself cross-legged. Then commanded Suemo, as the ominous figure settled down. The turbulent waves could not be entirely concealed by a layer of ethereal gauze. Suemo, perched high above, took in the scene with keen eyes. I am but a child. Suemo felt a slight warmth in his nose, inhaled deeply, and then swallowed the heat that escaped from his lips. The ominous figure seemed to have noticed Sumo's awkwardness, casting a fleeting glance downward, and chuckled. At such a tender age, you possess quite a multitude of thoughts. Would you like to come a little closer to see more clearly? Sumo's nose flushed again. He inhaled sharply, waved his sleeve, and with an earnest demeanor typical of a scholar proclaimed, as cultivators of Confucianism, we are imbued with righteous integrity. Dear ominous one, I implore you to refrain from such jesting. I truly cannot withstand it. Oh? The ominous one chuckled without exposing him. Once Suemo settled into a cross-legged position, she began to elucidate the characteristics of Confucian cultivation. Confucian cultivation, as the name suggests, pertains to integrating literature into the Tao. Yet, Confucianism stands apart from all other paths. Generally, the cultivation of the Tao focuses on enhancing one's own strength to break through limitations and elevate one's realm. However, while Confucian cultivators must also transcend their own constraints, they do so not through personal power but by comprehending the rules of heaven and earth to surmount their limitations and elevate their realm. The essence of Confucian cultivation lies in the understanding and mastery of these celestial rules. I have a question, Suemo interjected. Ask away. The ominous one nodded, clearly pleased with Sumo's initiative to raise questions. What are the rules of heaven and earth? Suemo inquired, somewhat bashful, fearing he might be asking an exceedingly foolish question. For this question, allow me to provide a few examples, and you shall understand, the ominous one explained. Why does 1 plus 1 equal 2, rather than 3? Because it simply equals 2, Suemo replied. Why must water always flow downward? Because of gravity. Why does the path of cultivation exist in this world? Because Sumo's expression shifted. The last question seemed utterly unrelated to the first two. But could it truly be unrelated? Why does cultivation exist? Because it already does. Why must water flow downward? Because gravity already exists. Why does 1 plus 1 equal 2? Because it has always equaled 2. The rules, in essence, are those that have long been established. Could it be that in certain worlds, 1 plus 1 does not equal 2? Could it be that in some realms, gravity does not exist? Could it be that in other worlds, the path of cultivation is non-existent? Yes, the answer to that last question. Suemo felt as if he grasped something profound from the depths of his mind. Is this what the rules of heaven and earth signify? The ominous one, observing Suemo lost in contemplation, was taken aback. She sensed that Suemo might have understood. Such insight, the ominous one gazed in astonishment at Suemo, whose eyes were gradually brightening. Fearing that Sumo's understanding might not be sufficiently profound, she was about to elaborate further when Suemo, seated in meditation, suddenly extended a finger towards the void between them, declaring, "Here, there should be fire." A surge of ethereal energy coalesced from the surroundings, gathering at the point just before Sumo's fingertips. At that very moment, the ledger of life and death above the two individuals trembled slightly, and a peculiar, eerie fluctuation merged with the spiritual power that had amassed around them. The two forces intertwined, converging at the forefront of Sumo's fingers. With a whoosh, a strange, dark flame ignited before Sumo's fingertips. The entity known as the Xiong gazed at the transformed ink-black flame, altered by the intervention of the ledger. His expression shifting dramatically. The Underworld Fire. Chapter 57. This shore and that shore, beings enter the Oblivion River. The Underworld Fire Fairies wandering souls. This cannot be. De Xiong's gaze became vacant. As if suddenly recalling something. He abruptly lifted his head to regard the ledger of life and death, remaining silent for an extended period. After a moment of silence, try severing your mental connection with this book once more, and attempt to wield it again. De Xiong proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Suemo, too, sensed an unsettling shift. Following De Xiong's instructions, Suemo mentally disconnected from the ledger of life and death and tried once again. Here, there should be fire. Whoosh. This time, the ledger did not interfere with Sumo's invocation of the Confucian Taoist technique. The flame that manifested was merely a ball of red fire, bright and serene. De Xiong exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it can be controlled. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant dilemma for Suemo. De Xiong regarded Suemo with grave seriousness, articulating each word with care. Henceforth, avoid using this book whenever possible. If you can discard it, do so. This was the first time Suemo had witnessed such an expression on De Xiong's face, and her heart skipped a beat as she cautiously inquired, "Is there a problem?" "The causal ramifications of this book are far too great for you to bear," De Xiong remarked, casting his gaze towards the ledger of life and death, which hung ominously in the void above. Suemo furrowed her brow. "What exactly do you mean by causal?" "Causality is exceedingly elusive, impossible to articulate," De Xiong began. "However, it is akin to consuming a fruit by the roadside. You must be prepared for someone to come seeking money from you. That is causality, for reasons unknown." A chill ran down Sumo's spine upon hearing De Xiong mention fruit, someone, and money. It seemed as though she was not merely speaking of fruit, someone, and money. The implications behind those words were obscured, leaving Suemo with an overwhelming sense of dread and profundity. Suemo nodded in a semblance of understanding. De Xiong observed Suemo in contemplation for a moment. The inability to utilize her innate spiritual artifact diminished her means of self-preservation. "Since it pertains to Confucianism, you should also be able to employ my techniques. I will. The greatest means of survival lies in vanquishing foes." Suemo nodded earnestly, grasping the significance of De Xiong. After enduring the recent tribulations, he now comprehensively understands the paramount importance of strength in this world. It may not be essential, but it is indispensable. One must invariably grow and shed the rigid thinking of a past life. Suemo sighed. "In this realm, there exists no law, only the edicts of the powerful. Therefore, one must safeguard the ember of hope within, and in this world shatter thunder with thunder and dispel darkness with darkness." Observing Su Mo's comprehension, De Xiong subtly nodded in approval. She was compassionate, yet not naive. She feared Su Mo might become as obstinate as other Confucian cultivators. If so, he would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate this world, especially since he had already embarked upon the path of immortality. Very well, you may depart. Sister needs to rest. De Xiong waved her hand, seemingly growing somewhat impatient. She then stretched languidly, her figure reminiscent of surging waves viewed from the peaks and valleys, breathtakingly alluring up close. Su Mo felt a rush of warmth, instantly gazing upward at the vast expanse of stars. De Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Su Mo, gently waving her hand, ushering the dazed Su Mo out of his own spiritual sea. Regaining his senses, Su Mo felt a lingering sense of incompleteness, tinged with regret. However, the doubts in his heart were finally dispelled, and the emotional ties to the academy had loosened, not to mention he need no longer fret over his own life. After all, De Xiong assured him of his safety. With many of his burdens momentarily cast aside, Su Mo's childlike spirit of playfulness began to flourish once more. Here, there should be light. With a wave of his hand, a ripple of spiritual energy spread forth. Before Su Mo, a glimmer of light materialized, akin to a candle amidst darkness, warming his heart with a gentle glow. After a brief moment, the light gradually faded, plunging Su Mo into deep contemplation. The unique nature of Confucianism in this world is truly remarkable. The arts of Confucianism do not draw from one's internal spiritual energy. Instead, they directly connect with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to achieve the desired effects. It is akin to being an unconventional practitioner on the path of cultivation, a favored child of the cosmos. Given that Confucianism communicates with the spiritual energy of the universe, primarily through resonance, might the results differ depending on the language used? Su Mo pondered for a moment, then addressed the obsidian expanse of the lake. The road ahead is vast, the stars ought to shine brilliantly. The spiritual energy of the lake transformed into ripples, ultimately coalescing into countless radiant stars, illuminating the entire surface. Each star twinkled like fireflies from a past life, seemingly illuminating the path home in Su Mo's heart. Su Mo was left speechless. Gazing at his own hands, he murmured, "I, Su, have finally leveled up. Ha 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 ha." Suppressing his excitement, Su Mo turned to the towering tree beside him and tentatively spoke. At this moment, there should be a breeze. A gentle zephyr arose, causing the tree to sway softly, rustling its leaves and causing Su Mo's white Confucian robe to flutter lightly. By the shimmering lakeside adorned with twinkling stars, Su Mo, clad in flowing white garments, swayed gently in the breeze. Immersed in this celestial ambience, he gradually succumbed to a trance. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that the starry reflections upon the lake's surface had vanished without a trace. After pondering for a moment, a sense of dissatisfaction crept over him. It was time to unleash the power of imagination. I refuse to believe that Confucianism and Taoism are limited to mere cooking and fanning the flames tasks. This shore and the other shore, I shall traverse to the far side. With a surge of spiritual energy, Su Mo's vision blurred. When clarity returned, he found himself standing on the opposite bank of the lake. This Su Mo was utterly astonished. Gazing across the expanse of water, he was rendered speechless by his own incredulity. Can Confucianism and Taoism truly be wielded in such a manner? Su Mo raised his hand and pinched himself fiercely. Ouch, that hurt. Rubbing his reddened arm, he fell into a daze. Indeed, the potential of Confucianism and Taoism is as vast as one's imagination. However, upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to a type of character from his previous life's games, supportive, flashy and extravagant, yet lacking in offensive power. Su Mo doubted that merely shouting at an adversary, "Heaven's way is vast, you shall perish," would suffice to vanquish them. Confucianism is not a path of murder. The means to defeat foes still rely on what great calamity tomorrow may bestow upon him. Suddenly, Su Mo felt compelled to share the good news of having grasped the principles of Confucianism with his third senior sister. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he chanted softly, "This shore and the other shore, I shall appear before third senior sister." As his vision shimmered, upon regaining clarity, he beheld a graceful figure. Enveloped in a sea of white, Yu lifted her gaze. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she regarded the suddenly materialized Su Mo. He wore a dazed expression in silence, Guyu turned away, quietly drawing forth her long sword. Chapter 58. Laughter choked with emotion. The following day the dean looked at the bruised and battered Suemo, utterly perplexed. What on earth happened? Unable to resist, Suemo glanced at third senior sister Guyu, who narrowed her eyes, her gaze brimming with menace. Last night, the moment Suemo saw third senior sister draw her sword, he snapped back to reality, inwardly lamenting his fate, and immediately shouted, "This shore and the other shore, I shall be outside the house." By the time third senior sister donned her attire and pursued the fleeing Suemo, she sealed his cultivation. Although she refrained from using her sword to strike him down, she nonetheless unleashed a torrent of blows to vent her frustration. Suemo instinctively turned away, too afraid to meet her gaze, and muttered sullenly, "It was too dark at night. I tripped." The dean, with a face full of skepticism, turned to the third disciple, only to find her coldly squinting back at him. Clearing his throat, the dean dared not inquire further. "Today, I shall begin to teach you the rudiments of Confucianism." The dean took his seat and commenced the lesson. "This Confucianism, you see, is unlike any other doctrine." The dean spoke eloquently. Suemo, with a bruised face, listened intently, becoming increasingly familiar with the discourse. Wasn't this precisely what the great misfortune had conveyed just the previous night? Surely, they were utilizing the same teaching materials, while others focused on their own cultivation. The Confucian path emphasized the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, did it not? Cautiously, Suemo inquired, his face still marked by injury. The dean, momentarily taken aback by his words, regarded Suemo with an expression that suggested he was indeed a teachable student. However, mastering the Confucian arts was an exceedingly arduous endeavor, requiring one to first grasp the significance of the laws of nature, then to perceive the spiritual energies existing between heaven and earth through personal insight, and finally to manifest one's intentions through the application of Confucian techniques, akin to creating a diminutive yet fleeting set of cosmic rules, the dean elaborated. After a moment's hesitation, Suemo deemed it prudent to demonstrate his current progress, lest he squander the dean's time. "Like this?" he queried, extending a finger into the void. "Here, there should be fire." A small flame ignited, casting a flickering red glow. The crimson light rendered the dean's face somewhat pained. Returning to reality, the dean let out an awkward chuckle, nodding in approval towards Suemo. "It appears your comprehension is commendable, yet do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. The path of the Tao is profoundly intricate. Different realms yield distinct terminologies and consequently divergent outcomes. My heart shall be the guide, and the universe the fuel. Ignite." With that, a surge of spiritual energy trembled through the air, and flames erupted spontaneously, creating a vast ocean of fire that appeared to engulf the heavens. The dean gazed at this ethereal conflagration, his expression one of astonishment. Beside him, Guyu smirked, fully aware that Sumo's capabilities extended far beyond this display. For instance, with a wave of his hand, the dean caused the fiery ocean to dissipate. After a brief silence, he produced a book and a jade flute from his robes and presented them to Suemo. "This tome contains some introductory Confucian techniques. Study it on your own, given your aptitude, and this flute is a gift, which should complement your Confucian practice." The dean's voice bore a hint of melancholy. This young disciple was proving to be quite challenging to instruct. "Do you have any further questions?" Suemo nodded, recalling the little girl still indulging in her slumber, and turned to the dean with a query. "May I share the cultivation methods from the book my third senior sister gave me with the little girl?" The dean fell into a contemplative silence. As the quiet stretched on, Sumo's once hopeful smile began to falter. "What is it because the little girl is not part of the academy and thus cannot learn its methods?" Guyu, unable to suppress her frown, cast a glance at the dean, remembering that he had never shown such reservations before. His current demeanor indicated a significant issue. The dean sighed, looking at Suemo with a complex expression, shaking his head slightly. "It is not that. Rather, the girl is simply incapable of cultivating." Suemo was taken aback. "Why is that?" "I observed you during your previous unconsciousness at the academy," the dean replied. The dean spoke slowly. "The little girl has some issues. She is unable to cultivate." As Suemo listened to the dean's earnest words, his heart gradually sank, and he forced out a couple of dry laughs. Hee. What problems could the little girl possibly have? The dean, observing Sumo's expression, let out a deep sigh. "Her soul is fractured. To be precise, She possesses only a remnant of a soul. Therefore, she cannot remember things, nor can she retain any knowledge. No texts, doctrines, or mental techniques can leave an imprint upon her soul. Sumo's gaze became vacant as he recalled how the little girl could not even remember her own name and was unable to comprehend any books. Dazed and despondent, he lowered his head and muttered to himself, "If she cannot remember, then so be it. I will find a way in the future. Even if I must gather various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I will surely help the little girl become a cultivator." Hearing Sumo's self-talk, the dean sighed once more. "She cannot afford to wait." Sumo looked up at the dean, his face a portrait of confusion. "A fractured soul. She will not live past the age of 12. The dean's words struck Sumo like a thunderbolt, exploding in his heart. Sumo laughed, shaking his head. "This is impossible. The little girl is doing just fine now. How could she not live past 12? It is not good. Her amnesia is already quite severe, and it will only worsen until she forgets everyone and everything, ultimately leading to her demise." The dean continued shaking his head, his cruel words piercing Sumo's soul like a curved blade. Sumo bowed his head in silence, appearing as lifeless as a withered tree. A gentle breeze swept through, causing this withered tree to tremble in distress. The fleeting joy born from enlightenment vanished in that moment, seemingly erasing all reasons for seeking the path. "I merely wish to cultivate and lead the little girl to live well in this world." Sumo gazed at the ground beneath his feet, an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart. He lifted his head to look at the dean. "There must be a way, right? There must be a solution to this problem, right?" The dean shook his head in silence. Observing the nearly broken Sumo, his helplessness transformed into endless sighs. "Perhaps I should not have spoken to him so soon." Sumo shook his head and laughed. His eyes reflected the crimson glow of the sunset. "I refuse to believe it. In this vast world, how could there be no solution to a mere issue of a fractured soul?" Guyu watched Sumo, who had descended into madness, and the faint irritation that once lingered in her heart transformed into profound pain. Little Sumo turned to his third senior sister, his eyes brimming with tears. "Third senior sister, I do not believe it. There must be a way, right?" In this moment, Sumo seemed to revert to a child once more. When his beloved sister faced an insurmountable deathly crisis, the feeling of helplessness washed over him. The once vibrant and spirited prodigy of cultivation transformed into a sorrow-laden child. Little Guyu gazed at the heartbroken Sumo, her voice trembling with emotion. "I refuse to believe it." Sumo raised his head, his expression defiant. Suddenly, from a nearby corner, a soft sobbing sound emerged. Everyone turned to look. A small figure stepped forward, tears adorning its face. The little one observed Sumo's grief-stricken demeanor and mustered a smile, albeit a feeble one. "Young master." Chapter 59. The Little Boat. "Young master, I'm right here." Sumo replied, "I want to eat a chicken leg." The little girl wiped away her tears, smiling as if she had heard nothing moments before. "All right." Slowly, Sumo approached and took the little girl's tiny hand, a smile gracing his face. "Young master will take you to BUYAS if nothing had been said just moments ago." The pair, one large and one small, walked hand in hand down the mountain. That day at IT seemed as though nothing had transpired. Merely a greedy little girl seeking her elder brother, who had just finished his lessons, clamoring for a chicken leg, and the elegantly attired young master, unable to withstand the little girl's incessant pleas, led her into the town. The little girl wore a cheerful expression, and so did Sumo. Yet their steps were not as carefree as before. The onlookers, watching the distant figures of the inseparable duo, felt that the spring scenery had turned rather bleak. Even somewhat desolate, a bird nestled in a tree above seemed to awaken from the gentle spring breeze, peering out to see the two figures descending the hill. The bird's eyes reflected confusion as it shook its head and retreated back into its nest, burying its head beneath its wings. Gradually drifting back to sleep, IT did not comprehend why those two chose to leave the warmth of their cozy nest on this still chilly spring day. IT did not understand why they walked so slowly if they were determined to depart. "Young master, carry me." The little girl looked up at Sumo, as if her legs could carry her no longer. Sumo gently ruffled her hair, a satisfied smile gracing his lips before bending down to lift her onto his back. The muffled sigh went unheard. The little girl pouted, seemingly displeased with the tousled state of her hair, yet she offered no resistance. She had never resisted. Whatever Suemo said was law, young master, the little girl called out, relishing the sound of it. She could only remember moments associated with him. Young master was the phrase she uttered most frequently each day. Suemo turned his head to regard the smiling little girl behind him. Is the girl heavy? She inquired. Heavier. Suemo adjusted her weight on his back. Can young master still carry me? The young girl tilted her head in inquiry. Even if the young master were to transform into a pig, I would still carry him, Suemo declared as he continued his descent down the mountain. How vexing. The young master has yet to become a pig. The little girl pouted in displeasure, evidently dissatisfied with the young master's description, deeply discontented. Even if the young master were to turn into a pig, he would still carry the girl. Suemo chuckled softly. Then, would the young master carry the girl for a lifetime? Certainly. Once the young master becomes a master of Confucianism and Daoism, he will carry the girl and sweep through the world. Bikago is splendid. Then it is settled. The little girl nestled against Sumo's back, her head tilted closely against him, ensuring that the young master could not see the tears that had fallen. Little did she know, those tears had soaked through Sumo's scholarly robes, landing deep within his heart. Once the young master becomes a master of Confucianism and Daoism, he will carry the girl and sweep through the world. The immeasurable hope and regret in the girl's eyes went unnoticed by Suemo, yet he was aware. The sounds of chirping birds echoed, seemingly seeking to awaken the slumbering forest. The path leading to the academy and down the mountain remained the same. Yet this path at it turned out was far more arduous to descend than to ascend. In the bustling city, voices mingled together. Vendors set up their stalls, and passers-by strolled by. Tonghulu. The little girl suddenly pointed and squealed. The Tonghulu vendor, noticing Suemo carrying the little girl, promptly approached. Would this young master like to buy a skewer for this young lady? It's a maid. The little girl corrected from Sumo's back. The vendor paused, seemingly perplexed by the sight of a young master carrying his own maid. Suemo turned to gently pat the little girl's head and addressed the vendor. Please bring me a skewer. 2 skewers, the little girl corrected him. The vendor looked at Suemo, as if awaiting his confirmation. Suemo smiled. Then let it be 2 skewers. Excellent. The vendor cheerfully handed 2 skewers of Tonghulu to Suemo. He offered one to the little girl, yet she only took one. After Suemo settled the payment and turned to leave, the vendor, lowering his head to tuck the coins away, suddenly felt that this young master seemed familiar. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head to watch the departing figures of Suemo and the little girl, murmuring, "That is Xu Zhuang." The vendor gently set the Tonghulu aside, dusted off his garments, and slowly knelt on the ground, bowing deeply in the direction Suemo had gone. That day, a shadow in the void above the palace was none other than his wife. The events in the western part of the city, the happenings within the palace, had become common knowledge. They realized that the delicate scholar who stood against the immortal aristocrats for the sake of ordinary people was indeed Su Zhuangyuan. The golden list had been posted in the palace. Featuring the portrait of Suemo, they recognized that Su Zhuangyuan was the young man clad in white, gracefully illuminated by the sun. Suemo. He embraced the world with sincerity, and the world reciprocated with affection. Suemo, carrying the little girl, wandered aimlessly, merely enjoying a stroll with her. Having purchased chicken legs and candied hawthorns for the little girl, they continued to stroll and shop, seemingly determined to acquire all the delights that the young lady cherished. Suemo ambled along several streets, carrying the little girl on his back, while countless passers-by recognized him as the illustrious Su Zhuangyuan of the present dynasty. The gazes directed toward the 2 diminutive figures were imbued with admiration and affection. Throughout the day, Suemo felt no weariness, and the little girl's hands were filled with an array of treats. "Young master, let us return to our little painting boat," the little girl exclaimed. "Certainly," Suemo replied, ever compliant. His obedience to the little girl was unwavering. Yet, he pondered whether their boat still awaited them. Upon reaching the familiar riverbank, they discovered the petite painting boat quietly moored at the shore. Its tether seemingly reinforced by recent hands, a path had been swept clear along the bank leading to the bow of the boat, as if it had been prepared for the return of Suemo and his little companion. Suemo glanced back, and amidst the crowd, several kind smiles shone radiantly. The hearts of men hold not only malice but also beauty. The ordinary folk recognized sincerity when it graced them. They understood that those who stoke the fires for others must not be left to perish in the tempest. They knew this was the home of Su Zhuangyuan and his little maid. Chapter 60. The binding of sorrow. The melodies of birds heralded spring, while the chirps of insects signaled the warmth of summer. Luo Yin played the zither in the courtyard, the notes drifting gently through the mountain air. Suddenly, in flowing red attire, Guyu arrived, casting a glance at Luo Yin before lifting her gaze to the nearby library. Sighing softly, "Is he not still up there?" Luo Yin also turned her gaze toward the library, her fingers pausing on the strings as a sigh escaped her lips. It had been a full 3 months. Not a single step had been taken away. Jiuyu's expression was a tapestry of complexities. Sumo had declared that he did not believe there existed no means to save the little girl. He professed that he would relinquish everything, as long as he could keep the little girl. He asserted that even if the entire world offered no solution, he would devise one, at any cost. The library, brimming with countless tomes, was a veritable treasure trove, and Sumo was convinced that a remedy could surely be found within its pages. These 3 months had plunged the academy into a melancholic state unprecedented in its history. The eldest senior had awakened once, met with Sumo, and then returned to slumber. He had said that if he were needed, he could be summoned with a heartfelt flute call. The second and sixth brothers had also returned to the academy during this time. Though the second brother no longer held the bird he once cherished, the sixth brother had lost his usual cheerfulness. It seemed that this journey had transformed them both significantly. They spoke little of it. After seeing Sumo, the second brother shook his head and sighed as he descended the library steps, merely stating that it would be best for him to remain, as it posed no harm to him. The fourth and fifth brothers had also been released by their master, eagerly wishing to invite Sumo to explore the royal tombs, but were halted by Guyu. Upon hearing of Sumo and the little girl, both merely sighed and departed on their own. As the two departed, they spoke of exploring various auspicious locations in search of treasures that might prove beneficial. The director often ventured out, returning only occasionally to take a fleeting glance before hastily departing once more. Sumo lingered in the library for 3 months, tirelessly poring over an array of texts, day and night. The realms of medicine, pharmacology, soul cultivation, alchemy, and botany. Sumo was without a specific goal, selecting nothing in particular. Any book that he deemed potentially relevant was scrutinized. Thanks to his mastery of Confucianism, he possessed an extraordinary memory, able to comprehend and retain knowledge with but a single glance, from soul cultivation to botany. As Sumo continued to peruse the texts, his own cultivation progressed accordingly. In just 3 short months, he had achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement, merely a step away from foundation establishment. "Young master, perhaps you should take a sip of water," the young maid said, bringing a cup to the library. Sumo, with his disheveled hair and his white robes in disarray, sat cross-legged upon the library floor, surrounded by towering walls of books, many of which he had seemingly already perused. Observing Sumo's relentless examination of the volumes, the maid's gaze was filled with an endless mix of infatuation and bewilderment. She desperately wished to halt his fervent quest, to implore him, "Young master, I am unafraid of death. There is no need for you to exert yourself so for my sake. I am but a small maid you found by the roadside." Yet, the little maid yearned to remain by his side. What if the young master truly discovered a solution? Moreover, the second senior brother had asserted that this endeavor would bring no harm to him. Thus, this notion remained concealed within her heart. Perhaps it was merely a small selfish desire on her part. However, watching Sumo tirelessly flipping through the volumes filled her with profound sorrow. "Oh, the maid has arrived." Sumo turned to the little maid, beckoning her over with a wave, saying, "Come, come." He invited her to sit beside him, pointing to the book he was engrossed in, exclaiming, "Today I read about the nurturing aspects of soul cultivation. Did you know? A person's spirit can be fortified and enhanced with divine elixirs." Sumo appeared quite elated, and the maid, seeing his joy, felt a surge of happiness herself. "Young master, please take a sip of water first," she urged, presenting the cup before him. Very well. Sumo took a sip and set it aside, returning to his reading. The maid then rose, methodically placing the volumes surrounding him aside. One by one, Sumo remarked, "Just set aside the books I have already read. There is no need to revisit them." The maid understood his remarkable memory, yet as she gazed at the towering pile of books beside him, a flicker of despair crossed her mind. Had he truly perused all these texts without discovering a solution? Could there really be answers among the remaining books? Watching Suemo as he hurriedly flipped through the pages, her heart brimmed with deep reluctance. If there truly were no solutions, merely encountering the young master in this lifetime was already a fulfillment for her. With tearful eyes, the little maid turned her face, producing a comb, and gently approached Suemo from behind, slowly untangling his cascading hair. Outside the building, the sound of insects chirping resonates, akin to heartfelt confessions, as if they yearn to exchange more words with their companions in this fleeting life. The incessant creaking persists. "Young master, you've grown quite a bit grayer," remarked the young girl as she tended to Sumo's hair. Unfazed, Suemo waved his hand dismissively. "Let it be. Graying is inevitable, even if it increases. It cannot all be plucked away." The young girl nodded and continued to braid Sumo's long locks. Her method of grooming was as delicate as ever, and once she had gathered his hair into a bun, it rendered Sumo's appearance somewhat refined. Once the young girl had completely secured Sumo's lengthy hair, she was struck by the sight. Nearly half of Sumo's once dark mane had turned white. Although black still predominated, the silvery strands had darkened his hair to a muted gray. Observing Sumo's partially gray hair, the young girl's eyes flickered with turmoil. Finally, she spoke up. "Young master, perhaps you should take a break. There's no need to rush, is there? What is the matter?" Suemo turned to the young girl, only to find her eyes brimming with tears. "Dear girl," she inhaled deeply, seemingly stifled by her emotions, "I just don't want you to be so weary." Upon hearing this, Suemo smiled nonchalantly and shook his head. "This book is filled with wonders. Although I have already achieved high honors, I still wish to learn more." He refrained from voicing his desire to find a way to save the young girl, but how could she not understand? He merely wished to relieve her of any burdens. He did not want her to constantly remember the brevity of his life. He did not want her to feel that it was because of him, Suemo, that she was tirelessly studying day and night. The young girl merely held back her tears in silence. Suemo chuckled softly and asked, "Have you written in your journal today?" The young girl shook her head. Suemo feigned anger. "Then why aren't you off to write?" The young girl retrieved her journal from a nearby shelf, where she had only inscribed a few words. "Today, the insects sing of a long summer, and I see the young master graying." Chapter 61. This year's snow. As the insect chorus gradually quiets, leaves sway and the mountains turn golden. Autumn descends in crimson hues, and the birds sing with lingering sentiments. A leaf is swept into the study, fluttering gently down onto Sumo's long hair, which he seems oblivious to. Looking around, he notices that the open window of the study is already carpeted with fallen leaves. A gust of wind stirs them slightly, as if the breeze lacks the strength to carry them away. Whether it is the wind, the leaves, or the young lad sitting like a withered tree, this scene inherently carries a touch of desolation. A captivating, ethereal figure gradually materializes behind Suemo, observing him as he peruses a book titled The Compendium of Flora. With a sigh, she speaks. "You need not concern yourself with this book. It bears little difference from the Flora volume you perused 2 days prior." Suemo shook his head, continuing to read on his own. Although the Chao Zg bears close resemblance to the Chao Su, it contains a more extensive record of botanical entries. I shall examine it further. Perhaps it may yield some clues. The elusive and enchanting silhouette lingered at a distance behind Suemo, observing him with a sigh as he noted the graying strands of his hair. "I have long asserted that your little girl is not a soul in tatters. She is, in fact, a fragment of a shattered spirit, and such a diminutive remnant is destined to dissipate. An inevitability beyond mortal control." Having perused the Chao Zg, Suemo set it aside and picked up a tome on pharmacology. "Do not accept fate," he declared. "Do not neglect your own cultivation. You must also peruse the texts I provided." The bewitching figure sighed once more, leaving behind this counsel before vanishing from sight. Suemo nodded in silence. The volume bestowed upon him by the great misfortune had been skimmed only once, and though he had committed its contents to memory, he lacked the time to experiment with its teachings. The book detailed methods of killing, yet it diverged significantly from the worldly paths practiced by others. Its techniques appeared to enable the Confucian way to integrate with all other disciplines. For instance, it allowed Suemo to wield swordsmanship through the principles of Confucianism. Meanwhile, the Ledger of Life and Death, aside from its capacity to interfere with Sumo's incantations and induce anomalies, seemed to serve no other purpose. Regardless of Sumo's attempts, it remained suspended in the air. Indifferent to the affairs of the world, "Young master," a young girl entered the library, settling beside Sumo, gently resting her head against him. Her cascading hair brushed against Sumo's arm, swaying softly in the breeze. Sumo turned his head, smiling as he affectionately ruffled the top of her head, pushing aside her wind-tossed, unruly locks that clung to her face. Word from outside announced the opening of the entrance to the divine realm. Many had ventured in, yet countless had perished. It was said that few had returned, stirring a tumult across the land. The girl gazed up at Sumo's pale visage, gradually recounting the events of the outside world. Sumo paused, shaking his head. "It matters not to us, indeed." The girl nodded, then lowered her gaze, seemingly troubled as she continued. "Lately, it seems I have forgotten many things, important matters that elude my memory." A fleeting look of wistfulness crossed her youthful and innocent face. A wave of tenderness surged within Sumo, prompting him to set aside his reading and embrace the girl within his arms. "Do not worry. Have I not encouraged you to maintain a journal? If you forget, simply consult your notes, and you shall surely remember." Yet, the girl could not suppress the tears that welled in her eyes. "I fear the day may come when I forget, young master." She pressed her head closely against Sumo's chest, striving to imprint his scent in her memory. "For then, I would truly have lost everything." Sumo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he tilted his head back, offering a gentle smile. "Then will you forget, young master?" The young girl lifted her gaze towards Sumo, noticing the boundless tenderness reflected in his eyes. "Surely not." The girl would never forget the young master. Even if she were to forget everything else, the young master would remain etched in her memory. She spoke with the earnestness of a child making a promise to an adult. "Very well, we have made an agreement. I shall never forget the young master." Otherwise, the young master would have nothing left. A gust of autumn wind swept through, entering the leaf-strewn study, brushing past the two forlorn souls who clung to one another for solace. The wind seemed to shake its head gently, letting out a sigh before departing through another window, leaving behind two more fallen leaves and a sense of desolation. As autumn leaves finally fell, the birds ceased their songs. The northern winds grew cold, heralding the arrival of the first snow upon the mountains. In a world blanketed by an expanse of white, the view from the academy revealed a landscape shrouded in pristine whiteness. The study hall towered beside the academy, offering a distant view. Yet all that met the eye was a bleak and colorless realm. In the courtyard, Luo-in, clad in a white dress, tenderly caressed the inkstone, her melody swirling through the snowy mountains. Others at the academy watched the two figures atop the study hall, shaking their heads in lamentation. The snow that fell from the sky seemed almost ethereal. Sumo, with his head of white hair, sat by the window, cradling the small child in his arms as they gazed at the sunlight glistening on the snow, his complexion pale. The shelves in the study were devoid of books, signifying that Sumo had spent a year poring over every tome. Aside from a single volume of Divine Herb Chronicles, there lay nothing else. All other books were stacked high to the side, resembling a towering wall that obstructed the path to life, impassable and unenterable. The Divine Herb Chronicles rested there, its pages revealing a passage that read, "Bienhua. When Bienhua blooms, it flowers on the other shore. The flower blooms without leaves, and the leaves grow without flowers. Yearning for each other yet never meeting, it can sustain the soul, yet mend the soul's fractures." Alas, following this phrase, there was a striking red annotation. "Once the sage of Confucianism has severed the heavens, the world shall know no more Bienhua." Young master, it seems the girl has forgotten so many things. The little girl lay in Sumo's embrace, gazing blankly at the endless white outside. Sumo lowered his head, observing the small child in his arms, unable to resist gently caressing her cheek, and with a faint smile remarked, "If forgotten, then let it be forgotten. Tea is not of great importance." The young girl gazed at Sumo's head, adorned with a cascade of white hair, which seemed to shimmer amidst the swirling snowflakes, evoking a poignant sense of beauty and melancholy. Yet, it appeared that the girl had forgotten the scene of their first meeting. Chapter 62. As she lifted her gaze, Sumo tenderly caressed the long hair of the little girl nestled in his embrace, gently brushing her locks aside, and spoke softly, "If you have forgotten, then let it be forgotten. What matters is that I remember." The little girl nuzzled her face against Sumo's chest, finding warmth there that brought her an overwhelming sense of security. "Could you tell me a story, dear sir?" she inquired softly. "Of course," Sumo replied, stroking the top of her head. a delicate sensation that stirred deep emotions within him, making it difficult for him to remain composed. It was also during a winter season, blanketed in pure white, much like today. The little girl's eyes glimmered with wonder as she gazed out at the snowy landscape, imagining its beauty. That time, I had just arrived in this world. Feeling utterly lost, Sumo lost himself in reminiscence. Dear sir, why do you say you had just come to this world? The little girl asked. Because Sumo gently touched her cheek. I am not from this world. This was a truth he had never shared with anyone. The little girl's eyes sparkled with realization. Then you must be a celestial being from the heavens. No, Sumo playfully tapped her delicate little nose. You are the celestial being. And what happened next? The little girl pressed on. Later, I spotted a charming little girl on a street corner. I told myself that I must somehow win her over. Sumo continued. How fortunate you were, the little girl exclaimed. But that little girl seemed very hungry, so I bought 2 buns, though sadly, she only ate one. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she struggled to remember, slowly articulating, but she couldn't eat them all. Otherwise, dear sir would go hungry. Sumo looked up, tears glistening in his eyes, so I bought 2 more buns. Only then did that little girl agree to eat the second bun. However, at that moment, 2 famished stray dogs attempted to snatch the remaining bun from my hands. Absolutely not. The little girl suddenly exclaimed, then lifted her gaze to Sumo. That wouldn't do, for then dear sir would be left hungry. Sumo lowered his head, gazing at the little one in his arms, as if the image of that small figure, fiercely defending him from the hungry dogs, materialized before his eyes. The tears he had tried to hold back cascaded down uncontrollably. The little girl reached out, wiping away the tears from Sumo's face, pressing her head tightly against his chest. Do not cry, dear sir. I remember now. You said you wanted to go to the capital to become an official and asked if I wanted to accompany you. Thus, the little girl became Sumo's devoted servant. Sumo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the girl has become the young master's maid, and she shall forever remain his maid. Yes, the girl will eternally be the young master's maid, the little maid earnestly proclaimed. She nestled her head against Sumo's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped him, and gazing out at the snow-laden landscape, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. To lie in the young master's embrace and drift away, seemed rather delightful. In truth, the young master need not feel sorrow on her behalf, the girl expressed. Sumo gazed down at her. Were it not for the young master, she might have perished long ago. The time spent with the young master was the most fulfilling of her life. The little maid smiled and continued, her youthful countenance tranquil and serene. Even though she had not yet departed from this world, she could not hope to live beyond the age of 12. To encounter the young master before her demise must surely be a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Moreover, there were also Senior Sister San, Sister Luo, and the Dean. All of whom treated her with great kindness. They were like family to her. She felt immensely grateful. The girl feared nothing, save for the possibility of forgetting everyone in the end. Forgetting the young master, Sumo extended his hand, and a notebook soared into his grasp. He held the notebook before the little maid, opening it to reveal pages filled with her own handwritten notes. Do not fear, for when you forget, the young master will recite your notes to you. He had long been aware of her memory issues, hence he had urged her to document her thoughts daily. Yet, those entries were predominantly filled with Sumo. On the 6th of December in the 25th year of Yuanqing, while journeying to the capital with the young master, they encountered an elderly woman washing clothes by the river, whose garments were swept away by the current. Without removing his boots, the young master ventured into the frigid water to retrieve her belongings. At the inn, they requested a brazier to dry the young master's drenched boots, though he inadvertently charred them instead. On the 26th of December, snow continued to fall throughout the winter, rendering the nights exceedingly cold. The girl's feet remained perpetually icy, prompting the young master to warm them with his own. His feet were wonderfully warm. However, that day, the young master caught a chill himself, so he later procured a wine pouch filled with hot water to place at their feet, ensuring they were both no longer cold. The young master was truly clever. On the 1st of January in the 26th year of Yuanqing, the young master remarked that it should be New Year's Day, yet they found no inns along their route, leading him to seek refuge in a dilapidated temple. The aged monk within claimed the young master possessed a Buddhist affinity, to which the young master humbly replied that his senses were impure. Although their meal consisted solely of vegetarian fare that year, it was delicious and fragrant. On the 26th of January in the 25th year, they finally arrived in the capital, and without a moment's hesitation, the young master treated the girl to a lavish feast. However, he had indulged a bit too much in wine and purchased several additional bottles, leaving little silver remaining. Nevertheless, the young master painted a picture and exchanged it with a wealthy gentleman for 2 taels of silver. To my surprise, the young master's painting holds such immense value. On the 6th day of the 2nd month in the 26th year of the Yuanqing era, after a week in the capital, the young master purchased a painted pleasure boat, claiming it was an investment in due time. He could sell it upon leaving the capital to reclaim silver, thus saving on lodging expenses. The young master presumed I was unaware. Yet in truth, he simply wished to remain closer to the boat, allowing him to enjoy the melodies without spending a dime. As the snowflakes danced and drifted into the study, Sumo continuously perused the handnotes of the little maid, softly reciting the events inscribed within. The mist rising from his eyes condensed into dew upon his lashes, and the snow-laden wind transformed it into frost. His beloved, filled with enthusiasm, listened intently as Sumo's voice recounted tales of their northern journey. Anything pertaining to Sumo was music to her ears, endlessly delightful. The snowflakes fluttered down, settling upon Sumo's hair, rendering distinction impossible. As the snow continued to fall, a figure rushed into the study. News from the divine realm had arrived. Someone seemed to have spotted the mythical flower of the other shore. Sumo lifted his gaze, his long white hair swaying. His eyes sparkled with vitality. Chapter 63. The divine realm. Amidst the snowfall, 2 figures emerged, one clad in azure, the other in white. The figure in azure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing like a winter holly standing resolute in the snow. The figure in white, adorned with a jade flute at his waist, embodied grace in his scholarly attire. His white hair was elegantly tied, and a crimson ribbon fluttered in the snow-laden wind from a distance. The striking red hue stood out starkly against the expanse of white, an incongruity in the winter landscape. The footprints behind them, however, were soon obscured by the hurried winds and snow. You wish to enter the divine realm. I shall not hinder you. The figure in azure gazed at the youth beside him, his white hair bound with a flowing red ribbon, and sighed deeply. However, this divine realm. The azure figure's eyes reflected nostalgia. Although called the divine realm, it was far from a pleasant place. Sumo turned to the dean and inquired, "What exactly is this divine realm?" The dean shook his head, responding slowly, "The divine realm is exceedingly peculiar. While our realm can access it, the divine realm does not reside within our world. Not within our world." "What does that mean?" Sumo asked, perplexed. The dean regarded him and queried, "Have you ever heard of the phrase 9 heavens and 10 earths?" Sumo shook his head. With a sigh, the dean remarked, "Given your current cultivation level, I should not divulge such matters. However, since you wish to enter the divine realm, I shall provide you with a general understanding, so you may grasp its essence." Sumo nodded and bowed respectfully to the dean. He understood the dean's reluctance to speak, knowing it stemmed from a deeper reason, yet the dean's willingness to share now was undoubtedly due to him. This world is vast, so vast that it is said to be composed of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and we exist merely within a fragment of that expanse. The dean gazed towards the snowy distance, where a few dilapidated temples stood amidst the white. "Do you perceive any anomalies within the phrase 9 heavens and 10 earths?" The dean turned back to look at Sumo and asked. Sumo lowered his head in deep contemplation. "9 heavens and 10 earths. 9 heavens. 10 earths." Suddenly, Sumo raised his head and looked at the dean with a stern expression, declaring, "There is one realm without heavens." The dean nodded. "That realm without heavens is the divine domain." Sumo's gaze became vacant. "Why does the divine domain lack a sky?" Sumo murmured. The dean shook his head, pondering. Perhaps at the dawn of creation, the divine domain was devoid of heavens, or perhaps it is due to some other reasons. Who can tell? And what of the other 8 realms beyond our world and the divine domain? What are they like? Sumo inquired again. The dean shook his head once more. "Our realm is not connected to the outside world. Everything beyond our domain seems to have become a taboo, with all records rendered blank, leaving no one to know. Why is it said that all within the divine domain are mundane, except for Confucian cultivators? Are there others in the divine domain whose powers are suppressed?" Suemo recalled the words exchanged between the dean and the holy maiden in front of the palace that day. The holy maiden had once stated, "All within the divine domain are mundane, except for Confucian cultivators." The dean gazed deeply at Suemo and replied, "That is not the case. The level of cultivation in the divine domain is indistinguishable from that in the outside world. It is not suppressed. Rather, when faced with certain anomalies within the divine domain, the distinction in cultivation levels becomes irrelevant, akin to the mundane. Only Confucian cultivators exhibit differences when confronted with these anomalies." A look of confusion appeared in Sumo's eyes as he gazed at the vast expanse of white before him. If that is so, then can Confucian cultivators traverse the divine domain unimpeded? The dean shook his head with a sigh. Not quite. Although Confucian cultivators will differ from other practitioners within the divine domain, it remains exceedingly perilous. Those Confucian cultivators who entered the divine domain have either perished or suffered grievously, and for reasons unknown, those who emerge are often driven mad. Even those who have not succumbed to madness become like entirely different individuals, thereafter remaining tight-lipped about their experiences within the divine domain. It seems to have become a kind of tabooed. It is evident that the divine domain is not a place for mortals. Sumo then asked, "Why, then, does everyone aspire to enter the divine domain?" "Because within it lie various opportunities. Men die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. These opportunities are sufficient to drive the world into madness." Suemo nodded, finding such sentiments understandable based on his knowledge of this world. Suddenly, a crucial question arose in Sumo's mind. How often does the divine domain open, and how long does it remain open? The dean pondered for a moment and replied, "Since records began, it has transitioned from opening once every few thousand years to once every century, and now it occurs every few decades. The duration of each opening has shifted from several months to now spanning several years. It is becoming increasingly frequent, and the opening duration is also lengthening. With each opening occurring at an unpredictable location, Sumo fell into deep thought. Could it be that at some point in the future, the divine domain will enter a state of perpetual openness? The dean gazed at Suemo, his eyes reflecting profound concern as he earnestly advised, "You must remember, once you enter the divine realm, you must be wary not only of the peculiar, but even more so of people. At times, humans can be far more terrifying than the strange. The news of the other shore flower has arrived quite unexpectedly. Exercise utmost caution in your actions." Suemo solemnly nodded, kneeling deeply before the dean in a gesture of profound respect. The dean helped Suemo to his feet, letting out a sigh. "I am unable to enter the divine realm. Otherwise, it would entail too much interference, only hindering your quest for the other shore flower. You must rely on yourself. Jing Yin is the girl. I must trouble you to look after her." Suemo recalled the reluctant gaze of the young girl as he prepared to leave. The dean nodded. "I shall seal the girl to delay her decline, but your time is limited. If you truly cannot find it, then return sooner so that you may bid her farewell." A profound struggle flickered in Sumo's eyes. It was a dilemma fraught with difficulty. One option was to accompany the girl through the little time remaining, a path Suemo was unwilling and unable to face. The other was to venture into the divine realm in search of the other shore flower. Yet if he were to fail, Suemo shuddered at the thought. "I must find the other shore flower, at any cost." With a detached resolve, Suemo turned and set forth, his heavy steps leading him towards the divine realm. From a distance, his white scholar's robe and silver hair appeared to meld with the snow-laden scenery, yet the striking red headband danced amidst the swirling snow, like a solitary beacon of hope amidst the frigid expanse. Small, yet dazzling. Chapter 64. Foundation Establishment. Suemo trudged through the swirling snow, steadily approaching the isolated, dilapidated temple amidst the white expanse. Within that crumbling sanctuary lay one of the minor entrances to the divine realm. As Suemo drew near, he realized that the ground beneath the snow was far from even. Remnants of broken walls and ruins lay scattered about. It seemed this had once been a village of mortals, now reduced to rubble by the influx of cultivators drawn to the entrance that had descended here from the divine realm. As for the original inhabitants, perhaps they were forced to relocate. Or perhaps who truly cares? Suemo cares. But what could he possibly do? Such tragedies likely unfolded daily. As a mere novice cultivator, if the events of the western city were to repeat before him, Suemo would not make the same choice again. The righteous spirit of Confucianism no longer served as a misguided path to his demise, but had transformed into a driving force propelling him upward. He had promised the woman to bring clarity to this world. He had vowed to the young girl to carry her as he swept across the realm. He now bore many unshakable ties. Upon entering the dilapidated temple, the first sight that met Sumo's eyes was a ruined statue of a deity, draped in tattered red fabric, which lay in shambles, thick layers of dust coating it. As if it had long been neglected, a gaping, pitch-black fissure loomed ominously beside the statue in the desolate expanse. The inky crack resembled a doorway, silently awaiting the passage of someone. A chilling wind, seemingly emanating from another realm, wafted forth from the abyssal crevice, sending shivers down one's spine. "Do you seek entry into the divine domain?" A hoarse voice emerged from a shadowy corner. The speaker, clad in tattered garments, crouched in the shadows, his expression vacant, as if addressing Sumo without truly seeing him. Above the corner where he squatted, a tile on the roof had cracked, allowing snow to descend and blanket him in a thick layer of white. "I advise you to reconsider. The divine realm is a strange, unearthly place. You will come to regret your entry," the individual continued, yet still did not focus on Sumo, as if lost in his own musings. "I must enter the divine domain," Sumo replied cautiously, his guard slightly raised. The man fell silent, merely gazing at the black fissure, his eyes glazed over, seemingly just a reminder for Sumo, yet he did not interfere with Sumo's determination to proceed. Sumo's expression revealed confusion. This person was indeed peculiar. That moment, footsteps echoed from outside the temple, accompanied by voices. "What a rogue, that celestial sovereign! This cursed weather is utterly frigid." One voice infiltrated the temple, striking a chord of familiarity within Sumo. "Are your celestial sovereigns truly so unscrupulous or boundless?" Another voice chimed in. "It matters not. They are all the same," the first voice retorted. The sound grew increasingly nearer. A gaunt Taoist priest stepped into the temple, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the silver-haired Sumo. "Your celestial sovereign is indeed in a pitiful state." Just then, a portly monk entered the temple, his eyes lighting up upon recognizing Sumo's benefactor. As Sumo beheld the two, recognition flooded back. They were none other than the Taoist Muda and the monk Zhixian, whom he had encountered in the courtyard west of the city. Their unexpected presence struck Sumo as odd, leaving him to ponder their purpose in entering the divine realm, as it seemed they were drawn to this place for that very reason. However, he felt no deep-seated wariness towards them, for he knew their natures to be fundamentally good, evidenced by their previous encounter in the courtyard. Moreover, their amusing personalities evoked a sense of warmth within him. "It is a pleasure to see you both again," Sumo remarked with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha." The monk and the Taoist appeared genuinely delighted. Muda chuckled. "When I saw you faint that day, I intended to rescue you. But alas, this rotund fellow with his golden bowl obstructed my path. Fortunately, Sister Gu and Fairy Luo arrived to carry you away. It is truly regrettable that we could not converse properly." Beside them, the monk Zhixian turned, astonished, and addressed Muda. "Weren't you cowering in my golden bowl, too afraid to venture out? It was only when Sister Gu and Fairy Luo showed up that you dared to emerge." Muda's lips twitched in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. "Must you divulge such embarrassing tales?" Zhixian replied earnestly. "A monk speaks no falsehoods." Muda forced an awkward smile before turning back to Sumo. "However, I later heard that you achieved the highest honors. Congratulations are in order." Sumo's lips twitched slightly. He harbored a strong aversion to those two words. The monk Zhixian cautiously leaned closer, inquiring in a hushed tone. "Have there been any updates regarding that ominous presence from that fateful night?" The information from Biaichu Biz had since gone silent. Sumo subtly shook his head. The matter of the ominous presence residing within his spiritual sea was something he could never divulge to anyone. "That's a relief indeed." The monk exhaled, clearly still haunted by the memory of the ominous being. "What troubles you?" Sumo asked, perplexed. At that moment, the Taoist also approached, speaking softly. "Afterward, this rotund fellow and I meticulously examined the feng shui and geomantic currents of the western city. We discovered that the ominous presence is far more complex than it appears. It has lingered underground for an indeterminate amount of time, influencing the very topography of the mountains and rivers, with a remarkably extensive impact," Zhixian added. "Neither of us dared to share this with the sect upon our return. Who would believe such tales? Hence, we chose to remain silent. That ominous being posed no threat to you, Su benefactor." It was merely a stroke of extraordinary fortune on your part, the Taoist remarked, to which Ji Xian nodded in agreement. Sumo's lips twitched again. Indeed, the ominous presence had not harmed him at all. It simply resided within his spiritual sea. Are you both also planning to enter the divine realm? Sumo shifted the conversation. The words of these two seemed sweet, yet he could not shake the feeling of being unwittingly slapped in the face. The two sighed, and the monk helplessly replied, "It is precisely because none of the elders from our sect have returned after entering that we intend to investigate." A chill ran through Sumo's heart. At that moment, the eccentric figure in the corner suddenly spoke again, echoing his previous sentiments. "You wish to enter the divine realm?" Ji Xian and Muda were taken aback. Turning to the peculiar individual, they found him not looking at them, but rather fixated on the dark fissure, seemingly lost in thought. "I advise you to reconsider. The divine realm is a place of enigma, beyond human comprehension. You will come to regret your decision." The eccentric continued in a raspy voice. "What is the meaning of this?" Ji Xian and Muda exchanged glances before looking back at Sumo. Sumo subtly shook his head, indicating that he was equally aware. Muda tentatively addressed the eccentric. "Senior, we must enter the divine realm. We hope for your understanding." The eccentric fell silent once more, appearing to revert to a dazed lunatic, fixated on the dark fissure, while snowflakes from the roof above accumulated upon him. Speaking of the divine realm, both Ji Xian and Muda's expressions grew solemn. Ji Xian turned to Sumo, curiously asking, "Why does Su Benefactor wish to enter the divine realm? You do not strike me as someone willing to risk everything for mere opportunities." Sumo's expression darkened as he recalled the small, obedient girl still at the academy. "I have reasons that compel me to enter." Muda glanced at Sumo's head of white hair, unable to suppress a sigh. "It seems, indeed, that you, Su Benefactor, must have endured numerous tribulations." Ji Xian sighed, hesitating momentarily before finally speaking. "Though I am unaware of the reasons driving you, Su Benefactor, to enter the divine realm. However, the divine realm is far from a realm of benevolence. Until one has reached the foundational stage, it is ill-advised for Master Su to venture into the divine realm." Sumo observed the two with a subtle release of his own aura. Ji Xian and Muda both gasped in astonishment. "Hiss, foundation stage. Hiss, late stage." A peculiar figure in the corner turned to gaze at Sumo, and within his dazed expression flickered a glimmer of awareness as he murmured softly, "Confucian Dao." Chapter 65. Ghost Realm. "Shall we proceed together, then? It would be beneficial for mutual support," suggested Muda. "Excellent." Ji Xian nodded in agreement. "Very well." Sumo hesitated for a moment before nodding in assent. Having a companion would indeed be advantageous, Muda further advised Sumo. "Once you enter the divine realm, please stay close to us, for the Confucian Dao possesses no combat prowess." "The Confucian Dao lacks combat capability?" Sumo nodded in acknowledgement without dissent. After the three reached a consensus, they stepped into the black fissure and vanished from sight. Once they departed, the peculiar figure in the dilapidated temple stared at the rift with a bewildered expression, murmuring to himself, "Within the divine realm, all are mundane, save for the Confucian practitioners. That is because it gazes upon only the Confucian practitioners." The strange man tilted his head towards the gaping hole in the ceiling, through which snowflakes continually drifted down, each flake reminiscent of fleeting memories. He lowered his gaze, murmuring, "You wish to enter the divine realm? I advise you to reconsider. The divine realm is peculiar, a place not of humanity. You will regret your entry." As Sumo and the others crossed into the black fissure, they were enveloped in utter darkness. When their vision returned, they found themselves in a dimly lit world. This realm was unlike the outside, where snow fell in torrents. Here, the atmosphere was murky, shrouded in fog. Looking up, the sky possessed no color, appearing as though obscured by a thick veil, murky and indistinct. Scattered trees stood in desolation, and wisps of fog wafted between them. Is this truly the divine realm? Sumo pondered, struggling to reconcile the current scene with the notion of divine realm. Beside him, Muda and Ji Xian grew serious upon entering the divine realm. Muda explained, "Although it is named the divine realm, in truth, it is a realm most aptly referred to as the ghost realm." "Indeed," Ji Xian interjected, "aside from the cultivators who have entered from the outside, no living beings exist within the divine realm. Why is it called the divine realm, then?" Sumo inquired, perplexed. "That is because, no. Something is approaching." Just as Muda was about to elaborate, he suddenly adopted a wary expression, gazing intently in one direction. Sumo and Ji Xian immediately tensed as well. From the depths of the fog emerged a figure, drenched in blood. The bloodied individual brandished a knife and rushed towards the three, his expression a mix of ferocity and madness, his eyes bloodshot as he demanded, "What opportunities have you obtained in the divine realm? Hand them over," Ji Xian replied. "We have only just arrived in the divine realm and have not acquired any opportunities." The individual was on the verge of a breakdown, yet in the next moment, he suddenly contorted his face in agony, struggling as a flicker of clarity flashed through the blood red of his eyes. Clutching his head, his expression oscillated between madness and lucidity, revealing profound torment. "Hurry, hasten my demise," he cried, sinking to the ground in despair. "Hurry and kill me. Something is invading my mind. I am losing control." The countenance of Suimo and his companions shifted dramatically. "Quickly, quickly. I can scarcely contain it. Allow me to die. Let me perish while conscious." The struggle in his gaze intensified. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Damn the divine realm. You shan't control me." Kneeling, he brandished a long blade before Suimo and his companions, plunging it mercilessly into his chest, a spurt of crimson erupting forth. "Ha ha ha, divine realm. You will not subjugate me." A look of liberation washed over his features as he gritted his teeth and twisted the blade savagely. His hands gradually grew weak, eventually falling limply to his sides as he knelt on the ground, devoid of life. The horrific scene was almost unbearable to behold. The sudden unfolding of events struck Suimo and his companions like a thunderbolt. The strangeness of the divine realm proved to be far more brutal than they had imagined. Monk Ji Xian swallowed hard and glanced at Taoist Muda. "Should we proceed? I believe the elders of our sect would not wish for us to take such risks." Taoist Muda nodded in agreement. Monk Ji Xian, gazing at Taoist Muda in astonishment, remarked, "If there are spirits in the heavens, do you truly not wish for the well-being of your sect's elders?" Taoist Muda chuckled awkwardly. "It's all the same, all the same." The two exchanged glances before turning their attention to Suimo. Suimo shook his head, his expression resolute. "I must venture forth. As a scholar, I seem to possess an advantage in the divine realm compared to you. Given the peril that lies ahead, you should retreat." Sighing, Muda and Ji Xian nodded in acquiescence. "Then proceed with caution. We shall withdraw." Suimo acknowledged their words with a nod. Ji Xian extracted a vial from his robes and offered it to Suimo. "This is a healing elixir from our Buddhist sect. Take it. It will replenish your spiritual energy when depleted." Sumo accepted the vial, recognizing its potential utility, and chose to keep it for future contingencies. Ji Xian and Muda clasped their fists in salute to Suimo before turning to step into the black rift behind them, vanishing from sight. Just arrived, and now gone. Yet, Suimo held no contempt for the two. They had merely made a prudent choice. His decision to remain was equally a choice that was irrational yet resolute. "Wait for me, my dear." Suimo strode forward, unhesitatingly advancing into the mist ahead. Behind him lay the lifeless corpse, kneeling with eyes clouded in gray, yet its face bore an expression of profound release. The divine realm, too, possessed winds. They swept through, gathering the mist and engulfing the kneeling body. As Suimo traversed the divine realm, he encountered nothing but the pervasive fog, devoid of any other presence. Suddenly, Suimo seemed to sense something and turned his head for a fleeting glance. Yet all that met his gaze was an endless expanse of mist. Nothing more. He resumed his forward march, only to glance back once again. But the fog continued to obscure any semblance of clarity. Frowning, Suimo felt as though something unseen was watching him from the shadows. It was an enigmatic sensation, devoid of any tangible evidence to substantiate its reality. Nevertheless, Suimo was convinced that he was being observed. "De Xiong, I sense that something is watching me. Have you discerned anything?" Suimo inquired earnestly. He scanned his surroundings as the voice of De Xiong echoed in his mind. "I too have felt it. Yet I cannot trace its origin. This domain of the divine is peculiar. Tread carefully. I sense something amiss." Nodding thoughtfully, Suimo continued his journey forward. He was devoid of a specific destination, only aware of the rumors surrounding the existence of the Higanbana within this sacred domain. Though no precise location had been divulged, the only course was to press onward. According to the Divine Herb Chronicles, the Higanbana is a divine flower that grows naturally, and wherever it blooms, extraordinary phenomena are bound to occur. Suemo needed only to walk persistently. If indeed the Higanbana existed within this realm, he would eventually witness the manifestations as he drew nearer, should he encounter others who had arrived in the divine domain earlier. He could also inquire about any information. Suddenly inspired, Suemo tentatively spoke. "This shore and the other, I stand before the Higanbana." As the words fell from his lips, an excruciating pain surged through his body, a violent cramping seizing his internal organs. He could not suppress a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "The backlash of the Tao, fool!" The voice of Da Xiong reverberated in his mind. "You are of the Confucian Tao, not the heavenly Tao. By invoking such magic, where do you expect the power of the rules to transport you? The Confucian Tao can only create the rules of existence based on what one clearly understands. Do you even know where the Higanbana lies? You merely shout into the void. If you cannot ascertain your destination, how can you expect the rules you conjure to guide you? Furthermore, even if you knew the location of the Higanbana, with your meager foundational cultivation, should the distance be too great, you would merely perish from depleted spiritual energy." The alluring Da Xiong berated him fiercely within Sumo's spiritual sea. Though her words were harsh, he perceived a thread of concern woven within. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Suemo smiled brightly. "I understand now. I merely wish to experiment. What if it proves effective?" Continuing onward, a chilling gust swept past, causing Suemo to shiver involuntarily. As the mist before him receded, he beheld a dilapidated village amidst desolation, utterly devoid of life, enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 66. Confucian Tao's kill that decaying village, shrouded in the dim light of this divine domain, appeared somewhat sinister and foreboding amidst the curling tendrils of mist. Just as Suemo contemplated approaching the ominous, crumbling settlement, he hesitated, retracting his step. After a moment's reflection, he turned away. "I have come in search of the Higanbana. It is prudent to avoid unnecessary dangers. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall weight." In Sumo's mind, the ominous words of Da Xiong resurfaced. "What is it?" Suemo was taken aback. "Go back." Da Xiong was succinct. "I won't go. There are no other shore flowers there. Why should I venture forth?" Suemo firmly declined. Da Xiong inhaled deeply, seemingly in a foul mood. "There is something at the entrance of the third room inside that could be of use to you." Suemo paused. Yet when he glanced at the mist-laden, eerie village, he was disinclined to proceed. "What is it?" Suemo scrutinized the entrance of the third house in the village, but alas, the fog obstructed his view, rendering it impossible to discern. "A stone tablet." Da Xiong articulated. "What?" Sumo's expression turned perplexed. "There is a strand of hair upon it." Da Xiong exclaimed, breathless. Suemo's confusion deepened. "What would I want with a strand of hair?" Da Xiong sighed. "That is a single hair of the sage of Confucianism. It bears the remnants of his will, which could be beneficial to you." Sumo's countenance hardened. Why would the sage of Confucianism leave a hair here? Cautiously, Suemo approached the dilapidated village. Throughout his journey, nothing peculiar occurred, yet the closer he drew, the more he sensed the village's strangeness. This village had once seemed a tranquil haven, replete with all manner of facilities. Poultry pens, irrigation channels, vegetable gardens. Suemo found it unfathomable how such a place could have transformed into its current state. As he continued towards the village, the breeze he stirred whipped up the wispy fog behind him. Upon entering the village, a wave of decay enveloped him, yet no oddities transpired. Arriving at the third house, he indeed discovered a stone tablet, seemingly thrust into the ground by force, and upon that tablet lay a strand of hair, which Suemo picked up and tucked into his robe. Now was not the time to sense the remnants of the sage's will. However, when Sumo's gaze inadvertently fell lower, he was instantly jolted, frozen in place. The stone tablet bore deeply carved words. "I, within 3 days of the celestial transformation, slaughtered 86 souls in this place. My heart aches greatly. I leave a single hair as an offering to the departed." What does this mean? A chill coursed through Suemo, as a bizarre feeling flickered in his mind. Da Xiong claimed this strand of hair belonged to the sage of Confucianism. Yet the inscriber of the tablet spoke of having slain 86 people, leaving a strand of hair. I find myself at a loss, for it is indeed peculiar. The stone tablet bears no trace of the murderous intent left by the sage of Confucius. It seems that after taking a life, he harbored no lingering malice within his heart. This divine realm was originally the abode of the sage, yet it exists in a separate expanse from yours. There are rumors that one day, the sage abruptly rose in madness and severed the heavens of this divine realm, thereby disconnecting it from your world, the ominous figure explained. But why would the sage do such a thing? Suemo inquired, and no one knows. All that is certain is that after the sage severed the heavens, the divine realm became isolated from the outside world. It was not until a millennium later that a faint connection re-emerged, and upon the arrival of an explorer into the divine realm, it was revealed that the realm had undergone a tremendous transformation. It had turned into a desolate wasteland. Suemo felt a chill of terror. Suddenly, from a distant location, a brilliant light soared into the sky. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested. The ethereal flower. Sumo's expression shifted, and he hastened towards the source of the anomaly. The matter of the sage was cast aside. He could not forget his singular purpose for entering the divine realm, the ethereal flower. Before the ethereal flower, nothing else mattered. Behind him, the alluring figure of the ominous presence regarded the flustered Suemo with a sigh, before vanishing back into his being. That girl always managed to throw him off balance. Suemo unleashed the full extent of his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, propelling himself towards the manifestation. The swirling mists of the forest were swept up by his rapid movements like crashing waves. He had perused countless tomes in the academy, his cultivation steadily ascending, and when he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, it seemed he encountered no obstacles. Rather, the transition was remarkably smooth. As Suemo continued to delve into the texts, his cultivation surged, and by the time he had exhausted the library's offerings, he had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. This level of cultivation allowed Suemo to move with incredible speed, akin to an arrow released from a taut bowstring, soaring forth. Suddenly, two young men clad in resplendent robes blocked his path. Suemo halted abruptly. The two robed youths exchanged glances upon noting Sumo's late-stage foundation establishment prowess, and one of them, with a smile, addressed him. "Might I inquire, dear friend, what compels you to rush forth with such urgency?" Sumo's countenance hardened as he retorted coldly, "Step aside." He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with these two. His mind was solely focused on reaching the site of the celestial phenomenon, to ascertain whether it was the ethereal flower that the little girl from the academy sought. The expression of the other young man turned icy, and both of them, equally adept in foundation establishment, advanced. The other chimed in with a smile, "We are both at the late stage of foundation establishment. I advise you to speak calmly. You stand alone against us too, and if we choose not to let you pass, you shall find it quite difficult to escape." Taking a deep breath, Suemo slowly replied, "What is it that you desire?" The two youths, perceiving a hint of acquiescence in Suemo, chuckled. "Now that's more like it. We, as brothers, harbor no ill will. We merely wish to propose a transaction with you." "What transaction?" Suemo inquired, his laughter betraying no genuine joy. His only desire was to reach the anomaly as swiftly as possible. Should that phenomenon be the ethereal flower, he could not afford to delay. One of the elegantly attired individuals, adorned in resplendent garments, chuckled as he tossed a pouch of silver towards Suemo, the coins landing at his feet. "We wish to purchase all the opportunities you might acquire upon entering the divine realm with this bag of silver." Suemo shook his head in refusal, stating, "I decline. You may step aside." The man smiled slyly, retorting, "Do you not grasp the fate that awaits those who reject our offer?" The two in splendid attire exchanged glances, their expressions dripping with disdain as they continued. "Just recently, another individual turned us down. Care to guess what happened? We ended his life and reduced his body to mere dust, scattering it into the river." "Ha ha ha ha." Their laughter was wild and unrestrained, their gazes towards Suemo akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Suemo, unfazed, shook his head, his eyes icy as he regarded the two. "It seems you are unwilling to let me leave. In that case, I shall put my Confucian assassination technique to the test," he declared. "If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Killing you will naturally grant us your opportunities." The two men chuckled derisively, raising their long swords in unison. Locking eyes, they charged towards Suemo with lethal intent. The swords in their hands gleamed with golden light as one struck while the other swept, unleashing waves of sword energy directed at Suemo. Observing their synchronized assault, Suemo shook his head and softly uttered. Yet, as the words fell, his figure vanished into thin air, reappearing several dozen meters behind them. The two men's strikes met empty air, their gazes sharpening as they spotted Suemo standing far away. Point one narrowed his eyes, questioning, a Confucian practitioner. Suemo remained silent, fixated on the pair. They exchanged serious glances. While Confucianists may lack offensive capabilities, their aptitude for escape was unparalleled. Allowing them to flee would be a grave miscalculation. They raised their swords, chanting incantations. Holy decree, swords arise, ensnare the enemy. In an instant, radiant light burst from their blades. The two long swords soaring through the air, hurtling towards Suemo with great speed. Members of the holy sect. The aura emanating from those swords bore an uncanny resemblance to the magical essence wielded by the white-haired elder during his incantation before the royal palace. Sumo's gaze turned even colder. He felt no fondness for the lofty holy sect. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the academy's headmaster last time, he would have undoubtedly been forcefully taken to the divine realm. Are you not hastening to surrender? The two taunted, as the deadly intent of the two flying swords locked onto him. Suemo exhaled softly once more. In an instant, he vanished again, appearing several dozen meters to the side, prompting the swords to swiftly alter their course in pursuit. Your actions truly mirror those of your holy maiden, Suemo mocked. The holy maiden. She is scarcely able to protect herself. My brother and I merely seek to seize some opportunities and escape this wretched divine realm. One of them retorted with a cold laugh. Their words revealed a crucial piece of information to Suemo. They cared little for the holy maiden's fate. Yet, the fact that the holy maiden, with divine protection, still faced life-threatening peril indicated that they were amidst an overwhelming crisis. As two flying swords approached, Sumo's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a single word. Control. Instantly, the two swords halted midair. Ceasing their assault on Suemo, the expressions of the two young men clad in resplendent robes shifted dramatically. How is this possible? We are both in the late stage of foundation establishment. As a scholar, you cannot possibly control our swords. One of them exclaimed in astonishment. Suemo shook his head. You do not understand the sword. He raised his gaze towards the distant celestial phenomena, which began to dim, then turned to the two young men in splendid attire and coldly remarked, I had intended to inquire about the direction of your saintess in peril, but I am out of time. Allow me to show you what true Confucian swordsmanship entails before you meet your end. With a subtle gesture, Suemo extended his hand forward and softly spoke. Wind rise. Form the sword. A translucent, handle-less sword materialized before him, delicate as a cicada's wing and sharp as frost. From the side, it appeared less like a sword and more like a cold blade forged from spiritual energy. Swift was the next word to escape Sumo's lips. The ethereal sword darted towards the two young men in an instant, silent and swift as a fleeting shadow. Their faces drained of color as they attempted to evade. But Suemo gently commanded once more, do not move. The tenets of Confucianism. In that moment, their figures froze, ensnared by an inexplicable force. Though they quickly regained their mobility, the handle-less spirit sword offered no further opportunity for action. A flash of cold light, and the sword dissipated. They exchanged glances, only to realize that blood was seeping from their necks. Thud. Thud. Their heads rolled to the ground, followed by the lifeless bodies collapsing. Suemo shook his head, stepping over their fallen forms, and proceeded towards the resplendent phenomenon, his expression eerily calm. A bewitching figure materialized behind Suemo. Observing the gradually cooling corpses and the departing Suemo, she shook her head with a sigh. Then followed him, merging into his being. She understood he was evolving in moments of necessity. He did not waver, and the synergy between the tenets of Confucianism and his swordplay was remarkable, yet she discerned that beneath his tranquil exterior, he still felt a profound discomfort. Still abhorred killing. Chapter 67. Obscured vision. The resplendent phenomenon was distant from Suemo, and he had traversed for a full hour. The radiant light shimmered enticingly, akin to a bonfire drawing in a moth like Suemo. As he advanced, the surrounding fog thickened. The sensation of being watched intensified with each step closer, and the mist grew denser. Suemo lifted his gaze. The wondrous light seemed almost within reach. He pressed forward, only to find himself enveloped in a shroud of thick fog. the mesmerizing radiance now obscured from view. A wave of anxiety surged within Sumo. He halted, meticulously scanning his surroundings. The white haze enveloped everything, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Upon closer inspection, he could discern sporadic withered trees faintly emerging from the dense mist. Caution! The dense fog is exceedingly eerie. A warning of great peril echoed in Sumo's mind. Silently, Sumo nodded and cautiously advanced step by step towards the unknown ahead. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him give way, a sensation of free fall coursing through his entire being. Caution! The voice of great peril that had just resonated in his mind abruptly ceased. Sumo found himself engulfed in chaos. On this shore, even so, I ought to remain where I was moments ago. Sumo unleashed his cultivation. The true words of Confucianism flowed forth, causing a ripple of spiritual energy. Yet there was no response whatsoever. It seemed as though the words he had just uttered were erased by some unseen will. Boom! Sumo felt as if he had plummeted to the depths, a violent impact ringing in his head, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. A thick fog enveloped him, wrapping him in its embrace. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. No rustling winds, no chirping insects, no bird song. Only a pair of eyes, shrouded in the void, silently observing the unconscious Sumo lying on the ground. The fog swirled, and Sumo vanished without a trace. Ding, 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 ding. A series of urgent sounds invaded Sumo's ears, rousing him from his stupor, revealing a scene both familiar and distant. A girl with a ponytail gently tapped him on the shoulder. Sumo, tomorrow is a holiday. Do you have any plans for your break? She inquired with a cheerful smile. Sumo, perplexed, shook his head. The scene before him left him utterly bewildered. The girl shyly continued, Then let's go out and have some fun. My dad said he would take me abroad for vacation. Would you like to join? Sumo stared blankly at the girl, then instinctively shook his head slowly. Disappointment flickered in her eyes as she picked up her backpack and silently exited the classroom. Sumo sat numbly at his desk, watching one figure after another leave the classroom, some even greeting him as they passed. Yet he remained oblivious, lost in his thoughts, as dusk settled. Sumo found himself alone in the classroom, like a dazed wax figure. Gradually, he rose, departed, and made his way towards the familiar yet strange street in his mind, the place that filled him with trepidation. Entering the neighborhood, ascending the stairs, he pushed open the door. Before his eyes, two individuals appeared to be engaged in a heated argument. The woman, wielding a broom, incessantly swept the floor, grumbling, "Oh, why is it so tiring for you to clean? I might as well do it myself. Look underneath the coffee table. It's littered with seed shells, and what about your stinky socks? Did you even bother to sweep under here? I told you not to throw your socks around. Is it so burdensome to toss your socks into the sink on the balcony after taking them off?" The woman continued her relentless tirade. The man was timid and hesitant, seemingly on the verge of resistance. Yet as soon as he opened his mouth, it transformed into an explanation. "I clearly saw that under the coffee table. I distinctly remember placing those socks in the sink. Could it be that the wind blew them in?" The woman, infuriated, retorted, "Can the wind from your home possibly carry a pair of socks from the balcony sink to beneath the living room coffee table? Speak again, I dare you to say another word, and I shall strike you." The man hastily waved his hands, ingratiatingly chuckling. No more did I promise to place them in the sink next time." At that moment, he spotted Sumo at the door and exclaimed, Hey, Shaomo has returned. Why are you so late today?" He immediately bounded over to Sumo, casting frantic glances, seemingly pleading for rescue. Sumo gazed at the man before her, her expression vacant, her eyes gradually welling with tears as she softly uttered, "Dad." Dad was taken aback. The woman approached, her tone harsh as she scrutinized Sumo. "Why did you come back so late? Where have you been wandering?" Sumo looked at the woman, her eyes reddened, her voice choked with emotion. "Mom." Mom was momentarily stunned, her fierce demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a hint of panic. She tossed aside the broom in her hand and hurried to support Sumo's arm, concern etched on her face. "What's wrong? Were you bullied at school?" Dad, equally worried, shared the sentiment as their lively and kind-hearted son seemed uncharacteristically off today. Sumo shook her head, stepping forward to embrace her parents tightly, resembling a wayward child returning home. Terrified that if she let go, they would vanish. Dad's stiff arms seemed to yearn to wrap around Sumo's back. Yet they remained frozen. Mom, however, paid no mind, gently patting Sumo's back. It's all right, it's all right. Let us eat. Yes, yes. Your mother has prepared an abundance of your favorite dishes. Let us eat, let us eat. Su's dad chimed in. All right, let us eat, let us eat. Sumo followed her parents to the table, her heart a tumult of emotions as she surveyed the array of familiar yet foreign dishes before her. She picked up one dish after another, the familiar flavors incessantly stimulating her senses, as if attempting to unravel her innermost thoughts and imprint something profound upon her soul. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Sumom placed a piece of meat into Sumo's bowl. Su's dad reached for meat as well, only to be swatted away by Sumom. Look at you, getting so plump. What more do you need to eat? Su's dad glanced at his own belly, feeling wronged, and instead picked a piece of green vegetable. Sumo then added a piece of meat to Su's dad's bowl, causing him to beam with delight. Upon seeing this, Su's mom rolled her eyes, and Sumo promptly placed another piece of meat in Su's mom's bowl, exclaiming, everyone should eat. Everyone should eat. Su's mom's face brightened, and she began to eat with a smile. A Harmonious Family. Chapter 68. The unfathomable way. After finishing his meal, Sumo was urged by his mother to watch television. Yet, as he sat on the sofa, his gaze remained fixated on his parents bustling about in the kitchen and living room. The expression in his eyes was one of dreamy fixation. It seemed that as long as he continued to watch, he could linger in this moment for eternity. Goodness, are you a fool? I asked you to bring in the dishes, and you only brought in the bowls and chopsticks. Are you planning to wash those plates by yourself? The sound of Suma's discontent echoed from the kitchen, chastising Suba with a crestfallen demeanor. Suba emerged from the kitchen, cautiously gathering the plates from the dining table and entering the kitchen once more. Sumo distinctly observed his usually stern father behaving like a petulant child towards Suma, only to receive the terse reply of "Get lost." From her, Sumo gazed on, a foolish smile spreading across his face. A sigh escaped nearby, and a captivating figure appeared beside him. This figure observed the busy Su couple in the kitchen. The same enthralling sensation that captivated Sumo now enveloped her. This is childhood. No wonder it shaped him into such a sincere and tranquil individual. Yet, why had he never encountered this scene anywhere else? The figure turned, looking at the entranced Sumo, and sighed. This is merely an illusion. Sumo continued to quietly watch his parents frolicking, the obsession in his eyes gradually morphing into a hint of reluctance. I don't know. How could he not know? He had already reached adulthood in his previous life. If he truly returned to that home he yearned for, it should be in his adult form. Yet, the scene before him appeared so vivid, so real, that he could not bear to shatter it, as if experiencing this feeling once more within the illusion was already enough. Kill them, and then escape the illusion. The figure sighed. Sumo shook his head in refusal. He could not do it. They were but illusions. The figure grew anxious. If you do not kill them, how can you escape the illusion? Sumo turned to face the ominous presence, defiantly shaking his head. He then turned back to observe his busy parents, the affection and reluctance evident in his eyes. In this moment, he felt like a child who belonged to a family. It was a pity that one person was still missing. A little girl whose presence was impossible, yet whom Su let us cherish our reunion. Sumo, filled with reluctance, slowly approached the balcony, gazing upwards at the inky black night sky. Her eyes seemed capable of piercing through the lofty stars, transcending illusions to behold the enigmatic gaze beyond. Thank you. Sumo turned back for one last, profound glance at her elders, then with a spirited leap, she plunged from the balcony. The scene erupted into a cacophony of shattering fragments as Sumo leapt. Yet, the disintegrated pieces swiftly reassembled, conjuring a new tableau. Sumo found herself on a bustling street, throngs of people swirling around her, yet she could not recall having ever witnessed this scene before. She glanced at herself, only to discover that she appeared as an elderly figure with a crown of white hair within this illusion. Why do I manifest in this guise within the vision? Sumo raised her gaze into the distance, her attention momentarily arrested. Outside a gambling den, a young girl clutched several paintings, eagerly promoting her young master's works to the gamblers entering and exiting. Yet none paid her heed. As a gambler approached the entrance, the little girl cheerfully approached him, saying, "Brother, would you care to purchase some art?" The gambler's expression soured, and he left with a string of curses. not even stepping into the casino. The girl's demeanor fell, but as more gamblers flowed in and out, she greeted each with a bright smile. Still, no one showed interest in her paintings. After a prolonged period, the girl scratched her head, seemingly perplexed as to why, despite the crowd, no one wished to buy her artist UMO. Unable to bear it, was about to step forward, when it suddenly struck her that her once lustrous hair had turned into a snowy white. She purchased a mask from a nearby stall to conceal her face. With a heavy heart, Suemo took tentative steps toward the despondent little girl at the entrance of the gambling den. The girl suddenly noticed a figure with flowing white hair, veiled face, approaching her. She felt no surprise, for masked gamblers frequently entered and exited the casino. The girl's eyes brightened as she moved closer. "Brother, would you like to buy a painting?" Suemo gazed at the girl, momentarily lost in thought, before hoarsely inquiring, "How much?" Suemo deliberately altered her voice, and the girl, oblivious to the change, perceived her as merely an interested gambler. She beamed with joy, unfolding the contents of the painting to show Suemo, exclaiming, "This is a masterpiece by my young master, truly exquisite. I'm selling it at a loss. Only 5 coins. Why not so cheap?" Suemo gently probed. "Because my young master once said, sometimes losing a little is also a gain." The girl laughed merrily, as if every word of her master was infallible. "I'll take 2 pieces." Sumo's expression was complex as she produced 10 coins and handed them to the girl. The girl joyfully accepted the money, then displayed another painting for Sumo's approval. Seeing no objection, she rolled up the 2 prized artworks and presented them to Suemo. "Why does your young master wish for you to sell paintings?" Sumo inquired, gazing at the merrily beaming little girl. The girl shook her head, pondering for a moment before replying, "The young master did not say. But I know, he must believe my health is poor, hence encouraging me to move about more. In truth, the young master does not genuinely concern himself with whether the paintings sell or not." At that instant, Suemo felt as though something had lodged within his chest, a suffocating sensation enveloping his entire being. The little girl, content with her earnings, scampered off towards the small boat adorned with paintings. Observing the bouncing figure of the child retreating into the distance, Suemo couldn't help but murmur, "Child." A bittersweet taste emerged at the corners of his mouth, as he hastily wiped away the inexplicable moisture that had appeared on his face. The little girl had gone far, and Suemo hurriedly followed suit. The little girl joyfully returned to the painting boat, where she found a youth reclining in a rocking chair, sipping wine. She chided, "Young master, you should drink less. We are out of silver." The youth, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, turned to look at the girl, responding with a sigh, "Did I not instruct you to sell the paintings and books?" From a distance, Suemo beheld the unfolding scenes upon the boat, which were reminiscent of his own memories, plunging him into a peculiar state of reflection. Whose memories were being portrayed in this illusion? Were they mine? Yet, why do they manifest from a third-person perspective? Confounded, Suemo yearned to call upon the great ominous residing within his spiritual sea for answers. But the spiritual sea remained eerily silent. Offering no response, he lifted his gaze towards the diminutive figure upon the painting boat. He continued to watch in stillness, as if a single glance could span eternity. Time flowed on. Day turned to night. Suemo remained fixated on the little girl. Gradually, he lost track of time, until he ceased to be Suemo. His perspective elevated until he could behold the vastness of heaven and earth. Yet, his focus remained solely on that small figure, her laughter, her chatter, until Suemo witnessed a white-haired youth stepping into a dilapidated temple amidst a vast expanse of snow. Suemo suddenly jolted awake. "Who am I?" The scene flickered, and the illusion vanished. Chapter 69. The third. As Sumo's consciousness returned to the divine realm, he experienced a brief moment of disorientation. The second illusion had felt exceedingly strange. That perspective, as if belonging to some unseen existence, transcendent, elevated. Such sensations ensnared him, yet concurrently instilled a powerful urge to escape. After lingering in a daze for some time, Suemo finally emerged from the recent apparition. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself confronted by 2 familiar faces, the Taoist Muda and the monk Shishin Ayane Days. Suemo questioned them with bewilderment. "Did you not return? Why are you still in the divine realm?" The monk Shishuan spoke with a grave expression. "There is a problem in the divine realm. Entry is permitted, but exit is not." Taoist Mud nodded in agreement, stating, We were supposed to return to the dilapidated temple outside after traversing the rift. Yet we have found ourselves here instead. Suemo surveyed his surroundings and discerned that he was not alone with Mud and Jishuan. There were dozens of others present. They reported that every exit had experienced issues, and regardless of which exit one attempted to use, they would invariably arrive at this location. Jishuan pointed to the others present and addressed Suemo. We suspect that this is the second layer of the divine realm. Suemo was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. What does the second layer entail? Mute elucidated. We surmise that some unforeseen event has transpired in the divine realm, leading to the activation of the second layer. Consequently, all exits from the first layer have transformed into entrances to the second layer. Therefore, to escape, one must locate an exit within the second layer. The term unforeseen event caused Suemo to lapse into thought. Observing Sumo's distraction, Mute inquired with concern, Su Shizhu, what troubles you? Suemo shook his head, offering no reply. He harbored a sense that this unforeseen event was somehow linked to the existence that he felt was watching him from the shadows. What of your elders? Suemo hesitated before asking. Mute sighed heavily, his expression tinged with sorrow. Suemo expressed his condolences, my deepest sympathies. Meanwhile, Jishuan looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. What is the matter with you? Suemo sensed something amiss. Are your elders not in peril? Not at all. The elders of our sect likely arrived here long before us and are probably searching for an exit deeper within. Jishuan clarified. Sumo's lips twitched, his countenance stiffening as he turned to gaze at Mud, whose demeanor was laden with gravity. What are you implying? Are you disappointed that the elders are still alive? Mud cleared his throat twice, just as he was about to speak, when a dense fog suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Mud and Jishuan's expressions changed dramatically. Just as Suemo was about to speak, Jishuan covered his mouth, his face taut with urgency as he whispered fiercely into Sumo's ear, do not speak, do not move. There is something in the fog. Stunned, Suemo immediately complied, remaining silent and motionless. After a brief moment, however, he sensed something was amiss. The figures of Jishuan and Mud, who had been beside him moments before, had vanished without a trace. Suemo glanced around, the white mist surrounding him rendering him uneasy, an eerie sensation creeping into his heart. Yet, before long, the dense fog began to dissipate. When the fog had entirely cleared, Suemo found himself standing in a sparsely wooded area. Not far ahead, a striking red flower radiating an otherworldly brilliance stood before him. The fabled blood lotus. Suemo fell into a state of dazed reverie. It appears that he has never experienced a fall in proximity to that radiant vision. It seems he has also never been ensnared by illusions. Moreover, it seems he has never encountered Jishin and Muda, nor has he ventured into any divine realm's second layer. He merely indulged in a fleeting dream. Yet that dream was strikingly vivid. The ethereal flower he yearned for was right before him. Indeed, the flower resembled the descriptions found in literature, blooming without a single leaf. A solitary blossom stood there, starkly contrasting with its surroundings. The flower boasted dozens of slender petals fanning outward, the tips gently curving upwards, resembling two hands clasped together, fingers outstretched as if to cradle the void. Rays of light emanated from the petals of the ethereal flower, coalescing to form this magnificent spectacle. In a daze, Suemo stepped forward, then crouched down to pluck the flower. The moment Suemo grasped the ethereal flower, it instantly lost its brilliance and allure. Transforming into an ordinary herb, Suemo tucked the flower away, still in a daze, and then turned to hasten back the way he came. Girl, wait for me. Young master has found the ethereal flower. After Suemo departed, a thick mist enveloped the spot where the flower had been plucked, and within that mist, it seemed as though a pair of eyes watched Suemo hastily retreat. Suemo sped away, passing by the corpses of the two holy sect members he had slain. Not pausing for even a moment, it was as if he had not seen them at all. The dilapidated village soon came into view, and after a fleeting glance, he did not linger, pressing onward. Before long, Suemo spotted the body of one who had taken their own life, kneeling before a gaping black fissure. That fissure stood silently, seemingly awaiting the arrival of others. Suemo, in silence, stepped into that fissure. The scene flickered, and when Suemo regained his vision, he found himself within the very dilapidated temple he had previously departed from. Thus, he had emerged. Suemo glanced back at the black fissure. It remained steadfast, unchanged in the slightest, however, The peculiar figure that had been crouching in the corner of the temple was nowhere to be found. In a daze, Suemo exited the decrepit temple. Greeted by a vast expanse of white, he stepped into the snow, his white attire billowing, racing toward the academy, the red ribbon atop his head fluttering in the wind. The footprints he left in the snow existed for only a fleeting moment before being concealed by the hurried gusts of wind and snow. Upon his return to the academy, the headmaster looked on in astonishment at Sumo's swift return. "How could you be back so soon?" the headmaster inquired. Jiu and Luo-in also emerged upon hearing the news. Suemo retrieved the ethereal flower from his bosom. The countenances of the onlookers filled with delight. Was it truly the ethereal flower? Suemo placed the flower into the headmaster's hands. The headmaster accepted it, waved his hand, and a small figure, sealed in slumber, appeared before Suemo. Nodding at Suemo, the headmaster presented the ethereal flower before the tiny figure. The ethereal flower visibly dissolved, transforming into a stream of light that entered the little girl's body. The little one gradually awakened, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with Sumo's gaze, filled with concern. Pouting her lips, the little girl called out, her voice laced with a hint of tears, "Young master." Suemo immediately stepped forward to embrace the cherished child he had longed for. "I want to eat a drumstick," the little girl said. Suemo gently ruffled her hair and replied, "All right," in the blink of an eye. Months had passed since Suemo had brought back the flower from the other shore. On this day, he stood by the lake, gazing at the tranquil surface that lay still like glass. Lost in thought, before lifting his head to the sky and letting out a deep sigh, a small figure from behind wrapped her arms around Sumo's arm and shook it, inquiring, "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Turning his head, Suemo looked at the little girl, his expression softening as he stroked her head and slowly replied, "I was thinking how wonderful it would be if everything before us were real." Chapter 70. The illusion of the divine realm. The little girl, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What does young master mean? Am I not real?" Suemo smiled gently, assuring her that she would always be real in his heart, whether in reality or I an illusion. "What illusion?" the little girl asked, perplexed. Because Suemo tilted his head, gazing at the endless expanse of the sky, the summer breeze caressing him with a delightful coolness. "This is the third illusion," he continued, his voice low and contemplative. "However, it is time for me to return." "Where does young master need to go?" the little girl inquired. "To the divine realm." "What does young master need to return to the divine realm for?" Her eyes brimmed with tears. Suemo knelt down, gently caressing her cheek. "I wish to stay with you always, but I must return to the divine realm. I have rested long enough. It is time to rescue you." The little girl, though not fully grasping his words, nodded in agreement, her obedience unwavering even within the illusion. A cool breeze swept by, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. The wind, insects, birds, and beasts all continued their ceaseless motion. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Suemo felt as though everything before him had come to a standstill. This scene appeared both real and beautiful, yet it felt overwhelmingly ethereal. The emergence of the flower from the other shore in the divine realm. Acquiring the flower, rescuing the little girl, seemed as though the world conspired to fulfill all of Sumo's desires. However, the figure in his spiritual sea was absent. Since the onset of the second illusion, the great calamity had become unable to enter his realm of fantasy. Yet, if he were truly to return to reality, why had she not appeared? The three illusions seemed to unveil certain truths to Suemo. The first illusion revealed his longing, while the third unveiled his hopes. As for the second illusion, Suemo was at a loss as to what the divine realm truly sought to observe. Gazing at everything within his sight, he recognized that all he beheld was but an ephemeral mirage. Yet, he remained unsure how to escape this illusion. Countless times he had attempted to break free, but this illusion mirrored reality to an uncanny degree. However, regardless of Sumo's actions, he could not extricate himself from the illusion. He had even leaped from heights, attempting to take his own life. Yet, in any circumstance, he felt not a single scratch upon him. It was as if he were invincible. It seemed that the divine realm intended to ensnare Suemo within this illusion indefinitely. After casting one more glance at the little girl, Suemo resolutely surged in a particular direction. A bold idea began to materialize in Sumo's mind. Yet, he needed to first seek validation for one thing. Suemo raced towards the western part of the city, and upon arriving at the entrance of a courtyard adorned with red walls and white tiles, he halted. Before him lay a scene of desolation. The once vibrant courtyard had been reduced to mere rubble. The dense forest had also succumbed to the same fate, transformed into a barren expanse. On this flat terrain, tombstones stood erect, affirming Sumo's suspicions. Observing the desolate western city, Sumo could not help but smile. He tilted his head towards the vast sky and spoke. Divine realm, do confine me. You have constructed an illusion based on reality to deceive me. It dawned upon Sumo that what he sought to validate was whether the illusion crafted by the divine realm mirrored the essence of his memories, or if it was constructed according to the reality he knew. The academy within the illusion bore an exact likeness to Sumo's recollections, yet he had no means to verify it. Places Sumo had never visited remained shrouded in mystery for him. Still unprovable, however, there existed one place that could confirm this matter. A place he had frequented, yet he was certain that it could no longer resemble the memories he held dear. That place was the Western City. He knew not what it had become, but he was certain it could not possibly reflect the image etched in his mind. Having unraveled this predicament, the corpses of the Western City could no longer be disregarded. As long as he beheld the current state of the Western City, he would ascertain whether the scenes within the illusion were reality or mere recollection. Sumo smiled up at the heavens, seemingly shedding his earlier urgency. He began to speak softly, as if in self-reflection. O divine realm, have you ever played with Russian nesting dolls? With a chuckle, Sumo rose, shaking his head, and sped towards a specific direction. When he arrived at his destination, he was met with the sight of a dilapidated temple standing solitary amidst the ruins. Sumo slowly approached the crumbling structure. A dark fissure loomed beside the weathered idol. Gone was the radiant glow of sunlight reflecting off the snow. The temple appeared dimmer than before, shrouded in an oppressive gloom. The peculiar figure in the corner, as before, was nowhere to be seen. The gaping hole in the corner had widened. Sumo stood before the black crack, and with a determined step, he crossed the threshold into the temple. A fleeting image flickered before him. Sumo found himself enveloped in an illusion crafted by this divine realm. The lifeless body, kneeling in death, had already succumbed to decay, a blade protruding from its chest. Indeed, this third illusion, even the divine realm itself, was a construct of reality tailored for me. Sumo gazed at the decomposed corpse, shook his head, and departed. He lifted his foot, following the direction etched in his memory, arriving at the dilapidated village, which remained shrouded in an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Before the third house stood the stone tablet. Though the long hair of the Confucian sage engraved upon it had vanished, Sumo strolled through the decaying village, no longer exercising the caution he had previously displayed. After all, within this illusion, he was invincible, free from any concern of harm. After exploring the dilapidated village, Sumo turned to leave. He began an incessant exploration of the divine realm within the illusion, traversing one area after another, stepping into countless corners. This divine realm resembled a world long abandoned, complete with towns and villages. Nothing peculiar emerged, for it was merely an illusion. Sumo's footsteps carried him farther and farther away, ever closer to the heart of the divine realm. Within this illusion, Sumo wandered for an entire month, encountering numerous decrepit and sinister villages or towns. Each place, once inhabited, now exuded an overwhelming aura of dread. Furthermore, in every such locale, a stone tablet left by the Confucian sage would stand, inscribed with a few imposing characters. I, who witnessed the heavens transform for 3 days, slaughtered 86 souls in this land. My heart aches deeply, leaving one hair to honor the departed. Yet, the number of slain recorded on each tablet varied significantly, from mere dozens to countless thousands. With every tablet encountered, Sumo felt an intense pang in his heart. He refrained from taking the hair from the tablets, fully aware that it was but an illusion. Sumo discovered several entrances leading to the second layer, and after traversing the first layer marked by his footprints, he entered through one of the portals into the second layer. The second layer mirrored the first, albeit on a smaller scale. It contained only a single entrance descending to the third layer, and Sumo was not in haste to enter. Instead, he completed his exploration of the second layer before proceeding to the third. Finally, upon reaching the third layer, he realized it was even more diminutive, so small that it housed only a grand and magnificent palace. Sumo entered the palace, akin to a diminutive ant venturing into a royal residence. Within the towering and majestic palace, Sumo's insignificance underscored the sheer vastness of the structure. As if it had not been constructed for human use at all, he ventured deeper into the palace, ultimately arriving at an endpoint. Before him stood a towering statue of the Confucian sage. A cluster of ethereal flowers, the bianhua, radiated with resplendent brilliance, blooming in full splendor. Sumo murmured to himself, "At last, I have found you." Yet, he refrained from reaching out to pluck that cluster of bianhua, for he knew it was merely an illusion. Sumo shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he settled before the ethereal flower of the other shore, gradually beginning to speak. "The divine realm. Now you understand why I was not so eager to escape the illusion once I learned that you had constructed a mirage from reality to ensnare me. For if the illusion is indeed a facet of reality, then it implies that I can find within this illusion whatever I desire. And then, upon my return to reality, I could come here to pluck the ethereal flower, could I not? You must be curious. Even if I discover something within the illusion, what good is it if I cannot escape?" Sumo chuckled softly, continuing his musings. "We both know that as long as I perish within this illusion, I can break free from it. But what shall I do if I cannot bring myself to kill me?" He lifted his gaze to the divine realm within the illusion, smiling as he spoke. "I cannot kill myself. But you can." Sumo raised his arms, spreading them wide, a powerful aura of foundational perfection emanating from him. In this illusion, he had unknowingly reached the critical moment of breaking through the mirror. The Confucian path's ascension from foundation would encounter a death tribulation. The death tribulation bestowed upon me by your divine realm illusion. I shall not resist. Chapter 71. Inexpressible. The Confucian path's ascension from foundation would indeed face a death tribulation, possessing an unusual name. The withered leaf. The withered leaf signifies that when a practitioner of the Confucian path attempts to break through the foundation, their internal organs wither like fallen leaves. A unique death tribulation of the Confucian path. Since time immemorial, the reasons remain unknown. Within the illusion, he would not perish, yet the death tribulation within the illusion would still descend, causing Sumo, trapped in the illusion, to die and thus shatter it. In this manner, Sumo not only located the ethereal flower, but also escaped the illusion, using the illusion to transcend the withered leaf tribulation of the Confucian path. 3 Goals with a single arrow. At this moment, Sumo had already begun to embody the essence of a chess player. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the divine realm illusion seemed to grow exceedingly furious. Clouds and mist roiled violently, and an intense pain surged within Sumo's abdomen, his organs withering, a heart-wrenching agony striking his mind. First, his heart felt as if it were being torn asunder, blood rushing to his face, causing veins to bulge ominously. Sumo let out a muffled groan but did not resist. Next came the liver, assaulted by a fierce sensation of decay, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Sumo relinquished all sensory perception, lifting his head to cry out, "Is this all the power you possess?" The cloud swirled more violently, then suddenly surged. Simultaneously, his spleen, kidneys, and lungs erupted in excruciating decay. The sensation was akin to 1,000 daggers stirring within his abdomen. Sumo gritted his teeth, trembling incessantly, a stream of crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His cultivation continued to ascend, the vitality of his withering organs coalescing into a golden elixir within his abdomen. As soon as the elixir formed, due to insufficient vitality, darkness enveloped his vision, and the illusion shattered in a realm of chaos. Sumo slowly opened his eyes. In the realm of the divine, 2 familiar faces caught my eye. It was indeed Taoist Muda and monk Zhixian. "How have you found yourself in the second layer?" inquired monk Zhixian as he approached. Sumo paused, slowly responding, "What do you mean? Have we not met before?" Monk Zhixian scratched his head in confusion, asking, "When have we met?" "We just saw you lying here. You have been in a deep slumber, only just awakening." A change flickered across Sumo's expression. Could it be that the third illusion follows closely upon the heels of the second? Was the exchange with monk Zhixian and Taoist Muda merely an illusion? "Sister de Xiong," Sumo called out within his spiritual seat. "I am here." Came the familiar voice from the depths of his consciousness. "Am I?" Sumo tentatively asked. "Am I currently in an illusion or in reality?" The Da Xiong within the spiritual sea replied slowly, "In the reality of the divine realm." Sumo's mind raced. and he surveyed his surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. After a brief pause, he questioned the Da Xiong again. Do you possess any proof? The Da Xiong rolled her eyes, her enchanting form appearing before Su Mo. Can you not see the proof now? But you also appeared in my first illusion, Su Mo pointed out, identifying a flaw in the argument. Taoist Muda and the monk looked at Su Mo, who was conversing with himself, utterly bewildered. Su, who are you speaking to? Taoist Muda asked. Mo glanced at Da Xiong, silently inquiring, can they not see you? Can they not sense your presence? Of course not. Do you think everyone can see me? Da Xiong retorted with annoyance. But during our first encounter in the west of the city, Taoist Muda clearly sensed your presence. Su Mo pressed on. That was because my spirit had nowhere to hide, and I needed your help to escape the mountains and rivers, allowing them to perceive a trace of my essence. Da Xiong continued to explain to Su Mo. However, my spirit is now within your spiritual sea, and what you see is merely a projection of me. Naturally, they cannot see or feel me, Su Mo inquired again. Then how can you prove that I am not in an illusion? He found himself unable to distinguish between illusion and reality, like a startled bird. The ethereal figure, visible only to Su Mo, approached and bent down, gazing intently at Su Mo, who sat cross-legged on the ground, asking, do you believe now? Su Mo turned his gaze towards the magnificent landscape, averting his eyes. He believed. Observing Su Mo's unease, Da Xiong stood upright, sighing softly as she said, being cautious and thoughtful is commendable, but do not remain too tense. When I am present, you may allow yourself a moment of relaxation. Su Mo shook his head. He sought to transition from being a mere pawn to a player on the board, and thus he could not afford the luxury of relaxation. The burdens pressing upon him had multiplied beyond measure, laden with inexplicable causality. He then turned his attention to Taoist Muda, recalling the events that transpired within the illusion. Suddenly, he tentatively asked, did you not leave? How have you returned? Beside him, the monk Xishuan, with a grave expression, took over the conversation. There is a problem in the divine realm. We can only enter but not exit now. Xishuan's words caused Su Mo's countenance to instantly darken. Turning to Muda, Su Mo inquired, what about your elders? Muda sighed heavily, his expression steeped in sorrow. Su Mo felt as if struck by lightning. What's wrong? Da Xiong, observing Su Mo's reaction, asked with a change in demeanor. This seemed I have witnessed it in the third illusion. Su Mo gazed around at the chaotic divine realm, a sense of perplexity and confusion enveloping his thoughts. What an extraordinary divine realm. How long have we been in the divine realm? When did you last see me here? Su Mo directed his question toward the monk Xishuan. The monk, bewildered, did not comprehend why Su Mo posed this query. Hadn't we entered the divine realm together? Although uncertain about the reason behind Su Mo's inquiry, Xishuan pondered for a moment before responding. We have probably been in the divine realm for several months, just a quarter of an hour ago. It seemed as if you appeared out of thin air. We thought you had also emerged from a rift in the divine realm and were transported here. Several months, so little time had passed in the first and second illusions. The duration in the third illusion matched that of reality. Su Mo's expression suddenly stiffened. Little girl, time is running short. This shore and the other shore. Su Mo unleashed his cultivation, a breath of core formation awakening within him. Muda and Xishuan stared in awe at Su Mo's core formation aura. When did Su Shuju become a core formation practitioner? I should be before the flower on the other shore. As the spiritual energy surged, a force of Confucian truth established a rule within the vast divine realm. Yet, as soon as this rule emerged, it was obliterated by an unknown force lurking in the void. Confucian truth, ineffective. Chapter 72. Time anxiety. Su Mo's face turned ashen upon realizing that the Confucian technique bore no effect. He gritted his teeth and rose. Addressing Xishuan and Muda, he urged, we must leave this place swiftly. Something is amiss here. Xishuan and Muda exchanged glances and nodded. Which way should we go? To the third level. Su Mo stepped forward in the direction of the entrance to the third level, he recalled. What? Xishuan and Muda looked at each other in astonishment. How does Su Mo know the way to the third level? They were unaware that Su Mo had now become intimately familiar with this divine realm. Expanding his senses, Su Mo continuously surveyed his surroundings. The divine realm within the illusion posed no danger, yet it did not guarantee the absence of peril in the reality of the divine realm. Xishuan and Muda immediately followed suit. Su Mo treaded cautiously yet moved swiftly, the scenery rapidly receding behind him. Observing Sumo's swift pace through the divine realm, Zhishuan and Muda were left in shock. Why is Su Shuju walking so quickly? It seems he is quite familiar with the divine realm. As they continued to advance, the once celestial realm gradually descended into darkness, suggesting that the separation from the world beyond was not entirely absolute. The mist thickened, and Su Mo unconsciously slowed his pace. There was but a single entrance leading from the second to the third level, positioned perilously close to the center, in Sumo's recollection. Although he had not encountered danger within the illusion, traversing towards the heart of that realm felt exceedingly uncanny, as if other presences lingered in his vicinity. Suddenly, he discerned several figures emerging from the mist ahead, prompting him to halt abruptly and signal to the two companions behind him. Muda and Zhishuan cautiously approached, whispering, "It seems there are people ahead. We cannot ascertain how many. 6 individuals," Sumo replied. Muda, taken aback, queried, "How do you know?" "Because there are 6 life forces," Sumo stated, his gaze fixed intently on the 6 rigid silhouettes ahead. 0.6, Muda murmured, nodding, only to be struck by realization. Life forces? Zhishuan, too, was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean by 6 life forces?" "You don't mean to imply that there are at that moment?" The death register within Sumo's spiritual sea, without any prompting, instinctively established a connection with him. A bizarre, dark luminescence flickered in Sumo's vision as he surveyed the area surrounding the 6 figures. "There are also hundreds of deathly presences," Sumo softly uttered. In his eyes, the vicinity of those 6 figures was teeming with spectral entities. The eerie nature of the celestial realm was palpable, and upon hearing Sumo's revelation, both Zhishuan and Muda felt a chill sweep over them. "You master, what do you mean by the presence of the dead?" Muda stuttered, visibly shaken. Sumo shook his head and turned to his companions. "I do not know. Cannot you see it?" Both Muda and Zhishuan shook their heads in unison. "Our cultivation is insufficient. Only those above the nascent soul stage can perceive certain unclean entities." Sumo pondered for a moment, recalling the response of the death register during his previous encounter in the Western City, where he had been able to see things invisible to others. "If I am not mistaken, those are all phantoms." Sumo spoke softly. Muda and Zhishuan trembled at the implication. "You master, you can see phantoms?" Zhishuan hesitated, then, trembling with trepidation, leaned closer to scrutinize the figures ahead before turning back to inquire, "Su master, can you truly see them?" Sumo regarded the two intently before slowly shaking his head. "I cannot see them, but I can sense them." He was uncertain as to why he refrained from revealing the truth to them. It was not born of mistrust, but rather the belief that it was better to say less than to invite unnecessary complications. The lanky Taoist Muda edged closer, his voice tinged with fear. "Is there a way for us to circumvent them?" Sumo shook his head. "There is no way around. The entrance to the 3rd level lies behind us. This is the only path forward. What shall we do?" Zhishuan inquired. It was evident that both Muda and Zhishuan had managed to survive in this divine realm for several months. Yet, ever since Sumo's arrival, they appear to have lost their capacity for independent thought, as if a sense of helplessness compelled them to follow suit. "Hold on a moment." Sumo gazed ahead, his eyes shimmering with an ethereal light. As a series of choices flickered through his mind, only to be dismissed one after another, Muda and Zhishuan crouched behind Sumo, seemingly reluctant to deliberate further, allowing him to ponder the predicament. Suddenly, Sumo called out, "Do you know an elderly monk clad in a crimson robe, wielding a staff in his left hand and a string of prayer beads in his right?" "Oh, that is my master." Zhishuan waved his hand dismissively, then abruptly stood up, his expression turning anxious. "What? Have you seen my master?" Sumo nodded and continued to address Muda, saying, "Not only have I seen your master, but I have also encountered the elder of Muda's sect." Muda was taken aback. "You know our sect's elder?" Sumo glanced at Muda, adorned with an array of copper swords, and pondered before stating, "The old Taoist draped in a Taoist robe, covered in copper swords." "Oh, that is my master." Muda's lips twitched as he nonchalantly replied, "Aren't you anxious?" Sumo asked. "Anxious about what?" Muda retorted. Sumo pointed towards the 6 figures obscured by the dense fog ahead. "It seems they are in trouble." "What?" Zhishuan's demeanor shifted to one of alarm, and Muda's expression grew somewhat grave. "What kind of trouble are they in?" Sumo explained. "They are ensnared by those specters and cannot extricate themselves. What shall we do now?" Zhishuan questioned, urgency lacing his voice. Suemo shook his head, lost in thought. Why would such entities exist in this divine realm? Within the divine domain, all is mundane. Does this imply that no matter how elevated one's cultivation, it is futile against such beings? Yet, there is also a saying, Confucian cultivators are the exception, suggesting that these strange entities do not pose a threat to them, does it not? Sumo's singular focus was to swiftly reach the third layer, acquire the other shore flower, and return to the academy to rescue the young girl. The dean had warned that the girl would not survive past the age of 12. A year had already passed in the academy's library, and she was now 11. Having entered the divine realm, time had been further delayed by illusions for several months. Without the other shore flower, she would not live to see her 12th birthday. The implication of not surviving until 12 was she would perish before that age. The uncertainty of the timeline weighed heavily on Sumo's mind, igniting an overwhelming sense of urgency. Time was running out. Chapter 73. Su Zhuangyuan. As Suemo surveyed the figures obstructing his path to the third layer, his resolve solidified. Nothing shall stand in the way of my journey. Rising to his feet, Suemo cautiously advanced step by step towards the mist-laden expanse. Observing Sumo's determination to move forward, Jixuan and Mude promptly followed suit. Suemo steadily approached the enigmatic realm, and the circumstances ahead gradually became clearer. Hundreds of ghostly apparitions meandered aimlessly, their vacant gazes devoid of consciousness, as if driven solely by instinct. Each specter donned a unique attire, yet their pallid faces exhibited no sign of vitality. Their long, flowing hair added to the uncanny atmosphere. 6 figures, encircled by the multitude of phantoms, remained motionless, seemingly hesitant to engage with any of the spirits. As Suemo reached the periphery of the spectral throng surrounding the 6 individuals, he discerned their predicament. Among them stood an elderly Taoist priest and a venerable monk, a young man of extraordinary presence clad in opulent garments, closely guarded by an elderly matron. Additionally, there was a slender young woman in a flowing purple gown, and one more individual whom Suemo recognized, the saintess of the holy sect, Ning Baishued. In that moment, Ning Baishue's expression was one of profound sorrow, a stark contrast to her previously imperious demeanor before the imperial palace, and the white-haired elder who had accompanied her was nowhere to be seen. Suemo harbored no fondness for the saintess and cast her a cold glance before shifting his focus. Instead, the young woman in the purple gown piqued his interest. She appeared utterly unperturbed by the predicament, leisurely attending to her hair as if boredom had overtaken her. The arrival of Suemo and his companions drew the attention of the 6. Master? The monk Zhixian called softly to the elder monk, ensnared by the phantoms. The elder monk turned his gaze towards Sumo's back, seemingly recognizing Zhixian, and inquired gently, Zhixian? Master, Zhixian exclaimed, eager to rush forward. However, he was halted by Suemo, while the elder monk urgently cautioned, do not approach. Zhixian paused, filled with confusion. We are trapped within an exceedingly bizarre formation, surrounded by hundreds of wandering spirits. We must not come into contact with these entities, or we shall face dire consequences, the elder monk explained to the trio outside. The elder Taoist beside him also glanced over, his expression shifting upon spotting the Taoist Muda, and he berated, you rebellious disciple. How did you end up here? Is this where you belong? Taoist Muda retorted with a smirk. If you hadn't failed to pass on the lower volume of the Daoxian Sutra, I wouldn't have ventured into this wretched place. You, the elder Taoist, incensed, nearly lost his composure in a fit of rage. At that moment, the elder monk interjected, you must leave quickly. Do not enter. This formation is extraordinarily treacherous. We cannot escape, so find an exit and depart from the divine realm. Master. Zhixian stood in a daze before shaking his head. Taoist Muda's gaze remained fixed on the elder Taoist within the formation, his expression a mix of complexity. The elder Taoist, observing the movement of the trio outside, snapped at Taoist Muda, why are you still standing there? Hurry and leave. Muda shook his head defiantly, responding, no, you haven't imparted the lower volume of the Daoxian Sutra to me yet. If you perish, the sutra will be lost. The elder Taoist's finger trembled as he pointed at Muda, but after a brief moment he sighed. I have transcribed the lower volume of the Daoxian Sutra. It is under the bed. You will find it upon your return. Now, go. Muda curled his lips in disdain. You can't deceive me, Taoist. I have thoroughly searched your room, and there is nothing there. The old Taoist was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Before I set out, I left it beneath your bed. Muda stubbornly shook his head. I have no interest in reading, and your handwriting is atrocious. If you don't teach me personally, definitely won't be able to learn. The old Taoist expression was one of complexity. Sumo shook his head and turned to Zhixian and Muda, saying, "Stay close to me." Zhixian and Muda immediately pressed closely behind Sumo. His words indicated that he had a plan. Sumo tentatively moved forward, approaching a wandering ghost. The ghost seemed to notice him, its grayish-white pupils glancing at Sumo. To his surprise, the ghost stepped aside. Sumo was momentarily stunned. I in the divine realm, all are mundane. Except for Confucian cultivators, Sumo instantly grasped the meaning of this phrase. The bizarre formations within the divine realm posed no threat to Confucian practitioners. Confucian cultivators were indeed an anomaly in the divine realm. Suddenly, Sumo recalled something and turned to Muda and Zhixian, asking, "Have you encountered illusions in the divine realm?" Zhixian and Muda were puzzled by Sumo's sudden inquiry, and both shook their heads. Sumo turned back to the ghost that had cleared the way, seemingly unable to comprehend certain aspects. Why do other cultivators encounter various bizarre dangers in the divine realm, while Confucian cultivators are exempt? Yet, why do Confucian practitioners encounter illusions that others cannot? Could it be because of the Confucian sage? Sumo's eyes glimmered as he continued forward. All the ghosts he encountered stepped aside, allowing him to pass unobstructed. Muda and Zhixian closely followed Sumo's pace, fearful of falling behind. Wherever Sumo went, the spirits retreated as if they held an ingrained respect for the teachings of Confucianism. Even in their soulless forms, their instincts remained. Sumo proceeded cautiously, and with the ghosts yielding, he effortlessly reached the 6 individuals at the center of the formation. "Master." As Zhixian entered the formation, his expression changed dramatically, rushing to the side of the old monk, anxiously asking, "Master, what has happened to you?" The old monk appeared battered, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, displaying signs of severe injury. The old Taoist beside him was in a similar state. "It's nothing serious, just a bit of trouble. My spiritual energy is depleted. A year or 2 of recuperation should suffice." Muda slowly approached the injured old Taoist. The old Taoist merely sighed, gazing at Muda without uttering another word. The old monk cast a trembling glance at Sumo and, with great effort, slowly spoke. "Could it be that you, young benefactor, are a practitioner of Confucianism?" The mention of Confucianism elicited various expressions from the others. Ningbai Shui, clad in a white gown, regarded Sumo with a complex expression, remaining silent. She still recalls the moment a year ago when she encountered Sumo before the imperial palace of Huagua. The scene of thousands of restless souls bowing before Sumo remains etched in her memory. She cannot forget how that young man in white stood face to face with those myriad souls, exuding an extraordinary tranquility as he guided them to their final rest. At that time, she had the audacity to attempt to forcibly take Sumo to the divine realm. It was only upon the arrival of the academy's dean that she reluctantly withdrew. Watching Sumo enter the peculiar formation, which was akin to a death trap for them, felt like stepping into a realm devoid of life. Ningbai Shui found herself momentarily dazed. Indeed, the Confucian cultivator was an exception. The young man in splendid robes cast a fleeting glance at Sumo before turning to the elderly woman behind him. They exchanged a knowing look, as if communicating silently. The young girl in purple regarded Sumo with a leisurely and radiant gaze, revealing a hint of curiosity. It was the first time she had encountered such a youthful Confucian cultivator. Indeed, Sumo began to respond to the old monk's inquiry, disregarding the presence of others. At that moment, Zhixian interjected with an explanation. "This is the top scholar of the current Great Hua, the 7th disciple of the Academy's dean, Sumo." The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "This young friend is indeed Su the scholar? I have heard much about the remarkable talent of Su the scholar." The young girl in purple displayed a teasing expression, as if she had caught wind of some intriguing tidbit. Sumo's countenance stiffened, and he shook his head, insisting, "Let us exit the formation first. Follow closely." With that, Sumo led the way out of the formation, and the group promptly followed. As Sumo cleared the path, the myriad ghosts retreated. Chapter 74. Rewarding kindness with malice. Once the group exited the formation, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sumo turned to Muda and Zhixian and said, "Since you have located your respective elders, you should depart with them." He gestured towards the west and continued, if you head westward, there lies an exit from the divine realm approximately a day's journey away. If you tread carefully, you should encounter no danger. And what about you, Su benefactor? Zhixian inquired. Sumo glanced into the depths of the divine realm. I still have matters to attend to. Understood. Zhixian clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Then, Su benefactor, please take care of yourself. The divine realm is fraught with peril, and we are unable to offer any assistance. So we shall not accompany you. The old monk and the old Taoist also clasped their fists in gratitude, saying, We are deeply indebted to you, Su benefactor, for your rescue. We shall visit the academy again to express our thanks in the future. It was but a trivial effort, Suemo replied, shaking his head in refusal. The old monk and the old Taoist, along with Zhixian and Muda, departed in the direction Suemo had indicated. Originally, these 6 individuals were not a cohesive group, and they had no obligation to concern themselves with one another as fates, especially considering the severe injuries sustained by the old Taoist and old monk. Ningbai Shui cast a glance at the elegantly attired Suemo, sighed softly, and turned to follow the departing Muda and Zhixian. Now, she was left alone, with no intention of delving deeper into the divine realm. Yet, as she took her leave, a voice echoed in Sumo's ears. Beware of the man in splendid robes and the elderly woman beside him. They do not belong to our realm. Suemo was momentarily stunned by these words. The girl in the purple attire cast a radiant glance at Suemo, her smile playful and seemingly unhurried to depart. Suemo, observing the remaining 3 individuals on the field, slightly clasped his fists in preparation to leave. At this moment, he had no desire to concern himself with any matters, his sole focus fixated on the bihua flower. Just as Suemo took a step forward, the elegantly dressed young man suddenly spoke with a smile. Might this young friend still wish to venture further in? Turning his head with a furrowed brow, Suemo inquired, Is there a problem? The young man, fanning himself lightly with a handheld fan, replied with a grin, Not at all, however. Since you are of the Confucian Tao, I hope you might escort us a short distance. Out of the divine realm, Sumo's expression turned icy as he coldly interrupted. I have no time, No, allow me to finish. The young man continued with a smile. I am not from your 9th realm. I am the son of the 9th elder of the Chintian sect from the 3rd realm. Your 9th realm is now severed from the outside world, yet there will come a day when it must reconnect. Why not seek a support beforehand? With his fan swaying lightly, the young man exuded an air of arrogance. Looking down upon those around him, Huemo merely regarded him with a frigid gaze and replied, I am not interested. Having already heard the dean's remarks about the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the mention by the young man stirred little reaction within him. Alas, still too young. The young man chuckled. It appears the inhabitants of your diminutive 9th realm are unaware of the vastness that lies beyond. Otherwise, you would be eager to pledge your allegiance to me. Are you finished? Suemo turned away, striding deeper into the divine realm, dismissing any further chatter. If you are done, you may leave. I have no time to escort you. Observing Sumo's refusal, the young man's expression faltered, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Humph! Unappreciative. The elderly woman beside him scoffed, her hand sweeping forth a white ribbon that surged towards Suemo. With a swift exclamation of stop, Suemo vanished from his original position, reappearing several dozen meters away. The recently departed Zhixian Daoist and his companions, hearing the commotion, promptly returned. They approached Suemo, standing in opposition to the young man and the elderly woman. Meanwhile, the girl in purple merely lingered to the side, her expression curious as she observed the unfolding drama, seemingly unperturbed by the events. Suemo, his gaze as frigid as ice, directed his attention toward the young man and the elderly woman, his voice cold as he queried, Do you wish to repay kindness with enmity? Oh, no. The young man shook his head. The divine realm is perilous. I only wish for you to escort me a short distance out of this realm. There will be rewards afterward. I have already stated I have no time. Suemo took a deep breath. Speaking slowly, It seems you have yet to grasp my meaning. The young man chuckled, shaking his head. Allow me to be more straightforward. You cannot refuse. That demeanor, haughty and arrogant, reminiscent of the time when Ningbai Shui had coerced Suemo before the palace, exuded an air of superiority that disregarded all others. Suemo turned his gaze towards Ningbai Shui and the others, before shifting his attention to the young man in splendid attire. Beside the young man stood an elderly woman, who subtly released a wave of her cultivation, causing the expressions of those around them to darken considerably. Mid-stage transformation. In this world, cultivating qi is merely the beginning. Above qi cultivation lies foundation establishment, followed by core formation, then nascent soul, and ultimately transformation. In the ninth realm where Suimo resided, transformation practitioners were exceedingly rare. Often, a sect would have none at all. Even among the holy sect, there were hardly any who had reached transformation. Originally, there had been a transformation practitioner beside Ning Baishue, but now they were nowhere to be found, their whereabouts unknown. This illustrates the formidable challenge of reaching transformation for cultivators. Yet, here stood a mid-stage transformation elder protecting the young man in splendid attire. The son of the ninth elder from the third realm's Wentian sect had a mid-stage transformation protector. One could only imagine the strength beyond the ninth realm. The expressions of Muda, Jixian, and the others swiftly turned grim. The old Taoist and the aged monk were merely in the early stage of transformation and were now severely injured, utterly incapable of contending. The cultivation levels of the others were insufficient, rendering them mere lambs awaiting slaughter in the face of a mid-stage transformation practitioner. The group looked towards Suimo, who merely regarded the young man in splendid attire and the elderly woman with a cold stare before suddenly speaking. "You do not truly wish for me to lead you out of the divine domain." "Oh? What makes you say that?" The young man in splendid attire paused, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "You have a mid-stage transformation practitioner with you. Since you have made it this far, it indicates you possess countless means of self-preservation." Sumo continued. "Surely, as long as you do not venture deeper into the divine domain and retrace your steps, it would pose no significant issue for you." A hint of surprise flickered in the condescending demeanor of the young man and the elderly woman. "Continue. Yet, you repeatedly claim that you want me to escort you out of the divine domain. What you truly desire is not merely to exit the divine domain, but rather to further exert control over me, compelling me to guide you in exploring the divine domain, in hopes of seizing various opportunities within." Clap, clap, clap. The young man in splendid attire slowly applauded, shaking his head with a smile. "Indeed, you possess a measure of cleverness. I underestimated you. However, what does it matter if you see through it? Can you resist?" The young man mocked, stating that all you needed to do was to play the fool and lead us in search of opportunities. "But now that you have torn off the facade, things have become rather complicated. I have mentioned before." Suimo spoke ominously. "I do not have time." "Humph." Unaware of your impending doom, the elderly woman beside the young man let out a cold laugh, unleashing her transformation pressure upon Suimo in an instant. Suimo felt as if he was confronting a divine entity, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, forcing him to the ground. His frail body, possessing only the cultivation of core formation, felt as insignificant as an ant in the face of the transformation pressure. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Suimo struggled to rise, his face pale and contorted as he glared at the elderly woman. "I have said I do not have time." A piece of yellow talisman paper slipped from Sumo's sleeve and was forcefully flung upwards by him. Instantly, this yellow talisman emitted an overwhelming aura that surged skyward. The talisman, radiating a resplendent light, ascended to hover majestically above the heads of the onlookers, shimmering like a brilliant moon in the divine realm. With a flicker, a force of order cascaded downwards like a torrential flood from the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the elderly woman beside the elegantly attired young man found her divine transformation cultivation level suppressed beneath the threshold of divine transformation amidst a wave of shock and trepidation. "This is impossible," she cried out, her face paling. Above the talisman, suspended in the void, were the two serene characters. "Forbidden to gods," Chapter 75. Does it hurt? With the decree of the forbidden to gods. No divine transformation. The talisman that the dean bestowed upon Suimo before his departure was now being activated. This talisman bore an uncanny resemblance to the forbidden to gods decree that the dean had placed in the imperial palace. The suspended decree shone in the dim divine realm, radiating like a full moon. The elderly woman gazed up at the decree hanging above her, trembling with disbelief. What extraordinary means could possibly suppress a divine transformation cultivator's realm with merely a talisman? The one who inscribed this talisman. The elderly woman dared not ponder further. Her eyes filled with incredulity as she looked at Suimo. "Who exactly are you?" She spoke in terror. Others' terrifying experiences with this talisman paled in comparison to the direct dread she felt. The aura emanating from the talisman. The higher the cultivation, the greater the fear. Her mind was flooded with various images, and in her gaze, she could even perceive the immense presence standing behind Suemo. Suemo fixed his gaze intently on the elderly woman. Once her cultivation was suppressed by the forbidden to God's decree, the pressure upon him diminished significantly. He rose, coldly stating, "The seventh direct disciple of the Academy." The Academy. The elderly woman was unaware of what the Academy entailed, knowing little of the matters concerning the ninth realm. She had thought the ninth realm to be merely a weak expanse. But in this moment, her perception was swiftly corrected. It seemed the ninth realm was unfathomably deep. "Will you continue to fight?" Suemo inquired. In truth, Suemo was genuinely concerned about the possibility of entanglement. His companions lacked the strength for battle, even with the elderly woman suppressed beneath the divine transformation level. Moreover, at this moment, Suemo merely wished to swiftly ascend to the third level, not wanting to incite complications or prolong his time. Before the girl, all matters seemed trivial. The elderly woman fell silent, glancing at the elegantly dressed young man beside her. Fear had gripped her. The mere existence of a talisman capable of suppressing divine transformation cultivation left her with no will to resist. It appeared that Suemo had an exceedingly profound connection with this terrifying entity. The young man in fine garments wore a grim expression, hesitating. "Sister, the great misfortune." Suemo silently called out to the figure within his spiritual sea. Realizing he might need her assistance, Suemo sighed as he observed the young man's shifting gaze ahead. The great misfortune was indeed Suemo's greatest trump card, providing him with the utmost confidence as he ventured into the divine realm. Suemo remained uncertain about the true extent of the great evil's power, yet he harbored an unsettling feeling. Even in the late stages of the transformation realm, he believed there would be no opportunity to retaliate against the great evil. However, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to compel her to intervene. The great evil had previously stated that she would not act unless faced with a life-and-death situation. Suemo was determined not to foster any reliance on her strength. Otherwise, his own cultivation would stagnate. Reflecting on this, the great evil rolled her eyes in exasperation within Suemo's spiritual sea, yet added, "At this moment, I am unwilling to intervene." Why? Was this not a life-and-death crisis? Suemo was momentarily taken aback. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, a single slap from her would suffice to end him. Just moments ago, she had merely intended to restrain him. Otherwise, he would have already perished. First, you used the transformation command to suppress her beneath the transformation realm before calling upon me. Do you think so little of me? Secondly, something has set its sights upon them. It seems my intervention is no longer required. The great evil spoke slowly. What does that mean? Suemo was momentarily bewildered. Just then, an ominous fog began to swirl around the group, the temperature plummeting as if a winter chill had descended. The others shuddered involuntarily. The old monk's staff trembled violently in his grip, his expression shifting dramatically. Even when confronting the elderly woman at the transformation realm, he had not felt such intensity. There exists a malevolent entity. The faces of the group turned pale in an instant. The young man in fine robes and the elderly woman slowly turned to look behind them. From within the thick fog emerged a diminutive figure. The elderly woman's countenance shifted drastically as she instinctively sought to flee with the young man, only to discover her body was unresponsive. Utterly immobilized, the small figure stepped out of the mist and raised a finger to its lips. "Shoo!" Suemo gazed at the diminutive figure, instantly rendered speechless, upon the appearance of this small entity. Everyone found themselves unable to move, as though the very air around them had solidified, dragging them down like a mire. Only the white stone resting on Suemo's chest flickered slightly, sparing him from any adverse effects. Yet, he remained in a daze, fixated on the emerging figure. The small apparition came into view, appearing to be no more than 10 years old, with a short sword protruding from its chest. The blue blade radiated a sapphire glow, dark crimson blood oozing from the edges. Strangely, the small figure seemed entirely unconcerned with the blade lodged in its chest, sauntering leisurely into the sight of the onlookers. "Shh! Be quiet now!" The small figure gently instructed the elderly woman. The voice was exquisitely sweet, yet it sent chills down the spine. It resonated as if it originated from some unknown realm. The elderly woman gaped, unable to utter a sound. I am merely hungry. Soon, you will not feel much pain at all. The small figure smiled lightly as it approached the elderly woman. Do not scream. If you awaken it, I will find myself in quite a predicament. The elderly woman was utterly devastated, yet she remained completely motionless, her eyes filled with an inexhaustible dread. This is how it should be. The diminutive figure chuckled, raising its right hand and slowly extending it towards the old woman. As the onlookers watched, that delicate, fair hand made contact with the old woman's chest, as if piercing through a sheet of white paper, effortlessly breaking open her ribcage. It plunged deeply into her chest without hindrance, crimson blood oozing forth along that tender hand, gradually dripping down its slender arm onto the ground. Plop, plop. Each droplet of blood resonated within the hearts of all present, echoing like ominous drums in their minds. The elegantly dressed youth beside the old woman felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He yearned to move yet found himself immobilized, to scream yet could not utter a sound. He could only watch in horror as that delicate, fair hand extracted a still-beating heart from the old woman's chest. The old woman's eyes gradually dimmed to a lifeless gray, devoid of vitality. The diminutive figure weighed the heart in its hand, seemingly dissatisfied, then shifted its gaze towards the paralyzed, terrified youth. It then extended another slender, fair hand and, employing the same gruesome method, inserted it into the youth's chest. Blood gushing forth. The youth gazed in disbelief as that hand delved into his own ribcage, only to have his heart extracted moments later. His eyes gradually lost their spark, lifeless yet still standing. The two entities that had previously instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in Suimo were, in an instant, reduced to mere corpses. The crowd felt a chill creep through their limbs, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the diminutive figure, its chest pierced by a short sword, exuding an eerie aura. This small figure weighed the two hearts in its hands, a satisfied smile gracing its lips. The onlookers witnessed the two hearts visibly withering within those delicate, fair hands, eventually turning to ash. The diminutive figure raised its hand, scattering the ashes into the wind. Watching the remnants of ash being whisked away, it clapped its small hands together, smiling contentedly, as if having just indulged in a satisfying meal. However, when the small figure turned to face Suimo and the others, it suddenly froze. Among the crowd, a youth clad in white with white hair fixed his gaze upon her, slowly stepping forward. "Can you move?" the small figure inquired. The white-haired youth remained silent, simply staring at her in a daze. "Aren't you afraid of me?" the small figure pressed on. "What is that look in your eyes?" It observed the abundant compassion reflected in the eyes of the approaching white-haired youth. Yet, he still did not respond, instead continuing to walk closer until he stood before her. Suddenly, the small figure noticed a white pebble hanging from the youth's chest, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Her eyes, the white pebble emitted a radiant glow, slowly flying towards another white pebble that hung from her own chest. The radiant stream melded into the small stone embedded in the chest of the diminutive figure. As the brilliance fully integrated, countless fragments of memories flickered in the gaze of that small silhouette. After a prolonged moment, the little figure lifted its head to gaze at Suimo, and a transformation occurred in its eyes, filled with an endless attachment and infatuation. Suimo's gaze fell upon the short sword lodged in the small figure's chest. "Does it hurt?" In that fleeting moment, the once ferocious little figure now bore a glimmer of crimson in its eyes. "It hurts, it hurts terribly." Chapter 76. A different side child, Suimo softly called. The little one gazed back at him with an expression of utmost affection and gentleness, unabashedly looking at Suimo. In Sumo's eyes was a miniature reflection of the child, identical in age, visage, and adorned with a small white stone upon its chest. Equally adorable, equally well-behaved. The small child shook her head slowly. "I am not the child." Suimo fell silent, fully aware that the being before him was not the little girl. She would never take a life, nor possess the capacity to do so. Yet, the longing in Sumo's heart for the child compelled him to perceive this strikingly similar little figure as his own. "Little one." Noticing the despondency in Sumo's expression, the small figure's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. "Who are you?" Suimo softly inquired. The little figure gently shook her head, remaining silent, then cast a glance at the few individuals behind Suimo before turning away and slowly stepping into the swirling mists. The group regained their composure, and Suimo glanced at them, saying, You may leave the divine realm now, you benefactor. The group, still reeling from their terror, were instantly astounded by the apparent amiability of the fearsome entity towards Suemo. It seemed that this formidable being exhibited such kindness. Everything is fine, Suemo reassured them with a single phrase before pursuing the little figure into the fog. He had numerous inquiries to make. About her, not about the child. Suemo followed the small silhouette to the precipice of a sheer cliff, where the little figure sat, perched at the edge, with a bottomless abyss beneath her. She gazed into the swirling fog below. Astonishingly tranquil, there was no trace of the eerie, fearsome aura that had accompanied her effortless dispatch of two individuals moments earlier. Suemo approached slowly, taking a seat beside the little figure as they both peered into the abyss. The little one gently leaned her head against Sumo's arm and softly uttered, "Please, don't ask me, all right? I cannot speak of it." Suemo hesitated for a moment. "All right." The diminutive figure tilted her head, gazing at Sumo's profile, her eyes filled with an endless longing, a longing that did not belong to her. "How lovely!" The little one smiled faintly, then turned her gaze to the swirling fog beneath her feet, as if she could see beyond the mist. She was truly fortunate. Tio encounter. The little figure's murmured words paused momentarily. "Young master." Suemo shuddered all over. In those two words, he discerned a myriad of meanings. Suemo opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. In the vast and desolate divine realm, two silhouettes leaned against each other. One, a frail scholar, supported himself to provide comfort for the one beside him. The other, a monstrous being, was like a little bird seeking solace. The divine realm was shrouded in darkness, engulfed in mist. Within this eerily surreal environment, the two figures savored a rare moment of warmth. The billowing fog settled down, seemingly reluctant to disturb the two silhouettes any further. A cool night stirred without a breeze, as phantoms leaned in favor. Day and night passed without warmth or light, clad in white garments, white hair, and the chill of the white domain. The two figures lingered by the abyss, unaware of how long they had sat there. Suemo merely sat silently beside the little figure, refraining from inquiring about her identity, her connection to the little girl, or the little girl's true status. He regarded her simply as another young girl. All he needed to know was that she would not harm him. In the darkness, a disheveled creature observed the two entwined figures ahead, his previously dazed gaze gradually revealing a flicker of clarity as he murmured to himself, "You wish to enter the divine realm? I advise you to reconsider. It is a strange and unearthly place, and you will regret your decision once you step inside." The creature turned silently, retreating into the mist. The little figure nestled against Suemo seemed to sense the creature's departure, yet did not turn back. Suemo and the little one sat by the abyss, time slipping away unnoticed. In the midst of a profound silence, the little figure suddenly spoke softly. "There are no other shore flowers within the divine realm." Suemo trembled, his face paling. "Impossible, I clearly saw them." Suemo shook his head. The little figure's expression became intricate. "I have lingered in the divine realm for an eternity, and have never witnessed other shore flowers there." Suemo lowered his gaze to the little figure beside him, his eyes frantic, "Yet I distinctly saw them on the third level, that place." The little figure observed the turmoil in Sumo's eyes. A flicker of a feeling she had never experienced before crossing her heart. "It is not the third level. What is it then?" "The hall of the Confucian sage." The little figure spoke gently. "It does not reside on any level, and if it does not wish to emerge, you shall never find it." Suemo shuddered once more. The little figure looked at the forlorn Suemo and slowly inquired, "What price are you willing to pay to rescue her?" Sumo's mind conjured the image of that obedient and charming little girl, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Any cost." The small child gazed at Sumo's candid expression, a glimmer of envy flickering in her eyes. "How wonderful that she is truly fortunate." "No, the fortunate one has always been me." Suemo shook her head. The little girl glanced around, then turned her gaze back to Suemo, revealing a hint of reluctance that had never been present before. The little one removed the small white stone from her chest, gently leaned against Suemo, and placed the stone before Sumo's own petite stone. Miraculously, the two white stones melded into one. The little girl beamed, as if she had never been a fearsome creature. Yet, an air of melancholy enveloped her, her gaze fixed intently on Suemo. Suemo stared in confusion at her actions. The little girl stood up, looking at Suemo, clad in white with white hair, her eyes brimming with compassion and sorrow. There truly were no flowers of the other shore within, but if you wish to see, I shall summon them for you. The little girl smiled as Sumo's dazed eyes beheld her. An overwhelming, bizarre aura erupted from the little girl. Buzz, with the emergence of her aura, a deafening roar resounded throughout the divine realm. A grand palace, majestic as a mountain, gradually materialized above the divine realm, descending gracefully. An awareness lingered atop the newly appeared palace. As the palace touched the ground, it stirred clouds of dust. The palace doors swung open of their own accord. From within, a strand of long hair floated forth, gliding through the palace doors as if weightless. Moving towards the little girl, Sumo watched as that strand of hair pierced through the little girl's form like a sacred sword. The little girl offered Sumo a gentle smile and slowly spoke. Would you also call me little girl? Sumo felt as if struck by lightning, her gaze fixated. The little girl began to dissolve. Little girl, Sumo choked on her words. Young master. The little girl is truly fortunate. At that moment, the little one could no longer discern whether she was herself or the little girl that Sumo cherished. She envied that little girl, who could bask in the embrace of the young master, while she herself could only experience boundless loneliness within this vast divine realm. The little girl smiled at Sumo, then gradually faded away. A short sword clattered to the ground. Clang! It echoed like a blow to Sumo's heart. Little girl, little girl. The dense fog swept through. Leaving no response, Sumo stood there, dazed and bewildered. After a long while, a strange aura awakened within Sumo. Slowly, she turned her gaze towards the resplendent palace, her eyes revealing an unprecedented madness. Divine? Realm? A colossal shadow of a black tome materialized behind Sumo, shrouded in swirling black mist, emanating a faint scent reminiscent of incense. The three characters' Book of Life and Death appeared particularly eerie upon the surface of the tome. Sumo gazed ahead at the Confucian Saint Palace, silently making his way forward. The palace gates swung open, presenting no obstruction. As Sumo stepped across the threshold, he found the courtyard before the hall utterly vacant. In his recollection, that very spot should have been graced by a bloom of the other shore flower. Yet, when Sumo cast his eyes upon that place, his heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. There was no other shore flower. Indeed, there was no other shore flower. Sumo lifted his gaze toward the towering statue of the Confucian saint, remaining reticent, an empty palace, a monumental statue of the Confucian saint, and Sumo, clad in white garments with hair to match, along with the ominous tome of life and death hovering behind him. The Confucian Saint Palace was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, breaking the stillness, Sumo addressed the entirety of the palace. Did you not summon me here? Now that I have arrived, why do you not manifest? Scenes from before and after entering the divine realm flashed vividly in Sumo's mind. All these images coalesced into yet another game of chess. Great Calamity proclaimed, "Where in life is there not a game of chess? I had assumed the one to draw me into the divine realm would be the emperor, believing he sought to seize my foundation of Tao within that realm. Little did I expect. It was you of the divine realm who beckoned me. You are aware of the bond between me and the girl, cognizant of her fleeting life, and you also know of her connection to that." Sumo paused, still uncertain of what to call that little being. "You know the girl is linked to her. Thus, you conjured visions of the other shore flower to lure me into the divine realm, to make me witness the other shore flower within my surroundings, ultimately drawing her forth through me so that you could annihilate her. I can only surmise that her demise would grant you some form of gain. She too is a fool, willingly walking to her own demise despite being aware of your schemes, merely because she caught sight of the girl's small stone." Sumo lowered his head, gently caressing that white pebble. As if it contained all the essence of the two little girls, the divine realm lay still, offering no response. Having come to this realization, Sumo found little left to anticipate. The divine realm had never possessed any other shore flower to begin with. You schemed against me, treating me as a mere pawn, and that holds little significance. After all, I am but a humble piece upon the board. However, Sumo gradually raised his head, his breath becoming increasingly tumultuous. You should not have used my bond with the girl. He'll manipulate me. The girl is not to be trifled with. Boom. The shadow of the tome of life and death behind Sumo trembled violently. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted forth. Accompanied by a resounding roar that reverberated through the divine realm, Suemo ascended into the air, standing aloft in the void. The ethereal white robe, once a vestige of tranquility, instantaneously transformed into a deep black, akin to ink and the night itself. The voice resonated within Sumo's mind. "What do you intend to do?" Suemo spoke in a grave tone. "I shall shatter this divine realm." A mesmerizing figure gradually materialized before Suemo, gazing at him with a mixture of emotions. "Are you serious?" Suemo nodded. "Just to vent your anger?" the great malevolence inquired. Suemo shook his head, directing his gaze towards the divine realm beneath him. "No. Then what is the reason?" A hint of sorrow flickered in Sumo's eyes. There is something amiss with this divine realm, although he could not discern the exact nature of the issue. An instinctive feeling overwhelmed him. This divine realm undoubtedly harbors significant problems. Observing the myriad manifestations of the divine realm, it seemed to have birthed a bizarre consciousness, one that posed a grave threat to the myriad beings inhabiting this world. Though the divine realm appeared diminutive, it constituted a world in its own right. Aside from venting your wrath, you are powerless to effect any change. The great malevolence spoke with calmness. Suemo nodded, then fell into contemplation. "I may be powerless, yet I harbor a conjecture. Perhaps I need not lift a finger." The great malevolence's expression shifted. "What do you mean?" "I merely require a spark to ignite." However, Suemo lowered his head. "I am but a core formation cultivator, seemingly incapable of even igniting a flame." Suemo turned to glance at the book of life and death behind him. "Yet I possess an intuition that it can." The great malevolence regarded Suemo, slowly articulating. "I recall informing you that the karmic repercussions of this book are beyond your capacity to bear." Suemo shook his head and replied, "All karmic threads shall be borne by me." The great malevolence sighed deeply, gradually dissipating. She could no longer impede him. Her only recourse was to find a way to mitigate the aftermath. She understood that once Suemo made a certain decision, no one could restrain him. Thus, let us witness the brilliance of his light. A myriad of images flickered in Sumo's eyes, igniting a pang of sorrow within his heart. Gazing at the divine realm below, he softly uttered, "Human and book, transform the path." A force of rule manifested between Suemo and the book of life and death, as an elusive consciousness sought to erase Sumo's Confucian rule once more. The book of life and death flickered, repelling the consciousness. The force of rule was established, and a darkness flashed in Sumo's eyes. Boom! The divine realm trembled, the sound of thunder echoing relentlessly in the grand palace of Dahua. The emperor, clad in a dragon robe, gazed towards the horizon. Two scrolls unfurled upon the table before him. One was a painting by Sumo, and the other, a replica crafted by him. The emperor surveyed the two artworks, shaking his head with a sigh. "I am not as skilled as you." A figure materialized behind the emperor. "Your Majesty, I in the academy." A young girl lay in bed, her expression suddenly shifting. The headmaster observed the girl, momentarily taken aback, before hastening to place his hand upon her forehead. Moments later, his expression became peculiar. How could this be? The realm of the gods reverberated with an incessant roar, and beneath Suemo, the earth gradually unveiled a colossal visage. The countenance, fierce and ominous, seemed to animate the very mountains and veins of the land. In that moment, the entire divine domain appeared to transform into a sentient entity. Suemo, in the book of life and death, positioned in the void above and the ground below, suddenly emanated a formidable aura. The immense, obsidian-hued book of life and death erupted with blinding brilliance from its title. As it unfurled slowly, an ethereal breath, reminiscent of the underworld, swiftly spread, morphing into the heavens of this realm. Day and night, they stood in stark opposition. The figure of Suemo, draped in black, transformed into specks of starlight, merging into the horizon. Then, a voice of unparalleled magnitude resonated from the celestial expanse. One. The sound reverberated throughout the divine realm, deafening in its intensity. A gargantuan foot descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the divine domain. Boom! The realm trembled. Another colossal foot followed suit, striking the divine territory once more. Boom! The domain quaked violently again. A massive silhouette emerged within this divine realm, towering to the very skies. It seemed the realm could scarcely contain such a colossal form, as the upper half remained obscured by clouds and mist. With a mere gesture, the figure dispersed the fog, revealing the entirety of the giant's visage. Astonishingly, the figure was none other than Suimo himself. Standing majestically, the black-clad Suimo gazed down at the divine realm, his eyes alight with the continuous evolution of the rules of power. A gigantic brush materialized in his grasp. The enormous figure of Suimo slowly lifted the brush, gracefully sweeping it through the void. Where the brush touched, a radiant crimson light emerged as the brush danced. The tempest it conjured surged forth with ferocity. The giant appeared somewhat clumsy in its handling of its own immense size, yet it still managed to complete a grand rune, seal. Suimo intoned gently, his voice akin to a thunderous echo, resonating through heaven and earth. With the utterance of the word seal, the vast rune immediately summoned a tidal wave of might, descending with relentless force. The grotesque visage upon the earth below stared in fury at the overwhelming rune, which compelled the mountains to morph into a gargantuan arm, striving to intercept the descending, radiant symbol. Yet the rune pressed downwards unimpeded, as the mountains crumbled and the rune struck the ground. Chapter 78. Sage of Confucianism Boom. The massive rune collided with the earth, raising a tempest of dust and debris. The rune transformed into a golden net, expanding continuously, as if seeking to ensnare a certain consciousness within the divine realm. The formidable visage of the giant face, wrought from the earth of the divine domain, struggled against the net, causing it to bulge outward. Once more, a mountain morphed into a gigantic hand, desperately attempting to breach the rune's net. The enormous, shadowy figure of Suimo beheld the struggling giant below, lifting the colossal brush as he sought to inscribe another symbol. At that moment, a voice reverberated within Sumo's spiritual sea, proclaiming, "Great calamity! You cannot shatter the divine realm. Even wielding the power of the Book of Life and Death, you shall only possess the strength for 2 strikes at most. With but a single strike remaining, it would hardly inflict any substantial damage. Yet, after this blow, you could either perish or suffer grievous injuries." The imposing figure of Suimo, clad in black, gazed at the colossal face beneath him that was on the verge of breaking through the great net, shaking his head as he responded within the sea of consciousness. "Who said I intend to continue striking him? What, then, do you propose to do?" the ominous figure inquired. Suimo offered no reply. Instead, he raised his colossal brush and delicately traced a line in the air, reciting incantations, blossoms blooming on the other shore. The river of forgetfulness flows backward. As these 8 characters escaped his lips, he completed the stroke. Above the void of the divine realm, devoid of a celestial dome, a profound river of stars gradually emerged. This starry river cascaded from the horizon, flowing back toward the horizon, seemingly crafted solely for Sumo's leisurely stroll through the divine realm. Within the waters of the starry river that flowed into the divine realm, countless obsessions seemed to swirl, awaken. Suimo uttered softly, with his words. Suddenly, a figure clad in a white scholar's robe materialized in the divine realm, appearing out of thin air, dressed in resplendent white. The robe billowed without wind, radiating a celestial brilliance, akin to a sage reborn. The white figure merely cast a fleeting glance at Suimo before turning to observe the struggling colossal face upon the ground of the divine realm. It seemed to emit a faint sigh, extending an arm slightly to the side. Suimo watched as a small, unassuming scholar's sword appeared in the white figure's grasp. The white figure, seemingly resigned, regarded Suimo once more before gently waving the scholar's sword towards the immense shadow below. On this day, countless souls across the 9th realm of heaven and earth witnessed a colossal scholar's sword materialize in the sky, then descend, its destination unknown. On this day, people discovered that all entrances to the divine realm had vanished without a trace. Awakening amidst intense pain, Suimo surveyed his surroundings, realizing he remained within the divine realm. However, the peculiar aura that once pervaded the realm seemed to have dissipated. The sensation of being observed had also vanished. 2 figures sat facing each other on the ground, seemingly engaged in a game of chess point. One possessed an enchanting demeanor, grand and imposing, while the other was entirely clad in white, exuding an extraordinary scholarly air. "Ah, you've finally awakened," remarked the enchanting figure, the ominous presence, casting a glance at Suimo before grasping a white phantom chess piece and placing it on the ethereal board before them. "I thought you might have perished." The ominous figure scoffed, disdain evident in its tone. At that moment, The white phantom cast a glance at Suemo, then turned to the ominous figure and inquired, "Your disciple?" The ominous figure shook its head in utter disdain. "Would I take such a fool as a disciple? Lacking any semblance of intellect, merely brutish," it added. The white phantom shook its head, conjuring a black chess piece from thin air and placing it on the board. "If your disciple is not clever, how could he possibly perceive my existence? You ought to take care of him, perhaps." The ominous figure rolled its eyes. "What use is a remnant of consciousness in seeking a disciple?" De Xiong delivered a sharp retort, continuing unabated, "At this rate, your remnants will soon perish." The figure of De Xiong mocked, while simultaneously seizing a white stone and casting it onto the board. The white phantom sighed, shaking its head, "You truly have a venomous tongue." Unfazed, De Xiong turned away and called out to Suemo, "Come here." Suemo approached, his eyes filled with confusion, and took a seat beside De Xiong. "What is the situation now?" De Xiong shot a disdainful glance at Suemo and gestured toward the white phantom across from them. "Haven't you figured it out? This is the Confucian sage." The white phantom added, "Merely a remnant of the Confucian sage." Instantly, Suemo rose and bowed respectfully to the remnant of the Confucian sage. "Greetings, esteemed predecessor." The remnant waved his hand dismissively, tossing a black stone onto the board. Sit down, sit down. How did you deduce that there was an issue between the divine domain and myself?" Suemo turned to De Xiong with an innocent expression. "You should just say it." De Xiong retorted irritably, "Oh." Suemo pondered briefly before speaking. "It was due to those 3 illusions. To be precise, there were 2 illusions." "Oh." The remnant of the Confucian sage became intrigued. The illusions appeared to be 3, but in reality, they were 2. The first illusion revealed my past, yet the second one detached from my perspective, creating a sense of dislocation. The third illusion seemed to attempt to obscure the sensations imparted by the second, ultimately blurring the lines between illusion and reality, seeking to ensnare me. Thus, I conjectured that 2 consciousnesses were attempting to manipulate my illusions. What ultimately confirmed my suspicion about the illusions was the long hair left by the Confucian sage was certainly not meant for killing. Yet the Confucian palace had utilized a strand of it to slay the little girl. In my fury, my suspicions were only further validated. Given the severing of the Confucian sage, the strangeness of the divine domain, and the protection of Confucian practitioners within it, I am certain that there is something amiss with the divine domain. The remnant of the Confucian sage turned to De Xiong and inquired, "Is he truly not your disciple? If not, I shall claim him." De Xiong coldly glanced back, casting a disdainful look at Suemo before discarding a white stone. "What concern is it of mine?" The remnant of the Confucian sage chuckled with delight, tossing a black stone onto the board. Awaiting Suemo's response, Suemo cautiously turned to De Xiong, only to find him with a stern expression, squinting at the board and impatiently discarding another white stone. With a sigh, Suemo subtly shook his head. The remnant sighed, casting a glance at De Xiong, helplessly seizing a black stone and placing it on the board. De Xiong nodded in satisfaction at the move made by the remnant. The remnant glanced at Suemo with a hint of frustration, remarking, "Why are you so insistent on keeping him, a mere Confucian practitioner? My Confucian legacy would suit him perfectly." De Xiong rolled his eyes, casting another white stone onto the board. "You, a being long dead for millennia, what value does your so-called Confucian legacy hold? My little brother does not need it." The Confucian sage, a lingering remnant, shook his head with a sigh and turned his gaze towards Suemo, saying, "Feel free to ask any questions you may have, while I still have the strength to endure." Suemo, with keen focus, inquired, "What transpired in the divine realm?" "I am uncertain," the Confucian sage remnant replied. Suemo pressed further. "Why did the Confucian sage sever the heavens, isolating the divine realm from the realms above and below?" "I do not know," came the response. "Why did the sage annihilate all the inhabitants of the divine realm?" The sage hesitated. "This is likely related to the events that transpired within the divine realm, but the specifics elude me." The ominous figure, De Xiong, furrowed his brow and regarded the sage remnant with disdain, exclaiming, "How is it that you possess no knowledge whatsoever?" The Confucian sage remnant innocently shrugged. "I am but a mere remnant. How could I be privy to such extensive details? My existence is solely for the purpose of the Confucian sage's quest for legacy." Yet here I am, unfulfilled, repurposed by you to seal the consciousness of the divine realm. Useless entity, you may take your leave. De Xiong retorted brusquely. Patience, patience, let me finish this game of chess. The Confucian sage remnant shook his head, casting down a black piece. Observing the sage's game, a flicker of hope ignited within Suimo, prompting him to ask, Elder, are there still bougainvillea flowers in the divine realm? The sage turned his head to regard Suimo, stating, the bougainvillea is exceedingly mysterious. I eradicated them all when I severed the heavens. Sumo's expression became vacant, a chill coursing through him. Rising to his feet, his white hair billowed as he gazed into the skies above the divine realm, seemingly able to glimpse the smile of a small figure in the distance. I implore you, elder sage, to escort me from the divine realm. Sumo's voice was heavy with sorrow. Patience, patience, allow me to complete this game. The Confucian sage remnant waved a hand dismissively. I beseech you, elder sage, to guide me from the divine realm. Suimo stubbornly reiterated. The sage remnant sighed, casting a glance at De Xiong. De Xiong met Suimo's gaze and gestured toward the sage remnant. No more games, just send us out. Truly, I am on the brink of death, and yet you are reluctant to keep me company a while longer. The Confucian sage remnant lamented. With a wave of his hand, a black rift materialized. As Suimo moved to step through the rift, De Xiong suddenly called out, Wait. De Xiong turned to the Confucian sage remnant. Since you are destined to perish, grant me the Confucian legacy. I shall discern whether any suitable candidates exist. The corner of the sage remnant's mouth twitched as he glanced at Suimo, casually tossing out a phantom tome, which De Xiong effortlessly caught. After all, you are to meet your end. De Xiong added. The remnant's expression darkened. You may take the karma of that book, he said, and without waiting for the sage remnant's consent, he seized Suimo and exited the divine realm, leaving behind a solitary and forlorn Confucian sage remnant. The remnant gazed at the unfinished game of chess and resumed his seat, lifting a black piece to continue playing. Indeed, you are destined to lose, he mused, before waving his hand to extract the essence of Sumo's life-bound spiritual object, the Book of Life and Death, from the void of the divine realm. Confucian cultivation remains as Confucian cultivation, yet how could one engage in such peculiar matters? He sighed deeply, and the remnants of the Confucian sage once again lifted a chess piece.